Streaming all right tonight. We'll see how this works out. And Brendan Zogit and I did what we could to make some room for tonight. And we're going to get some other people onto a call here, and they can help hold it for me while I just reacclimate to being alive. And or, alive in this material plane, which in a very real sense I wasn't on when I go to celebrate these different affairs. Okay. Oh, thank God. And thank you so much for being with us tonight, Jameson. Couldn't do it without you. Honestly, I know there's a private message you left me about what's going on with some play on the part of the Edomites and the drawing in of certain people you care for. I didn't know whether to put a ha-ha or a teary eye. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry over that in a reaction, so I just put a wow.
Well, there is some degree of some humor to it. The humor is in how intricate the design is, and one has to appreciate that, despite how much emotional distress it might cause myself. So I can detach from myself and laugh at it.
And see the irony, the terrible irony of, we won't give any more details, but honestly, just the irony in general of people of color getting roped into this kind of ideology that's so against all of their interests, against their being alive.
The thing is, there are incentives for them in most cases. They're told by parole officers or people of that ilk at community meetings or at churches to do such and such, and they'll get like $20 or something. And you know how desperate and strapped for cash most people of color are, so they'll be like, all right, shit, we'll fuck them up if you want to give me $100. Of course, they'll have to send a meat wagon for those motherfuckers.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. And at any rate, so I am barely here tonight. I want to thank everybody for their patience with me. I just got back from celebrating the Moon Festival, which is the second most important holiday of on the Chinese calendar. So obviously I was engaging in quite a bit, and actually this was going on to a degree over the past 3 days prior, 4 days by now, but it's about 72 hours long in China, and so we reflect that over here to the best of our ability within the Asian community, and especially in times like this during COVID and the pandemic, even though there's much social distancing and many other places have closed down, where we can gather, we gather in force, so to speak. And I'm just very, how would I say it, much rather be back where I was than be back here right now, for reasons I hope would be understandable to anybody. But we are blessed with Jameson Reese, who is always here, always by my side, and always behind me. So he will take the stage while I basically do my best to try and sink myself back down to this, tether myself back to this world that I don't want to be in. And so Jameson, I'm sure you can relate to that.
Oh yes, to say the least. This continent of savages. And what's worse is that we're in a continent where people will wear the shirts of savage as if it's a compliment.
Yes. And of course you had that idiot, Michael Savage, who was taking that title, and he was the freak who that Jap trash piece of shit Daryl Hamamoto was trying to promote on my own program. By the way, for those of you who don't know, that's the ultimate offense, is to go on somebody else's program and then promote other, talk show hosts. And I'm a talk show host in the sense that I host a program and I talk. But I'm to be disambiguated, of course, from a talk show host who normally talks with guests. But a person who talks by himself is as much a talk show host as someone who's not. And I guessed enough people where, of course, the line becomes a little blurred. So just a little explanation there for everyone. Now, I'm going to, again, honestly, just have to kind of refresh myself right now. And I'm going to leave our man, Jameson Reese, here with everyone. We're going to have a slow opening hour. Peter Moon will join us in the second hour, and things should pick up a little bit from there. I'm not even in the space where I can articulate anything that, I've been through the past several days, all of it pleasant. Of course, in terms of our man Jameson, hopefully he's pleased by the fact that he survived. We have La Palma. I don't know what the situation is there, but perhaps you can catch us all up on that. Might miss some of it while I'm...
I can't say that I'm pleased about it. In all honesty, I was looking forward to being being on the ferry boat when the freaking super tsunami hit and just being among one of the first victims so that I didn't have to suffer the radioactive nightmare of fallout.
Yes.
But I'm starting to think that it might be more what we really should worry about, and this is probably another black swan, since very few people are mentioning it. Most people are afraid of the mega tsunami. The problem is all that particulate matter in the lower and upper atmosphere is going to cause water to sort of just congeal around it, and we're going to probably have a mega fucking hurricane.
Yes. Yeah. That's they've been talking about that.
Oh, they have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
they've been talking about these new hypercanes hurrying up along the East Coast, because it was just the remnants of a hurricane that trashed New York. It was,
and that's what we don't have a defense for.
Yeah.
Now, I'm aware that they installed like floodgates and flood tunnels to prevent a tsunami of regular size, but but the problem is we're not prepared for, our infrastructure is not structured to prepare for prolonged siege from a prolonged siege of rain. Mm-hmm. Just relentless rain.
Mm-hmm. Well, there you go with that.
Hurricane Sandy was a good example of, and as was the remnants of this hurricane. What was it, Ida or some shit? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think so. I think, yeah.
So there is there's more bleakness to come, mm-hmm. and it won't disappoint. I'm fairly certain 2020 everyone's going to have forgotten once 2021 is over.
Well, let's not be that negative. It's just we hope for the best, and but prepare for the worst. That's the only.
It's already surpassed 2020.
Yeah. Yeah, in some ways, yeah. I don't know about that. I haven't heard as much bitching. I guess you're right. Certain things have. Yes, that's true. I just don't hear as much bitching at this point. People have become like they're too. How would I say it?
Well,
I guess
they're
exhausted.
numb to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're numb to it, and they're trying to, cope with their newfound freedom of not having to wear masks. People were more complaining in 2020 because, oh man, you want us to wear masks. So that's why everyone thought 2020 was the end of the world, because they had to show a little bit of restraint, and a little bit of self-control, which, as we know, Americans cannot handle self-control or restraint.
No, they can't stand it. And it's hence the, anyhow. So you're doing good. Just keep going. And then as soon as I finish with these links, I'll refresh myself. And then still have to do some other things with the text of these boxes here. And let me remind myself to just bring Peter Moon on at the top of the hour, of course. So, and I'll remind him that with a message here. But for now, go on. So you were disappointed.
One of the things that's really bothering me as far as current events has to do with the forced deportation of the Haitian immigrants.
Yes.
And that fucking roundup, mm-hmm. as if, these people were just cattle. And what's interesting is
Well,
I
Nancy
love
Pelosi
how
is protesting it. Nancy Pelosi is admonishing the Border Patrol. So I don't know if you've looked into that.
yeah, I've actually seen Nancy Pelosi, what's his name? The other guy who looks like Emperor Palpatine. Oh my gosh. The guy from New York, Schumer. Oh God, he looks just like Emperor Palpatine. I don't know. Do you see the resemblance? Sort of?
They all look like that. After a while, that's after a while, it's just that's what happens. So beyond that, go on.
Yeah, but it was interesting to see like the what was it? I don't know if it was the Attorney General or who it was who was saying, we got to deport them because they pose a COVID risk. Yeah, why don't you deport most of white America, which is a very real stagnant COVID risk for the country. I mean, shit.
Oh yes. Yes.
What it all comes down to is the white power structure being butthurt because the Haitians not only kicked the shit out of their oppressors and sent them running,
Yes.
but also when they tried to come back,
Yes.
they kicked the shit out of the forces of Napoleon Bonaparte.
Yes.
Although it
and
was
the
not
British
without
and the Spaniards.
and the British and the Spanish,
Yes.
and it was not without its blowback, of course, but because the Americans, of course, had to say, "Well, let's show that we're the mighty whitey. Let's go in there." And then you had Teddy Roosevelt, that piece of shit, who was fucking skewering babies and shit alive because they're just horrible creatures. Honestly speaking, I've reached a point where I am indifferent to the potential extermination of the white race. I know that sounds bad, but it's not out of racism. It's out of just pure. You've done enough damage, folks. I hate to say it. Collectively speaking, I'm sure I'm not admonishing our listeners because they're good people, but on a collective level, come on.
Well, there's enough coming for all of us, honestly, in terms of crises to lower the population all the way around. But certainly many Americans are going to die simply because they're just not used to this kind of hardship. And you'll get the same everywhere, Europe and etc. It's just, so I don't even have a voice yet. Let me get these other links up. And while I do that, you're going to have to hold the show. But see if you can do it with a little something else than concentrating on the negative in that regard right now, the exterminatory negative, and turn it towards something else.
Okay.
I mean, you can talk about mass catastrophe. Obviously, it's a concern.
Well, yeah, it's a very real concern. I did see something where people were talking about the effects of microplastics and stuff, and I'm looking at what they're saying, and some just still don't know enough. And I'm thinking like, well, everyone on the planet has a high saturation of microplastics in their body anyway.
Yes.
That's just by default. At this point, this news is exceptionally late.
Yes.
And what is any of this information about this going to do to the petroleum and chemical companies who are perpetuating the never-ending plastic siege? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So honestly, I'm not trying to be cynical here, but it's that there's a lack of realism in, I would say, the American journalistic mind. There's actually no realism whatsoever in the American journalistic mind. And there's a lack of realism in even the people who like try to sign petitions for everything. I mean, shit, we didn't even get a fourth stimulus payout. And the people who did, and here's what's funny, is that the fourth stimulus payout, they said, oh, well, each state's going to do it as they please. So who got the fourth payout in New York? Illegal immigrants.
Oh my God.
I shit you fucking not.
Oh my God.
Not the people who are in danger of getting kicked out because they can't pay their fucking rent. Illegal fucking immigrants. So you can imagine that this September has been one that has made my blood boil.
Well, that sounds like that was engineered just to piss off and radicalize further people to the right.
Yeah. And this is the thing, is that they know what they're doing. This is social engineering. Both sides are playing their hands to the extreme. I mean, Biden, that old white piece of shit, he didn't say anything about the Haitian roundup. He's like, well, you see, it's COVID. It's a COVID. We're afraid of the COVID-19. It's like, you dickless piece of shit. I mean, these are the pieces of shit we are forced to vote for because we don't want the worst of all evils, which is the fucking tranny Trump.
In terms of where we can turn this into less of a, how would I call it, a lamentation, what we can bring it to is the point where we speak about that. I was speaking about Theranos to kind of close off the transmission before last. You mentioned that there was a sociopathic or a psychotic young lady that you actually had a crush on, who had that same kind of look, that same kind of stare.
It's a stare I've come to know. Wait a minute, that's gonna make me angrier, dude.
Yeah, but it's not genocidal level angry where you're talking about the death of races and the
no. Well, listen, I don't have to go genocidal anger because the nature's doing the job for me. So, you did say that this is we're in the age where magics can be worked alongside nature. And so I will say whoever's working with nature is doing a good job.
There we are. Yes.
But it's interesting now. Putin's close staff members have all caught COVID.
Yes.
And somehow that son of a bitch dodges the bullet.
Every time. Yes. Well, he keeps himself quite isolated, I'm sure. And
he's an antisocial prick.
Yes.
Of course he'll be isolated.
Yes. So go on.
But it's obvious that he's extremely protected by Alexander Dugin.
Yes. And explain to people, Alexander Dugin is a black magician.
Yes, he runs a pylon of the Temple of Set in Russia. So I mean, he's probably an epistemic grade. That goes way over my pay grade.
Yeah. So it's not to mention that he's got financing, sponsoring, and equipment. So
he's got financing, sponsoring, equipment, and he's got a lot of people who have the same interests behind him. Mm-hmm. Basically in egregoric, following. So I mean, they can
accomplish what's called massing. They can mass.
Yeah,
that's why it's called the Black Mass for people who don't understand that. A collective.
Now it's interesting that wasn't done for Trump because he did get COVID-19.
Yeah, but he didn't. But he didn't need the protection because he had all of the modern medical science to pump him out. He was on, life support and everything. They pumped him all full of oxygen artificially. What Peter Moon says you got to do through all this discipline and stuff. Well, Trump didn't need to do any of that. He just lay back while they pumped him full of oxygen artificially. So you don't need all the discipline when you got that. So,
what's positive is that this shows that the massing on the part of the American sorcerers is a total failure.
Yes, to a degree.
So it shows a certain level of ineptitude.
It depends on how you're looking at it. Don't forget that many practicing white witches, by that I mean white witches in the light, got together to curse Donald Trump, and they were doing this on a monthly basis. And so these were many witches who mobilized publicly to ask any other woman who practiced the craft to help them in this regard.
That's a good thing because that shows that women have more power than men.
Yes, and
a lot more power than
at least more more intelligence. At the
Well,
same time,
yeah,
however,
that too.
at the same time, however, while many people can say, "Oh, nothing happened to him of note," the reality is he lost the presidency the second time, and he did catch COVID, and he did suffer quite a bit of scandal. I mean, it wasn't like he was at peace. He wasn't left at peace throughout his presidency, that's for sure. So, yeah, there you go. It worked, and it didn't.
Yeah, he was in a very rocky road, and he still is.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's the only one who doesn't see it, while everyone else around him does.
Yes. Yes.
So there is no greater curse than not being able to see reality for what it is.
Mhm. Yes. Thank you. And okay, let's just keep continuing because I'm just trying to take care of this.
All right. So I had this interesting incident on what was it, Friday.
Mm-hmm.
This shit keeps happening on Fridays for some reason. But wait a minute. It wasn't Friday. That was actually Monday, I think. Yeah, it was Monday. Dude, I have no track of time. Time like just doesn't exist.
If it weren't for my being told what day it was, I wouldn't be here now. I mean, I get piled into the vehicle and, trundled back here against my will, essentially. So,
Oh man, that's horrible. That's like being hoodwinked. That's just horrible. I feel so bad for you, Douglas.
Thank you. Yes. No, it's people don't understand. To come back to a world like this, from where I am during the holidays.
I mean, considering the blonde you have in your picture, to have to get away from that would be like a nightmare.
Thank you.
Damn.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
I must say, she is very, very attractive.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. She is. Yes. And it's just God. I just would rather be back with her than here. But thank God, at least Jameson's here to help us hold the stage. And oh my God, just do your best, son. And
All right.
we'll see.
I'm waiting for the train. After going to the gas station to get whatever shit I get, because they have the cheapest price at a gas station than they have at freaking groceries and delis and shit. So go figure. Yeah, New York is just horrible. You will literally be shitting money out. Most of my money is spent throughout the on food.
Yeah.
I kid you not. I lose my
San
money.
Francisco's the same way. I mean, you're preaching to the converted here. If anyone knows what a New Yorker suffers, it would be a San Franciscan. So go on. Yeah.
So
I mean, it's basically what we can both confer is just living with food takes all our money.
So this brolic ass Spanish dude, he comes up to the station and he's like, and he gets uncomfortably close to me, and he looks like he just got out of prison or some shit. Literally, looks like. No, I swear, the guy looks like he was just released from Rikers or some shit. And so he looks at me strange, and I'm like, okay, I have to stand my ground because this motherfucker has that prison bitch attitude, and if I show weakness, he's going to move on me. And then I was also thinking, or maybe the cults of the kings of Edom have decided it's time to assassinate this motherfucker just for the hell of it. With some street drama, because they did that to you, quite unabashed, quite out in the open.
Yes.
So I'm thinking like, okay. So this guy paces back and forth, and he's staring at me. He's looking at the other dude at the other end of the platform. Then he walks up to me. He's like, "Where's the train coming?" I'm like, I look up at the thing that says 5 minutes, and I'm like, 5 minutes from now. And so he walks like he's gonna leave leave the platform, then he goes right back to where he was standing and starts pacing around some more. And I'm like, okay. So I'm thinking, this motherfucker's going to try to move on me. And he's going to try to move on me. He's going to try to catch me off guard. So what I decided to do was just squat down, because if he's going to try to move on me, I'm going to tackle him into the fucking tracks, and that's going to be his ass. And I'll wail on him there, and that motherfucker will get hit by a train and be done with him, you know? Then he comes back, and he's like, when's the next train coming? You know, apparently he spoke to the guy who was down there on the other end, and then he walked back here, and he's like, when's the train coming? And I'm pointing at the thing that says, dude, 3 fucking minutes. Look at it. It's right there. I'm like, dude, I'm like, don't get so close to me. This dude's like, oh man, I'm sorry, man. I'm not trying to be all up in your space. I'm not trying to be all up in your space. I'm like, yeah, then why the fuck are you all up in my space? and so he looks like he's gonna leave the station. Then he goes back to the other side of the platform. He's like, "Oh man, I'm sorry, man. Look, I'm gonna give you some space." I'm like, "Dude, okay, fine, give me some space." And then the dude's like, yo, listen, I can't trust no one, man. I got someone after me. And then he comes closer. I'm like, dude, okay, you're not the only one with people after you. Please give me some fucking space. I'm screaming at the dude now.
Yeah. Wow.
So finally the train comes. He gets on at the first car. I'm thinking about, like, I got to shuffle to the second car,
Right.
because the train runs every 30 minutes. I'm not going to wait fucking 30 minutes for a train. And the dude who opened the doors is about to close the door. So I'm like, fuck, I got to get on the first car.
Right.
So because he's in the rear of the first car, I'm at the front of the first car. So I'm at the front of the first car. And then to my chagrin, there's all these thug-ass looking black dudes wearing black, like 3 of them, sitting in like sitting away from the front end of the car, but not far from me, like across from me. And across from me is a Russian couple speaking Russian. You know, I decide not to sit down at first, and I'm just looking around, grilling like everyone on the train, like, which motherfuckers are gonna roll on me? Is these motherfuckers gonna try to roll on me? And so I decide, fuck it, I'm gonna sit down. I might as well be calm instead of tense, because if I'm tense, I'm going to burn out all my adrenaline if something happens.
Right.
So I sit down, and dude across, you know, black dude across the way, like adjacent, he picks up his phone. He's like, yeah, you do look like you're mad scared. He keeps laughing. So I just stare at him like with a dead stare from hell, like, okay. And then I reach in my bag to get this flashlight, because listen, I have a relatively small frame. You know, despite how muscular I am. And I'm not a fan of using my fists if I don't have to. I have this metallic, heavy flashlight that I'm fairly certain if I clock someone over the head with it, they're going down. And then all of a sudden, all these dudes, like, they start to get they start to move funny and scratch their chins and look around. And I'm like, okay, so this shit is a fucking setup. And meanwhile, the Russian couple in front of me are speaking to each other and laughing in Russian, and I'm like, yeah, okay. So maybe maybe the Duganites paid these pieces of shit. Who knows?
Of course, there's Russians everywhere in this day and age. So
there's too many. There's fucking too many of them.
Yeah.
No, it's like, you know, we can't let the Haitians in, but we could let the Russians. We could let the fucking plague carrying Russians in.
Well, they're white.
Fuck America. Fuck. Right. You know, because I said that, now watch. I'm going to have a fucking detail crew around me from hell tomorrow. I'm going to have hell to pay, because I have hell to pay after every transmission when it comes to their stalking. That happens all the time. So every Thursday and Monday is like hell to pay day, because, you know, they just like to smear it in my face. But ultimately, I made it to the ferry with no incidents. But, you know, it just becomes really annoying because, and this is one of the reason why I hate males so much, is because males are the ones they use all the time, and the intimidation isn't a threat of one's. It's not a threat of one's resources like a woman is. It's a threat of my life.
Yes.
And I don't like that.
Right. But let me check something. Jesse Balk says, "Don't mind me, just being a sponge." With the there we are with the 3 heart. God bless you, Jesse Balk. Thank you for being there because, and thank you very much for saying that because no one else spoke in the chat room yet. So we do have the normal amount of concurrent viewers at this time. We seem to have an excellent connection, and everybody's who's there seems to be just sponging. But do me a favor, Jameson. Do promote the book in the chat room. Invite people to speak in there. Do that. See if you can multitask and do that. As a matter of fact, I'll be here to back you up for now while you do that. Then I can refresh myself while you take over again for a few minutes.
I'll get the Skybooks link in there.
Yeah, thank you. And so that's Jameson Reese, and there we are. So I'm hoping everybody can start to talk, and you're all more than welcome to speak. And let me take a look at any potential messages coming in, and with that, I'm just going to take a look at how people have responded to the promotional banner, which I've just added the majority of text to. And so Cookie Monster is so touching. Well, Maria Gregorich, hey honey, start talking in the chat room. So glad that you're here. She said someone had a good time. Daryl Neely, oh, that's cute. Oh, Odin's going live in 5 minutes, has some choice words to speak on. There we are. So there we have that. Stay here and listen to me.
Yeah. I would say that this is far more pressing and important. You at least won't get your share of conservative propaganda, which sadly my brother has fallen for.
Oh, yes. Now that you've come to that point where you're willing to talk about that, I think I can go refresh myself, but I'm going to listen to this later. Let me go refresh myself. And why don't you take the stage for a while and tell us about what's happened to your family as suddenly they've radicalized to the right. And
just my brother, because I'm able to speak I'm able to be the voice of wisdom to bring my mother back down to earth by looking up the guy who my brother sent the he sent a link to this dude. Let me see if I could. I don't even need. It's like an Asian Indian American guy who's gone conservative, who's talking about natural immunity. The guy's name is Sagar Injeti.
By the way, shout out to Shane Bridges. Hugs. He says, "Greetings, good people." And so go on. Yes.
And so my mother sent me what he's saying about natural immunity and about and I'm like, about how people who have COVID have natural immunity. No, they don't, because there are people who have gotten COVID, have gotten over the disease, and have gotten it again.
Yes.
My last handler had a neighbor who was in the emergency room twice for COVID.
So
5 days apart.
You essentially severed communications with your last handler before COVID hit, didn't you? But you maintained connection with some of his.
While COVID hit, I was still in communique with him.
Okay.
But it was during that summer when Lena Crane had turned on yourself that I had severed connection with him.
Okay.
So it's interesting how that happens at the same time.
Yeah. That's interesting, and I can get started in that direction, but let's do this. I'm going to refresh myself. I'm going to go mute. I'm going to leave you holding the stage. Talk to people about this yellow house nigger. Apparently, is what this Asian Indian guy is. Apparently, he's
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He claims. All right. This guy claims, and this is how these alt-right pieces of shit are masquerading now. He claims that he's nonpartisan.
Yeah, oh, yeah. You know, a lot of them say that. A lot of people say that.
I'm nonpartisan conservative. Joe, just like Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
the fucking piece of shit, the Russian holic who can't get enough of conservative ass.
Yes.
So,
Oh my God.
I mean, seriously.
But by the way, just so people know, just geopolitically, Asian India for the longest period of time was aligned with the Soviet Union. So there is a large Russian connection in terms of their culture that's based on geopolitics. And so some of them became no doubt affiliated with the Russian propaganda machine. And this is something that, as a matter of fact, I'm trying to remember who it was that it started off with basically a specialization in Asian Indian culture. It was some Russian propagandist that started off as a Asian Indian culture specialist because of Russia's permeating of Indian culture because of their hostility, India's hostility with China. And Russia was hostile with China for the longest period of time. Things are all up in a flux now, but you still have elements or fragments of the Asian Indians that are still thinking very much that Russia is our friend and then potentially an enemy of China kind of mindset. So that could be the source for this guy. Dinesh D'Souza is a product of that, and he came to the United States and just started propagandizing for the radicalized right. But beyond that, of course, he was caught basically doing horrible things with voter fraud. In other words, fabricating mass votes, and ultimately he went to jail for that. So that was something that he was released. Yeah, he was released later because the Republicans bailed him out. As a matter of fact, it was...
They should have kept him in there.
I think it was Donald Trump personally pardoned him, if I remember correctly, that when Trump became president, he pardoned him.
Yeah, he pardoned a lot of people.
Yeah.
And to add salt to the wounds to the Trump propaganda, he pardoned like the worst of the worst black rappers.
Oh, yes.
Who are like fucking sellouts to their own race.
Yes.
Just so he can say, ooh, just so that his supporters can say, oh, he pardoned more black people than Obama did.
Yes.
Fucking God. And so these white tards can go parade that around.
Oh my God.
How can you be mad at Trump? How can you say Trump's racist?
So Daniel is with us, and Daniel Arola, God bless you, dear brother. I'm so glad to have you with us. And what I'm going to do now, Daniel, is I'm going to let both Jameson and yourself hold the stage. But Jameson, because you need to rest a while and you need to sit back for a few minutes, Jameson will take the lead right now and talk about how his family, well, his brother in particular, is going right on him and or being radicalized on him towards the right and what
and what I'm the only barrier between him and radicalizing my mother, because she's more influenced by what he has to say because he's the youngest like she is than I am. So she all right, so she writes.
Let me go mute, and then what Daniel can do is when you've gone through this, Daniel can also talk about how he's just glad that his dad died before Trump, so he wouldn't have to see his dad go through this pro-Trump cultist.
I got so busy today that I forgot it was even Wednesday.
Oh my God. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I was busy too. And I didn't want to come back either. I didn't know it was Wednesday either till I was trundled into the vehicle that brought me home like a kidnapped victim. All right, so...
Oh, you guys are lucky. I couldn't even wake up. I didn't even go to the city today because I was just so run down and tired.
Oh God!
I'm literally got to chug my second monster. Well, not monster, C4. C4.
Well, I got a lot to do tomorrow and the day after, so I'm not looking forward to that. All right, let me go mute, and you two gentlemen can handle this. I'll be back soon enough, but thank God for the both of you. Do your best to entertain and inform and enlighten our listeners. And when I return, well, you'll know it. I'll go off mute. Okay, thanks.
All right, JMO. So, who did you want to destroy today?
Oh my gosh. Well, one, I'm trying to dismantle this piece of shit named what do you call it? Sagard Injeti. This guy, he claims he's I'm nonpartisan, but I'm conservative. If you're conservative and nonpartisan, that means you're a Republican.
Yes.
In secret.
I mean, they go in denial of it because they don't want to get made fun of. Yep.
And so this guy says that catching COVID isn't that bad. It will make you naturally immune. Fauci's not talking about natural immunity. And so my brother's argument about this COVID, about getting the vaccine has been the CDC hasn't been releasing all the information about the vaccine. They keep lying about stuff. And I'm like, okay, what are your sources? And of course, the source turns out to be this Indian, conservative piece of shit who seems to have kind words towards Trump. And so my mom said, she sent me this link and she said, I think I will subscribe to this channel. And I told my mom, he's an alt-right bullshit artist. How did no one get sucked into this shit? I mean, it's just, yeah. I mean, and this seems to be the problem with the younger people, like younger generation, is that I've noticed more of them are susceptible to conservatism than people of in the 30s, people who are, I guess, millennials.
Yeah, they pretty much, well, they are because they think, okay, I've noticed that a lot of them, they have this problem with the educational system, which means that it's like they're on a quest for revenge against smart people or something.
Yeah, and the thing is, they don't even try to do research, real research. They keep getting they keep getting their facts from people like Joe Rogan.
Oh, hang on, J-Mo. I gotta check what's at the door because the dogs are barking like crazy, and I'm over here in the backyard real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. So we're hoping that Daniel's not being confronted by the Cho. Of course, if the Cho are knocking at his door, he'll rip them apart he'll rip them apart worse than a pack of wolves, because this dude is pretty good at what he does. I mean, shit. You watch this dude's videos doing martial art drills. It's like watching. It's like literally breathing to him. So I have no doubt he'll be in good. I have no doubt he'll be safe. We'll just put it that way. What I find odd is that it seems that and I've actually been doing research on the topic, is that the Generation Z seems to.
All right, I'm back.
All right. Yeah, it seems weird that Generation Z seems to be more like into the, what do you call it? All right, there are more people of color in Generation Z, but they seem to be more conservative. How the hell is that possible?
It's the internet. The internet is a magical object that makes them believe that they're smarter than a college professor. That's the Dunning-Kruger that's the Dunning-Kruger effect that Douglas was talking about a long time ago.
I see. That makes perfect sense, because now they think that because they can Google something, the first thing that pops up on Google is what makes them like super smart. It's absurd.
Yep. That's also why they're questioning doctors. They're always saying, "Yeah, man, I found something on Google," and the doctor's like, no, don't even go there." Yep, I've seen it happen many times that way.
I mean, it's sad, honestly. The youth, if they're swallowed by this far right Republican bullshit, then please, Sanatas and Sanasetas, give us a mega tsunami. Oh my gosh, I'm tired already. I've had all I can take of watching the human race degrade itself into and shame itself. Literally, it's shaming itself. It's shameful to look at. and they're not even ashamed of themselves. That's what makes it the worst.
These are also the same people that are blaming everyone for not thinking for themselves when they're being fed on instant information, and they don't even bother to research their sources.
Yes, and this is something that I have to get on my brother about, because, you know, my mother. Well, this is something I got on my mother about it. I was like, Mom, this guy is a conservative. How did you get roped into listening to a guy who's a freaking goddamn conservative, who's pretty much in the alt-right's pocket? He's with the QAnon crowd. He's with the 4chan crowd, who you watch TV that slams them, you know. And so, I mean, it's all very funny. There's something to be said about the older generation, because they seem to want to. They're just tired of thinking altogether. So they're like, okay, whatever.
Well, I find that their level of intelligence is summed up to some words that I came up with years ago, and I call it the shame, blame, and guilt trip plane of existence. and that's the basis of their intelligence.
Oh yes, especially the baby boomers. Oh my gosh.
Oh, they're worse. They're actually worse than that.
Now, here's what's interesting. People are, and I have no doubt that what's his name? Oh my gosh, his name was Aoichi Hisashi or whatever, from the Tokimura incident, the nuclear incident in Japan.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Now, he was kept alive for a good 3 months, having been exposed to more radiation than any human being in history. And they call this the harshest experiment that was ever done. Yet, I swear that there was an experiment this is in the Tamiku radiation event. Now, this happened in, I think, Uzbekistan or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those Russian satellite states. But basically, one of the guys who got a lethal dose of radiation was kept alive for 685 days. That's almost 2 years this person was kept alive through the medical complex. Yet, you know, people are hitting Japan as if they were the cruelest.
Yeah.
Now, granted, what they did to Aoichi was exceptionally cruel. Don't get me wrong. But it's very funny and very telling how, you know, we're quick to slam the Japanese, but no one says anything about the Russians.
No kidding. Well, it would be funnier. As this thought was just passing in my head, that as much as cruel as I think Japan is because of that situation, especially if they never heard of Unit 731, that's pretty ignorant.
Yes, and what's worse is that this stuff is perpetuated on the internet. There's this guy's channel I used to be subscribed to because he was just infotainment. He just dropped like information on everything. But the problem is I unsubscribed to his channel after he did a freaking show on the worst experiments, the most horrifying experiments in history. Now, in the most horrifying experiments in history, the guy's name is Joe Scott. Okay, so he covered like the Nazi Germany. He covered like the experiments that were carried out by the Japanese to test for, you know, biological warfare and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And he also mentions like some tests that were done with the British as far as radioactive stuff. He never once mentions, okay, the experiments that were done on developmentally disabled children with the Quaker Oatmeal Company, where they were doping them with radioactive materials. never mentions the Tuskegee experiments, never mentions the experimentation that guy who's known as the father of gynecology did on slaves with no anesthesia, never mentions some of the horrific experimentation that was done within people in the United States by the Atomic Energy Commission, people of the white race who suffered from their own government. Never mention MK Ultra, where they did some of the most horrifically torturous experiments you can freaking name. Never mentions, oh my gosh, Guantanamo Bay. Never mentions, oh gosh, I could just keep going on the list of horrific experiments that the United States have done that make the freaking, the Nazi death camps and the work of Mengele look like a saint. And
he probably didn't bring it up because it doesn't link to the Nazis.
Exactly. And so I left him a nice comment saying, yeah, bro, unsubscribing to your channel. Very nice how you bring up none of these other things that seem to have had, that seem to be just as cruel, if not crueler, than what you've mentioned. It seems to be, and he seems to be a part of the military-industrial complex, which goes without saying, because if the guy has as many subscribers as he has, he's got to be a product of the military-industrial complex, who pretty much support these infotainment dweebs who gloss over all the wrongs that all the Axis powers have done and speak nothing on what the United States and the Allies have done.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
I mean, seriously, all these infotainment dudes are these white guys who look like they can't get laid. They probably can't get laid, and so that's why they've been pretty much more or less, they're pretty much trying to use this infotainment image. Most of them probably are conservative in their views and probably would support Trump, and most of them, if I were to do a profile, I would say are closet incels, who, if it weren't for their YouTube popularity, wouldn't have sex a day in their life.
Yep, incel nation.
And so this is what we have been reduced to, folks. This is the horror that is the United States 2021, or shall I say 2012, because this is the real 2012.
Yeah.
And guess who's and now supposedly Anonymous has. I'm also seeing that Anonymous has come back. That sack of shit. Those disinfo agents from Michael Aquino, they've completely disappeared after Trump took office, and now they're coming back to talk shit.
I did hear about that shit, but I don't know. I had this feeling that it was probably some other group that hijacked the name. I'm thinking that it might be some other group that hijacked the name.
I think so, because what's interesting is Anonymous had so many facelifts, it's not funny.
Yeah.
When they started out, they seemed more progressive, and they seemed like they were against the sort of conservative right spectrum. Something happened around halfway in between Obama's presidency, where all of a sudden they started to turn on all people of the left who were liberal and progressive, because they were claiming that these people were all, part of the elite power structure. They get their money from this. They're all this and that and that. So right in the middle of his presidency, everything does a 360 flip. And this is something that's also mentioned by the what's his name? Oh my gosh, the sergeant who Douglas Dietrich mentioned, who was interviewed on the channel of Salman Sheikh. They have a 360-degree facelift. So it would be no surprise that they're probably being co-opted and transformed again, because the entire thing was nothing more than a CIA mind op from the very get-go. And probably something of one of Michael Aquino's pet projects, without a doubt.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I did notice that during Obama's presidency, a whole bunch of conspiracy theorists would always keep mentioning CIA, but while Trump was president, there was no mention of him.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's no mention of that kind of easy go-to conspiracy. You scapegoat, right?
Yep.
So with all that being said, I'm sure I missed something, but I'm sure I'll catch up. In the meantime, both of you, I'm sure, did well. Let's take a look at the live stream and the people's responses. Marcus Grick says, "Hey guys," and Conspiracy Kitty says, "Stopping in to say hi and blow a kiss to Douglas." That's Shauna Bando. Here's a kiss back, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly. James Forsyth says, "I guarantee you Q was usurped or infiltrated or ninfiltrated." Yes, thank you. Very good. Q, of course, was actually corrupt from the beginning. And
yeah, because it was a product of Michael Aquino, as was Anonymous.
Yes. Well.
And I suspect that the Cicada 3031 thing was nothing more than a recruitment tool for him to get people into his sort of inner circle, probably created by the Temple of Set or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, in terms of Anonymous, that might have been, for what it's worth, from what I actually understand about that might have actually been CIA as opposed to Michael Aquino. There's all these different interests.
Well,
But in terms of Q, that was very personal to Michael Aquino. It was named after him, as in Aquino. He always wanted to be called by the Q. It became enough of a sore point for him because nobody in the military would do that, simply because most military men just don't have that capability of, how would I say it, the more inflective pronunciation skills. So instead of
most of them have that southern freaking drawl.
There we are. There's
so
that.
They couldn't say queen if you paid them.
Yes. There's that. There is also, many of them are either black or brown, and as for the officers, they're not much better. But in terms of all of them, they're not very good at inflected English. So when you're talking about, say, for instance, Qatar is a nation in the Arabian Peninsula. It's in the Persian Gulf, and it is one of the Gulf states, what used to be called the Trucial Sheikdoms. And in Qatar is where that was headquartered Al Jazeera for many years. So that was like the most famous export out of Qatar was not news. It was not oil. It's not an oil power. It was news. So they made their career on objective reporting. And so in terms of Qatar, when the Americans were involved during the Gulf War, any of the Gulf Wars, they could never pronounce it. And so all of it was relayed back to the American public via the American news, because the American journalists were all so fucking embedded with the goddamn military. They would repeat what the military said verbatim, and exactly the same tonality the military would use, deferring to the military, thinking that the military was in region and somehow expert in the language. And you would get the term Qatar. Everybody was talking about that nation as Qatar, as opposed to Qatar. I mean, there couldn't be a greater offensive, egregious, just gross mispronunciation in flagrant ignorance. But this was perpetrated and perpetuated throughout American culture. So most Americans, whenever they got to think of the place where, Al Jazeera sources from, they think Qatar, and they think that's the way to pronounce it. But so nobody could pronounce Aquino's name, which was Aquino, the way he wanted to pronounce it. And so he took it upon himself to make the Q a big deal. And so he was Q. That was the point. That was very personal with him. And by the way, CK gives us 3 hearts. So 3 hearts to CK. And Sarah Thomas says they're always creating chaos and division. Yes, indeed, honey. So glad to have you with us. And okay, that reminds me.
Now I can grasp why Aquino wanted to be called Aquino, because this would imply to some degree the alchemical androgyny which all alchemists seek to achieve.
Right, that's correct. It was very much along those lines, for those who don't understand. So it's He was what he was. He was on the trip he was on, and now we're dealing with the repercussions of that. And in terms of whatever it was, the twain of you were talking about that I missed, certainly glad to be back now, and we'll do our best to pull Peter on whenever he happens to show up. And other than that, it's just us lads, and I will eat some of this vanilla pudding here. And why don't you two gentlemen keep going while I try to get enough calories and sugar into myself to start talking myself soon enough, I suppose. And if Peter doesn't show up tonight, I'll just get into the subjects at hand. By the way, I don't know if our man James,
I was going to bring up something that Marcus Grix and I was talking about, which we found both very suspicious. This is the second day that Australia has had an earthquake.
Yes.
And there are no fault. There are no fault lines running through Australia, folks.
Yes.
So I have no doubt.
Yeah. Well, OMISSIONS was the original cause for the earthquakes that Australia felt for the first time in recorded history, and they were sourced out of Banjawarn Sheep Station, which OMISSIONS had purchased. So this is along those lines. I don't think it's OMISSIONS at this point in history for obvious reasons, but
no, I suspect that it might be some contractors within the military-industrial complex.
Yeah. And other people brought that up to my attention. Let me take a look at who else brought it up besides. I'm looking at some. Shall we say? Some messages sent to me, private messages, and so what is being sent to me is that they're pointing out that before Halloween, there's a lot of kids are being encouraged to dress up as Cthulhu, and so I'm looking at a Cthulhu costume right now.
Oh yeah, I saw it, and oh my gosh, I think it was Sarah Thomas who posted that on my timeline.
There we are. So our man, it looks like our man is here. And our man Daniel Larola, I'm going to ask you to stay as long as you wish. And if you need to take care of some stuff at home, go ahead and do that. But let us know if you need to check out anytime, because it's always good to know when somebody walks out, so I don't call on you and you're not there.
I may need to blink in and out in a little while though.
Sounds good.
But I'm not sure when. But I still have some shit to do around. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understand. We love you dearly, and so glad you were able to come join us in the opening hour. Let me bring on Peter Moon now, and so let's see if he comes on, because I'm not quite sure if he knows what time it is or the like, because he gets pretty busy as well. So let's see what we can do. Gonna do a little.
I have one call right now.
Good. There we are, Peter. So glad to have you with us. And so,
hey, Peter.
Hi there, Peter.
Yes. And so Daniel Larola is with us, as well as Jameson Reese, and we're gonna let Peter just take the lead here, because if Peter doesn't know it, I'll let him know that. In fact, he should know it. I'm back from the Moon Festival, and of course, that's the second most important festival on the Chinese calendar. So it actually lasted over the last 4 days by now for me. But it was something that came to its culmination yesterday or the day before, and I'm having trouble keeping time by now. And of course, when it's time for me to leave and come back into transmission time, I'm trundled and placed in a vehicle and taken here back to my crypt to be reinterred like a kidnap victim. And so just trying to get myself tethered back down to earth. I'm decompressing. We're going to let Peter Moon take the lead, and I'll do what I can to respond when he needs me. But I'm so glad he's here to kind of dominate for a bit. And So, Peter, glad it's yours. And I want to remind everyone, of course, Peter is the co-author with myself of The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. And that is something people can find at skybooks.usa.com. Make certain to order your copy. And it was only just recently that his complimentary copies arrived to myself. Further ones arrived so that I could pass those out onto others that I care for. And in the meantime, Peter is going to now speak about subjects that we find of relevance. We'll be continuing along some of the subjects we started in the transmission before tonight's. And Wednesday was here before we knew it. And here Peter is.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I don't want to digress into it now, but sometime I'd like to hear about the Moon Festival and what you did and what took place. But it's going to digress us from this evening for
Understood.
The moment anyway.
Yeah.
Very much interested in that. But I had sent out a notice to my time travel education site. Everybody on there got a message that we're going to be on tonight, and talking about David Anderson and the Vox Arca. Now, to my paid subscribers, I sent the newsletter, which just got out today, just went out today, and it starts off with the massive power blackout at Montauk that occurred during the biorhythm. And I go in from the biorhythm, and I go into how the HARP project started at ITT Brentwood, 1963, August, during the biorhythm. And that was the foundation of the HARP project. And for those of you who weren't with us on the previous transmission, Douglas explained how the HARP was used to jam the Kuroshio current, which is what the Fugo balloon bombs, fire balloon bombs came over on, and the superdirigibles, so they could get from Japan to California in 3 days. Now, that is very important. Now, as Preston Nichols said, he said the HARP project had so many facets to it. He says a project like that has many facets. The first one was obviously not only to prevent the Japanese from sending more balloons over, but to facilitate the bombing of Asia if need be, because the Jimmy Doolittle flight that bombed Tokyo they couldn't fly down Alaska because the current was too strong. Mm-hmm. So if you can monitor the weather, yeah, you can change things. So anyway, that's very important. Now, in the context of all of this, I have my visits to Transylvania, and this is by happenstance and circumstance, not by deliberate planning, have been during this biorhythmic period of August 10th to 14th, which is the dates of the Brentwood project that started the HARP, the Montauk project in 1983, the Philadelphia experiment in 1943, the biggest blackout in the history of the United States, if not the world, in August, it was, I think, the 14th, 2003, centered around Cairo, New York, Preston Nichols' new home at the time, extending all the way into Canada, Massachusetts, Ohio, and all the way down to Montauk. So we had a huge blackout here. Now, at the same time, was being discovered the chamber beneath the Romanian Sphinx. So there were some positives involved in that biorhythmic period. Now, the fact of the matter is, I will be making, so when I went into the Choclobina Cave, which I've talked about many times before, this is where David Anderson had said the most significant phenomena concerning time has occurred, and he's not released all the information. Now, I have been there 4 times, and on the 4th time, I was invited into the cave. I'm about a mile deep, and I know that I was in what they call the bivouac room. the bivouac room is a description where this mineral was discovered. And it's written up in, you can look it on the internet by mineral people. I don't know what you call them, geologists. And there was a element there called hydroxylylestadite, a formation that required such a high degree of heat discharge that it could not have been produced by anything short of a time reactor or the equivalent thereof. And they said it was in a alcove adjacent to the bivouac room. Now, bivouac is to camp out. Now, we took, I think, we took one rest break, then we took a meditation break. It was my suggestion we meditate in complete darkness in the cave. The second meditation, and he said, okay, it'll just be about 20 minutes more. And we got to a big space. I mean, it's big, and we just laid down. He had some chocolate for us because we really hadn't eaten. And it wasn't much chocolate, but it was enough to keep you going. And there was alcoves there, but I didn't realize this at the time, or I would have gone snooping. So there, in one of these alcoves is this hydroxylylestadite, which is as I say, it's a unique mineral formation. And I need to correlate all this. Now, the fact of the matter is I was there during the biorhythm. When I got out of the cave, I got a message from the cave after talking to somebody to put a ham radio station there. And so this is what I've got the money approved, collected through the World Genesis Foundation, and it's going to be scouted. The site's going to be scouted in November. It'll be put up by next August, which I hope to go. But the big date is 2023, the 20-year biorhythm. I am hoping David is already involved in the ham radio project, if only as an observer, because he has put in his 2 cents, and he's watching, and he's always excited when there's proactive things going on with the ham radio students that he contributes to and supervises and whatnot. So I'm hoping to get him to the cave. So I even have accommodations for him. So it's just a question of whether I can clear the energy. Now, there's a lot of things. According to the dream I had, there's an exact time, location, and meaning of this light beam that I have to discover. Now, more to the point of what we're going to discuss tonight, this is sort of background. All of this alludes to what is called mysterious force in Qigong, and it's damn well plain mysterious force in non-Qigong, because every thing I'm talking about here is very mysterious. And it's delineated in my newsletter. But when we were talking last Sunday, Douglas was talking about the Vox Arca. And Vox Arca literally means arcane voice, but it's a device that was created by the Defense Department, billions of dollars, to be able to evoke entities. And the exact nature of the entities has to do with what Douglas has lectured on many times, caliphatic entities. These would be entities that are in alignment, if not the anti-gods themselves. And he said that when the entities are evoked and trapped, it is done in conjunction with an extreme amount of electrical energy or energy. And it could use thermonuclear energy. And I thought this was ironic, because this is exactly what L. Ron Hubbard was saying in the 50s. He says spiritual beings were once had unlimited powers, and they were captured with electronics by material physical universe beings that couldn't see beyond their own physicality. They would trap them with electronics and capture them and implant them. Now, this is above or prior to and before any of this stuff you've seen about on South Park, or this stuff about this great galactic evil overlord named Xenu, who would trap beings with electronics and implant them with atom bombs and electronics. Hubbard came up with this way before that, and it wasn't in the context of that. That came out later through other people's stream of consciousness, or what they were kicking up, according to what I've been told. Now, by people who were involved in it. Now, anyway, that's just sort of an interesting aside. But Douglas is talking about these powerful energy releases. And I, chimed in that one of the most powerful energy releases possible is via a time reactor. Because David was experimenting with the early version of his time reactor to slow things down and speed up, and he noticed that more energy was coming out than he was putting in. And he realized, the Earth itself is a time reactor, as are all the stellar or planetary bodies, because they're actually warping and twisting time with their big motion of spinning around. And so the Earth itself is a time reactor. So this energy can be harnessed to solve all our power problems, but this is really not the issue here. And when Douglas heard me say this, he thought that this would be an excellent technology to use in conjunction with the Vox Arca. So this is sort of groundbreaking discussion. And what I said, I cannot, and now I had dreams of David recently, and one of them was that he was in an audience listening to me. And then I was able to get a fix on him and talk to him, and basically said, how can I keep this fix on you in my dream? And he says, if you can't, he says, you're gonna not feel very good if your grandchildren and children find out that you couldn't figure this out. He says, you're gonna have to figure it out yourself. At which point I was very happy, because I am figuring this out. Anyway, with all the stuff I'm doing with the cave and whatnot, which is completely inspired by him. If he didn't tell me this cave was significant, I wouldn't be doing all this stuff. I wouldn't be taking these excursions there when I go to Romania. So it's super in my focus when I go to Romania. And I've also interested many other people in this that are my Romanian friends. So I get feedback and so on and so forth. Now, when we get to, I said it's, my first impression is that David would be sort of hesitant about anybody wanting to do anything with his technology or sharing it, because he's very guarded and private about it, and most people want to go back in time. They come to the forefront and say, I want to save my loved one. Oh, I got to go back and do this. And it's always to save a loved one, pretty much. I can't think of anything else. It's not to heal my hand. It's not to heal my shoulder or this. It's like, I want to go back and save a loved one, which is a very self-oriented, if not selfish, intent on the person of wanting this. And this is really not the best use for the time reactor. However, it does imply that the time reactor is viewed by people as a universal solvent or saving of tragedy and misery. And this is in alignment with where the direction is Douglas is going in. And so I can't take a position on whether this is a good idea or a bad idea, but because I really don't know all the ins and outs of it, but because my dream tells me that David is listening. Doesn't mean he's listening to this broadcast, but he will. He does, as said in the past, he reads my newsletters, he looks through the books, and he reads the newsletters. I always get the impression he's waiting for me to say something that triggers something of significance or interest. So the theme I have put forth in this newsletter is we have to detoxify the Earth, And the Earth, we all know the problems of the Earth, from global warming to too much use of carbon and all of this stuff, and all of the political toxicity we have. But all of the toxicity is being generated by evil people in evil places. And this is what people don't recognize. First, they have to recognize the evil that is extant before they can do anything about it. And Douglas has said so much. That's why he needs to be supported. And I thank you to those who have supported him and did the call to action. And please continue to do so. And perhaps more importantly, bring other people to the dialogue to understand and will be sympathetic, because everybody can only contribute so much. So try and bring more. Promote his book, The Roswell Deception, because this is the first step. And if we get traction on this, we can go deeper into not only some of the things we're talking tonight, but when it's contextualized in book form, it really makes it a substance that people can digest and understand and get it known. So one way or another, David's going to get wind of this, if not personally from me, through reading the newsletters or whatnot, or maybe he'll even tune in. Who the hell knows? I don't know if he has a lot of time for that. But so, Douglas, I'll let you take it over from here, from the Vox Arca, and how we told us that beings can be trapped, summoned and trapped with it, but how could this be used for a positive result?
Well, in terms... Oh, well, thank you for that opening. It's very much appreciated. And yes, by all means, so many people have helped, and I want to give credit to wonderful people who have. And I'm being told right now, by the way, that I'm running low on storage space with the computer. Brendan Zogit has tried to help me with this, but we may have problems tonight. There's it was something in terms of the way that I broadcast, and then the episodes get stored in the computer itself, and the computer has provided no space within the computer to store them. I have an external hard drive, but when we tried to transfer past episodes into the external hard drive, they're far too large to fit into that. So the one thing I can say is that we should be able to continue, because we deleted an episode. We should be able to continue with tonight's episode, but I'm still getting warnings from the computer. So I need people to consistently provide feedback that we're online, and if there's anything that can be done with our man Jonathan Warrington, we just need to confirm, of course, that he does have everything in storage, because obviously I'm not paying the Bluehost or the HostGator to maintain this any more, the records or the archives, because they've been extraordinarily predatory. And what HostGator has been doing is just reaching inside of my PayPal, and every donation that's been made, they steal it. So they steal everything, and this is for services I'd never asked for. And a lot of this was set up by Lena Shea a long time ago before she left, and she certainly sabotaged everything to make certain that I received nothing in terms of contributions. We did everything we could so that I have been receiving contributions, but it's only with the elimination of HostGator that I received all of your contributions throughout this month. And this was the first month I've ever gotten contributions. So the way it was arranged before was HostGator was taking everything. So I cannot overemphasize how much important it is now that we need your contributions.
And that's been correctly corrected.
HostGator has been corrected, yeah, in the sense that I've severed all ties with HostGator. I had to contact PayPal to let them know that I wanted nothing to do with HostGator. They said, "Oh, you set this up," and I said, so that they could reach inside of your account. And I said, "No, I didn't. That was set up by this individual who was a young person who had set up all of this for me to supposedly run the website, and they abandoned myself with the website." And that therefore I don't need this. I mean, it's all very sad in the sense that You take a look at many people, including the establishment. You talk about the toxicity of politics. Many people in the establishment have no idea where many young people are going. There's like a campaign right now that is basically founded in Facebook, where the government is putting all kinds of money behind I'm Not Wasting My 20s campaign, just so that kids can find meaning in life and stop drinking and drugging so much or whatnot, helping them find activities and the like. But the reality is young people are really not on Facebook. It's really an older person's medium. And so the government doesn't know enough or is not aware enough of where young people are at, what space they're in, even in terms of cyberspace, to know that the space they should be going to would be something more along the lines of Twitter or Instagram or something like that. So it's all, it's just sad. In her case, of course, what she set up was likely malevolent and intended to just drain everything from my resources. And she certainly knocked me off of the Facebook, which would have served us well. And she knocked me off of every medium that I was on. And she did what she was, of course, paid to do and instructed to do as an asset. And of course, it's my fault for simply getting involved with her. But then when you're human, this is what happens. It's either that or shut down completely. As I said, anybody who thinks I'm paranoid is out of their minds. If anything, I've always been very careless in terms of my own personal well-being and in my own personal interest. And I've certainly been paying the price for that all of my life. But
you say that Lena was better than the previous manager you had, and they all got better.
Well,
better than the previous.
Not really. Lena was the worst because she set up a total dependence on everything and then pulled the plug on it. So she really caused more damage than all the rest combined. All of them are bad. They're all equally bad when you take a look at them. They're just anybody who volunteers, of course, is suspect when they. So that can be gone into another time. We don't need to go back into that right now. But the one thing people need to understand is I have no money to pay anyone anything. So the only people who approach me are people who are working for free, which alone is suspect, because who has the time to do that? Who has the energy to invest, etc.? Well, people who are paid assets, they're paid to do that. And so everyone who does what they do for me is automatically suspect. And in the end, they've never failed to disappoint me. This is just has nothing to do with my paranoia. Anybody can watch the evolution of this. With all of the ones that I brought on in the past, and whether it was Derek Talley or Lena Shea or just anybody, they're all the same, and it all winds up the same way. So it's just the reality of the situation. In terms of those that are volunteering to help me now, whether it's Peter Moon or Jameson Reese or Daniel Arola, those reasons they are not assets or are, shall we say, are just working on a different rhythm than that. And that can be gone into a different time. But nevertheless, in terms of what we're all dealing with the same problem. And the same problem is, of course, what do these assets ultimately work for? And what are they ultimately working towards? And understand that the problem needs to be presented first so that people get an idea of what we're contending with. When I speak about these kinds of cults of the kings of Edom, and even Peter Moon brings up terms that are the most convenient that come to mind, such as klipothic. Again, to disambiguate, klipothic is evil, and klipothic is the negative aspects of the tree of life. But klipothic, or the klipoth, the shattered shells, the sundered husks that comprise the extestinal tract, or the external intestines, the roots of the tree of life, below the ground line, which is the material world that we all live in, known as Malkuth. That is not the source of this incredibly challenging, well, the ultimate destruction of everything in the universe. That is not it. That is part of what keeps the universe going. It's part of the creator, the divinity's creation that makes our universe work. And as I've said before, were it not for the earthworms and the carrion feeders, or depending on which level of carrion feeder that you've got, whether it is dung beetles all the way up to hyenas and vultures, who are the apex of carrion feeders. All of these animals and creatures are necessary for the composting of the waste products of the normal living that all beings cycle through. And without them, our world would soon be choked in filth and offal. So it's only the animals that thrive off of the dead and the filth and the offal that provides us a habitable world, a living world. So this is what the devils, the demons, the negative entities of the Qlipothic represent. They're not something you can play with or toy with just because fecal matter makes for fertilizer. Even human fecal matter is used in desperate situations or undeveloped countries. And of course it has its problems. North Korea, going through a famine, uses human fecal matter, or what they call night soil. And the night soil is used to raise their crops because they really have no animals in any numbers to produce any other type of fertilizer. The only animals they have in large numbers are human beings. And whereas in places like Singapore or Thailand, where they're very recycle conscientious and they collect human fecal matter towards a form of composting, it goes through a processing far different than what they have in North Korea, which is direct use in the rice paddies. And of course, with all of that, the problems that people develop are very long intestinal worms that when North Koreans defect across the border and make it alive to South Korea, one of the first things that they have to do is deworm them. They will basically take them in and remove very long intestinal worms from them and deworm them, etc. So what this goes to show is that no matter how useful fecal matter may be for the production of plants and other types of life that we see above ground that we appreciate, obviously you can't just play with it. You just can't go out there and play with the carrion feeders, the vultures, and the hyenas either. I mean, these are incredibly dangerous animals that can rip you apart. And as a matter of fact, hyenas can ward off lions with ease. So these are the devils and demons, but they, as much as they may be your enemy in a functional and more immediate sense, they are not your ultimate enemy. So when it comes to what's the ultimate enemy to the ecosystem, it would be something like industrial effluvia or toxic waste from nuclear power plants or the kind from chemical facilities. And this is something that the carrion feeders cannot process. And because they cannot process, they die, as well as all other animals, amphibians and insects that are not carrion feeders. Everyone dies in the ecosystem when confronted with industrial level waste, industrial strength byproducts. That's what brings us to what Aquino and the military occult complex began to work with years ago. It began to work with in World War II when they knew they were going to lose. And so they turned against nature itself. They turned against the Creator himself. Of course, this had happened really in World War I, when the ultimate sacrifice was made by the unleashing of biocidal weapons that resulted in the so-called Spanish influenza. And that alone was the greatest sacrifice of humanity in history. And it was really around that time that humanity's innocence died. And with that, there was simply more and more of an obsession with reaching the other side beyond what were devils and demons, because the way that the American military-industrial complex reasoned it was that anyone could call forth devils and demons. Therefore, they needed something worse, something beyond that, beyond even that. And then they were able, thanks to the new physics, and this was, of course, theorized originally by H.P. Lovecraft when he wrote of non-Euclidean geometry and the exploitation of non-Euclidean geometry towards the summoning of entities. And this, of course, was pursued with the works of Einstein when they became released to the public. So when it comes to what Einstein created, one of the reasons why he was not accepted, or his theory of relativity was not accepted immediately, unlike what most people might think, was, well, the source was what many people referred to as kind of a spectacularist Jewish kind of celebrity physicist who was kind of taken along the lines of Michio Kaku. Michio Kaku might be appreciated by the general public, but he's not really appreciated by real scientists. Most real scientists will consider Michio Kaku himself basically a kind of a quack. And so Michio Kaku is just someone who goes out there and pulls shit out of his ass for the public. And he'll talk about things like, lightsabers and shit. I'm not kidding you. This is like the crap that Michio Kaku this is what he's paid to do. He goes out there and talks about stuff the public wants to hear about. Of course, the public doesn't want to hear about non-Euclidean geometry. They want to hear about fucking lightsabers. So this is what Michio Kaku will go out there and talk about. If you ever hear him talk about some things, it doesn't even make any sense. You'll just say stuff like, what if we had this, which is like stuff we don't even have. And then, that just compounds the problem of what it is he's trying to talk about, which doesn't exist either. So it's just a series of speculations. What I'm talking about, however, is quite real. And what it has to do with is the harnessing of these energies. When Einstein, of course, first presented his theory of relativity, it was known to the intellectuals that he had come to his conclusions while studying Kabbalah. And because of the source, he was essentially dismissed. And when the people who took him seriously, at first, foremost, before anyone else, were the occultists. So it was only later on that you had certain scientists who were able to integrate the occult, and these were only in the Axis. It was only the Germans and the Japanese and the Italians who first said, oh, well, this can lead to a tremendous release of energy. And so E = mc squared became the basis of a physics bomb. The Allies were so woefully far behind, they weren't even in the race. So the Axis was the first to develop the atomic bomb. And what the Americans only worked on at the last minute, when Einstein personally wrote to the president, personally gathered signatures from all the physicists he could mobilize, that the Roosevelt administration began to work on a plutonium bomb that was very different from the Axis uranium bomb. But before then, what the United States had taken seriously, based on Einstein's equations, based on the Kabbalah from which he was inspired to produce these equations, that was where they went further than a physics bomb and decided they were going to produce a metaphysics bomb. And so this metaphysics bomb was to be based on the occult principles of Kabbalah, but it took till well after what we know as World War II. On the surface world, of course, World War II is still ongoing. It is still ongoing with Unterland. And just as an aside, because I've never brought it up before, but it needs to be emphasized, when I tried to speak of this with Nexus magazine, it was completely censored, just like when I tried to bring up the numbers of the American pilots who died in the Schiebkrieg, or the Disc War. When it came to the Unterland itself, the way that Michael Aquino and other occultists would refer to Unterland, which is obviously a German term, the lands below. What was it as it was referred to by the Western occultists who had conversed with people who had studied the underworld in the past? By that time, we're talking about people who wrote about the lost continent of Mu, and like James Churchward, or explorers like that. The original British safari men and sailors who decided to go to the ends of the earth and pursue these ancient myths to study the reality behind them. We're not talking about ancient astronauts, cultic propaganda. the propaganda of the cultists themselves that you hear through the History Channel and anything that has to do with ancient astronauts. Before all of those charlatans and cultists, there was a man named James Churchward who studied for the lost continent of Mu in the Pacific, and he studied what he could of the ancient, the ancient myths to find the history behind them. And what they would often refer to in secret correspondence that Michael Aquino was able to steal from their property or his predecessors, like what happened with so many of the men who worked with the occult in the days of World War II, who then became the victims of their own governments, like Ivan Sanderson. Ivan Sanderson was a famous celebrity explorer, and he studied the supernatural, or rather the nature, which was simply inexplicable by our limited scope of knowledge. He wrote the most important book he ever wrote was titled Invisible Residents, in which he wrote about the civilization under the sea, these people that we've encountered throughout our history that are often mistaken for aliens from other planets. And, of course, Ivan Sanderson's notes, his entire estate was raided on his death, and everything was stolen. Much of that wound up in Michael Aquino's private estate. All of this that Michael Aquino was able to access referenced constantly the world of Theia, and how the Nazis had conquered Theia. And for those of you who don't know, when Earth was but a molten protoplasmic globule, a protoplanet, only about 100 million years after it was forming and still in an almost semi-permeable state, was when it was sundered by a world named Theia. And that world sundered it in twain, and that's why we have the largest moon proportionate to our planetary size in the solar system, actually in the universe as far as we can see. And this sundering created what's effectively a binary planet. We could not live without the moon. But of course, what happened? Huh?
Can you spell Theia?
Oh, yes, of course. If people look up the world that crashed into Earth, it would be spelled, if I remember correctly, it would be Theia. And in terms of Theia, that planet, it merged with the Earth. And what scientists are only speaking about now, after I began to expose Unterland, was the fact that they've discovered Theia. Theia is within the Earth. Now, I've always been reluctant to talk about this because the problem is people's imaginations go in a completely different direction from the reality or the physics of the situation. Theia is not a hollow Earth like you see in the goddamn movies with King Kong versus Godzilla, where you've got this world within the world and the gravity is opposite from the gravity above and all this. No, it's simply that Theia merged with the Earth, but is definitely within the Earth. And this kind of collision created some of the lacunae, the supermassive lacunae, which the Third Reich inhabits. So Theia is the world within our world, and it is still there. The scientists, just like they only recently began to speak of Zealandia, which is nothing more than Mu, which was the submerged continent from which the Japanese source, the Theia is the planet on which the Third Reich has reestablished itself within our world. But it is inextricably a part of our world. There's not a hollow in between our surface and that planet. It's simply part of the subterranean composition of our Earth. It's one with our Earth, but it helped to create the moon, without which we cannot live because there would be no tides. This is why our planet is the only planet in the universe that can support life. And whatever life extends into the universe sources from our planet. That's the fact. The very idea that this is happening on any regular level throughout the cosmos is impossible. Statistically, the government reran all of the calculations again and again, and the only conclusion is all life sources from here. And this is what brings us back to time and the subject of time. But of course, it brings us back to the cult, and of course, its manipulation of time, or their attempt to do so. When it comes to the cult, of course, that needs to be understood. What people don't understand about the cult is how it changed in the war years. Basically, in terms of the cult of the kings of Edom, you had a kind of movement that has been around forever. Certainly, the movement has always been around as long as mankind has been conscious and cognizant and looking for answers. So if you go way back in time and think about all that aeons before humanity, when the beings of mind-numbing power roamed all the planes of existence, the secret lore of Kabbalism itself has always referenced them as the kings of Edom. But these are but beings from unstable worlds that God created and destroyed before Earth's cosmos. Their world, so to speak, or rather the kind of universe, the kind of dimension that they source from, was only discovered with the use of non-Euclidean geometry. What I was referencing in the last episode as this theory space. And this theory space had a much more mundane name, a stupid name for years. They've been calling it bootstrap theory after this man named Geoffrey Chew, who's still with us in his 90s, but certainly retired and certainly on the point of mental incompetence. He may have been mad for quite some time, as a matter of fact. But it was in the 1960s. It was in the year that I was born, or rather the decade that I was born, most certainly, and my late sister as well, that Geoffrey Chew began to espouse his radical vision of the universe, and with it, a new way of doing physics. And this, of course, was entered into the supercomputers of the day, the Cray supercomputers, that to this day are still the supermassive number crunchers that are used for the ultimate equation solving. And while all the other theorists of the 60s were struggling to find order in this unruly zoo of all the newfound particles at UC Berkeley, for instance, they even discovered a new particle they named after the university, Berkeleyum. And of course, there's one named Einsteinium. But it was at UC Berkeley that Geoffrey Chew, and what makes him so bizarre, I've never found out the reason for this. He's got a Chinese name, but he's definitely a white American. He's definitely a European American. He doesn't have a drop of Chinese blood in him, but he's got a Chinese name. I have no idea what's going on with that. And his entire resume or dossier was scrubbed from anything I could access at the Department of Defense. But in terms of the scientists, since Democritus, or Democritus, from whom democracy is named after, they all took a reductionist approach to understanding the universe. He did just the opposite. And it being modern times, when he said that these particles, well, are the fathers of themselves, then everyone said, oh, it's like pulling themselves up by their own bootstraps, hence the so-called bootstrap method of physics. And the properties of individual quarks all seemed arbitrary, and in another universe it might all have been different. This was one of the things that led to quantum field theory, and that's what took the forefront in the world you know. That's the kind of theory or the kind of physics that people like Michio Kaku popularized to you. But the bootstrap, that was just languishing for decades at the bottom of the physics toolkit to everyone else but the Department of Defense. And what they did was they used it to find the other tree. So using 3D graphics, computer modeling, and being able to provide dimensions to their models that the ancient alchemists and magicians and Kabbalists never had, rather than a two-dimensional representation of the tree of life and death, what they were able to come up with was the fact that there is another tree behind our tree, behind the tree of life and death. And because it was not that which was created by our God, not that created by our divinity, it's not our creation, it is therefore unhallowed. People use the term unholy, of course, to say that something is infernal. But the reality is, all good and bad that's of this universe comes from God himself and is therefore holy. This is truly unholy. So the antimatter universe, the anti-tree, simply the tree of death, therefore Rasha. It's known as Rasha in the more proper Hebrew. The proper Hebraic calls it Rasha. The Americans at the Department of Defense always added a syllable in there simply so they could pronounce it, and it came out somewhat like Rusha. But Rasha is simply the unholy tree. The tree of all that's unholy are not created by the God of our universe. That is from whence you can say the kings of Edom, the anti-God source from. Consider it all of the industrial grade waste and byproducts of the uncreated universes, and something that could do incredible damage to our universe. Now, what I need to know, since we've stopped recording, I need to know that we're still on. So long as we're still on, I'll continue, because it'll be the YouTube that's recording us. Otherwise, Brendan Zogit just, did not help me enough with this, and I'm left in the position where I'm at. So I do need to know if people are hearing us. And
We're still live, it seems.
Okay, and theoretically, we're going to be recorded by YouTube. So we do need to know about this, and if we're still live, I want the audience to respond. So I'm going to need the audience to continue responding and telling us if they can hear us. And if that's the case, we can go on. Otherwise, there's not really any point in continuing. Let me check into the live stream, and hopefully we will be getting a response from our audience. And James Forsyth says you're still on. Sarah Thomas says loud and clear. So presumably we are being recorded by YouTube. So let's proceed, and we can go on from here. I noticed that we got 21 thumbs down already for the 23 upvotes. These are the cultists of which I speak, and take that into account, that this is what you're fighting against. These cultists, when they do what they're doing with the thumbs down, this means that YouTube itself will cancel the video from distributing. The YouTube does not consider the video worth distributing when it has an equal number of thumbs down to an equal number of thumbs up. As a matter of fact, it works solely on the principle of popularity, meaning that every time the cultists of the kings of Edom, the Herodian insurgency, does what they're doing, they mobilize to put all of their thumbs down, they prevent this from being heard by anyone. So it's all up to you. You're the person who has to disseminate this fact that this show is on. So in terms of what I'm seeing 25 thumbs up and 21 thumbs down, just so people know. And when I reset the page, it still shows that in my regard. Either way, I have people who are confirming that they see 100 down, who are mailing me right now in the email, and they see nothing up. So either way, there are a lot of thumbs down. You need to reset your page. Gave it
somebody else did too.
Yeah.
So people give it a thumbs up.
Yeah, understand that, because people are mobilized to bring it down. So Maria G says she sees 25 to 21 as well. I see 27 to 21 only because of the two people putting thumbs up now. And so Sarah Thomas says, yes, 25 up and 21 down.
We're up to 28 now. We're up to 28.
Yeah. Now, everyone else who sees only a few down, that's because you haven't reset the page. If you reset your page, you will see it. So since I'm still being heard, presumably YouTube is recording and will upload it. We'll continue. When it comes to the Tree of Death that the Department of Defense found and discovered, they began at that point to assess it using the new so-called bootstrap physics. And with the new bootstrap physics, they were truly able to call down the entities they were not able to call in to save their ass in World War II. And the entities that they called forth are the entities they cannot control. All of this has much to do with time, because when you're dealing with space, even if you're traveling through space, you're traveling through time. When you're entering other dimensions, or even theory space, you're entering theory time. So that's what brings us into the kind of space-time continuum that Dr. Anderson's machine might use, or might at least share at some point in the future, that we could use to solve this problem. So let's go just a little bit, for as long as we can tolerate, and I'll make this as short as possible, into the physics. The new generation of, bootstrappers, as they called themselves back in the days when I was working with the Department of Defense, they were energized because they discovered that novel bootstrap techniques appeared to solve many of the problems that quantum theory was presenting that were insoluble to the regular physicists. Because physicists were forced to recognize in the regular world that the set of particles that happen to populate the universe do not reflect the only possible consistent theory of nature. Instead, an endless variety of possible particles can be imagined interacting in any number of spatial dimensions, and each situation is described by its own quantum field theory. So when it came to working with this reality, then the consistency conditions, which aren't much help for sorting out complicated nuclear particle dynamics, gave way to the bootstrap, which proved to be a powerful tool for understanding more symmetric, perfect theories that, according to people who practice physics, serve as signposts or building blocks in the space of all possible quantum field theories. So they verified the vision that the now 92-year-old Dr. Chu laid out half a century ago. And now they're doing it in another unexpected way. Now they're openly, their findings openly indicate that the set of all quantum field theories forms a unique mathematical structure, one that does indeed pull itself up by its own bootstraps, which means it can be understood on its own terms. So as the physicists now are openly using the bootstrap to explore the geometry of this theory space, they are pinpointing the roots of universality, a remarkable phenomenon in which identical behaviors emerge in materials as different as magnets and water. And they are also discovering general features of quantum gravity theories, which, with apparent implications for the quantum origin of gravity in our own universe and the origin of space-time itself. And so the leading practitioners today in the open are David Poland of Yale University and David Simons-Duffin of the University for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey, who wrote an article in 2016. So in terms of this bootstrap, it's technically a method for computing correlation functions, or formulas that encode the relationships between the particles described by a quantum field theory. So, say you had a chunk of iron, the correlation functions of this system express the likelihood that iron atoms will be magnetically oriented in the same direction as a function of the distances between them. And so the two-point correlation function gives you the likelihood that any two atoms will be aligned. The three-point correlation function, that encodes correlations between any three atoms, and so on. Now, all these functions tell you essentially everything about that iron chunk, but they involve infinitely many terms riddled with unknown exponents and coefficients, They are, in general, onerous to compute. The bootstrap approach is to try to constrain what the terms of the functions can possibly be in hopes of solving for the unknown variables. And most of the time, this doesn't get you far. But in special cases, as the theoretical physicist Alexander Polyakov began to figure out back in 1970, the bootstrap takes you all the way. This is the source of Russian research into the space-time continuum that enabled them to break the dimensional barrier. Now, Polyakov was then at the Landau Institute for Theoretical Physics in Russia, and he was drawn to these special cases by the mystery of universality. And as condensed matter physicists were just discovering, when materials that are completely different at the microscopic level are tuned to the critical points at which they undergo phase transitions, they suddenly exhibit the same behaviors and can be described by the exact same handful of numbers. So heat iron to the critical temperature where it ceases to be magnetized, for instance, and the correlations between its behaviors, well, between its atoms, are defined by the same critical exponents that characterize water at the critical point where its liquid and vapor phases meet. And these critical exponents are clearly independent of either material's microscopic details, arising instead from something that both systems and others in their universality class have in common. So Polyakov and other researchers wanted to find the universal laws connecting these systems. And the goal, the holy grail of all that, were those numbers of non-Euclidean geometry. Researchers wish to be able to calculate the critical exponents from scratch. And what materials at critical points have in common, as Polyakov realized, is their symmetries and the set of geometric transformations that leave these systems unchanged. So Polyakov conjectured that critical materials respect a group of symmetries called conformal symmetries, including, most importantly, scale symmetry. So zoom in or out on, say, iron at its critical point, and you always see the same pattern. Patches of atoms oriented with north pointing up are surrounded by patches of atoms pointing downward. And these in turn are inside larger patches of up-facing atoms, and so on at all scales of magnification. So scale symmetry means there are no absolute notions of near and far in conformal systems. If you flip one of the iron atoms, the effect is felt everywhere. So the whole thing organizes as some very strongly correlated medium. So when Polyakov explained this is what resonated with the Russian underworld, the resistance. When the Tsar was confronted with so many tragedies in his family, the man who came to save them and at first was considered the savior of Russia was a man named Rasputin. And Grigory Rasputin, of course, turned out to be a very dark figure, and instead of a priest of the divine, was very much a Satanist. When the Tsar, too little too late, his family slated for execution, abdicated the throne, one of the things he did unofficially was make certain that the Satanists of Russia were hunted down. This is what made them natural allies of the communists, who were godless. When the communists took over, the Satanists felt that they should have been in power. They became the resistance that the United States contacted throughout the Cold War. This is what made Michael Aquino's connections to Russia so decisive in bringing down the Soviet Union. Michael Aquino made contact with a fellow co-religionist who ultimately established a pylon, or a church of the Temple of Set, throughout Russia named Alexander Dugin. What they work with is this aspect of physics. As I said, Polyakov was working with symmetries. The world at large is obviously not conformal. The existence of quarks and other elementary particles breaks scale symmetry by introducing fundamental mass and distance scales into nature, against which other masses and lengths can be measured. Consequently, planets, composed of hordes of particles, are much heavier and bigger than we are, and we are much larger than atoms, which are giants themselves next to quarks. So symmetry breaking makes nature hierarchical and injects arbitrary variables into its correlation functions. Those are the qualities that sapped the original Professor Chu's bootstrap method of its power. But conformal systems, described by CFTs, or conformal field theories, are uniform all the way up and down. And this, as the Russian scientist Polyakov discovered, makes them highly amenable to a bootstrap approach. So in a magnet, at its critical point, for instance, scale symmetry constrains the two-point correlation function by requiring that it must stay the same when you rescale the distance between the 2 points. Another conformal symmetry says the three-point function must not change when you invert the 3 distances involved. And in a landmark 1983 paper that was written while I was still in John O'Connell Vocational Institute of Technology, but working as a librarian's aide, this is a paper that was never even titled. It was simply headed by an acronym, BPZ. And that was an acronym for the 3 names of the 3 scientists involved: Alexander Belavin, Polyakov himself, and Alexander Zamolodchikov, BPZ. And it showed that there are an infinite number of conformal symmetries in 2 spatial dimensions that could be used to constrain the correlation functions of 2-dimensional conformal field theories. And the authors exploited these symmetries to solve for the critical exponents of a famous CFT, the kind of theory that I was referring to earlier, conformal field theory, CFT, called the 2D Ising model, essentially the theory of a flat magnet. The conformal bootstrap, as the paper BBC bespoke, procedure for exploiting conformal symmetries, shot to fame among the military complex world, the world of intelligence networks working in tandem with scientific research and development, a world which almost nobody would know of other than someone like myself retrieving data from Michael Aquino. In terms of this symmetry, this is the name of the magic of Rasha, the tree of all that's unholy, the anti-tree, the tree that's antithetical to life itself. You've heard the term antimatter. Aquino and Alexander Dugin speak of anti-life. Fearful symmetry was the term they used not only because of the physics, but because of the poetry. There is that famous poem by Robert Frost, Tiger, Tiger, Burning Bright, in the Forest of the Night, when he bespeaks of its fearful symmetry. This is the fearful symmetry of which he alluded to, that tiger in the forest, burning bright, that could be the end of all life everywhere. Just as antimatter, when it meets with matter, generates the ultimate explosion because they cannot exist in the same space, the same universe. The anti-gods corrupt everything in this universe. There is no demon, no carrion feeder that can process their waste. And we all die. That is why the devils in hell themselves will stand against the kings of Edom. Far fewer conformal symmetries exist in 3 dimensions or higher. However, Polyakov could write down a bootstrap equation for 3D CFTs, essentially an equation saying that one way of writing the 4 correlation function of, say, a real magnet must equal another, but the equation was too difficult to solve. So Polyakov, who went on to make seminal contributions to string theory and is now a professor at Princeton University, since he defected to the United States after the collapse of the Soviet Union, said that he basically started doing other things. The conformal bootstrap, like the original bootstrap more than a decade earlier, fell into disuse as far as the public understood it. And that lull lasted until 2008, when a group of researchers discovered a powerful trick for approximating solutions to Polyakov's bootstrap equation for CFTs with 3 or more dimensions. And even Polyakov himself, when he was consulted, said, "Frankly, I didn't expect any of this. And I thought originally that there is some mistake there. It seemed to me that the information put into the equations is too little to get such results." But you see, in 2008, the Large Hadron Collider was about to begin searching for the Higgs boson, an elementary particle, if I remember, whose associated field imbues other particles with mass. So the theorists, Riccardo Rattazzi in Switzerland and Vyacheslav Rykov in Italy, and their collaborators, wanted to see whether there might be a conformal field theory that is responsible for the mass giving instead of the Higgs. They wrote down a bootstrap equation that such a theory would have to satisfy. And because this was a 4-dimensional conformal field theory, describing a hypothetical quantum field in a universe with 4 space-time dimensions, the bootstrap equation was too complex to solve. But the researchers found a way to put bounds on the possible properties of that theory. And in the end, they concluded that no such CFT existed. And indeed, the LHC, the Large Hadron Collider, found the Higgs boson in 2012. But their new bootstrap trick opened up a goldmine. Their trick was to translate the constraints on the bootstrap equation into a geometry problem. Imagine the 4 points of the 4-point correlation function, which encodes virtually everything about a CFT, as corners of a rectangle. The bootstrap equation says that if you perturb a conformal system at corners 1 and 2 and measure the effects at corners 3 and 4, or you tickle the system at 1 and 3 and measure at 2 and 4, the same correlation function holds in both cases. Both ways of writing the function involve infinite series of terms. Their equivalence means that the first infinite series minus the second equals 0. To find out which terms satisfy this constraint, Rattazzi, Rykov, and company called upon another consistency condition called unitarity, which demands that all the terms in the equation must have positive coefficients. This enabled them to treat the terms as vectors, or little arrows that extend in an infinite number of directions from a central point. And if a plane could be found such that in a finite subset of dimensions, all the vectors point to one side of the plane, as in PLANE, and then there's an imbalance. This particular set of terms cannot sum to 0 and does not represent a solution to the bootstrap equation. So physicists developed algorithms that allowed them to search for such planes of existence, PLANES, and bound the space of viable CFTs to extremely high accuracy. The simplest version of the procedure generates exclusion points where 2 curves meet at a point known as a kink. The plots rule out CFTs with critical exponents that lie outside the area bounded by the curves. All of this is the science, ultimately, of binding the entities. And the discovery was so unexpected that Polyakov initially did not believe it. His suspicion, shared by others, was that maybe this happens because there is some hidden symmetry that we didn't find yet. Even Nima Arkani Hamed, a professor of physics at the Institute for Advanced Studies, said, everyone's excited because these kinks are unexpected and interesting, and they tell you where interesting theories live. It could be reflecting a polyhedral structure of the space of allowed conformal field theories, with interesting theories living not in the interior or some random place, but living at the corners. And other researchers checking in agreed that this was what the plot suggests. So Arkani Hamed started to speculate that the polyhedron is related to, or might even encompass, the Ampili, I think it was called the Ampilituhedron. Ampilituhedron. That is a geometric object that he and a collaborator didn't discover until the year 2013. That encodes the probabilities of different particle collision outcomes, specific examples of correlation functions. So now researchers are pushing in all directions. Some are applying the bootstrap to get a handle on an especially symmetric superconformal field theory, known as the 2O theory, or the 2,0 theory, which plays a role in string theory and is conjectured to exist in 6 dimensions. But Simmons-Duffin explained that the effort to explore CFTs will take physicists beyond these special theories. More general quantum field theories like quantum chromodynamics can be derived by starting with the CFT and flowing its properties using a mathematical procedure called the renormalization group. So CFTs are kind of like signposts in the landscape of quantum field theories, and renormalization group flows are like the roads. So you've got to first understand the signposts, and then you can try to describe the roads between them, and in that way you can make a map of the space of theories. All of this was done by the U.S. Department of Defense long before the civilians caught up, just like the U.S. Department of Defense has its own observatories and knows about the fact that our solar system is a binary solar system, like so many other solar systems, and that we have a partner sun, the nemesis sun, a dark brown dwarf star, which no conventional astronomer can see, and therefore no conventional astronomer believes exists. But what these people are finding out now is simply that which will ultimately make it knowable to the public, what was already known to the occultists. And so what the military occult complex was dealing with on either side of the Iron Curtain, that ultimately brought down the Iron Curtain when Aquino's fellow Satanists arose and brought down the Soviet Union. All of this brings us to the problem that we're dealing with now. Because when these beings from God's rejected universes, they, of course, were known until the days of these equations. They were known only through parables, from cosmic oracles and the ravings of mystics driven mad by studying the kings. All of this proved long ago that the entities came from dimensions that fell to oblivion aeons ago, but age after age they moved from one plane to another, becoming more and more powerful, and for billions of years no other power could stand against them. Of course, not 1 in 1,000 worlds might suffer a king of Edom's visit in 1,000,000 years, but where the kings of Edom came, they and their servant creatures brought incredible horror and destruction. And at last, of course, it only took man's free will, gifted to him by God, to bring them here. The kings were weakened before, bound in hidden, empty prison dimensions and barren worlds. But unfortunately, that binding was not complete, and the kings were not entirely forgotten. Of course, long before these equations were rediscovered, some servant creatures and artifacts of power escaped destruction, and certain wizards learned to contact the kings. A few mystics even made pacts with them, pulling out trickles of a king's power perhaps receiving a servant monster in exchange for working to free the ancient horrors. Of course, usually these mystics did not intend to honor their pacts. Usually these mystics also went mad or suffered horrible deaths when the kings lost patience with their treachery. Connections work both ways. Sometimes, however, sorcerers genuinely sought to free the kings. None succeeded, but they founded mad cults, crafted magic items that gave the kings more beachheads on reality, and liberated, bred, or became more of the king's monstrous servants. And slowly the king's power grew and the bindings upon them broke one by one. And on some horror-haunted worlds, on other dimensions where they've been taken, cults of the kings and their hideous minions rule openly. Actually, Earth itself was once such a world. Before Atlantis and before the ancient prehistoric ages, a race called the Elder Worm ruled the forebears of humanity, worshipping the kings of Edom. And perhaps they even understood their monstrous gods. And it was this pre-human civilization that met its end when the first true humans rebelled against it, aided and taught by the Niegas, one of which mine own late and sainted mother, rescued from being abducted by the Vice President of the United States himself, Henry Wallace. Yet as with the more ancient purge against the kings of Edom, the earth was not entirely cleansed of the elder worm. Mighty servants of the kings remain hidden in dark and secret places of the world, and the elder worm's artifacts and places of power would reappear to menace future ages and lead unwary mortals to madness and doom. In terms of where we've come today, in terms of the military occult complex of the United States, which was always referred to obliquely by its members as the tribe. That's why I need to explain the milieu in which the tribe developed. The tribe, of course, deals specifically with child trafficking, the destruction of innocence itself, the true suffering off which the kings of Edom feed. And the tribe is an organization that grew out of the same spiritually barren soil that allowed the Ordo Templis Orientalis, the Theosophic Society, the Antiquis, I believe it was pronounced the Antiquis, Mysticus, Ordo Rosicrucis, and other occult societies to take root in the popular mind and spread their creepers among the idle rich, had blossomed wildly in the early part of the 20th century. That's no longer with us, but the century that Peter Moon and I were born in. And in the previous decades, science had usurped religion as the primary lens man used to perceive and explain the world around him, and the industrial age was well underway. People had left the land where they worked in the open air and under the sun and went to labor in monolithic structures, from dingy gray factories with grime-stained windows and stacks belching black smoke to unnaturally tall skyscrapers that evoked the story of the Tower of Babel. It was the First World War and that supermassive genocide with the unleashing of the most powerful bioweapon ever released by man that brought home the horrors of this new way of living, if you could call it living. And in the face of these gruesome fruits of science and reason, some rebelled against the rational and found comfort and the answers they searched for in the mysticism of occult societies. And unlike these other societies, which were largely harmless, the tribe had, and still has, the ultimate goal of bringing about the end of the current age of mankind and ushering in the next. The Iron Age of the ancient Greek mystics, the Armageddon foreseen by the revelation of St. John the Divine before the Council of Nicaea rewrote the text to thwart the Gnostic infiltration of Christianity. The end of the age of Pisces and the beginning of the chaos of Aquarius. The Kali Yuga. The year of skulls of Hindu belief. The death of the sixth and final sun the Mayans predicted long ago. A time when mankind's suffering knows no bounds and humanity is ground beneath the heel of its masters, the foremost among of whom will be the secret leadership of the tribe. These are the people who place those votes down to prevent what I'm exposing tonight from ever reaching a larger audience. They are your enemies. Every upvote that you can convince another person to cast is a strike against their attempt to exploit the so-called First Amendment to make certain I have no freedom of speech while claiming that I have every right. Understand that the tribe for decades has collected Edomite artifacts while harvesting power from the netherworld and seeking mastery over humanity itself. The members of the inner circle of the tribe believe they can rouse the sleeping spawn of the kings, and their masters shall reward them with dominion over the earth as gods themselves. They could not be more mistaken. Despite bargaining with human sorcerers, Edomite creatures are not demons. Demons embody very human evil, with human, entirely human, if completely unpleasant motivations. The kings are not even gods, or at least they are nothing like the gods of earth. The kings of Edom do not need their worshippers. No mystic law binds them to honor any pact. No symbols or true names can compel them to serve. The tribe and most other servants of the kings don't realize that to the kings of Edom, dickering with humans for power does not it doesn't differ much from a human leading a donkey with a carrot. To the kings, humans are animals. At best, pets they can train. At worst, food or vermin to exterminate once they serve their purpose. If, or by now when, the kings of Edom break free and take earth for their own, the inner circle would gain nothing except slavery more hideous than they can imagine. In terms of their group relations among themselves, the kings suffer, if the kings suffer any dispute among themselves, which I know for a fact they do. Lesser creatures do not know about it to the extent that the majority of them could manipulate. With but one of the kings escapes bondage, it will surely free its brothers before long, no matter what their differences. Edomite minions are another matter. The most monstrous and inhuman servants of the kings appear faultless in their loyalty. Humans and similar creatures, however, often act based on what they think a god should want, without truly understanding the Edomite's desires, which in and of itself might be impossible. In fact, one cult might fight another because of personal greed, power lust, or egotism, or because they hold different beliefs about the nature of the kings and what they want. Different cults and sorcerers might cooperate if a king commanded it, but Edomites do not understand humans much better than humans understand them. For purposes of mental powers, when psychics were brought in for any research in this direction, Edomites fall within the alien class of minds. In fact, so alien as to go beyond what any psychic perceived as alien. Of course, at this point in history, you might think the kings of Edom rarely affect human affairs, that they cannot wield much power in Earth's dimension without the help of magical devices, such as the Vox Arca, or mortals they tempt with power or drive insane through their telepathic sending. These alien gods, as they were always referenced, and are now the cult of the Sitkanites, the Vandanikanites. These alien gods can sometimes possess a body created by magic, but such vessels carry just a tiny fraction of the king's power. The kings themselves do not direct their minions in any coherent fashion. Or maybe lesser beings just can't see plans that unfold over thousands of years. In general, however, kings of Edom merely supply arcane knowledge, then let pactors work out for themselves how to serve them. Edomite forces follow various agendas. Some pactors, cultists, and assorted minions try to rouse sleeping or trapped Edomite monsters. Others try to spread the worship of the kings, which they do admirably through the History Channel. Pactors often craft talismans that channel their patrons' powers. Such talismans also connect other people to an Edomite's inhuman intellect and subvert their wills, recruiting more servants for the kings. The maddest servants of the kings try to make themselves more like their gods through sorcery, alchemy, or twisted science and surgery. They want to become Edomite monsters themselves. And I've seen with my own eyes that sometimes they succeed. Not all cultists, however, can pursue constructive goals. Isolated worshippers of the kings tend to wind up in maximum security prisons or institutions for the criminally insane. They killed to honor their god, the law caught them, and they never achieved the power that they sought. Sometimes a mad worshipper tries to kill himself and as many other people as possible as a nihilistic sacrifice to his demanding but unknowable God. But for their part, the Edomite monsters seldom follow complex strategies. The servitor races I speak of, not the gods themselves. They seem content to assist the plans of mortal pactors and cultists until their king loses patience and directs them to kill their former ally. On their own, Edomites tend to kill whatever hapless mortals cross their path. Some of them, however, guard ancient fanes of the Elder Worm or other lost civilizations, keeping them ready for a day when the king shall rule again. That's what brings us to the future, and the stars being right. In terms of, say, for instance, hunting down someone like myself who stands against them. The warning bell is coming on for myself. This might be a message, or it might be that I'm no longer recording in terms of YouTube. So do let me know if you can hear me before I go on. And of course, my fear is that they would do tonight exactly as they've been doing, and preventing my speaking to a larger range of audience. And I'm not seeing if there is any response. Do let me know if I am on. So James Forsyth says I'm still on. Let's hope YouTube is recording. When people ask about my being stalked directly by the kings of Edom, as in the gods themselves, or rather the anti-gods, the kings of Edom themselves cannot hunt individuals like myself in any physical sense. Repeated encounters with Edomite monsters and magic, however, can sensitize individuals like myself to the king's telepathic sendings. The kings can torment those like myself who stand against them in our dreams. they can't reach minds. Even though, for others so tormented, those visions may supply clues to their bizarre magic and the plans of their minions. And it's those Edomite minions who may imagine the kings want them to stalk individuals like myself. Or they may decide that individuals like I are too much of a hindrance to their plans to free their dead masters. As for the kings themselves, you would think they probably didn't care. After spending billions of years trapped, they can wait a century for such annoying vermin to die. But that's what brings us back to the fact that something's happened. Something that I've done now. Something that I've done the moment I stole the Vox Arca has made the stars all wrong. You see, at the top of our world, where we see the polar star, the Great Bear, which hovers round the polar star, rotates in a manner that every year seasonally projects upon our sky the elder sign, the swastika, the Hakenkreuz of the Nazis, with its spokes revolving in the right direction, not in the direction of the goddamn Hindu svastika, which flows oppositely to that of the Third Reich. That means the stars are wrong for the anti-gods, and that will protect our Earth until the constellations change. The only way to change those constellations in the past would have been the passing of the ages. But now work has gone on in communist China to create the Three Gorges Dam, which has pulled so much water in a single space that the Earth is wobbling in its orbit. Should the Earth be tilted off its axis, the stars will change their pattern, and the stars will be ripe for the kings of Edom. Should enough satellites and space trash fill the void where we no longer see the stars, that too would make it ripe for the kings of Edom. But most of all, it's in your mind. Just as the Magi, the vampire mages out of China, who came to consecrate the Christ and turn young Jesus into the Messiah by consecrating him as the Christ, which is a title, not a name, saw his star, or his star, in their minds and not in the skies. The stars you see in your minds will lead you to perdition in the same way that that star led to their salvation. What matters with the stars being right as much as the stars above that shield you under God's divine plan and his manifest construction of our universe from the anti-gods? He also gifted you free will, and that ward will no longer work if enough of you use your free will to turn your belief towards the cult of alien gods, which renders God's creation a mute point. A point that's a moot point that's been muted. It's like I've always said about the human mind being a transceiver, a combination transistor receiver. If you're an atheist, it's usually because your transceiver is not working. You're not receiving messages. If you're a religious fanatic who thinks you know everything that God wants you to do, who thinks you can speak with God one-on-one, it's because you're doing what back in the security profession we used to call stepping on the mic. You're doing all the talking, so God can't get a word in edgewise. When your transceiver is tuned to an alien frequency and you're receiving enemy transmissions, if enough of you do that, then through free will you reach critical mass where the God who created your universe no longer matters. Then the anti-gods break through. And yet with all of this, thanks to what I've exposed, thanks to what I've stolen, the fire from the anti-gods, via the Vox Arca, something's going on where the anti-gods are now sending their cultists against me in the numbers you see it in the thumbs down. There's nothing that I'm saying that is offensive to anyone other than a chaos agent, an agent of chaos via the Herodian insurgency. Herod being the man who would have killed your God if you're a Christian. This means that because of what I've exposed throughout my life, somehow my life has resulted in the frustration of the anti-gods. And this is why the great old ones are reaching out from the future and into their past, our present, corrupting the timeline such that events and individuals turn towards the apocalyptic and lead to their inevitable rise. Because somehow I've prevented their future from taking place. This makes it all about time. It's all about time travel. They would not bother to have mobilized enough people to put enough downvotes onto my videos to the point where they won't circulate via the aggregate of YouTube's popularity requisites. Because somehow I've prevented them from emerging triumphant. Somehow I've prevented their future from happening. This is because I've said that to truly banish them, we need to use the Vox Arca in reverse, combined with the energy and the time technology of David Lewis Anderson, to eject them forever from our universe. I am the only person, a non-physicist, who knows about bootstrapping quantum gravity. When you speak to people like Tom Hartman, a bootstrapper at Cornell University, who said that mapping out the space of quantum field theories is the grand goal of the bootstrap program, basically what he's saying is that the CFT plots are some very fuzzy version of that ultimate map. So uncovering the polyhedral structure representing all possible quantum field theories would, in a sense, unify quark interactions, magnets, and all observed and imagined phenomena in a single, inevitable structure, a sort of 21st century version of Geoffrey Chew's only possible nature consistent with itself. But as Hartman, Simmons-Duffin, and scores of other researchers around the world pursue this abstraction, they are also using the bootstrap to exploit a direct connection between CFTs and the theories many physicists care about most. Exploring possible conformal field theories is also exploring possible theories of quantum gravity. So, the ultimate objective is bootstrapping quantum gravity. The conformal bootstrap is turning out to be a power tool for quantum gravity research. Bear in mind, I was still very much involved with the Department of Defense, and it was only shortly after I severed that a 1997 paper that is now one of the most highly cited in all of physics history, the Argentinian-American theorist Juan Maldacena, there within demonstrated a mathematical equivalence between a CFT and a gravitational space-time environment with at least one extra spatial dimension. Maldaceno's duality, called the ADS/CFT correspondence, tied the CFT to a corresponding anti-de Sitter space, which, with its extra dimension, pops out of the conformal system like a hologram. ADS space has a fisheye geometry different from the geometry of space-time in our own universe, and yet gravity there works in much the same way as it does here. Both geometries, for instance, give rise to black holes, those paradoxical objects that are so dense that nothing inside them can escape their gravity. Oh well. Oh my God. Okay, now I've got my earbuds back on. Let's see. Okay, got an incoming call. Okay. Answer. Okay, so I've been knocked off Skype. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, when we wanted to find out, you've been knocked off Skype. Your computer's
the computer seems to be working. I'm told that maybe people can still hear me through the stream, but I've been the Skype itself completely shut down and locked me out. So it says I have to sign back in.
Can you reboot Skype?
Let's see if I can sign in. I was going to call. It says I might need to create a new account. In other words, somebody might have just destroyed my entire account.
I would just, did you quit Skype?
No, of course not. Give me some credit. No, I wouldn't do that.
No, I mean, did you quit it or just look down, right?
No, it shut down itself. In other words, the Skype not only shut down, it locked me out of the account.
Oh, I see.
And it's saying I need to create a new account. In other words, the account seems to...
Hang on just a second.
Sure.
Hang on. You can listen. Hang on. Excuse me, Jameson. I've got him on the phone. Skype locked him out and wants him to create a new account. I don't know if he can, other than creating, if he can do that. He's listening right now via my phone. But, it's like if he can plug into somebody else's account, God, I don't know what to say.
What I'm going to try to do is, first I'll try and call Selena for the password, and maybe Selena or Brendan Zoget. And if I can't reach either one of those, I'll just try and get in with the password as I think it might be remembered. I'll close the Skype and try to reopen it again. Let me see what I can do. Obviously people can still hear me via the stream, but the problem is I don't want to go on without talking to other people because that's going to make it extremely awkward. So let's see. Yeah. Oh, you can't hear me on the stream. Okay, you can't hear me on the stream.
No. Just, so do what you just said.
Okay.
And try that, okay?
Okay, I'll try that. Bless you. Okay, hugs. All right. Let's see what we can do. And people should be able to hear me do this. All right. And let me know if you can hear me. I'll take a look at you on the live stream. And Holly Kaditis Kiefer said I'm back, but we'll see. Let me take a look at the live stream here. Okay, so Sarah Thomas says you're still live, but
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 916-740-5283 is not available. The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time. Bye.
great. Okay, so people can hear me. Hopefully the other two are keeping you all entertained. Let me send this guy a message. All right, here we are. Brendan Zoget, look him up. Okay, let me breathe and try and do this. Rendered all caps. Hopefully these guys are still talking, keeping you entertained. Okay, got that through. Now let me try my semi-managerius. Jonathan Lopez says I can hear you. Yes, but the problem is I can't hear the others. I mean, that's not fun, sitting here talking by myself. Granted, I do that quite a bit, but usually not at this time. Yeah. Hey, honey. I need you to tell me the password to Skype. I got locked out of Skype. The Skype shut down while I'm live on air. I'm live on air right now, so I can't repeat the password out loud. But I'm going to try and get back into my account. And do you happen to remember what my Skype password was? Otherwise, I'm going to have to guess and use the ones we usually use.
No, I don't have your
Okay, honey. Let me try, and then I don't know what I'm going to do. It says sign in with, and it says plus use another account. Let me try in the Douglas Dietrich, and I'm going to try the passwords we usually use. Let's see if this can work. And it says just a moment. And then it says enter password, and they're probably going to send me a call number, and it might be sent to yours, but they have nothing to do with Google. Okay, let's see if this works. Cross my fingers here. And okay, and you can hang up anytime you want, honey, since you probably don't have it. But thank you for being there for me. If you remember anything, go ahead and call me back. Okay, I love you. All right. All right. Let's enter this and see if it works. Oh, it says the password's incorrect. Try again. So let me try again. I'll try another one. Okay, honey, I'm going to try this other password here. And, oh, that password, the two that we usually use are incorrect. So it looks like I might not be able to get into my own account. So what do I tell them if I forgot my password? Here we are. Forgot my password. Okay, visit account live. I don't have any of these. It says visit accountlive.com ACR for browser to reset your password. Okay, let me see if I can fill that out from a browser. It says verify your identity. Let me go to open up the browser so nobody can hear the other guys on call. Let me try this browser here. Visit this. It says recover your account. What Microsoft account are you trying to get back into? It was I was okay. Here we are. There we are. And where should we contact you? And let me give them the correct email address. Now enter the characters you see in the audio. Okay. Okay, so I'm trying to get through. It says this cannot be. It's already been added to your account. Oh, okay. Let me try another email address. Okay, the audio. VGPS file. Okay, so let me go to the other place where we have this. Okay. And thank you so much, honey, for bearing with me. You're an angel. Okay, good. I got the Microsoft security code. Open that up. And, okay. All right, now go back to Skype. Okay, account recovery. Tips to get back into your account if possible. Answer these questions from a device and location that you've used before with this account on the following page. And just try your best guess. Okay, let me try. Okay. 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 Let's see if this works. Okay. Password. Okay. For Skype with, okay. Okay, people are trying to help me, which is appreciated. Okay, give me just a second here. Security key. What is this? So now it says sign in with a security key. I have no idea what that is. Okay, next. Sign in options. I don't have the security key, so I guess I'll ignore that. Okay, Let's try the new one. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, well that didn't work, so that might take 24 hours like they said. It's done for the night. So thank you, honey. I did my best, but it looks like that account is lost. All my love to you. You get some sleep, okay? Thank you. I love you. Bye-bye for now. Okay. Okay, and with one, if it's a Peter Moon, let's see what we've got. Okay. Call him back. Okay.
Hi, did you get my message okay?
Let me see it now. I'll retrieve it now. I was too busy trying to sign back in, but that's a total failure. They said they'll review it over a period of 24 hours. And
Set you up an account.
okay,
My email under petermoon333@gmail.com.
okay. So how do I,
The name is Douglas Dietrich.
okay,
That's my email because I had to put an email.
okay.
And the password is
So I guess before we do any of that, let me try to reach it. How do, the point is, I'm not quite sure if I can get on Skype without a Skype account, right? So I need to access it through, how?
you turn on Skype. You just access Skype through Google.
Okay, so I turn on the Skype and just, okay, right now just shut this down and use another account. So I press use another account. And so the, now, first thing it says sign in to continue to Skype. And,
Is it asking for an email?
yeah, Skype phone or email. So I give it your email. Okay.
petermoon333@gmail.com.
Okay, let me do that. Give me a second.
I think we'll have him soon. We're trying to log him on. I'm trying to log him on. Just a second.
You know, everybody told me that they could not hear either of you, that all they could hear was me. Give me just a second to put this credit card back into my wallet, because they were requesting that, which is, you know, God, that's ominous. All right, so now I'm going to press next. I put your email address in as you said it, and now enter password. And what's the password? Okay, thank you. Let me try that. With the capital D with each name? Okay, capital D with each name, but the rest is lowercase, right? Okay, let me try that. Okay, now let me see if I can find my way back to where I was. Here we are. Okay. Yeah, when I get in, yeah. It says your account or password is incorrect. So this is using your email, correct email you gave me, and the name you gave me, with capital D and the rest lowercase with space in between each name. Yeah, it says your account password is incorrect. Yeah. Account or password. Yeah. Maybe it's the account. Maybe because the IP address, because we're using different IP addresses. I think the IP addresses mess everything up. Okay. Mm-hmm. Go on. See if I can hear you. Hold on. Say something. There we are. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you for a minute. I just got the earbuds in. Okay. Okay. Like what I got. There you go. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, well, it's giving us all a hard time. So I'll probably have to ask. By the way, while you're doing that, I'm going to call Jameson, ask him if people can hear him, because they told me that all they can hear is myself. Which, I could go on the rest of the night, I suppose, but it would be by myself. It's not all that much fun, especially if I don't have someone to back me up if I need a break. Okay, that's good. Let me take a look. Well, all of this is confusing, and there we are. And so, thanks to Sarah Thomas, she relates, and there we are. So if anyone can hear me, let me know. Otherwise, we went fairly far tonight before they cut us out, and I think you need to emphasize this to all your readers. You might send out a special newsletter telling them how we got cut off. Were you able to hear me until the point that I was cut off? Let's take a look at the number of listeners that we have. Oh, is that Daniel Arola he's talking to? But it's probably a different IP address than if I try to get on it. Okay. Okay, so Sarah Thomas says we can still hear you, Douglas. Okay. Probably not. No. The Skype's not built to. Yeah. Sure. Oh, great. James is talking about taking hot showers for hours and hours. That's by the way, I'm just curious, can anybody hear Jameson speaking? Let me know. I'm just curious. Yes. Our man is attempting. Yes, we can still hear you, Douglas. Okay, so yeah, can you hear Jameson? I'm just curious. Jameson, I think, is talking to Daniel Arola, but I don't think either one of them can be heard. Nope, I can't hear him, just you. Okay, thank you. Can't hear JMO. Okay, so JMO's just basically talking to himself. Daniel Arola, okay, at the other end. Well, there we have that. So, what we can do is I can go on for a bit longer tonight, but I think everybody's gotten the main point. And what we can do is let me talk to Peter Moon here for a little bit. Then we'll decide if I go on a bit longer. Maybe I'll go on a bit longer and talk about some more mundane things, since we're being recorded for a little bit. And all right, maybe by next weekend we'll have some Skype set up or something, and we'll find out by Sunday because the Skype is what enables us to do this to a degree. I honestly don't need the Skype, but then I'd be doing it all by myself. Jameson Reese says, am I audible? He asks that now. No, nobody can hear you, JMO. Nobody can hear you. And there we are. Jamie told him no. Thank you, Jamie. So we still have a lot of listeners who have been through this, and it's yes, it's been stressful just to have this happen. So the enemy is struck, and understand now how much this means to them to strike me down so I cannot speak. There is no such thing as a First Amendment. Effectively, the First Amendment is toilet paper. I'm not allowed to speak. I'm cut off. So since this, yeah, okay, all right, okay, okay. Okay, give me a second here, and let me tell you. Okay, all right. Okay. You mean it's spelled out the month? Okay. Well, we'll find out. Okay, without a comma. Okay, and it's all one word. Okay. So let me try and sign into Skype using that Skype. And so I'm going to use Google to try and access Skype. If we can't do it tonight, I'll just go on with the show for a little bit longer by myself. And hopefully by Sunday, we'll have a Skype account. So let me try and sign in through the Google. And all right, this might require me to sign into Google itself, at which point I'm not quite sure. Google's got this kind of sign-in thing going on. Yeah, I need adult supervision to do that. If I start doing that now, then the problem is, I might, yeah. Okay, let's see. And create a free video call. Let me see. Chat now. Try Skype in your browser. No installations needed. Okay, so let me try that. Use Skype Online. Here we are. And right now, Daniel Arola and JMO Reese are talking to each other while Peter Moon's talking to me. I'm saying all this for the sake of the audience who can hear me. Use Skype Online. Skype Online. Okay, here we are. And so Holly Kaditis Kiefer says, I hope so. That was amazing. Thank you, Holly. Love you too. All right, so then we're on this page where it says, well, I guess I can sign in from here. So let's sign in from here. And instead of a Skype account, I press use Skype Online. Not my account. I press use Skype Online. Okay, so there I go. So now I'm there. Now it says sign in. The first thing it presents is Douglas Dietrich 1, which is the other account. We're not going to use that. So what's the name of your account? How's that possible? There are... And it worked? Maybe that's why it doesn't work. I mean, there's hundreds of people. Okay. It did? Okay. We'll find out. Okay. And it's all one word, all lowercase, right? That's the account. The account with capitals. Okay. And it's uppercase D's on both names. Okay, and a space in between them. Okay. Okay, the rest is lowercase. Okay, and the rest is lowercase. Okay, so I'm writing that down. Let me press the next. It says enter a valid email address, phone number, or Skype name. In other words, they don't consider that a valid Skype name. I didn't think so. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so let me do that. That's all lowercase. Okay. Gmail.com. Okay, and now press next. There we are. And then enter the code. Okay, so this might send you a code to your email address. Tell me what that code is. Yeah. Yes. I won't repeat it out loud, of course, but I'll hear what you have to say. Okay. 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 Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'm going to press sign in. Okay, stay signed in, and yes, stay signed in, so yes, going to press yes. Okay, signing in. Okay, it may be welcome Douglas Dietrich. Okay, so, okay, I'm going to press allow to show notifications. Okay, and it says, so what do I do now? Call you? You need to invite me. You need to invite me. Okay, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, I hear you. Go send in the one. Okay, I just said hi to him. Ask him if he can see my hi. Yeah. Jameson's looking for the hi. Oh, there we go. Jameson's always looking for a hi. Oh, I waved hi to him, so he just needs to, like, acknowledge. Oh, good. Yeah. Understood. Now he stopped talking. He can bring me on the call. Tell him to bring me on the call. There we are. Okay, there we are. So, okay. So I think I'm on. Click allow so others can hear you in the call. There we are to use my microphone.
Until we got.
Okay, so I think I'm on the call now. Okay, there we are. So let's get back
you're
to
on
where
now.
we were.
Welcome
And
back.
I'm going to put on my other earbuds now.
Okay, I'm hanging up.
All right, now you can hear me. Okay.
Oh, God.
Yeah, now let's see if others can hear the two of you or whether they hear only me. I'm going to hang up that other call now. And others should be able to hear us both, but maybe that's not the case. So we're going to find out. I need to know, we're going to have Peter and Jameson speak a little bit to each other, and let's see if everybody can
All
hear
right.
them. Okay.
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, but
Fine. We're back
yeah.
to normal.
All right.
And,
we don't know that yet. We need people to respond to tell us if they can hear the twain of you. So let's get that response. People, we need you to respond.
Douglas, it seems like they were having a problem hearing me for some reason.
They couldn't hear you at all. They couldn't hear you at all.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I
Jamie
found that.
says,
I found
We
that
got
weird.
we got a yes.
yes. So
Yeah,
you,
now we got
okay,
two.
so you can hear us now. Okay, so we
All right.
lost quite a few members of the audience, which was their intent. Hopefully now they'll start dribbling back, but it is late at night.
Douglas, Douglas, they're saying they could just hear you. They for
No,
some
well,
reason.
No, they say I
Okay,
can
we
hear
have-
everyone now. He says, Jonathan Lopez says, yes,
Okay,
well, Jamie says just Douglas. And so Christopher Rimel says, all systems go. Thank you, sir. Jim Smith says, all.
Right.
Okay. Maria G says, I hear everyone. Okay, good. So there we
All right,
are.
we're up 63 ups and 21 downs. This is good, 63 up, so keep going.
Really? I just refreshed it and it was just 41 up. So let's see. Yeah, so if you've got 63, that's miraculous. I don't see them at all. So that's fine. Hopefully they will manifest in time through whatever filtration is going on. But definitely the assault is intense. And obviously they took us down with every intent of preventing me from getting to the point. Of course, the ironic aspect of this is that most people had no idea what I was talking about when it came to the physics, and yet they're treating this as a maximum security level threat. At this point where they locked me out of my own Skype account, this is an interference that is quite invasive. And it does show just how threatening the situation is to the anti-gods.
Yes, Douglas, I venture to say that nobody can understand that physics. However, it might take me a year to write a book so they could. However, the physics, if it's correct, and I assume it is, this is what's dangerous.
Yes.
Because this is why it's a threat, because it is the physics. So, closely guarded secret.
I can partially grasp some of it, such as the fact that it hinges on non-Euclidean geometry and non-Euclidean mathematics, and that it seems like the particles generate themselves.
Yeah, we can all partially grasp it, but to really put it together, and but in any case, Douglas, carry on.
Yes. Well, where they cut me off exactly and where they shut down my account and locked me out of my own Skype account was basically when I said that in terms of the ADS space, which sounds alarmingly like attention deficit disorder or something of that nature, that is, again, it stands for anti-de-Sitter space. And of course, this was based on a paper written in 1997 while my connection with the Department of Defense was still high enough to the point where I could keep track of people who were still working in the Department of Defense, ask them questions, present me with some of what was going on in the old departments I used to work in with information retrieval, data retrieval, of course, from whence Michael Aquino developed my pet name that he had for myself. And he considered myself in the same way that an anti-god would consider a pet of theirs. That was how he expressed it. In terms of that paper, again, the Argentinian-American theorist Juan Maldacena, he demonstrated a mathematical equivalence between a CFT and a gravitational space-time environment with at least one extra spatial dimension. And so Maldacena's duality was called the ADS/CFT correspondence. And that's because it tied the CFT to a corresponding anti-de-Sitter space, which, with its extra dimension, pops out of the conformal system like a hologram. And so understand again, the CFT is for the conformal field theory, and that conformal system is now being punctured. And so ADS space has, as I said, a fisheye geometry, different from the geometry of space-time in our own universe, and yet gravity there works in much the same way as it does here. Both geometries, for instance, giving rise to black holes. And these are the paradoxical objects that be so dense that nothing inside them can escape their gravity. The reason this is important, and this is when they cut me off, basically signed me out of my own account, is because the black holes are the science of the Thousand Year Reich-In-Exile. That is what enabled them a quantum leap, entendre, from your sciences into the science of the future.
My concern is that he would grab up the...
Oops. Yeah. And so with the 100 years, at the very least, worth of lead in scientific theory, that was how the Third Reich was able to develop, ultimately, their gravitic sciences. and enter the age of gravity ahead of ourselves. So in terms of the technology, when we truly enter the age of gravity, that is when we enter the age of interstellar travel. And in terms of the original black holes, they were, of course, theorized by an Asian Indian by the name of Subramanias Chandrasekhar. And Chandrasekhar was considered a yellow nigger by the Anglo scientific community because he was simply...
Sir Arthur Eddington. Sir
Yes.
Arthur Eddington.
Sir Arthur Eddington in particular. And Sir Arthur Eddington blacklisted him, and his theories were unrecognized until the death of Sir Arthur Eddington, and ultimately when it was considered, less odious to affiliate with an Asian Indian. And at that point, and by the way, he was rejected not just by the British, but also by the Americans. Just so people know, he did try to present his work to the Americans, who rejected him summarily for the same reason Sir Arthur Eddington in England did, and basically racism. But the National Socialists took his work as Aryan science, and because of that, the National Socialists recognized the schwarzen Sun, the black sun, the black hole, as that which is at the center of our galaxy, of every galaxy, and holds galaxies together. And ultimately, we're able to expand their technologies beyond that even conceived by the allies of the West, or most certainly the East. So existing theories do not apply inside black holes. If you try to combine quantum theory there with Albert Einstein's theory of gravity, which casts gravity as curves in the space-time fabric, paradoxes arise. One major question is how black holes manage to preserve quantum information, even as Einstein's theory saith they evaporate. Solving that paradox requires physicists to find a quantum theory of gravity, a more fundamental conceptualization from which the space-time picture emerges at low energies, such as outside black holes. So the amazing thing about the ADS/CFT is that it gives a working example of quantum gravity where everything is well defined and all we have to do is study it and find answers to these paradoxes. So if the ADS/CFT correspondence provides theoretical physicists with a microscope onto quantum gravity theories, the conformal bootstrap has allowed them to switch on the microscope light. So it was in 2009 that theorists used the bootstrap to find evidence that every CFT meeting certain conditions has an approximate dual gravitational theory in ADS space. And they've since been working out a precise dictionary to translate between critical exponents and other properties of CFTs and equivalent features of the ADS space hologram. Now, it's only been over the past year that bootstrappers like the Mr. Hartman I aforecited and Jared Kaplan of Johns Hopkins University have made quick progress in understanding how black holes work in these fisheye universes, and in particular, how information gets preserved during black hole evaporation. This could significantly impact the understanding of the quantum nature of gravity and space-time in our own universe. In other words, if I have some small black hole, it doesn't care whether it's in ADS space. It's small compared to the size of the curvature. So if you can resolve these conceptual issues in ADS space, then it seems very plausible that the same resolution applies in cosmology. So it's still far from clear whether our own universe holographically emerges from a conformal field theory in the same way that ADS universes do, or if this is even the right way to think about it in a manner that would be applicable to anything constructive or productive for humanity. But the hope is that by bootstrapping their way around the unifying geometric structure of possible physical realities, physicists will get a better sense of where our universe fits in the grand scheme of things and what that grand scheme is. So the Russian defector, Polyakov, has been himself buoyed by the recent discoveries about the geometry of the theory space. And he said there are a lot of miracles happening. And probably we will know why, which is the most important thing to an inquisitive scientist. Now, in terms of the military occult complex, they found their answers relatively long ago. And they used those answers to basically turn both evocation and invocation into a super science. And that was the super science of summoning that ultimately enabled them to bring in the anti-gods to this universe, the toxic waste. And that is what we need to ultimately clear from our environment. Now, our man Koshta Zo Brendan is calling us, so do me a favor and bring Brendan Zogit on, Jameson. Bring Brendan Zogit on. Thank you.
All right. Let me get Brendan on. I am adding him, and we should be on in a matter of moments.
Okay, so let me tell him JMO is calling you.
Ich bin auf der Arbeitsplatz.
Thank you. Okay, so what happened was when I started talking about the physics of the Vox Arca and the original black holes that were exploited by the Third Reich to give them such a lead in science over the Allies, then I was signed out of my my Skype account, and they and so literally, yeah, literally signed out of my Skype account, and I'll have to go over that with you. I've got a new Skype, and what I'm going to have to beg Peter Moon to do is, Peter, if you're still with us, just make certain to send me an email with all of the password, the account name, and everything, and then that way I'll transfer it onto a piece of paper and delete it. Not the email itself, maybe in the message box. Then I can delete it immediately, and you delete it on your side when I tell you I'm done. You can do that now, and then as soon as I'm done, I can tell you delete, and we'll both delete it.
Yeah, you want to wait till you're done with all this.
Well, I mean, you'll be going to bed before you know it. Before you leave tonight, we'll do that.
But here's
Are you guys on air?
Yeah, so what's going on, Brendan, is that what I'll need is when I got all that, and then we can talk on Skype, then we can share screen, and perhaps you can help me sign back into my old account, even though I doubt it. I honestly think that the old account is permanently lost because I gave them all of the proper information, including my credit card number and everything else they asked for. And
Why
did
you do that?
Oh God, they asked for the credit card number, expiration date, and everything else. I mean, and it's truly
No way.
yeah, this was Microsoft. It's not some, this wasn't a phishing operation. This is Microsoft, I guarantee you. And they said it was all
Yeah,
wrong.
they're criminal. They did the same thing to my other friend, and they basically shut him out of his old laptop. So he has to buy a new one, without even there's nothing they could do. They said, but they're totally lying.
You're kidding.
No, I'm serious. His
shut
laptop shut off,
they
and
asked
he
you for
can't
your
log back
credit
into
card
it.
for logging in with my account.
Yeah,
now?
they didn't ask you for your credit card with logging in with your account, but I'm trying to reclaim my old account. That's the point. They said, for
reclaim your old. Okay.
yeah.
Wow, it might take them a few days to give you yours back, but who knows at this point? They're so criminal.
Yeah, no, definitely they're not to be trusted. And hopefully they don't lock me out of my computer. So, good Lord, now I'm afraid to shut the computer down at all. In terms of everything, so I'll definitely need your help. We'll see what we can do, and
Okay.
I'll ask my 3D graphics modeler as well.
Are you stabilized at the moment? Because I have to go back to work.
Yeah, we're stabilized as we can be, and we're just, it was just stole so much of our time, and we lost all our audience. But hopefully they'll come back in some numbers tonight. But that was their intent, was they did what they
They
did.
can come back and listen.
Yeah, they can listen to it when they come back, yeah, and replay. But Brendan, we love you
Understood.
dearly. Any observations
All right,
you can make
let's
based on what we give you? No immediate observations? Or-
Observations of what happened. I mean, you know what happened. Like,
There you go. There you go. Yeah. All
like,
right.
what else would it be? I mean, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. We love you
All right.
dearly. Take care of yourself,
Blessings.
okay? All right.
Blessings. Okay. Blessings. All right.
Good night, Brendan.
Okay.
Yeah, and so what I'll do is I'm going to copy this information down that Peter Moon has provided me. And I've run out of paper where I was keeping everything, so I'm going to put this into a different envelope where I can stuff it into there. And okay, so new Skype account. While I'm writing that down, both of you gentlemen can keep our audience informed and entertained with some interactions of your own. Both of you, please take the stage from here, at least for now. Honestly, you can imagine the energy that I expended going into this. Remind me when I get back to talking again, I can go back to talking about evocation and invocation to a degree. But, you know, for right now, let me take care of this, and you two gentlemen can reflect upon what I said.
Well, to David Anderson. And we haven't got there yet, but
Well, what I said that I felt was applicable to him was that the threat is from the future. I said that basically what we know now is that in terms of I don't know if you were listening at the time, I know it's a lot to take in. What I said was that we have the elder sign. And let me write all this down first, then I'll go back to repeating it, okay? That way we can delete this as soon as
we're
possible.
talking about the elder sign, the swastika.
Yes, in the
Yes,
skies.
yes.
Yes.
It has to do with China. It has to do with China and their dam, which threatens to prevent us from, you know, having that elder sign cast down, because in a real sense, what they're doing is changing the rotation of the Earth so that we don't have that, you know, elder sign from that's formed by Arcturus and Polaris, you know, cast down.
How are they changing the rotation of the Earth?
The Three Gorges Dam has created so much water pooled in one place that it's thrown the Earth out of orbit. It's wobbling in its orbit. So the Earth can quite easily now tilt on its axis. So the again, this requires myself to explain, really. So let me.
You know, well, that's enough. They're doing it on purpose.
No, they're just too stupid and short-sighted to know what they're doing. So here's what happened. One of the things I was bringing up about, and I'll connect it back to David Lewis Anderson as I did, so that people understand where I was going with this again. And like I said, it's a lot to take in. And Peter, oftentimes, he's working with multiple things at once, so he may not have caught it. So just basically what I was saying, where it comes into all of the physics that I'm talking about, and the delete now. We can delete everything. I've copied it all down concerning the Skype ID. This is what happens when you get me doing too many things at once. And we really shouldn't be doing this, but unfortunately, no one can really explain this. And so while I remove this and our man Peter removes it from his side, everybody bears with us, you know, because we're doing this for security reasons.
You want me to go out of this, to cancel the Skype account, or what?
No. I'm just saying.
I'm not in it. I'm not in it.
I just said delete everything you've given me, all the info you gave me in the message box. The message box.
Oh,
Yeah, just delete everything in the message box. That's just, you know, those three things you gave me: the email, password, and name on account. So, in terms of the new Skype ID, it is what it is, and we'll try and make that work, because I'm going to assume I'm locked out of the other one permanently, and I'll have to reestablish my Skype list, the contact list. What I notice is that there's no image up within the live stream that I can see when I reset it, so I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. And so if anybody can still see the image, okay, that's fine then. That seems to be still.
The stream has stopped.
The stream has stopped.
Yeah. The stream has stopped. We will need to start a new stream.
That's not what it says here. So where are you seeing this? It's not what it says
You
here.
hear me talk. That'll give you some visual stimulation while you hear me go on.
live stream, and I will be starting the call as soon as possible to...
Wait, that's way behind.
It's still going on here.
Oh, it's still going on there? That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still going on.
Okay.
It's still going. Well, it says it doesn't say live on my end.
Interesting. Interesting. So we'll need people to tell us whether or not we're live. Everybody give us a... Then I'll give a little bit...
Okay, now it says we're live. What the hell is going on here?
70 minutes ago.
I can still see your image. I don't know what the F is going on here. They're effing with my computer now.
Yeah, and I will be starting the call as soon as possible to conserve as much of my mental
So Sarah
energy.
Thomas says we still see the image. The stream is not stopped. And so obviously this has been a very stressful subject for the enemy, and the enemy doesn't... Jonathan Lopez says everything is still good on my side. So all of these wonderful people out there, Maria G and everyone, Sarah Thomas, bless you all. And so Maria G says she sees the image and it still shows live. Okay, we got a few minutes before...
It's going.
Yeah, yes, it's going. So we've got a few minutes before Peter takes off for the night. So just out of curiosity, Peter, I'm still seeing 42 thumbs up, 22 down. What are you still seeing? You still see that 61?
42. What's up to 60?
Was up to 60? Then it went down?
Maybe I was on another show. Maybe I was looking at another show.
There you go. Yeah, see, that's
I don't think so.
Yeah, but everyone, do keep it up, and when people are listening to this on replay, they may help. They tend to usually help after that. But they're going to be doing this every night now. So they'll be doing this every night now. So understand that my shows will have no distribution because you need to have something like 10 times the number of the upvotes to the downvotes to get distribution. Otherwise, the only people who can see it are people who subscribe and get notifications. This is why I say you always have to tap that notification bell to get notifications, or you're not going to get them. And then you have to do something else. There's even a further step beyond that that I'll look up that Maria Gregorich brought to my attention, or you won't be getting the notifications at all.
Well, before I go, Douglas,
Yeah.
I was going to say is I don't know. I mean, I know David Anderson has had to deal with negative stuff for a long, long time, and he's pretty good at it. Then again, it's how much of it is up against the wall. I don't really know. If my dreams are any indication of the truth, his business is time travel. He does travel in time, literally. That's why he always sends his signature as your friend in time. So we think of him as, I think of him as doing mysterious stuff in the lab and stuff, but it stands to reason that he literally does travel in time. It goes with the territory. Now,
Oh, shit. Okay, so you all might be able to hear me. Let me get my other set of earbuds back on. I've been signed out of this Skype account, and as if I've been told the password does not work. So, we'll see what's going to happen in the near future. And, so, Peter dropped, says Hollycoditis Kiefer. No, you don't understand. I'm signed out of the fucking account. So I'm on, but I'm on the stream, but I'm not on the Skype. Yeah, all of this is incredibly frightening, really disconcerting to say the least. But it's as if we're definitely okay. So let's see what we can do. Join the call, maybe. Let's see if that works. And get me back on. Click allow so others can hear you in the call. Okay, and maybe that's what brings us back to the okay. And okay, can you hear me?
Because a lot of the things you're talking about.
Okay, can you hear me? I was cut off. I was signed out of the account, and
okay.
Yeah,
I can hear you now.
Yeah, so I was completely signed out of the account again, and at first
They're saying they can't hear Peter.
What?
Yeah, they can't hear you. So Peter dropped off all the while you were talking. They couldn't hear you. So I need to know if people can hear Peter now, and that should be interesting. All right, and so Peter, do some talking. Let's hear if they can hear you now.
Well, okay. I was just talking about David Anderson's perception of any of this world. Would also say that when you were talking about Kether the other night and how everything, it's like all of your universes, all of your multiverses are inside of there. This is a subject I've covered. It's like all of infinity in these extra dimensions. These are extra dimensions where everything, you name it, exists. Positives, negatives, different permutations of everything we know here today, plus extra stuff.
Right.
It's all there. It's all there. But I don't have much to say, and it should be time for me to sign off. I'm a little spent after all this.
Oh, God. Well, in a few moments, we'll give you permission to sign off in just a few moments. Right now, I want you to know what's going on is that my Lifeline cellular unit, which is provided for me by Medicare and Medi-Cal, so that I can call emergency services, is now downloading an update, which means that I cannot use this for the next 10 minutes while this update goes down. If something happens in the next 10 minutes, everyone has my permission to call the police, to send them to this address. The fire department, the police, and the paramedics. You call all three emergency services in San Francisco and you send them here.
Well, wait, that is if what happens?
If you hear something, anything, because it's at this moment that this has chosen to update. Maybe I shouldn't put people through that. I'll just have my firearms ready. So I'll just, if you hear anything, you'll know what happened. You don't need to. It's just that they chose now. The one cellular unit that I have to contact emergency services has chosen now to update. And when it downloads that update, that means I can't use it to call out for at least 10 minutes while it's downloading that update. So it chose now to do that amidst everything else that's going on at this very moment, which is highly sensitive.
Landline you can call if you need it?
What's that?
Don't you have a landline you could call for an emergency if you needed to?
No, years ago, believe it or not, I was stupid enough to let Lorian Ann Fenton cut that service off because of the cost at the time. She was trying to save me money, and I was on the verge of homelessness. So at the time, of course, she was simply conspiring to cut me off from all contact with the world. So that's what happened, was she cut me off from all contact with the world. My only contact is this cell unit. So when that's not operational, then basically it's myself and my firearms to respond in case something happens. But at any rate, if that happens, download should be finished at some point. It'll probably shut down, and then I'll have to call. But the fact that all of this is happening at once, honestly, people, if you take this as some kind of coincidence, you're out of this world. So the electronic assaults have been hot and heavy. They've been nonstop tonight. And it's just, the fact that we're on, when I got signed out again out of the Skype account, and I tried to enter that password that Peter Moon gave me, it said that was not the correct password. So once I end the call for tonight, I'm not quite sure that I'll ever be able to get back into that account. But regardless, we'll see what happens. We're going to work with what we can. Now, believe it or not, the Skype's not necessary for me to do these live streams, but it's what enables me to bring other people on. And I really can't do them without other people because it's just too much. I can only come on for a few hours, say something, and then go off. And, but honestly, without other people here, there's just no point doing it because it's the other people that make the interaction worthwhile, that make what I'm doing worthwhile. So just for Peter before he goes so that we can get back to what we were talking about, here's the point, Peter, what I was saying about time. In terms of everything that I said about time and how the kings of Edom obviously have functionally universal lifespans that are coeval with the cosmos because they themselves are from abandoned cosms that were created and rejected by the divinity. These anti-gods, you would think, could wait until the stars are right. As H.P. Lovecraft prophesied, or rather, Abdul al-Hazred long before before they could re-enter our realm. But they seem to be impatient. And when it comes to what they're doing now, all the efforts against me tonight are obviously betray that. They're very nervous because what I've been able to find out is that something I've done ever since I've stolen the Vox Arca, something that I've done to inform the public. Everything is cumulative, and at some point, the public takes what I say seriously. Everything I've exposed about the cults of alien gods, etc., where at some point they stop listening to History Channel and begin listening to history itself. And at that point, something is done to purge, ultimately, the anti-gods from our world. This is something that renders what they're doing now, evidences what they're doing now as a sign of their desperation. So all of this is based on the fact that at our polar reaches, the polar reaches of planet Earth, there is, of course, the pole star. And the pole star in the northern hemisphere is revolved around by the Great Bear. And what it forms throughout the seasons in the sky is the sign of the Hakenkreuz, the actual hooked cross that was used by the Third Reich. In other words, its spokes rotate in the correct direction as a swastika, not a savastika in the opposite direction that we so often see in Asian, Indian, Hindu culture and Buddhism. Though you can see the spokes in the correct direction, so to speak, in those cultures as well. More often than not, you see the savastika as opposed to a swastika simply for the palatability of Western consumers. But in terms of the elder sign, that is, of course, the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, which H.P. Lovecraft spoke of, that's in our very skies. This is why it was said that so long as that elder sign wards the anti-gods, they are unable to permeate our reality to the great extent they'd like. But as I said, the way to change that would be to change the physical revolution of the earth itself. This is why when the communist Chinese built the Three Gorges Dam and collected so much water into one space, they've thrown the earth out of its correct alignment. Our earth is now wobbling and so frail and fragile in its alignment that it may tilt and fall out of its proper alignment, at which case the ward against the anti-gods would no longer be in our skies. The stars would be right for them to penetrate our universe. So
I should say something here about the swastika. I've said it before, but now it makes a lot more sense. The swastika, and this is what I learned from a man in Romania. Swastika is the ancient symbol of the age of Gemini, and because it's two twos, and it represents Zalmoxes, and the twins Apollo and Diana, who were Hyperboreans. That is, but it is a symbol. Zalmoxes is the transcendent god who transcended in the inner earth. The swastika is also a sacred symbol, of course, throughout the world, indigenous tribes. It's interesting that the swastika is to this day one of the most vilified signs. It's not what you call politically correct to be using a swastika, when it is in fact a Tibetan sign, not a German sign. The Germans adopted it.
Well, the Germans, the Teutons always had it. All the cultures had the swastika. It's natural to all.
They all did, but it's not unique. It's treated as if it was unique to Germany, and therefore is not correct.
There we are. And there's reason for that vilification. The reason for that. Yeah.
Exactly. And then they will make a big deal about which way it goes, which was never that important as far as I know. They made it a big deal because Hitler had it one way, and they said he did it because that's evil. That's not necessarily the case.
No, of course, it's pure.
Clarify it even more. You said it was the right way he did it. I don't really know.
That's correct. So it's very similar to the sigil of Baphomet, which is often confused with the pentagram, which, of course, when pointed northward, is considered the sign of Christ himself, a Christogram, because it represents the 5 wounds he bore upon the cross, and therefore was used to bind demons or repel them. This is something, of course, that has been taken out of the minds of people, and they've been indoctrinated to see it as a threat, and therefore they're left vulnerable because they never use it, either the swastika or the pentagram. Or the inverted cross, which is simply the cross of St. Peter that is used on the throne of the Pope himself. When people have no access to these symbols by thinking of them as evil, they're much more vulnerable to the cults of Edom and the Herodian insurgency. Whereas opposite that, they use the peace symbol, which is the sign of the sundered or the broken and inverted cross. And that is the satanic symbol popularized by Michael Aquino when he served in Vietnam. And he got all the troops wearing it. And then every hippie back home was wearing it. And now people consider that a safe symbol, which invites the anti-gods in. This is the world that you live in. Your entire cosmos has been convoluted. And the thing that I was emphasizing about the Three Gorges Dam and the potential for the Earth to wobble out of its orbit, and therefore the constellations in our skies, thereby changing and rendering the stars as right, I was pointing out that beyond that, like the Magi, the vampire mages from China who came to baptize the Christ and render him the Christ, as essentially not just a young lad named Jesus, but rendered him with the title of the Christ, the Messiah, himself the Anointed, the Savior. They were following his star, the star that was in their minds, not any star in the heavens which would have vanished with the curvature of the earth, but they were led all the way from China to the Levantine by the star within their minds that they could see only in their mind's eye, his star, the star child. And that's what spoke to them. And I said, likewise, if the stars are to be right for the anti-gods, then the stars have to change in the minds of the masses. God created man with free will, and it's with his free will that man accepts what he believes. And if enough people believe in the cult of alien gods, watch the History Channel, and convert to the writings of Zecharia Sitchin and Eric von Daniken, and all the rest that follow in their footsteps, then that would be rendering the stars right in the minds of men. So this is combined, among other assaults on different fronts, to render the anti-God victory inevitable, and yet they fear me, they're attacking me, and this is because, as I said, something has been found to purge them from our universe before the far future that they would otherwise be trapped in until the stars were right. The stars can be rendered right now. They're impatient for that. I stand in their way in that regard. as a result, they've done everything they can to shut us down tonight, because I'm telling the secret, which is that in order to expel them, purge them from our universe, to banish them, then it takes the Vox Arca, and in that sense, the time mechanism, the technology of Dr. David Lewis Anderson, because that way we're shutting them out of time. We're shutting them out of our space-time continuum. And they exist in the space-time continuum to infest ours and to shut them out of ours. Yes.
You said the Vox Arca could be used to banish them. You've only spoken in the past of the Vox Arca being used to summon them.
That's correct.
I suppose, and they're using Grimoire to summon. You can use Grimoire to banish.
Yes. Yes. And that would...
It's localization. Yeah. Now, you can still summon with the Vox Arca, even if you don't put it full on.
And,
correct?
Yes, that is possible, but it's nothing I've ever done, of course.
Now, but it was used to summon without people putting it full on. People did do it, right? Or Aquino did? Did he use it to summon?
Yes, he used this kind of technology. The Vox Arca itself was developed while this technology was being developed. It's the kind of like a refined model of what was used before, which were by nature one-offs. Usually they died with the user. In other words, the technology very much has a life of its own, and it depends very much on certain activations, on it being used, and leave it alone for long enough, like any machine. And this will happen with any machine. Yeah.
They would get one and get a mark to use it.
Yes. Yes.
And he would discombobulate.
Yes. Yes, that's right. And so oftentimes these were people who had no idea. They were lured into it because they were promised power, wealth, and of course, even overcoming loneliness. But this is the kind of vulnerability he would take advantage of. So hopefully that puts that in some perspective. Now, I do want to, while Peter's here, address some of what some people are saying in the chat room. Like Marky Milk saying, how does one spell Vox Arca, please? Okay, I did mention before that is actually spelled out in the episode summary. That is right beneath the episode preceding the one that was before tonight.
That's right. He just has an H in there. He doesn't need the A in there.
Yeah.
Vox Arcana. Yeah. Vox Arcana. Vox Arca is for short, ARCA, but it would be Vox Arcana. Mm-hmm. And I guess if it's Vox Arcana, it would be ANA, ARCANA.
Yeah. Well, you just need to look to the Doug Dietrich episode that was back on November 16th. And the November 16th episode, you just open up the summary, and it's spelled right there. You don't even need to press show more. It's right there. September 15th of this month. Go there and look at it, and you'll see it spelled out. Okay. And there we have that. And so aside from that, it is now a little after midnight where Peter Moon is. And Marky Milk says things.
Question. It says, can Peter repeat how Dr. Anderson sees the universe?
Yeah.
I don't know how he sees it. I was just alluding to how he sees it. I really don't know. And this time-space are a human brain manufactured illusion. Well, the human brain perceives time and space, and the human brain exists in time and space. It's just like, God. So everything's a mathematical illusion. Does Douglas believe that 4D space-time to be, what's he say? You can answer that, whatever the hell it is.
No one can answer that.
Okay, so I pretty much kicked the atom Pinkushevich, which is probably a Russian name, was alluding to another channel, the CEO on YouTube, blah blah blah. So I just deleted him. He's a piece of shit. Fuck
Okay.
him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yes.
Okay, I'll say good night. And
By the way, I want you to know we got back the number of audience we had originally, and so we, everybody came back with the excellent.
43-10 now.
Yeah.
We lost to 20. It was up to 23. It says 43-10.
Let's hope it stays that way. And Peter, Sarah Thomas said, please tell us when your phone is finished updating. It is still updating, honey. This is the longest 10 fucking minutes I've ever seen. This thing is still a circle spinning round and round, so we'll see what happens. If this is out for the night, then, I'll just be prepared. That's all. And of course, we love you dearly, Peter. Thank you for saving my ass tonight. Let's hope this works tomorrow. Let's hope I'm able to get back into the account. By the way, we had this other individual say, a wonderful individual trying to be helpful. And he said, Douglas, why don't you establish another account in case you need it? And, obviously that's what we did. Yeah. And so Maria Grigorich says the downvotes are down to 9. And so hopefully, there's something's going on that, we speculated before, even that the Dietrich Ardelek intervenes at times. And believe me, that's quite possible.
Because it doesn't make sense that that many people are going to change their downvote to an upvote. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm so glad that Peter was made aware of this so he could see that with his own eyes, because that can go into the book as well. These are real things happening, people, and these real things, they're indicative of what we go through. And this is what happened when I stole the Vox Arca for you. I am suffering as Prometheus did when he stole fire from the gods. I stole fire from the anti-gods, the fire that can call down the fire of the anti-gods like Cthulhu, just as the nuclear button can call down the nuclear fire, which is the equivalent of hellfire itself on the humankind. That is what I stole from the military occult complex. By working with me, Peter Moon has entered this world of frustration where technology itself is no longer our servant, but we can hope for perhaps the art elect who sides with humanity over the anti-gods to be on our side. And
well, what's interesting about that is that the writing I've been doing and the work I've been doing has been it's been non-threatening because it can just be ignored. We have such a plethora of information that information itself is neutered to a large degree just by the fact that it's information. This stuff, yeah, it can catch fire, but it's hard. People want to recognize me for what I did 20, 30 years ago, not for what I'm doing now. Not even the David Anderson stuff. They want to, it's like they're at the Montauk level. And by the way, the demand did increase on your book, on my distributor. The demand went from 1 to 8. That's a significant uptick. 1 is horrible. 8 is small, but it's a hell of a lot better than 1. I mean, it's astounding. So all the cheerleading and stuff we've been doing is making a difference. We got to make a lot more difference, but at least it's a positive.
Remember, listeners, it's up to you. Nobody even knows that the United States lost World War II to Japan. Let them know it. That should be enough to let people read the book or lead them to it. And our love to Peter Moon for helping to bring that to the public. Blessed night, Peter, and share our love with Paula. And sweet be thy dreams and blessed be thy slumber.
Yeah, the truth will set you free. That's the whole idea here. Okay, good night, everybody.
Good night, Peter.
Night.
Yes, so Daniel Arola and
Good night, Peter.
Jameson Reese are still with us. I'm hoping everyone can hear them. I want everyone to acknowledge that. And honestly, so we'll see if I can get the second wind to get on with something tonight. It honestly has, you can understand, I'm sure, wiped me out to come back from the partying, the enjoying myself. I was really surprised at Peter saying, "Oh, I want to know what you were doing during the Moon Festival," and it's like, well, what do you think I normally do? I mean, it's like it's not particularly different. I party, I drug, I have sex with an escort that my son provides for me because, of course, of what I do for the man he married, Sugar Daddy. I have the blood of young boys who are part of the harem of transfusion associates that help to maintain the health of my affiliate in that regard. So, like, it's like, it's nothing particularly different. So Maria G says, yes, all hurt. Okay, thank you, honey. Bless you. And
Did you have any field rat like the Taiwanese festival?
The what? The what?
Did you have any field rat?
A field rat, that's cute. That's cute. Yes. So if you're talking about the actual eating of rats, I do have a craving at times, and this weekend wasn't one of them. Maria Grigorich asked if I bake mooncakes. That's so adorable. Thank you, honey. No, I didn't bake them. By the way, just so people understand, with the Moon Festival, there is the tradition of mooncakes, and mooncakes are, well, I like them. I'm fine with them with a lot of tea. But what most people parallel them to are fruitcakes in the West. In other words, like, which I don't mind either. I don't mind most fruitcake, or I can eat fruitcake. But most Americans hate fruitcake, and which was developed, of course, to preserve all that good stuff rather than throw it away. Fruitcake was developed, and so it's a survival food, really. And they mixed it with a lot of alcohol to make certain it preserved. But in terms of fruitcake, most Americans can't stand it. So at the holidays, they pass that out once a year, or they used to. I'm sure nobody does anymore. And what people would do is a lot of them would throw it away, or they'd store it away like it's supposed to be stored for the apocalypse. And but mooncake's kind of like that. And so the parallel people often present is that mooncake's a lot like Western fruitcake, and that it's something that nobody really wants. But, that's not the case. I enjoy it immensely. But aside from that, oh God, my voice is shot. Talking out loud, so people... Go on.
Speaking of fruitcake, I was friends with this old gay guy named Jerry Kosman, who he prided himself on being the biggest fruitcake company in Houston back in the 70s and 80s. It just reminded me of him.
No, that's delightful. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. So in terms of Maria Grigorich, she likes mooncakes too. And okay, Jesse M. Balk said that. Jesse M. Balk said, made a new Skype just in case you want to use it. Oh, God bless you. Thank you, sir. And so what'll happen is, if something happens and I can't get the other Skype working, I'll talk to Jesse M. Balk. And it says here we're not friends on Facebook. Let me see if we can correct that. So let me look up his thing and press add friend on that. And of course, Isaac Romero, I won't read his message because that might be private. And then, so aside from that, let me see if we can get back into the correct message box. And there we are. I'll get back to there. And both of you gentlemen, go ahead and start talking again. And there we are. So, okay, just, smiling, and you know how I am. I kind of go silly with the ladies. So, both of you gentlemen, do me a favor. I'm going to try and refresh myself. This installing system update looks like it might be finishing sometime soon, but I'm just not careful. So Maria says, do you want us to make some extra Skypes just in case? Go ahead, honey. Yes, make an additional Skype account. Yeah, God knows it won't hurt. The biggest problem, of course, will be that I'll have to be literally in contact with someone when I get into them. And then hopefully after that, we'll be able to access them. So it's not something that we want to keep doing. If I keep making new Skype accounts, or we keep making new Skype accounts, and they keep using my same IP address, eventually this might be interpreted as something. And that, of course, may be just what the enemy wants. But yeah, everybody make one just in case who wishes to. And then let me know that you've made one. And then, if I get into some trouble with the Skype account, we might be able to get something new going. As a rule, of course, oh my God, just what a night. It has been too much for me. So I'll just try and, see what else I can talk about tonight. Probably continue where we left off. Our man Jesse Balk says write down and delete. So our lady Maria Gregorich says get some tea and do a few lines. Can't do that every night, by the way. But in terms of okay, so let me write down what our man is saying here before I refresh myself. And my telephone seems to be restarting. So I'm letting everybody know that. And so here's the Microsoft. Let me make that larger. You can make your own password later. Okay. So here we are. Other Skype. Let me write that down. Other Skype. And there we are. Writing this down. And he says make your own password later. We'll find out. Okay, and so let me delete this. It's got this big number up there, but I don't think I need the number. Okay, remove. And okay, so I wrote it down. If I have trouble getting into it, then ideally I would be able to call you, and I would ask him for his phone number. All right. Let me leave you guys on stage. I will be back. Given about. It's about 10:30, 11:30. It's about 11:20 where our man Daniel Arola is. So hopefully he can stand being on with Jameson a little while longer. And not that that's a problem or something. In terms of Jameson's personality, if anyone can handle it, it's Daniel. But not quite sure what's going on in his home. So. In both of their homes, some things often happen. Yeah. All right. It's yours, both of you gentlemen. Please keep everyone educated and informed and entertained. And I will be back in about 15 minutes approximately. And hopefully we'll be able to go from there. Let me see if I can go mute. Okay, so I'm signed out of this stupid thing, and I have to go to, where is my Skype? I'm on Skype via the Google. Okay, so I have to actually open the Google page to get the Skype. And so this is what makes it so weird. I couldn't open the Skype from Skype itself because I guess that's locked into the account. So all I'm stuck on is this Google with Jameson's face as the only face on my account, which I can't think of anything more frightening. And
oh my gosh, I feel bad for you.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, let me go.
I've been told that my face is the face of the anti-gods themselves.
Well, you look very earnest. It's simply the fact that being stuck with just one person, opposite you is always it's always disconcerting.
Well, you don't want to be stuck with a guy's face. I mean, come on. If it was a woman's face, it'd be a little different.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. Okay, so everyone, my phone is on. I am going to now put it on the charger. Actually, turn it off and put it on the charger. And with that, going mute. And both these gentlemen are with you to keep things hot and bothered or whatever.
All right. So I did some digging, and they say that small earthquakes are not unusual in Australia. Since it sits in the middle of a tectonic plate, it's less susceptible to major earthquakes, but they usually have 3.0. The earthquakes are usually 3.0, and they're usually so far beneath the surface that they're never felt above surface. So the fact that they're getting hit with 5.9 magnitude earthquakes is extremely alarming, to say the least. That means that there's an extreme amount of stress under that tectonic plate, and that means that a volcano is going to go off somewhere else. An earthquake's going to happen somewhere else that's going to be really fucking huge. Or so I'm guessing.
Shit.
And that yeah, that will result in something quite massive, to say the least. Um, I'm going to keep digging around to see what else I can find on that, because it seems very. Of course, none of the construction in Melbourne is constructed to deal with earthquakes, because they don't get anything that's really felt at all anyway. Although there have been historical reports from some of the Aboriginal peoples of instances in the past where there were earthquakes. So this is quite alarming. If it's not, if it isn't, all right, if it isn't a test of scalar technology or vector-driven technology, if it's not some kind of scalar technology test, then I would say that it's an indication that the Earth is in for some really difficult times. Well, that was pretty much a given anyway, but shit.
Yeah.
Hey, have there ever been any earthquakes like in Indonesia or I don't know, in the Philippines?
Yes, there have been. The Philippines we're like set in the Ring of Fire region, so we have lots of volcanoes.
Oh, okay. So you guys live with the hot stuff, the lava and shit.
Indonesia had Krakatoa, so they had, and New Zealand as well. They also had they did have a volcano erupt many moons ago.
Holy schmoly! Well, it's definitely been a lot of Vulcan activity going around these days. Who knows? We might actually get lucky, and Yellowstone might blow.
Hell.
Of course, if that happened, that would be like something astronomical. That would be of extinction level. I should not be really seeing that stuff happily. Have you ever checked out a fighting venue called like bare knuckle fighting?
I've heard about it. I've seen some clips of it, and the result on some of the faces, and it looks pretty brutal. But I don't know. I haven't watched enough of it to actually give a thorough analysis.
Yeah, I've seen some fights, and the fights seem pretty good, but the only thing is like they don't have like kicking, and they don't have like grappling and stuff like that.
Yeah,
it seems to be just
boxing.
It seems to be like just purely striking.
Yeah, it's just straight boxing.
It would be sweet if they had something that was bare knuckle and it was like just MMA, just like the old days, man.
Actually, in Myanmar, they have it's just like Thai boxing, but they have their own version of they have their own brand of kickboxing, which is they not only just use elbows and knees, they also headbutt and throw, and they don't wear gloves; they just wrap their hands.
Nice.
Yep.
That's the kind of stuff that becomes interesting because there's higher stakes.
Oh, that is an intense sport. I enjoy watching it. They call it Lethwei, Lethwei. That's their name for like what they call Muay Thai in Thailand. Over there they call it Lethwei.
Nice. I'm going to see if I can find some YouTube channels that show that, because that's very interesting.
They offer a lot of intense fights in there.
Yeah, because sometimes like when I'm watching like UFC and there's UFC fights, sometimes at some point it just gets boring and it's like I just want to speed through it and see the conclusion already, because the guys are just like
Yeah. I used to go to pay-per-view watch parties
on occasions. But I didn't have the patience to sit through all the commercials and all the talking. I just wanted to see the fights. So I always waited till like maybe highlights of it hit YouTube before it gets removed.
Yeah,
and then I'd
yeah.
watch it from there.
Yeah, the highlights are usually much better than, watching the entire thing anyway, because the highlights, give us the more important parts, because most of fighting is usually like, most of fighting is gauging the other opponent rather than actually striking.
Yeah. Yes. Well, a lot of times I almost keep forgetting that I'm technically I'm part of the old school of MMA history in Texas, but this was before they called it MMA, and I fought bare knuckle. I didn't even use gloves.
Yeah, I saw one of your videos where you got the guy with a submission.
Yeah.
That was a pretty cool fight, man.
Yeah. Yeah, those were some fun. Those were some fun times. Right before everything got regulated, everything went boxing commission and more rules. We had less rules to play with, and in fact, in those days we actually had more respect towards each other because of the potential of what could happen to ourselves, when we fight each other.
Yeah.
We were more respectful then.
Yeah, because these guys, they seem to like during the weigh-ins, they seem to like just like talk shit about each other, and they act like a bunch of animals. They act like they act like prison rats, and it's just like kind of ridiculous. It's like it's like, dude, it's like, because now that there's rules, nobody has to respect one another, because there's not as much on the line. There's still shit on the line. I mean, people still get like broken legs, and like some people get like their forehead smashed in and stuff like that. But it's like, with more rules, people are taking more risk. And
we didn't even talk shit about anyone then. Hell, if it's anybody that would talk shit, it would be me. But I didn't even do it.
Yeah, because you never know what the other guy's gonna bring to the table. I mean, it's like once things become a sort of sport, once they become industrialized, once they become corporate, it's just like everything goes south.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, especially when higher media is involved, then it becomes an entertainment channel. So then, I can't blame some of these fighters for having to talk shit, or at least front and talking shit, just to keep the ratings up. So yeah, I can see why they do that now.
Yeah, they're probably told that they'll get fired if they don't put on a good show, even if it's like even if they are really, even though they are really hitting each other and stuff, if they don't pretend some kind of animosity, they're probably told, "Oh, you're not gonna get paid as much, man. People want to see you guys rip each other apart. People want to see you guys do wrestling." I mean, it's like, seriously, just watch wrestling for that shit.
Actually, as a matter of fact, in UFC, there was one fighter. He was afraid. He had this feeling that he was about to get cut because he wasn't. I guess he wasn't entertaining enough, or he was too boring for the roster. So he went full heel. He went full heel and put on a MAGA hat, and then he got support from Donald Trump, and of course, he's like bragging everybody that he's tight with Trump this, Trump that, and then next thing you know, he became the person that everybody loved to hate at that time, and then he actually became a good fighter, when he had all that attention, and but even when he got his ass kicked, but it was because of that attention that he was generating for himself. I don't know.
I would like to say that he's actually pretending, but I actually believe that he means it though in this character. And if he didn't, he's doing a damn good job at it. But I don't think so. He's actually for real.
Yeah, he probably is for real because a lot of fighters seem to be into that conservative alt-right shit because it's like because it sort of backs up that sort of machismo. Men are supposed to be men. Men are supposed to, they sort of fall into that thing.
Majority of them are actually conservative, especially in martial arts, and in these past 4 years, I've lost a lot of martial arts friends because of their support for Trump, and because I wouldn't bend their way. So, I was like, okay, it didn't surprise me because of the way some of these people were being taught, and at the same time, their teachers also weren't any better either.
Yeah, that's very sad. It's in America, this is where everything dies.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, especially martial arts. It's not even how can I say it's hardly even actually authentically traditional martial arts anymore. It's more of a sport now where athletes are doing martial arts moves, combined from many styles into a sport. So yeah. So I mean, they have mixed martial arts in the name, and so it's only martial arts in name.
What's sad is that they don't get the discipline that you're expected to carry with traditional martial arts. So these guys just run around in the street and just beat people up, and just like, hey, look at me, I'm a tough guy. Yeah, I'll practice MMA, dude. Don't fuck with me.
Actually, usually the people that talk like that are the fans. Those are the guys that don't train.
Oh, the fans are the worst. The fans are worse than the fans are the worst. My God.
Yeah. They're the ones that'll tell you if it were them, they would have been jabbing more.
Oh yeah. If it was me.
And then I usually tell them, if I were you, I'd do more crunches.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one, though. Yeah, because usually those are the guys who have everything hanging out and shit. It's just like
exactly.
Yeah, that is extremely hilarious. It's like if you're really going to get so far into something that you become a fan of something, why not try to emulate it by practicing?
I've also found that when I go to a sports bar and the UFC is on, I don't know, I feel disgusted about it. No, I'm a martial artist, but when it's wrestling, I'm okay with it.
Oh yeah. Well, that's interesting. Why is that?
Well, I mean, it's the mixed martial arts thing. It's just another another avenue for some of these guys, some of these bums to live vicariously through, so that they can buy a tap out shirt and act badass. I mean, whatever it takes, whatever they can pick up from where they couldn't get from wrestling. Who knows?
That's a good point. And and at least the wrestling fans seem to know that it's just entertainment.
Yep. Well, surprisingly, you'd be surprised how the number of people that actually believe that it's still real, and they all vote for Trump.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, that's because that idiot Vince McMahon is like a Trump fanatic. And of course he would be, of all people.
Hell, even Dana White, the owner of the UFC, he's also a Trump friend.
Well, that I knew. I mean, him and Joe Rogan, they every Sunday they drive around and suck each other off. I mean, that's just what they do for fun. And that's like really disappointing. And it's interesting because I saw something where even Alex Jones wants to distance himself from Trump.
Oh yeah, I saw the video of him talking about this. Like, I'm going to say the Trump.
That was funny. He was like, Trump is the worst thing that ever happened to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they got his...
but they were stuck. They're stuck with him.
Yeah,
and he's stuck on them.
Well, they created him. They enabled him.
Yep.
So they have to. So now that karma's a bitch. Karma's a real bitch, and when it comes back around, it's like, I shouldn't have done that. Hey,
Well,
gee, you think?
I found myself thoroughly entertained at the fact that some of these people actually believed that Trump was going to stay president for the rest of his life, and the rest of his family was going to follow along with him like family royalty. They actually believed that shit.
So wait, they thought that this was going to be like a freaking this was going to become like the monarch, a monarch or some shit.
Yes, exactly. I mean, of course, Trump he aspires to be a dictator. I mean, that's why he admired Kim Jong-un. Hell, even Xi Jinping. Even when Xi Jinping kicked his ass in the trade war, Trump still had admiration for him because he's a leader of a country where he can control everybody, just like Trump wanted to. Just like Kim Jong-un.
Wow. And so,
Yep.
and these are people who call themselves patriots, and they want to dismantle what, well, I mean, granted, I mean, I can't say that democracy has exactly worked in anyone's favor as we see it, but it's a hell of a lot better than what they have in China and North Korea.
Yeah, I think they just hijacked words of virtue and just overused them.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, they're too stupid to know that patriot's an insult, but...
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, and then even if they're told it, they'll just make up a new meaning to overlook that.
I've actually told people that online, and they said, "Fuck you, man! Fuck you, man!" They actually got mad, and I was like, "Well, what are you mad about? It's a historical fact."
Or they'll redirect the story into something else, and asking you to compare who to who.
Oh yeah, the comparison.
It's always that misdirection tactic that they pull.
And the truth, I mean, truth be told, I can't exactly say I'm satisfied with what Joe Biden has been doing either, for all honesty. But he's not as hard as Trump would have been. If Trump were in office now, I get the feeling we would be back in slavery, because freaking the elder thing in freaking San Francisco would have probably made it in, and they would have adopted his minimum wage is $0 bullshit. So it's like so it's like if it's slave labor, nobody would fucking work.
Larry Elder, he totally made himself a joke in California. I mean, he preemptively assumed that Gavin Newsom was going to win. Oh no, that Gavin Newsom had already won before the election. He had that on his website, saying that because Gavin Newsom had won, that the election was rigged, and that they had attorneys prepared, to sue. And then next thing you know, when Gavin Newsom won, he went radio silent. Like, oh damn, there's nothing he could do.
Yeah, well, he probably doesn't have the I don't know if he has the money to sue or not, but I think he would get laughed out of existence if he tried.
Al, even if he had the money, he'd still be too cheap to. That's why they're conservatives, cheap asses.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that's a big problem, and unfortunately, we haven't gotten a fourth stimulus. Of course, and and I find that pretty alarming as well. I mean, we're at a point where the government just basically is on its way out. They're like, yeah, we'll just they're like, yeah, we don't care anymore because we're already in office. And I've also,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say I've also noted that a lot of the progressive and liberal leaning news channels have completely like changed their tune and have become all of a sudden like Fox News again. So CNN, MSNBC, and whatnot, they're like, okay, we already have a Democrat in office. We can just become, racist pricks now.
Well, considering the mess that Trump made in 4 years, I imagine it's a whole huge mess behind closed doors, especially when it comes to stacks of paperwork that people have to process through in the government that we're not being informed about. That makes the people anxious and impatient. And of course, you can't blame the people for believing that the government's doing nothing while they're busy, having to look through everything thoroughly, in order to come to some conclusions or to come to some ideas for solutions, for all kinds of problems that the mess that Trump made had occurred.
That's a very good point that I would have overlooked if you hadn't brought that up. So thanks for mentioning that.
Yeah, because there's always a process to these things, like just like sitting through processing. If you end up arrested, that's the frustrating part about being in jail, is sitting in the holding tank until you finally get booked. Yeah,
I noticed that, and they'll keep you in there for like a good 12 hours if they can.
Yeah, no shit. It can either get really funny or you want to fight somebody.
I was lucky that I had the entire holding cell for myself, but it was just boring.
Yeah. Well, fortunately so far, I mean, all these times I've ever been arrested, nobody's messed with me. So, I mean, even when I got messed with in jail, it just ended quick. So it's like cool. But I can't say it's anything to brag about because I still ended up in jail either way, regardless of the reason.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, there's nothing good about having gone there, honestly speaking. And it does take a lot of money out of one's pocket because and then one has to go to court and all this other stuff. It's just it's an unnecessary headache.
Yeah, so especially if you have a job and family and a schedule to keep up with.
Yeah, it's almost alarming how people put themselves in situations where they go through that. It's just mind-boggling.
I think people end up in jail because they never thought about, or they never prepared themselves for what happened. Once you get arrested.
Yeah, that's the thing. That is one of the things I keep in the forefront of my mind when I'm outside, and that was what was so disturbing about that incident where that dude was on that train station, and when I was at the train station, and that dude was like kept pacing back and forth like he wanted to fight me or stab me or something. That shit was like, I was like, what the fuck? I was actually thinking of just leaving the train station instead of having to do the alternative, which would have been to try to lay him out in the tracks and hope that he gets hit by the train and I can, dodge that somehow. But
at any rate, so I'm back now, but I'm still eating something. So both of you men, please carry on. Do your best. Thank you. Obviously, we did lose a lot of the audience because, it's not what they, I think they've heard much of what they've wanted to hear for tonight. And a lot of it was just us trying to get back on. And I'm amazed that many came back to our original levels after that, original interruption. But
Both of you are doing great, and I'll be back with you in a few minutes. I'm just sitting here eating. Thank you.
All right, cool.
I'm not someone who really enjoys combat. It's something that happens when I'm anxious. It's like it's a fear response. So it's
with me, I like to fight, and a lot of times I do like to think of different scenarios of what would happen, in some situations if it ever went down. But I do avoid it as much as I love to. But because I'm aware of what could potentially happen if I did, that's what grounds me.
Yeah.
So I stay at home a lot.
Oh, I see. So you don't have to worry about dealing with the assholes.
Yeah.
Because I guess you had your fair share of them, huh?
Oh yeah. I've had my fun, and I know when the fun is too much, then things could get bad, because then I would become careless,
Yeah, and if one's too careless, someone gets killed.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the human head is so fragile that it's relatively easy to kill someone. I mean, slamming someone on the pavement is enough to probably, if not render them unconscious, kill them.
Hell, I'm notorious for headbutting people, so it's usually my head that lands on the target, then on the pavement.
All right. Yeah, what I would say is I probably enjoyed it more as a kid before I realized, what consequences there were to it. As an adult, there's just so many consequences that it's like now it's more anxiety inducing, because it's like, oh fuck, if I go off and try to, if this person attacks me and I have to counterattack them, I have to make sure then that I don't kill them. And, there's just all those stressors that are running at that point. And so there's just too much processing for it to be enjoyable anymore. It's...
Yeah.
Especially in New York, where if two people are in a fight, they'll just lock both of them up. And it's like, okay, so... Not only do you have to worry about, whether you'll kill the person, but if you get locked up and they get locked up and they get injured, they could sue you, and et cetera, et cetera. It just goes into this whole. It's just something that's just it's too anxiety inducing to enjoy anymore. As a kid, there were no consequences to beating someone up or getting beaten up. It's just like, you're going to get home, you're going to recover or whatever, or that person's going to get home, they're going to recover, and, you'll get suspended or whatever, but it's just like, you're not going to get arrested for assault.
Yeah. Actually, one night I did get into a fight outside of a bar one time. But I told the guy, I said something like, "Hey, dude, since neither of us like to get arrested, can we just sneak outside of the building and just fight, where no one can catch us?" He's like, "Oh, okay." We ended up fighting. It didn't last, maybe 15 seconds, and we ended up coming back as friends, buying each other drinks.
What triggered that fight?
It was over some girl. I was protecting some girl that didn't want to get bothered by this guy. And the funny thing was, I went ahead and formally introduced the guy to her after he and I fought. So he was a nice guy after that.
So he stopped being an asshole.
Yeah, but I still went home with her.
Oh man, he lost twice. He lost
yeah,
twice.
pretty much.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. I'm still in touch with that guy every now and then. I'll catch him on Facebook sometimes.
Well, that's pretty interesting, and how about the women's? That was just like a one-time thing, or?
I hope she doesn't find out where I'm at. She's an old story.
Oh man, yeah. It's funny how relationships between guys who fight each other last longer than, even one-nighters.
Well, another thing that's funny is see, when girls find out, let's say two girls, if they find out that they were sleeping with the same guy, usually they'd end up swinging. But when guys find out they slept with the same girl, they just laugh.
That's very interesting.
Oh yeah, it just comes naturally that way. I mean, I've seen that as a bouncer. I mean, I have my own personal experience as well. So it just seems instinctively common.
Well, it seems women might be a little more competitive than we are with each other.
Well, the difference is, see, for men, see, sex is a very physical sensation. Where with women, I mean, it appears physical, but it's an emotional thing. They feel their way through it, So when it's emotional to them, there's some value to it. So you can't blame them for wanting to feel possessive now.
That's a good point. I never considered that. So you've taught me something I didn't know about women, and it's quite probable that I've hurt quite a few women by just, doing whatever and not contacting them again,
Yeah, they process things emotionally, and they will use their logical mind at a minimum, just to maybe perhaps form some kind of formal picture around what they're feeling, but when you talk their ear off, they've already lost you. If you had to explain something to them, they have to feel their way through it.
I see. So relationships are more of an emotional thing with women, whereas with men, it's sort of like a this guy has something I might want to know.
Yeah, and then it's a matter of being able to integrate the two. Then that's when you have a relationship. When you can integrate the two and accept each other's ways, and that's where you can begin to make things work.
Wow, you're actually teaching me something very important about making friends, because I've never been able to integrate the two, and this has been a challenge that I've encountered for most of my childhood and adult life, is that it was always either one or the other. It was either emotion or intellect, but they've never connected when it came to relationships. So it's like people would get two faces of me.
Yeah.
But it can never be like one or the other, and people would be like, "Why are you so distant?" I'm like, "Oh, aren't I always that way?" They're like, "No."
Well, yeah, actually, you have there's actually some hope for you, because I want to go back to when we first met on Facebook. There was tension between us. We got into some argument or whatever, and I was giving some memes, purposely to piss you off with, and then you blocked me, and then the next day you unblocked me, you apologized, and then we were cool. We became friends. And see, out of all the hundreds of people that have blocked me, you're the only person that's actually unblocked me and became friends with me, which means that you actually turned out to be more humane than the humans that you want to see die.
Oh my gosh, that's the most ironic thing of it all.
Yep.
So
that was that. I mean, and I've thought about that. I've meant to tell you this, a long time ago, but I guess this is the perfect time to bring it up. But yeah, I meant to tell you. So yeah, you're a lot more human than the people that you want to see die.
So maybe what it is that I want to destroy is the inhumaneness or the inhumanness,
or whatever it is that you hate about someone that might be within you. You might want to eliminate.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I guess the only thing is I guess my issue is fear. I mean, I always have this fear of people, so I can never let them get too close. Um, it's and it's because, a lot of times when people have gotten to a certain point, things would not go well. They would stab me in the back or do something that's just like, or see me as a useful idiot or something. It's just.
I'm still cautious around people too.
Hell yeah, especially these days, in this post-COVID era, it seems like people have just gotten crazier and crazier.
Yeah, it gets crazier. I think the more things change, a lot of it's still the same. It's just the names that'll change.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, humanity seems to be as crazy as it always ever was, and
Yeah.
I would say that to give us credit, if you're one of billions and trillions of sperm that made it to an egg, so you've got to be a little crazy to have made it this far.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so let's see if I could find something to oh, actually we're almost at 1 o'clock Eastern time. So let's see. I'll see where Douglas is at as far as because I don't want to start reporting on any stories yet. I'd like to keep things going in a sort of like organic way. But yeah. So how have things been going?
So there, I'll come into the rescue now. All right, so I had to take some vitamins, and you can read into that what you will. And with that, I love both of these gentlemen. Thank the gods for both of them. I wouldn't be able to get any of this done without them. The interesting thing is that all of the tabs that were open on my Firefox search engine shut down and were rendered inaccessible. Then I have to reopen all of them. It's like just reopening them as if I were re-entering them. I'm just glad I'm able to do that. So with what Brendan Zogit said, then the fear is that if Microsoft shuts people out of their laptop for trying to get back into their Skype account, then they could conceivably shut me out of my computer. But then again, it's not necessarily a compatible computer, but then the laptop probably wasn't compatible with them either. None of this really makes sense to me in terms of...
What we would have to do we'd have to establish another account with another email.
Well, in that case, we'd have to establish another account with another goddamn computer. If that came down to that case. So I'd have to go on a fundraiser to get another computer, but I'd have to get the account open first and everything else. So it'd be a catch-22. In other words, this would be a way to shut me down effectively for quite some time. So it's let's hope that doesn't happen. Everybody maintain this in your thoughts and prayers that the PC stays open. So in terms of this wonderful lady, Holly Kanitis-Kiefer, she was providing feedback. And so she's someone who, of course, hopefully we will have back on the show. I don't know what her condition is with her own Skype account or whatnot. I know she was kind of out of the game, so to speak, for a while, but she's always been quietly listening. Isaac Romero explained why he couldn't come on tonight, and just leaving that there with him, an acknowledgement. And so Peter Moon, he was just following up with this. Costas Brennan, let me know when you are off work, and then we'll see if we can work him in for another few minutes. Okay. Be off work. And maybe all of this goes back to the computer being full. With maybe if it's got no space, does that make any sense? I mean, it's certainly.
Yeah. If you're running out of hard drive space, that would be a factor.
You couldn't handle a Skype call?
I don't No, because you're still on Skype now. That shouldn't be this shouldn't be an issue.
Okay. And hopefully not. And oh God, this whole thing is just frightening as hell. Everything that I'm going through, it's opening up these tabs as if they're brand new. And then to top it all off, I get this offer to get $10 off of Facebook ads. So let's see. I know that I've got several more windows open here. And of course, when I'm on any night, I have several windows open. The good news is when I'm opening them, they open. The bad news is when I went into the live stream itself, which is the studio for tonight's program, it basically said, oh, Firefox lost that tab, and basically asking me if I want to shut that tab down. Now, because I have so many tabs open, I was almost tempted to shut that tab down. That would have shut down the studio, because what were the chances that it was that tab that was shut down? But of course, it was that tab that was shut down. So I had them reload it. I sent in a request to reload it, and it actually worked. And it was the studio tab, which we're producing from tonight. So it goes to show you how how much we're going through, which is just terrible. Everything tonight was truly an attack. If people don't understand this at this point, they're really out of it. Maria Gregorich says, good night. Hope you have a chance to relax. Please stay safe. I worry about you. Thank you, honey. Love you too. Let me write that down. And of course, it's very late where she is. So hopefully she gets enough sleep. And there you go, honey. And so Halicoditis Kiefer, of course, love you too, honey. Yeah, she says, thank you so much. Now, with all my heart, call you when you can, of course, most certainly. And right now, of course, the people that I'll be dealing with the most will be technical support, which would be my circle of friends, mostly Brendan Zogit and my 3D graphics modeler. We'll see what can be done. This is, at this point, I'll just get myself together and do the bootstrap thing, like we were talking about, and speak at least a little bit more tonight. And of course, my voice is still not really here, and it ran out further when trying to communicate and basically keep everything burning bandwidth while nobody else could be heard. So when they knocked me off the call, everyone is on my call. So that means that once I'm knocked off the call, everyone's off the call. And I think that's what nobody understood. So everybody remember that from this point forward, that if I'm knocked off the call, nobody can hear you. And so the problem was everybody thought they could be heard. And
the interesting thing is that they were only hearing Peter Moon and Daniel, but they weren't hearing me. And I'm guessing that's because I'm the first person you did call.
Okay. And was there something else you said in the phone message? You sent me a phone message. Is that something you're willing to share?
Oh, well, I sent you a phone message. I tried to send you some other phone messages where
A text message. Yeah, text message.
Yeah, I you should have gotten a lot of them, but the problem is they only sent the most. They didn't send those for some reason, and in those I was exposing who my last handler was. I gave his name and everything, and so it's interesting that did not go to you. So what I'll do is I'll send these now, so that you can get these, so that you can get them all. This was actually on the day when I thought that I was being stalked the hardest.
Well, I've got 3, 4. I'm getting them. They're all coming in now. Are you just sending them now? And that's why they're coming in now?
Yeah, I'm sending them now.
Okay. And so the other one was from 7:48 p.m. and 7:49 p.m. And then one more at 10:07 p.m. My time. This is all by Pacific Daylight Time. All right. Well, let me shut this down. I can look at all that later. Oh my God. So what were you two talking about before I came back?
We were just talking about like mixed martial arts and just a wide array of stuff, just
And women.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. He was teaching me some things that I did not know about women, such as how sex is like an emotional thing for them. And so that really changed things for me because I had no idea. I figured like women, once they sleep with a guy, it's just like, okay, next, just like guys are, but I don't know.
You can't see me right now, but I'm rolling my eyes. At any rate, that's almost precious. Oh my God, son. It's like, we'll leave it at that for now. Okay. Well, the plumbing is really different. And, men can fire and forget. But yeah, with women being at the receiving end, it's a lot different, okay? I would hope people would understand that, but men never do. I mean, there's this, honestly, I always thought of you. In fact, I know you have more empathy than most men and a better understanding of women than most.
Well, that I do. And in fact, sex has a sort of, for me, has been sort of it's actually been more mental than even physical for me, which is the irritating part because I have to try to unlearn how to make this a mental exercise and sort of like teach myself how to make this physical because I'm just an abnormality like that.
Okay. At any rate, let me answer this young lady as soon as possible, and then get back to our listeners with something besides getting Jameson laid, which is important, but not necessarily as world-shattering as some of what we were discussing earlier. Some of these subjects that we were covering.
Yes.
Of course, it's world-shattering in your case. I mean, at a personal level, but
not really. It would be more world-shattering to uncover an ancient tome from like the Middle East that nobody else has because I'm just fixated on that. Well,
Okay,
of course,
and,
that's an unhealthy obsession.
Yes, it is. So there we are. Let me tell her what to do, and okay, I will. Let me see the Les Renee encounters. Took me a while to remember who she was. So let's see if I can send her something. Okay. All right, give her my email address here. And that should help. Other than that, you two gentlemen, of course, I wouldn't say you've served your purpose in a dismissive way, but I'm going to try and take over. And what we'll do is we'll segue into it. I want Daniel Arola to tell us, because our man, Jameson Reese mentioned earlier that he knew a young lady who had eyes just like the young lady Elizabeth Holmes, who had founded the Theranos company. And the Theranos company chick, do you remember her at all, Daniel Arola?
Serranos?
Yeah, Theranos.
Yeah,
T-H-E.
Elizabeth Holmes.
Yeah. I mean, let's see if Daniel recalls her. I mean, he may not, keep up on that sort of thing.
It's not registering right now.
Okay. Do you remember? She's on trial now. It's only now really coming to trial. But you might remember a young, tall, Nordic Aryan blonde with blue eyes who was basically telling the world that she could revolutionize the blood industry by taking a single drop of blood and running tests using that single drop of blood that would give results for basically everything. So this is something that with much less blood than is normally connected, she could get, orders of magnitude, many more results. And this would, of course, if this is true, revolutionize the blood industry. It would, as a matter of fact, this would render all such machines that she claimed she had available in homes, and people could use those to test their blood whenever they were concerned, and the results would come back. In other words, the blood itself could be analyzed by the machine, the data transmit it to another service that would transmit it back to you. This would be something that, or it could produce the results instantly and show them to you without you seeing a doctor. Most people couldn't interpret such results, so would have to interpret them for you. So if it doesn't do that, it would run it through to the doctoral service where someone would theoretically do that for you. Granted, there would probably be hang-ups like shift work or something, but overall, gradually, theoretically, the kinks would work out. Of course, this technology didn't exist. This young lady was making it all up, and she had an added psychotic affect in that she artificially lowered her voice. She lowered her voice to make herself sound very masculine. And so all of this together, everybody bought into it, and generals, the heads of state like Henry Kissinger, they all signed up to be on her board. So they all became part and parcel of the scam, and they should actually be on trial with her, but she's the only one on trial. She was 19 years old when she started doing this. So the fact that she was just this young girl and was basically, claiming to have the secrets to the universe of blood, this is something that was just the fact that everybody just accepted it because she's this, young white chick, and everybody was willing to give her all their money. So she became a multi-billionaire overnight. And then, of course, didn't deliver. And then some investigation started because of the way her company was treating people, which was to intimidate them, etc., so they wouldn't, run away with the truth. Then this was the peak of the Silicon Valley bubble. So there you have that. And does any of that ring a bell?
It sounds like a case of Dunning-Kruger cashing in on a privilege card.
Yeah.
But it's vaguely coming back to me. I think I've seen a video on this one woman when you mentioned that she changes her voice, and that's kind of when it hit me. It just reminded me of this one video that I'd watched, but this was like years ago though. Mm-hmm. So I don't remember enough to be able to talk about it.
Okay. But you can vaguely remember it, yeah. Yes. And so it's definitely something that I'm glad that you remember that much, and I deeply appreciate that. Is for what other people might remember. I'll cover a little bit about her tonight, and let's see. I got some incoming messages here, and see what's heading towards me. And I guess it's nothing much in particular. Let me check to see if anybody's responding to the promotional banner. Thank you for sharing it, Jameson. And aside from all of that, what else comes to mind when you hear about something like that? I think you said it best, Dunning-Kruger. Which explain that to people so they have an understanding of what you're talking about when you say that.
Dunning-Kruger. That's where a person thinks that they're really skilled at something, and is also notorious for dissing other people that are actually skilled in that department. Mm-hmm. They probably think they're the best, but they don't know shit about it. Mm-hmm. But they do a hell of a job working hard at convincing people they know.
Mm-hmm. But as you said, cashing in on the privilege card. Obviously, if this were a black man who was old, he wouldn't get much play.
Oh, not at all.
An old black man. But the young white girl pulling this shit, and she got everybody jumping on her wagon. This was it's distressing, and it's predictable, and it's just awful. So
you should have stuck to Amway.
Yes. So it's just definitely okay. With all that being said, I'm going to try and speak a little bit to that as a segue into tonight's show, but I need a little bit more segue time. And our man is going to buy that for us, Jameson Reese, by telling us about this psychotic girl. Unless you said this before, I want you to say it again where I can hear it. You said you had this crush on this girl that had those same eyes. And the eyes, you said there was something specific about the eyes. What was it about the eyes that was similar? No, he said he'd be right back. Oh, that fucking helps. So that takes care of that. This is the challenge that I have to deal with. Fortunately, this doesn't happen too often. Aside from that, what about Daniel? When you were talking to Jameson about all the things you were talking about, you said that you were speaking about certain mixed martial arts and all the rest of that. Was there anything you feel that I should hear, or anything you think I would find relevant?
I was no, we were talking. Well, Jamal was he first talked about this one fight organization called Bare Knuckle Boxing, which is it's actually a boxing organization, but they fight with their hands wrapped, no gloves on, and he said that he wanted to see something more than that, like kicks and MMA style, and I brought up a style that exists in Myanmar. Burmese, it's Burmese boxing, generically, but by its heritage, it's called Lethwei. It's what they call Muay Thai in Thailand. They call Lethwei in Myanmar, and the rules are pretty much the same, except they have less rules in the Burmese boxing, where they kick, punch, knee, elbow, and they headbutt, they grab and throw, and they also fight without gloves on, with their hands wrapped, which is a super intense sport to watch. I mean, you can look it up on YouTube and find it, but I don't see that happening here in America.
No. Oh God, no. I mean, we may not have football in a number of years, simply because the fact that everybody is talking about how dangerous that is, and with good reason. So when you see something like that, then obviously they're not going to be starting a sport like that at all. By the way, Holly-Kadaitis Kiefer sent me something. I'm going to be reading that in a matter of moments. I just want to see if I can retain this, or if this pulled through. And if it did, that's fine. If not, then of course, then what I'll do is, okay, actually pulled through. Okay, so all right, let me take a look at what Holly-Kadaitis Kiefer said, and kind of respond to her. She says, "So help me, I think she's an AI-enabled biofacsimilacra." Sounds crazy. I know, I know why you would get that idea. By the way, I have nothing against that idea. I could see why someone would say that. When it comes to Elizabeth Holmes, her acting is, the way she projects herself is very it's very artificial. It is artificial enough where you really do wonder about her. And so that being said, have you encountered, does this remind you of anyone, this kind of behavior, the lowering of the voice, the whatever the look was in the eyes? I mean, does any of this remind you?
A person like that reminds me of the kind of person that will study and model great people, people that are easily admired, and they could model after that exterior behavior of another person and mimic it, and make it their own, which is one way for whoever they're talking to buy whatever bullshit that they're feeding them. They're giving them that air of confidence. They're giving them that look in the eyes, like, you better listen to me because what I'm saying is the shit right now, and you're not going to hear it from anybody else but me. That kind of that atmosphere that they produce, in that moment.
Yeah, thank you. And so in terms of her, she had youth appeal, she had sex appeal. Did you know that William Jefferson Clinton, when he was president, basically came up to her on stage and said she was the hope for the future, that it was, youngsters like her that gave us all hope for the future, was the only reason the United States had a future. So this was like how how incredibly she swayed everybody, and was given these pep talks all over the place. I mean, honestly, if you had this kind of technology, you really don't need to be given fucking pep talks. You just roll out the technology, right? That's something that everybody should have known. But it's people liked hearing the pep talks. People loved her because she was so charismatic, and that's what brings us back to.
She has a way of talking to bypass a person's sense of discernment.
Yeah. And so there we have that. And when it comes to, have you met somebody like that yourself that you could give us an example of? That would help if you remember any.
Oh, there's hundreds of them in martial arts that are just like that.
Thank you. And what they do is they can convince people that they are able to teach them something, that there's a secret that somehow only they actually know. Could you give us some examples of this?
Okay. Back then, people were a little bit more respectful towards black belt instructors.
Yeah. And
I have noticed a change in the 90s. When the Gracie family, when they were in business in America, they had instructor training programs, but usually you have to be a black belt in order to be an instructor. But they had like a long distance instructor training program where you can right after you pass white belt and achieve the blue belt. Which is the next rank after white, that you qualify to be able to be a training group leader, not technically necessarily an instructor, but a group leader. Where you run a club where you teach and share the techniques accordingly within your rank.
Right.
Yeah. And then, of course, you got to report to the headquarters and all that. They'll probably maybe make you make a trip to get tested, or if you've gone to enough tournaments. See, they also grade you on tournaments too, in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Right.
So it started with the Gracie family, and then
by the way, are they related to? Forgive me. There's a guy who does the YouTube videos who's got the golden voice. That bald guy. Is his name Gracie, or is that someone else I'm thinking of? The guy who lives in China. White guy, golden voice.
Oh, you mean Ramsey? Ramsey Dewey?
Maybe. Like if I look him up, I might find him because I
know who you're talking about.
Oh,
I know who you're talking about, but no, he's not related to them.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, all right. So thank you. Yes. So go on. But
that's when it became I guess that's what sold Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It gave a lot of adults the opportunity to become an instructor, without becoming a black belt.
Interesting.
So,
okay. So
that's how the Gracies made their money.
Right.
I mean, not only did they have to run their school, they had their own long distance teaching programs.
Yeah.
And all that.
Yes.
And the blue belt instructors, they get pretty arrogant as shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. That they do, and they. So all of this, of course, kind of changed the world of. It's kind of like people becoming doctors without going through medical school, I would think. Okay.
Yes, exactly that. It's pretty much that. I mean, when the blue belt, when he gets permission to teach, they instantly act like they're black belts.
Okay, yeah, that's just awful, and so that's impacted us. So Jameson, while you were gone, I'm going to try and segue into Theranos. Speak a little bit about that, and I wanted you to tell us a little bit. You may have spoken of this while I was having you do it before, but I want you to talk about it where I can hear it. So you had this crush on this one girl who had eyes very similar to Elizabeth Holmes. Tell us about this.
Well, This was the young lady who had, when I first met her, I thought she was older than she really was. And I had that relationship. And so I just remained friends with her. And I would come to over the years, that was the same woman who lost my psychic vampire codex.
Wow.
She was the one who would go in and out of prison for arson and
By the way,
when
the
she
fact that
was-
she borrowed your psychic vampire codex tells us a bit of where she was coming from. So,
she was all right. So I was on the train with her, and we were going up to her apartment, and she had and at this point she was of legal age, and she was like screwing some other guy, who was a dealer of weed. So anyway, she had basically, she was reading it on the train, and while I was speaking to her, and we get off the train, and I'm like, oh, where's the book? She's like, oh, I'm so sorry, I left it on the train. Right then and there, I should have known that, okay, this bitch hates you. She's trying to screw with you.
yeah.
And her eyes are kind of similar. Well, what throughout our relationship, even up to this day, it would be marked by endless lies. She's a compulsive liar, and a compulsive thief, and a compulsive, basically a sociopath.
Shit.
And while she's a beautiful woman, she still has those sort of eyes that were sort of similar to the eyes that this woman, Elizabeth Holmes, has. They're not blue. They're a different color, but it's like the same quality.
Okay.
And so that caught me right there, and so it strikes me as if it's almost as if they have the same archetype.
Wow. Or we're modeled on the same archetype. Now, you.
Yeah, and of course this young woman says, you know, I can't be your friend, blah blah blah. You know, I tried to love you, and I'm thinking to myself, you tried to love me. You tried to love me, meaning you fucked with some other dude. When you claimed that when you got out of prison, we'd be able to get into a relationship because you would be
Oh my God, Amanda,
like
Yude is with
19.
us. Yeah, let's see if we can bring Amanda on now. I'm gonna try this. Oh, Amanda Yude is on. She got onto the call. Honey, could you unmute? Honey, let's get her to speak for a second. Honey, yes, say something.
Hello?
Hi, honey.
Hi.
Did you have any
Hi, Amanda.
idea of what we went through tonight?
I'm sorry, it totally fuzzed out. I just heard you say tonight.
Oh, no worries, honey. I was just saying, oh my God, I'm just so glad to have you here. And of course, I love these two gentlemen and what they're doing. And Jameson Reese is just about to share a story with us that will segue myself into Theranos to begin my monologue for tonight. But I'm just so glad you're here because I want you to participate with us and stay with us as long as you can. And, you know, but did you have any idea? I take it you have no idea what we went through earlier tonight.
I don't, I'm sorry.
Oh my God, it was a nightmare. I'm locked out. Somebody signed me out of my Skype account while I was on it, while we were conducting the show. And so we had we had to establish a new Skype account. Peter Moon established one, and I'm using that via Google.
I thought my Skype was messing up.
Oh my God, honey. And then everything, you know, the whole computer, I'm very concerned about it all. But it's definitely just, it was a nightmare. Still is in many ways. But
Sorry, you guys.
Oh yeah, but I'm so glad that you're here. Your voice is very comforting. So what we were having our man Jameson do is just kind of segue into the Theranos thing with me, but I can't have him take that thread back up. What I want you to do first is kind of join us and tell us a little bit about what's been going on with yourself lately. I think that's important for everybody to understand, tell us everything you're willing to share. And you also called me. I wasn't taking any calls while
no.
Were you okay?
You didn't hear me on the message, did you?
No. I simply got the message that you called, but I don't think any message was left. In other words, I got an indicator that you had called me, but there was, at that time.
Oh my God. I am so sorry. I called my kids because I was coming home from the grocery store, and as we're unloading groceries to go in, I look down on my phone and it says I'm 20 seconds into a phone call to you, and so I'm thinking you called, and I answered unknowingly, and so I'm like, hello. And then I realize it's like leaving a message for you. And so like I'm driving home. I'm like 5 minutes away from home. And so I have no idea when it picks up. I'm like singing to Nirvana in the car.
Oh, that's
I'm
adorable.
talking about groceries. I mean, that's got to be all on your message. But it was also the Lantern Festival. And so I felt so bad because I totally didn't want to interrupt you, or that was such an accident, and I feel so bad because I know it was a celebratory day and I was not trying to interrupt you whatsoever.
Oh no,
and you probably caught me singing on the phone.
Oh, you didn't.
And I had no idea.
No worries. You didn't interrupt me at all. No, the phone was totally off. I only found out later.
Okay.
Yeah, and there was no message left, which I'm sorry there wasn't, because I would love to have heard that.
It was like, it said like there was like 20, and by the time I was like, oh my God, Douglas, I'm so sorry, and take care and have a great day. And by the time I clicked off, like you have like a 30-minute message on your phone. So please.
My God. No wonder it didn't deliver
it.
So it just chose not. It just chose not to deliver that. My service is not the most reliable in the world, and I enter messages that people don't get for a long time, and so it's so everybody bear that in mind if you're trying to reach me on the phone, to keep try multiple times. And aside from all of that, I'm just so glad that you're with us now. And so right now it's about 10:35 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, and our man Jameson is 3 hours ahead of us, whereas our man Daniel Arola is 2 hours ahead of us. So it's about 1:35 a.m. in the morning for Daniel, right, in Texas?
12:35.
12:35. Okay. And whenever you have to leave, just let us know. But it's been so long. I want you to talk to our lady Mandy for a little bit, because we were all together in all of this for so long. So say hi to her and interact with her.
Hey, I just looked up this Elizabeth Holmes.
Yeah.
And yet it's the same bitch we were talking about. Looking at this bitch's eyes, she's fucking dangerous.
Yes. Yes. There we are. So, Jameson, you've just been vindicated in that regard, and
James will drop her.
Well, what this chick did is she claimed how she tried to love me, how I threatened her, and how I cursed her name, and I told her, dude, I didn't actually cast that curse on you. I said I did because I was pissed at you, but the thing is, I'm thinking, you said you tried to love me. Let's see. While you tried to love me, you were fucking some dude who was a drug dealer, and then you were fucking some dude who you felt sorry for because he was retarded, and you almost had his baby.
But by the way, Mandy, your kids can't hear this, can they?
No.
Okay,
no.
Thank God. By the way,
thank you, but no.
Yes. So our friend in the chat room, Mr. Travis Moss, he says Skype is buggy. Hangouts are probably a bit smoother. Now, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding is that Google Hangouts, that completely shut down, that nobody was using Google Hangouts, and they shut the service down. That was my understanding. People can correct me if I'm wrong on this. I may have even tried that once. I know I was on Google Hangouts once, where, you know, the camera was available and everything. So somebody was trying that with us, and I don't remember who. Might have been Andrew Bartzies. Oh my God. And that was a long time ago. So, so honey, you remember Andrew Bartzies? Were you on with us and on a call with him at some point? Well, at least once, right? Yes, twice.
It sounds so familiar. I'm sorry, I sound like such a
we
lady.
actually all were.
Yes,
we all were one time. But except JMO, it was that one time with Laura Lee Solomon, Peter Moon, and did some kind of I don't know. Andrew was conducting some kind of a meditation thing. Well, not a meditation thing, but some kind of.
It's like an exorcism, but to get Steve Outrim out of my life. And of course, what Steve Outrim did was he hired Richard K. Cole Jr. to step in. So that was. Yeah, that was what happened there. And but Andrew Bartzies, he tried, and he did it for free, whereas he's charging other people $500 to $1,000 at least. So, you know, of course I have my gratitude for that. And but he and I are in very different universes. And you know, when he tried to call me last time, said, "You want to do another interview?" You know, I says, "Oh, okay. Well, I might need a few $100s towards some expenses," but he didn't want to bite towards that. But I felt that was the way to just kind of quiet it down or sever it. I really wasn't in the mood to work with him because he and I are in very different cosmologies. His cosmology is very different from mine. And but then again, you know, it's that way with other people too, but his is really different. It's just like he's and I do worry about him, and I you know, have been worried about him, but he's just was always wearing him. Do you know anything about how he's doing right now, honey? Because my understanding from Brendan Zogit, who checks in on him and looks at what he produces every once in a while, was like saying he's really worn himself out with a lot of the entering of the Ŵoaumphyieorai Estate to try and help people out, and that's really, you know, burning him up. So I don't know if you've had that impression or know what's going on with any of that.
I do not know what's going on with any of that, but I do absolutely know the burnout and the if you put too much out and help too much out, like you just run dry. I had somebody that I was consulting with a little bit, and they told me that empaths and psychics and people that do work like he does, that they do, like, you do use up your life force. You are actually being drained, and
he used a lot of it.
Take care of that, then you that just happens.
Yeah.
Actually, Douglas, the first interview of yours that I heard was with Andrew.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's
a long time ago.
That's amazing. And yes, oh my God. I mean, at this point, I just feel so sad. But maybe we should all check in on him at some point, just to say hi, see how things are going. But in terms of all of that, so honey, before we get kind of back to Jameson, I don't want him to get too trapped in this, because I think that, like he said, it's making him angry. But at the same time,
no, it's actually not, because I realized how indifferent she was to me, and I realized that when she said that she had actually claimed that she had lost a cell phone of mine when she had asked to borrow it. And I found out that she had actually used it. She had actually sold it like for $20 so she can buy weed to smoke. So I mean, yeah, some love for this bitch. She wanted me to pay her to have sex, and she was and she was like, oh, it's because I want to get an abortion, and I'm like. Yeah, you can get an abortion without paying for it, and so I kind of and while we're having this conversation, you know, because my last handler said, you know, he at the last minute decided, you know, you don't want to have anything to do with this bitch. You don't want to fuck with her. I'm not going to pay. I'm not going to let her come here, and I'm not going to pay her so that you could have sex with her at my place. And so I'm like, oh fuck. And so I had to kind of call it off.
Yeah,
And
I'd be disappointed too if he didn't pay her to have sex with me. That was
and then she's calling someone on the phone, and she's like, you made me come down here for nothing. I'm like, who the fuck is that? You pimp? Who the hell are you speaking to? And so she's like, I found out what she did with the money and why she was doing erotic massages for older men, which of course means that she was fucking them for money. I found out what she did with the money. She wound up getting an ass job, and getting herself all plastic and made up. So.
What intrigues me was that you showed me a connection to a video on YouTube. Was this someone who simply looked like her, or was this her?
Okay, I'm going to send you in messages a picture of her.
Okay.
Because
why don't you put this here in text where we can all see it? Put it here.
Yes. I will do that. Okay. Where is this chick's message?
Yeah. So in the meantime,
apparently I still do have, somewhere deep in my head, I still do have an attraction for her, and that's what's fucking annoying me.
Well, these things are hard.
I would rather blast her out of the water so that I cannot have any feelings whatsoever. But
I hope you get tired of it.
Yeah, and so by the way, so Travis Moss, he informs us now, Google Plus shut down. Well, there we go. Google Plus. Okay, Hangouts then is what? Hangouts is like, wasn't that Google? What is that? So Google Plus shut down. Then he says, I'm surprised that Richard K. Cole guy has so much time to do what he does. Has anyone heard of? Oh, okay. Then he brings up this other individual. You don't even need to do that, Travis. I mean, be kind to Travis, right. but he brought up this other guy that we don't need to talk about. By the way, I've thoroughly deconstructed, just so people know, what Travis Moss brought up was Anatoly Fomenko, the quote-unquote new chronology, which even Laura Lee Solomon, which I would have to say, and I'm sure that if Holly Kaditis Kiefer, who personally met Laura Lee Solomon, were here, she would confirm this and talk a bit more about it. But Mandy might remember some of this and can allude to it. But Laura Lee Solomon she unfortunately was very vulnerable to a lot of this right-wing propaganda. She did, after all, live in Texas, which is like the center of the rot, as Daniel Arola can attest. And it really takes strength to retain from falling into the pit when you're in the abyss of Texas. And but when it came to Laura Lee Solomon, she was starting to buy into that shit. And so I deconstructed that more than once. But Anatoly Fomenko is saying there was no such thing as the Dark Ages and that they didn't exist. Yeah. And that, so you've heard of this, right, honey? Mandy?
Yes, I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. No, it's just awful. And so, but this guy, he's working at the University of Moscow. But this is the point of Russian propaganda. Russian propaganda is at the point now where they are attempting to erase your history. And obviously the Dark Ages are just an integral, they're a pivotal part of our history, if not the pivotal part of all our history. The Dark Ages are where we get our identity from. This is where we get our concept of feudalism and medievalism that is the foundation of identity. This is when we raise children, the fairy tales that we relate to them are all about the Dark Ages. All of the fairy tales that we tend to relate to children come from the perspective of kings and queens and kingdoms and knights and a very medievalist viewpoint. It is the medievalism that forms the archetype of consciousness. To take that away is, of course, to steal everything. And so Anatoly Fomenko is part of a psyop to deprive you of your history. So, oh my God. So when he says something like that, it's not something I want to talk about tonight. I could talk about that some other night, but it's like, honestly.
Well, yeah, that's her. You can sort of see that sociopathic streak in her eyes.
Okay, so let's take a look inside.
Yeah, she looks like a hoe.
Okay. There we
Oh,
are. Well, she's got that big butt now. That thanks to money that was being paid for. But you this could have been your money, right? You didn't have a dime, right? I mean,
Yeah, and luckily I didn't pay for shit, and so she's so I was just, I don't know why, I must have been in a really dark place last month.
mhm.
I was in a really fucking dark place to have wanted to try to reach out. No, actually, what put me in a dark place was the fact that she responded to something I had asked her last year,
Uh-huh.
because I had all but forgotten about the bitch. And then she had she contacts me saying, "Oh, I can't be with you. You did this, you did that. I tried to love you." I'm like, "You tried to love me?" I'm like, "What?
JMO,
What kind of fucking love is that, bitch?"
JMO, if you were ever in the unfortunate situation to be in a relationship with her, you could always count on her. You could always count on her to bring up old shit.
Yo, this chick would burn the. No, honestly, I was thinking at some point that maybe I was lucky that I didn't do anything with her, because she was a lot. She was a lot more attractive when I last saw her in person, because she was a lot thinner.
Thinner.
And
Okay.
yeah, she was thinner, and she was like wearing this almost see-through clothing where you can see her, her
Okay.
kind of. Yeah,
Normally
she
I'm
traveled
the
all the way from Queens to Staten Island, and you could see like everything, and except for like her nipples, because that was the only thing that was covered by what she was wearing. And that was when we last met up, and I was like, damn,
By the way, normally I wouldn't even care to kind of censor someone like that or stop something like that. But it's, what can I say? It's one of those nights where my patience is rather short. And what can I say? It was funny the way that our man Jameson Reese was speaking of her. And when you do speak of her and you're talking about, oh, and you're fucking someone else and you're fucking this guy and you're fucking that guy, I'm not coming down on you at all. It almost comes up sounding almost puritanical. And I know that's not you. But
What do you mean by puritanical?
it's what you normally hear from. By the way, I'm not a believer in like free love relationships. I mean, obviously, if I had a relationship with a female, I would be disconcerted if she were sleeping around. So I will put that out there up front. That's that's disconcerting for any number of reasons that should be obvious in the age of
STDs and shit.
There we are.
I mean,
The way that you said it almost came out sounding like, the typical average guy, that is like a major point of jealousy to the point of pathology, where men are bringing that up all the time, that and half the time the woman's not sleeping with someone else, or it's just like whatever. In your case, I believe you. I believe you. I mean,
she actually did those things.
Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. Yeah,
and she did those while trying to remain a friendship with me, which I think was pathological, because it seems like she was trying to rub something in my face.
I get it.
And that's exactly what she was trying to do. And in all honesty, I probably will hurt. I'm going to use what I have to prepare a curse jar. This person, I believe, is an asset, because that is the very person who the FBI came to my house about.
Interesting.
So obviously, her father or mother or someone who's related to her is in the intelligence agencies.
Well, she's got the ass, so she's got the ass for asset, right?
Yeah.
She had that installed.
There you go. That's a kept person, obviously.
Yeah. Well,
So
I would suggest, personally, my advice would be just not to waste any energy on a curse. I would simply invest your time elsewhere.
Oh, my friend, I enjoy doing this. I enjoy when I get to let that vengeful side of myself out. That is the only expression I have. If I weren't doing curses, I'd probably be arrested for beating the shit out of people.
Maybe. At any rate, thank you for sharing.
I would let this one go.
Yeah, we'll let that one go for now. Moving right along for now. But I thank you for that. I brought that up, so I will take responsibility for that. Because this individual brought up Anatoly Fomenko, Travis Moss, be kind to him. He seems fine. I don't believe he did this malevolently. But do me a favor in the future, don't ask questions like that. because, when something like that comes up, that does irritate me. And then I feel obligated to just go back into cracking this guy down because there's too many people out there who need the education. So when I talk about the cult of alien gods, this is part of that. And this is part of entering chaos into your world is to destroy the foundations of your world. One of the foundations, one of the anchors of your world is time. This is part of the world of time. You take away time, you take away reality itself. You take away the chronology of time, you take away reality. So what the Russians are doing, because of people like Alexander Dugin, who's introduced proudly by Alex Jones as Putin's brain, and oh my God, the Russians are having another election, and you just gotta wonder why. I mean, with the crackdowns they're having, it's like, why bother? Why do they even try? But that being said, let me tell you a little bit about Anatoly Fomenko. Before I go there, let's have some fun first. Let's enjoy ourselves with Mandy while we're graced with her time. Honestly, Mandy, I love you dearly and want to talk to you personally on the phone soon enough. Definitely going to be busy throughout the next 72 hours, just as I was busy throughout the last 72. How familiar are you with the Chinese Moon Festival? And of course, it's more than just Chinese, it's also Vietnamese. And of course, you're the bamboo lady. I'll still always think of you of that. And whenever I illustrate it, Mandy, for those of you who don't know, I always give her a kind of a touch of green to her blonde hair. So tell us a little bit about what you understand about the holiday. Did you share anything with your kids? Moon cakes or anything?
Well, and that's always so special because without you ever knowing, green was always my signature color. So that was always my protection and my go-to. So, and the name of my email that you do have, the first three initials, it does stand for rain in Japanese, but it's rain for, it's, I don't know how to describe it. I'm sure you could do much better than me, but it is to describe the rain that brings the green from spring.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I forget the exact word myself, but
I forget the word.
Let's just let everyone know that, of course, we're talking about monsoon Asia. So we're talking about these monsoon type of rains that make everything grow, and without them, Asia dies. So climate change might kill India first because of the change in monsoon season. But that being said, okay, go on, honey.
Right. So, and I had a guru in high school, and she gave me a Japanese name. And it also means she didn't know about this either, that what I also had, but her name for me was also the spring rain, which in the Eastern Asian was the same as the other Japanese, for green. So, I did not make traditional moon cakes this year. I felt really bad. We still did make cakes, but it was not the traditional process, and I just didn't have the time to do it. And I did not want to wing it because the mooncake recipe is, it's not just a recipe. There's meaning behind it. There's a reason why you do it. Giving it to your friends and family and loved ones, it is very important and special. So the ingredients that you use, the time that you put into it, the symbols that you mark on the mooncakes are also important, and couldn't do that this time. So I made regular cake. I feel bad. I feel like I shortcutted.
No.
It honestly, the full moon kind of like snuck on me this year. We didn't usually here in Portland we have the Chinese and Japanese garden doing festivals, and obviously because of COVID things are different. And so, and also with my dad passing several years ago, we don't have the same kind of extended family to-dos.
Yes.
It was a little bit more quiet and subtle, and we always do the harvest moon, kind of halvesy Western, halvesy Asian.
Right.
And so it's always a big split for us, and I at least make it a family event with our children. It's a lot of paying tribute to your ancestors, your family, your children, just paying homage to your community. And I'm sure you can speak so much better upon it than I can give it justice. But
yeah, honey, that
yeah.
you're so adorable in that regard, because, you know, it was like Peter Moon said earlier, which actually puzzled me. I don't know where he was coming from, but he was like, hey, you know, I'd very much like to know what you did this Moon Festival holiday. And yeah, I'm really interested. And he was pretty emphatic about it. I'm like thinking, well, come on, what the fuck do you think I did? I do what I always do. I party, I do drugs, had sex with an escort. I'm like, you know, I drank blood from boys who are part of the harem of my son's husband, and you know, I mean, this is the kind of stuff like, okay, if you don't know what I do by now, then you don't know me, and you know, and what I'm doing is obviously not the traditional children's mooncake festival. Just so people understand, the Mooncake Festival is the second most important festival on the Chinese calendar, but it is not just Chinese, of course. It is Sinoviet, which means it is the Sinitic peoples, the Chinese, the Vietnamese, but also, of course, the Japanese and the Koreans celebrate the Moon Festival. But in the Vietnamese and Chinese cultures, it is far more intensive. And so, but it's fairly intensive everywhere, and has a lot of to do with the rabbit in the moon. And I'm sure that you've shared that with your children, honey, the fact that there's an usagi, a rabbit in the moon for the Asians, as opposed to a man, right? You've talked to them about that?
Yep, absolutely.
And so in terms of that, in Vietnam, it is known specifically as Children's Festival. So the Sinoviet holiday, as an amalgam, is a Children's Mooncake Festival. But of course, the lanterns are a very large part of it, and it's miraculous that Asians just don't start multiple fires. I'm getting a lot of notifications that I'm getting incoming messages. So just checking around, and oh, there's Brendan Zogit. Let's see if we can bring him on. Give me a second here, and he might be able to talk. Yes, I am off, and yes, Peter wants more details. He's saying that as if Peter might be grooving off this. Let's see if we can bring Brendan Zogit on for a little bit. I'm going to see if I can manipulate this a peculiar form of Skype that we are now on to bring our man on. And, you know, and therefore all of us can... Have you ever met Brendan, honey?
I believe we spoke once. I've heard him several times.
Uh-huh.
I might be mistaken about that, but I believe so.
Oh, okay.
He had a car accident, I thought, recently when we did speak.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me tell him calling. Are you there, Brendan? Are you on call? Let's see if he doesn't seem to be on call. Let's see if he sees that I called, and then if he sees that I called, he could jump on. I'd like to speak to him just for a few minutes to share some of my concerns, but if he's unable to come on, we still have yourself. And aside from all of that, don't forget, everyone, that just because they call it Children's Holiday in Vietnam, it's very much, you know, a holiday for everyone. So everyone is celebrating. And aside from that, let me take a look at some of these other notifications. And
makes me think of Christmas, where some people party and some people it's about like the family.
Yeah.
It's, you know, I know way too many people who Christmas means it snows in many different ways.
Christmas is depression. Depression. You know, I like to drink myself to oblivion on Christmas because I hate it. But I might actually waste my money this year and watch and go sneak into a preview and see what do you call it, that horrid knockoff of Matrix that these the Wachowski sisters,
the evil Polish sisters, But by the way, honey, are you familiar with the Wachowski brothers becoming sisters?
I recently became aware of that. I think you and Jameson are the ones that told me about that.
Oh my God, that's so fucking funny. And come on, our man Daniel, what do you think is behind that? What would make two brothers suddenly decide they're gonna become sisters. I mean, what the fuck is going on in the genetics there? What's going on in that gene pool? Obviously, it needs a lot of chlorination. Look, it's one thing when somebody has gender dysphoria and they just like, it's obviously my son was gender dysphoric. But I mean, this, when two brothers suddenly decide, my brother had a sexual, I want one too. Oh man, he gets one. I gotta have one too. I mean, really?
So now instead of jerking each other off, now they can jill each other off.
Yeah. I mean,
that is disgusting. Oh God, my brain.
Look. It'd be one thing if they looked good. That'd almost be the thing of fantasy. But no, they're hideous. It's like the sea hag from The Little Mermaid. And they both look like the sea hag from The Little Mermaid now. All you need is...
Oh, yeah, Ursula.
Ursula! Yes, all they need is the tentacles coming out from under their dress. What the fuck? I mean, it's not only like, I want to be they got to be an ugly bitch. It's like, I got to be an ugly bitch. And then the other brother says, oh man, my brother's an ugly bitch. I got to be one too. And it's like, it's not like, are they getting any doing that? I mean, come on. It's like, what is that? And people say, oh, it's attention. No. Oh, I don't buy that. No. That's not attention. That's like, people like that used to walk on stages and people would throw tomatoes at them. That's not attention. Yeah. That's persecution. They're seeking persecution. Yep. So honey, I mean, and then they produced Jupiter Ascending, which of course just that's. Oh God. Yes. Oh, did you see that?
I couldn't see it. I just knew it was bad before. I couldn't watch it.
It was bad. It was horrible. It was pretty freaking bad.
I can't understand why anyone likes The Fifth Element. The Fifth Element is just as bad. That's as far as I'm concerned, all they do is bad. But then, people have told me,
the Fifth Element had no theme. That's how you know the first Matrix was not written by them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Yep.
Who knows? Maybe the first Matrix was really written by Michael Aquino. I don't think so. He can't create. He can only co-opt.
No, he does those books.
I think Jordan Maxwell, he claimed to have some kind of influence in it.
Did he really?
Yep, I remember that.
He probably did.
Okay.
That's believable.
By the way, for those of you who don't know Jordan Maxwell, and if you ever take a look at the speakers panel of that conspiracy conference, the people they had the most respect for were the centerpiece on the panel, Richard Dolan center among them, everybody else around him, and the two people they disrespected the most had these little folding chairs on either side of that panel, and that was myself and Jordan Maxwell. And so we were kind of
That's where I met you, Douglas, but I know you totally don't remember, but it's all good. But that was that last UFO con, wasn't it?
No, that was that conspiracy con. It was like the
conspiracy,
the second one he ever held, but the first one I was at. And it was right after that they attempted to assassinate you and your children and your dog.
It was, so wasn't that the Santa Clara?
I believe so, yes.
Conference? Okay, yep, I'm sorry, I got the name confused. That was it.
No worries, because that's where I started off, was the UFO cons, and that was how I and then I wound up at the go on.
You were sitting between Maxwell and Andrew Basiago.
Andrew Basiago was right.
Yes, I remember meeting him and talking with him for hours.
Yes. Andrew Basiago was right next to me. He was sitting on the left of me, but he was on the panel. He was on the desk, in other words. He was behind a desk. I was not. And so he was supportive of me. I have nothing against him personally. Peter Moon can't stand him. It's simply the absurdity, I understand, of this poor Basiago. His desire to be president is just so sad. And but then, as Crystal River taught me, brought to my attention, Max Spears, of course, gave Andrew Basiago, for all intents and purposes, his minder, maybe even in a sense his lover. I can't remember the guy's name immediately, but that guy was lent Max Spears' Templar sword for safekeeping, and he never returned it. I never knew that until Crystal River told me about that. Anyhow, and of course, what Our Lady Holly Coditis Kiefer says is what's so crazy is all the new age MAGA types swear by the red pill, blue pill shit. Yeah, and that's quite true. It's yeah, they all use that terminology. So the terminology has become pervasive from the Matrix. And for those of you who don't know, I'm so sorry I forget her name, but then again, you know, there's just too much to remember. But there's a black African American woman who claims she wrote The Matrix, and this is like one of those things where
She probably wrote the first book.
maybe she certainly has these books. She's got books that she's written. So there's no denying that she's got books that she's written that she claims were basically what became the Matrix. But then she went further and said she also wrote the Terminator. And the point is, you know, people say that she won a lawsuit, and then there's this whole story behind that I've gone into before, and I just don't want to go into again because I'm just not in the mood for it. But I was pretty skeptical because so many people were so skeptical about her, and they kept cutting her down. But I noticed that Miguel Andahar and some other people that he affiliates with very much, you know, they accept her at her word. But as he said, oh yeah, well she writes these screenplays, but it's not like, well, is she producing anything now? And sadly, not that I know of. It's like, so Miguel was hoping maybe she could write, you know, my story, and but it's like, but I'm not sure if that's where I want, if she would want that, or if I would want that. You know, it's just, she seems really involved with, you know, her thing, and her trip is basically saying that she wrote this and wrote that, but I'm not quite sure whatever else she's produced, it's just not anything people are hearing about. Maybe it is, maybe they're getting it. I just haven't followed it. It just strikes me as just too much to get into. It just
I
seems,
think Peter Moon's your best bet.
Yeah, thank you.
I wouldn't stray from what we have.
Yeah, we work with what we have, and so in terms of well, what Miguel was talking about was a screenplay, which would be different. But you get my point. She seems to be involved in a lot of issues that we just, you know, who needs that?
Never-ending issues. There's too much drama.
Yeah, she's got her own drama. And it's like, I don't need that to become part of my drama, or my drama to become part of hers. So in terms of that, at any rate, so Mandy, when you're, what about the kittens? Tell us about the kittens. How are they progressing?
Oh, they're doing so good. That's so sweet of you to ask. The kittens are totally thriving, and they're doing fabulous. And I have hooked up with a couple of my cat rescue contacts, and we're going to get their next checkups soon, and hopefully get some of them adopted out here in a little bit. And it's just been fabulous for my kids to have, I don't know if I should call it a distraction or just something little that needed nurtured with all that we've had lately. But they have definitely helped my children and themselves thrive. That's on top of a neighborhood issue, that because these kittens were not very far from my home, and it's a Nike building that is going on very close to my home, which I guess that tells where I'm at. You know, they are building like crazy, and we are losing land and houses like crazy to Nike. So it's a problem, and we're kind of working to do what we can, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Please stop buying Nike, folks. They're
for the love of God.
Oh my God.
I have so many customers for landscaping who are Nike customers, and part of what they think is giving me a tip is a pass to go shop at the Nike store. They mean well. I don't want to wish ill on anybody, and they think that they're giving me and my kids a kickback. But I refuse to put my kids in Nike. I won't have my kids wear something that was made with slave labor. So I guess that's that. I could go off on that big time, but I won't.
Yeah. Thank you, honey. I really appreciate you sharing that. Oh my God. Aside from that, just checking into some other things here. And, oh yes, let's try and call our man Brendan Zogi. I believe it's been about 10 minutes. And so let me tell him.
I wanted to ask, I'm sorry, I interrupted Jameson. Are you all good, Jameson, and okay?
I wish I was not. What I wish to do is complete my alchemy to become androgynous within, so I don't have a desire for sex whatsoever. Thus, I will become an alchemical god, and I will have no need for physical attraction to women.
Do you work with Scorpio at all? Do you work with Scorpio at all?
Oddly,
like that sign and the ruler of that planet, because Scorpio on one hand is known for being totally sexual, completely about the pleasures, but at the same time that can be known for the longest running dry spell and androgyny in anybody else on the planet. So when it's Scorpio, or the aspects of Scorpio you use to stifle that, that might be an angle you might want to check out, because they're known for being the camels also of sex. If a Scorpio wants to withhold sex from themselves or their partner, that can go on for decades, and everybody's hunky-dory happy, or the Scorpio is at least.
Maybe.
So I don't know if perhaps you've looked at maybe that sort of, and it ties into an aspect of the Phoenix Rising as well.
I still am incomplete in my alchemy with the 22 archdemons of the tunnels of Set. So I get the feeling that, once I finish my initiation through this, because, when I first worked with them, it was a very fast initiation. But now I have to slow down and literally work through it.
Right.
So things might change within me. I might have different desires. So I'm going to just be patient and wait.
Sure.
Because I've waited for a very long time, and I can wait longer.
For sure.
A serpent always waits
That's
for its
exactly
prey.
it. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. Like, whatever the wait is, whatever. Like, for sure.
Well. By the way, in the chat room, Travis Moss was saying a raving lunatic who wrote a book stating Hitler was an actor, that wars are fake, and believes history before 1954 isn't real, is a big fan of Fomenko. That probably says enough. There we are. Then he says, have the Wachowskis done anything else besides The Matrix really at all? Yeah, well, we've mentioned some of their biggest bombs. So yeah, they produce bombs. They're, yeah.
Right.
I'm sorry, honey. What was that?
I was just agreeing. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. And then Jonathan Lopez says, I heard it had something to do with money and being sued. Yeah, it had a lot to do with that. Travis Moss says, Aquino's bushy eyebrows probably created the Matrix too. Yeah, there we are. Create the red, blue pill psyop. There we are. And then
what's interesting about the red blue pill is that, I can tell you what drugs the Wachowski brothers were on when they made the Matrix. The red pills are triple C's, which is chloracetine, cold and cough, which is the DXM and the chlorpheniramine maleate. And the blue pills is Benadryl. So these motherfuckers were tripping goddamn balls.
Like Brendan Zoget is right now. So what Brendan told me, is that when I asked him if I could call, well, let me look up his private message here and let's see what he said. It's basically something I can't do justice to really without looking at it. So if I go back to the Facebook and go back into the messages, anyhow, he says, this is the way he wrote it. It starts with a capital I, but when he refers to himself, it's a lowercase I. I just took a lot of sleeping herbs and L blue or I blue lotus tincturep. Yeah. So he's got the blue. Yeah, the blue lotus tincture. He's chasing fucking blue fairies behind his eyelids right now. They're going in and out of his ears. And so there you go with that. That was brilliant, Brendan. Thank you.
Nice.
This is my tech support.
Yeah, tell him to come on.
Fuck, if I could get him on, yeah, then we
Tell
could hear him
come
slur.
on.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
wish he'd come on. Yeah, if he came on, we could hear him slur.
Well, we can actually get a trip report from him, and that would be fascinating to me.
Oh, I don't
Because
know
I'd
about
be able to
that.
Some
see,
of the
I'd be able
wildest
to see
stories
how.
I've ever heard. Oh, I'm sorry. David,
No, honey,
ahead.
go on. I mean, I'm sorry, both of you, James, or what? I don't know. Complete what you were saying, and then Mandy, take her turn, of course. Yes.
Well, I was going to say it would be fascinating to see how his brain works by getting a trip report from him.
I don't know if that's fascinating, but it is what it is. I mean, that guy is like, when every time I've shown him photographs of my escorts, and the first question that comes out of his mouth is she a vegetarian? I mean, there is something wrong with that lad. It's just not right.
Well,
Yes.
yeah, I have to concur because given the escort that you had tonight, I'd be asking, is she single?
Yeah, thank you, or whatever. I mean, not even, single doesn't really apply, but
Well, I was asked how much?
yes, thank you. That's more practical. But this shit about is she a vegetarian? It's just like, dude, it's like there's dating sites for that. Why doesn't he get on them? I don't know. But then again, he didn't have any money anyway, so hopefully things stabilize for him. He's working now. This isn't. How do I describe this? His dad died recently, but it's not what you think, because he went through the grieving process years and years ago, because his dad went down the tubes years and years ago, but nobody in his Syrian descendant family or his Lebanese descendant family would believe him. They were all thinking he was just an asshole son who was just, a prick. And he was telling them all that his dad was on, oh fuck, what was it? Meth, speed, meth. He was on the real bad shit, the methamphetamine.
Oh my God.
And so they, his dad went down such a spiral that he wound up himself getting arrested multiple times. This is Brendan, trying to visit his dad or take care of his dad. He was automatically identified by the police as his dealer and shit.
Oh.
And, just awful things happen. So his dad dying is a relief. And only now is his family coming to grips with the evidence he was presenting them before, photographs of a crack pipe and shit, saying, look, here, he's smoking crack. And, and they would say, oh, that's your crack pipe. And you're just trying to frame him. Yeah, I mean.
No.
Yeah, oh my God. Yes. Yeah, Brendan's life is like the stuff
He can't catch a break.
Yeah. So there we go with that. So it's no wonder he's, taking the Blue Lotus shit. And, the blue mushrooms take him to another world. I guess I'd be doing that too. So there you go with that. And hopefully that puts some of that in some perspective. So what were you going to say, honey? You were talking about, you were imagining Brendan on all those drugs and the Smurf people taking him away, right? Carrying him off, hundreds of Smurf people like he was Gulliver. Was it something like that?
Well, just that I was just going to say on YouTube, they have the, I wouldn't call them original because there's no way they're original. But some of the early government tests on LSD, and they're with quote unquote homemakers, like stay at home moms. And they willingly took these LSD tests, and they're in black and white, and they're being interviewed while they're tripping. And it's not like some Grateful Dead roadie or whatever, like talking about their trips, whatever. But like it's footage of when these homemaker in the 50s are tripping balls, and it's so genuine, and it's really funny and beautiful at the same time, and I
That's incredible. Mandy, you're going to have to shout at the top of your lungs because Brendan decided to join us. We can hear the wind going through his ears because all of the portals have been opened up. All of the chakras have been opened by the blue mushroom.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So
Good evening.
yes. Oh, my fucking God. So Brendan, can you talk? Oh, my God. So what are you saying?
Yes, I can talk just fine.
Oh
You
my
sound
God.
different, dude. What's going on right now? Give us a walkthrough of your trip.
Well, like the trip of life is just like, that thing. It's just happening. But right now I'm like looking at the moon is rising, and it's in the first sign of the zodiac. So it's like a new moon cycle, and it's very beautiful. And,
Okay, so what I'm worried about, Brendan, is, so from what you told me, that scares me to death. So if this stupid Microsoft, they reject my attempt to reclaim the Skype account, and you said they locked this guy out of his laptop, is it conceivable they'll lock me out of my PC?
No, because you just bought a new one. That it was only because he had an older one, and like it updated randomly, and then deleted his account info, and he can't recover like the password or anything. And then if you go to Microsoft, it's like you can't reach a human anymore. They like totally eliminated any option. Like all the tech companies did, like Google, and then they try and say it's because of the minimum wage. Like I have a family who works in Silicon Valley, like an uncle, and he was saying like, oh, it's because of minimum wage. And I was like, dude, they have millions. Like, they're like billionaires. What do they care about minimum wage?
Thank you. Holy fucking shit. Anybody who tells you... Go on.
They're just pretty much just doing it just to, like, fuck people over. Like, so you have to go buy a brand new fucking laptop, or, it's just the same old business scheme, in my opinion. It's the same old shit. Yeah. And then I heard you guys talking about Nike. Like, that Jason Knight guy is a total Satanist. I mean, wears all black. And the owner, or I forgot his name, but totally like he dresses in all black and wears like sunglasses even indoors. Like that dude's like a straight Satanist. Like,
wow.
And the swoop of Saturn, or the swoop of Nike, is the ring of Saturn, and Saturn is Satan, and I mean, like you can just go down that way. But
wow, I mean, there you go. Yeah. So, honey, you knew all this too, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, so the coffee shop I used to work at, I think I've told you this before, Douglas. I used to have a lot of local basketball players come through here, and because I work and live near Nike, they would come through, and who he's speaking about, I can't even say his name. He does come through, and like literally, his car is black, his interior is black. He always black. His glasses are black.
It's the color of Saturn. It's like
it's disgusting. Like even like having to take his money or his card. Like it felt
Oh, so you've had to deal with them like in person?
I don't even know what to say. Like it's wrong. It's wrong.
What's interesting about that story, Douglas, is that the Japanese one of the Japanese banks actually funded his original loan. And so the Japanese take credit for like the whole Nike company. And even to this day, he has like a very good relationship with the Japanese somehow.
Yep.
Because they were the only bank that would offer him money. Even during his youth, like in the 70s, like a Japanese guy actually funded or decided. He even went against his own bank's rules and gave him a loan, and obviously that paid off for him. But
I mean, why do you think that is? What do you think that's about?
Well, I watched a documentary on it. It was because in the United States they didn't think that sports tennis shoes were going to take off or something. Like they were like, oh, the Japanese make better ones. Like, what are we going to do? And he basically just swooped the Japanese model of the tennis shoes. And yeah, like literally.
But the Japanese let him do that?
Yes. Yeah, the first Nike was a Japanese shoe that he rebranded as his company, and they allowed him to do it. And then he wanted to expand, and the Japanese shoe company couldn't get a loan, and so he had to go to Japan and basically begged one of the banks. And there's a whole story behind it, but basically he just swooped the Japanese idea of the whole Nike. Like if you look it up, same thing with Adidas, like they stole this other Swedish shoe company's logo, and then they ran with it. I mean, it happened in Germany too. So, the good old business, stab you in the back shit. Swoop your idea, make money off it.
Oh my god.
They're the modern Thomas Edison.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like they just use that same system, and it's like that's it. Boom.
Okay.
It's like the Nike swoop on them.
Okay. So what will happen is that I guess we need to hopefully Brendan, you said you were moving. Has that taken place?
I mean, I'm in the middle of it. It's like I don't have internet at my house, so that's like problematic for the thing. But
Oh
we
my
can
God.
try and recover it tomorrow.
Okay.
like
So
this next thing.
if we have time or if we're able to communicate, I'm hoping maybe the weekend, maybe we could talk with John Warrington. I sent him a message saying I hope he has everything because we're gonna just have to delete everything in that file that you and I were talking
Yeah.
about. And,
Yeah.
but is it possible that I've talked about this with Jameson and both he and I find it counterintuitive, but is it possible that all of that space being taken up and the computer is preventing the computer from being able to function with the Skype? That doesn't make any sense. Somebody signed me out of my Skype, essentially. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it has like a little bit of effect, like slowing it down, but it's not gonna just like sign you out of Skype. I mean, that was obviously like deliberate. I mean,
Yeah.
Hey guys, I gotta go now.
Yes, we love you dearly,
whoa,
Daniel.
Daniel was there.
Yeah.
All right, good night.
Daniel.
All right, guys.
Good night, Daniel. And
All right, guys. Talk to you later.
yeah, I look forward to it. You have a blessed night, and my best to your family. Okay, bye-bye. And that's Daniel. And and it's glad he was able to stay with us as long as he did. So you've met Mandy before, right, Brendan? You've talked to her before?
Yeah, we talked a while. Yeah, on the show a while back. Yes.
Okay.
Good evening.
Hard for me to remember all this. And so Mandy, of course, with when it comes to Brendan, did you hear what I was telling them about how your father had died recently? Maybe you can catch us up on how things are going with that.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, you did a phenomenal rendition.
Oh, I did.
All of it was true, just in case you guys were wondering.
But I didn't tell how he got into that, and maybe you can share with us, just how he was just this naive guy and then got he was just working with the fucking cars, and obviously they impacted his thought processes, his ability to.
I mean, like, yeah, like the chemicals impacted over the years, and like there was like some deterioration, and then like it was just like, I mean, out here in California, it's just like there's gangsters and just criminals and like people that just take advantage. It's just like, they pretend like you're a friend or something like this, and then next thing you know, it's just like they're using your house and swooping all your shit, and then it's just like you're too entrenched to like separate. Like that's probably what happened. But
yeah. And you tried to get him help from social workers. You went through the whole process, and
I mean, this was like a saga. Like you said it. It was like literally almost 10 years. Like since I was out of high school, it's like.
Wow.
Or even when I was in high school, so it was like even more. It was like 10 years of just like dealing with that, and yeah. And then now my family's like, oh my God, like what happened, like and it's just like I don't know like what to tell them. It's really hard for me to like I do appreciate like all the things he did when I was younger, but then like towards the end, like obviously.
Well, towards the end was nowhere near towards the end. You mean towards the middle of your fucking life, or just as your life was really getting started as an adult, was when he managed to fuck everything up and lose everything and leave you with nothing. Yeah. So that
exactly.
Family came and installed everything else. So hopefully with his death, you'll be able to get something from those assholes.
I mean, like I'm in like I don't know what to call it. Like, I just have that thing, like, like that money's cursed. I really don't care about that. I can make my own money. Like at this point, it's not really consequential.
With everything that happened when you were going to your dad and dealing with everything, did that give you a criminal record, so to speak? I mean, are you stuck with a criminal record because of him?
Oh no.
So
no, because every time the cops like fucking were dealing with me, like I explained to them like the entire situation, and they were like, yeah, you got to get out of here. Like, just leave, like they knew like I was innocent, obviously.
Okay. Well, you're very lucky. I mean, that could have gone the other way around as well, I'm sure. So you're very lucky that you ran into police who were that, shall we say, understanding or sensitive.
Right. I mean, they weren't exactly like nice, but yeah, I mean, they could understand that, like where I was coming from. I don't think they were like, like, they're not just like malicious.
But that wasn't always the case. I mean, you were like in the back of police cars where you were like,
I mean, they definitely weren't nice to me, but like I'm saying, like they didn't they didn't put anything on record, so it wouldn't fuck me over like that. I could say that I was appreciative that they did that.
Okay.
But other than that, like, no, they were not nice. Like, yeah, like when people say like, oh, like, you know, cops are so mean and like, you know, they do all this stuff but like I actually had like them pointing like an AR-15 like right at my eyeball and being thrown on the ground and like rights, like I know what it's like in America. Like rights don't exist. Like people think like, oh, we have so many rights. Like no, like even before, like I'm not even counting the last 2 years. I'm saying like way before this, like people thought like, oh, we have rights. Like no, like it doesn't exist. Like if they deem you like a problem, like they could do whatever they want. I mean, even the cops told me that. I mean, like they were like undercovers, but they still were like, oh, we could hold you for 24 hours without even a reason or a question or even asking you anything. They can just take you for 24 hours, like legally. Okay. No judge knows. No one knows. No one has to know. Like they told me that themselves.
So just in terms of what is disconcerting about this, so what happened is that when I was signed out of the Skype, then pretty much everything shut down. I have a lot of windows open on the Firefox search engine, and all of the tabs closed. So I had to reopen every one of the tabs, like they'd all been, you know, closed.
I mean, it could have been like an internet, like outage or like, you know, like something similar to that.
An internet outage took you off the internet. Would have hung up the Skype, but it wouldn't have signed me out. The Skype signed out first, and then
right.
So we know it was a hack. In terms of
definitely. I mean,
it's of course we'll see what happens, but you're pretty sure that because it's a new computer and it's a Hewlett Packard that I don't know if that has anything to do with anything, that I won't be, you know, signed out of the computer by Microsoft. That Microsoft's not going to.
Oh yeah, you don't have to worry about that. I mean, even that's like when you set it up, it set up your email and stuff. I'm assuming, so like you'll be fine. The only reason that other dude like, you know, got screwed over was because like he was using like an old email and like it was like before they used like 2-factor authentication. So like when they tried to do a security check on it, it was using like an old email or something, you know, like, and then there's no way you can contact Microsoft. It's just like too bad. Like you have to get a new one. Yeah. So.
Okay, so we'll see what happens, and I certainly take comfort from that. So thank you for that. Other than that, of course, so Peter Moon did what he did and set up this thing on Google. Hopefully I can get used to it and go on Google, and then I'm not quite sure how I'll find it, but I guess I use the address he gave me and shit. So we'll see what happens. It'll either work out or it won't. But hopefully we'll have some time to talk before next Sunday, which is a little while from now. Of course, I'm going to be very busy for the next 72 hours. But and aside from that, definitely I'm glad you were able to come on and provide some comfort. And what else was it? Oh, yes. So we couldn't record tonight's episode because it said that the space in the computer... Yes. This was after you and I deleted a full episode and we changed the way that it records. So we thought there would be enough to do the episode tonight, but it immediately said there's no space in the computer to record tonight's episode and cut it off. Now, that is bizarre to me. I won't dwell on it, and there's no point in trying to explain it right now, but you get my point. So do you find that as equally disconcerting as I do? Or is that strange? Or
yeah, but it's mainly just to do with that space.
Okay, so we just got to empty the space. Yeah. Okay, and all right then. But take your time. I want you to, share with us whatever you wish to share. Are you feeling better these days? Is the weather better? Are the fires bothering you much? And I want to hear.
I mean, there's still like an infinite. There's been a smoke cloud over like the side of the country for it's almost been like 2 months now. It's just getting like really ridiculous. It's like still like blocking my view of a lot of stars, and my star scoping spot's still closed because like that fire's still going on that almost destroyed like Lake Tahoe.
Yeah.
So it's just like a never-ending hellscape on top of all the other crazy shit that's happening. So it's really, never a shortage of interesting things happening.
Before I turn to outside. Before I turn to Mandy to talk about the fires, has your father been buried yet?
I'm not sure, actually. I have no idea. But I will say this publicly, that when I was talking to the funeral directing people, they said that they've never been as busy as they are.
Okay.
So whether it's you know the thing, or if it's the other thing, then we'll never know, because there's just more people dying than normal. They said they're fully booked 7 funerals a day, fully booked for like months and months. And then they had like this special, they had a huge festival for those people that died thanks to Biden and that Afghanistan. Like most of the people that died were from my area, like Sacramento area. So they had like a huge festival for them, and not a single person had a sign that said "Thanks Biden" or anything like that. And because and they were people like younger than me too. It's like, that sucks, like getting killed because your government screws you over. I mean, that's like, that's super unfortunate.
You're talking about the Afghan population, of course, not stupid veterans, who are asking to, people to cry for him and shit, right? You're talking
well, I mean, they were like our uniformed people, but like they were just like naive, like like they just got sent there, and like they were still new, and they probably just got left somewhere. Like honestly, it probably really happened like that.
Well,
good luck.
Get it. Well, how'd they get back? You're talking about people who were here with.
I'm saying they like died, like they got killed out there.
Oh, okay. So what they had was a festival with pictures of.
Or it wasn't a festival's the wrong word. What is it in English? Like a memorial service.
A memorial service. Okay.
But it was like there was like thousands of people.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this was for people who died, who were left over there in Afghanistan.
Yeah, they like died. There was like an attack, and like a bunch of Americans died, and like a lot of them were actually from this area. Like,
okay, I get it. Well, certainly some soldiers died, but the majority of people who died were all civilians.
I mean, that's not. I'm not even counting that. How evil that was. They drone striked a bunch of kids in a bus, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, whoops, sorry about that." Like fuck these guys.
Okay. All right. I've got some other message coming through. Let me take a look at that. And okay. So our man Jameson is saying you can find the videos on horriblevideos.com. So Mandy, tell us about the fires up there in the north where you're at. I hope that you're safe, or that you're feeling safe.
I am safe. It's definitely not like last year. They're staying in the areas that are more traditional, the Northern California, Oregon borders, the Nevada, Oregon, Eastern Oregon areas. But that's to say those people in those areas are facing increasing horrific wildfires. So I'm glad my family is safe, but there's others that are not. Okay. But it's also not like last year. So it's kind of hard to, I don't know how to describe it. It's not, last year was so horrible here in Oregon, and what happened around here. We are still cleaning up and logging, and certain areas are just, they don't exist. Cities, I guess, they're called cities in Oregon. They would not classify as cities. Towns, communities, they don't exist anymore.
Wow.
And that's still horrific. So the other fires that are going on feel seasonal. They're worse than before, and every year that keeps happening. So prayers to everybody, but it's been worse. I don't know what else.
Right. Is that you, Brendan? So making a bunch of noise there.
Wait, what?
We heard a bunch of noise all of a sudden, like somebody's moving. Is that you?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. Just be careful when you do that. So Mandy, no, come back, Mandy. Don't run away. Mandy, get off mute.
Here.
Okay, there we are. Yeah. No. So that was Brendan. Don't worry. He moves sometimes. He shifts, and other than that, he's playing like he's a human toadstool, and then people don't see him when they walk by, or something like that. And, yes. And so honey, yes, thank you for sharing that. I mean, that's heartbreaking. And I'm so glad both of you could come on tonight, and I'm glad, Brendan, you were able to calm me down a bit. Obviously, so what you and I'll do is try to talk to John. We'll see how he responds with the message I left him, and then maybe I can just delete that on my, well, actually I can't. I'll need your adult.
Yes, beautiful synchronicity though. Like you were talking about the usagi, and like I just saw 2 rabbits like frolicking. It was just amazing.
Oh wow, great. Oh, that's
beautiful.
Amazing. That's amazing. Thank you. That was the noise we heard. He was starting to jack off. You watch a 2 rabbits hump, and then these vegans. I mean, it's this is why they don't eat animals, right? I mean, they can relate to them too much.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. You probably heard what I said.
I feel like I should defend myself for that thing earlier. Like it's like I don't know. I'm just not attracted to people that eat meat. Like I'm sorry. Like.
Yeah, he had this young girl who was asking him, how you doing, friendly to him, and then he says, "Oh no, I saw her chowing down on a sandwich full of meat." Right. Oh my fucking.
Yeah, you should have heard. I got straight bitch stabbed by my uncle for that. He's like, "Are you kidding me? Like you're fucking out of your mind." Like, yeah, it was funny. Yeah. It's just funny telling people at this point that I'm just like, do that. I mean, it's not even like there's plenty of like, I don't know, vegans just smell better. Okay, like how about that?
Okay.
People just smell better.
If you say so.
Like it's like in Ayurveda, like they have it, like it's like there, like it's if you look into like Ayurveda, like people that eat meat, they have like a buildup of like toxicity. It's called AMA, and it does create like a bad smell. Like and like when you're like super strict veg like me, like you can tell like. People that are like really meat eaters, like they're gross. Sorry if I'm offending anyone, but I mean, that's just how I feel about it.
No, I've heard it all. Oh my God. I mean, look who you're talking to. I mean, Jesus Christ. I'm talking, when I go to the estate and I'm surrounded by the blood boys, we're talking about people who anally douche, for God's sakes. And it's like, I don't know what to say to these lads. Like, what am I supposed to say? Like, I can't bear to tell them, I've never anally douched in my fucking life. And so the idea of the kind of lifestyle that these people lead where they do that, what do you say, right? I mean, it's just, there's different lifestyles and you just...
this is like a different,
Yes. And there's like pamphlets. I mean, it's like when it reminds me of when I went to the doctor's office. And it's like... this made me realize the kind of clientele they have at Kaiser, because it's Kaiser, for God's sake. This isn't SF General. This isn't SF General where you get people off the street. This is Kaiser, where most people who are there are paying lots of money to be there. And so here I am. I go to Kaiser in the waiting room. I'm looking at the posters on the wall, and one of them is, "Tell your doctor about all the sex you have so you can get the new pill so you can take that preemptively so you don't catch AIDS." And I'm like, holy shit. And it's like, I was almost tempted to tell the doctor, "Hey man, I'm a slut. Let me have some of this pills, And of course, when I alluded to it, I said, that poster, I mean, it doesn't even fit for the normal clientele we get. But, I was just curious, I'm sexually active. And he says, "Oh, no, that's for professional prostitutes. The lads
that makes sense.
Yeah, they're walking the streets." And I'm saying to myself, well, how do they wind up here? I mean, is it like does their pimp bring them in for an overhaul, like a car being brought in for a checkup? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's like nowadays they have to buy them health insurance and shit.
Yeah, it's like, this is beyond me. I mean, I'm not even straight on the street scene anymore. And so, but then of course, and then the pamphlets and shit, where they have the character, it's douchey douchebag, which I just, I'm not shitting you. That was it, to use a pun, entendre there. Douchey douchebag. This is a pamphlet, and it's like, don't douche with bleach. That's not healthy. That's not long-term healthy and shit. And I'm like thinking, who the fuck would douche with bleach? And it was like, oh my fucking God. Of course, by the way, they're not talking about ladies douching. They're talking about, of course, men. They're talking about people of the male gender douching their ass. So there we go. So, you've got your vegan trip. There's other guys doing that. It's just...
I mean, I would I would just defend myself by saying that's not comparable. You know, like,
yeah,
you know,
I'm
maybe
not sure
to
it's
you it is, but it's not comparable at all.
okay. All right.
Also, speaking of bleach, like in high school, there was this one chick I saw, and she was drinking bleach to like pass a drug test. Like, you want to talk about retarded?
Oh my fucking god! Oh, that's awful. Oh,
Yeah.
that's so awful. Oh, what happened to her?
Probably dead. I don't know.
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! It's just.
How am I supposed to know? I mean, you think I wanted to, like, you know, hang around?
Fuck, with all the
people?
trouble you've been in, I don't know what's happened to you. I mean, Jesus, between you and Pac-1 Morales and Jameson Reese, we would. It's no longer even the Three Stooges anymore, full of slapstick. I mean, this is like the Three Stooges using, like, oh, let's start a wrestling club, and how about
Right.
those two firearms at either end of the nunchaku chain instead of just sticks? You know,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then. Oh yeah. Oh, why did that wrestling trip not last too long? Yeah, yeah, bad idea. So, it's kind of like Jackass, but it's different. It's like the world sets it up for you so that you're flaming, falling out of windows and shit.
Yes.
Oh God. And I didn't even tell the people even the full extent of the horror story. So when the same motherfuckers who
Yeah,
were
it
telling,
gets worse. Like,
yeah, the
that's
same
unfortunate.
motherfuckers who were saying that's your crack pipe, you're just lying to hide your own addiction and shit, and you know, trying to frame your poor dad. Yeah, I mean, so are they all questioning it now because there was some kind of forensic report? There was some kind of forensic report.
I mean, it's like on record now. I mean,
Yeah.
like, but I mean, they knew though. I mean, they knew. Like, it's like, especially in the last couple of years, like they knew. I mean, but it's like between the time I left, it was like it took like 4 to 5 years for them to at least even admit it.
What fucking assholes.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Again,
I
demand
mean,
something from them, get something from them, and so in terms
I
of
mean, who
moving,
knows?
how long is this moving going to last?
Till like the end of the month at least.
Oh my
Probably
God.
a little bit longer. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And so I won't ask you where you're moving to, but Mandy.
To some like hood spot.
And why? I mean, oh God, is it worth it? Is it worth it? I guess it is.
I mean, the situation is better. It's more tenable. Yeah.
And it's more affordable. Is it more affordable?
I mean, I have to pay more, but it's not like, you know, like it's for reasons that are beneficial to me. Yeah.
Okay, if you say so. Is there another electronic moat where we won't be able to hear you, or maybe they'll set that up as soon as you
Oh
get
no,
there?
I don't think so. I mean, well, yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm gonna just stay off the grid. You know.
Yeah.
Who knows?
By the way, you know what's so disturbing about this for everybody who's listening? Originally, of course, they kept hitting me through Comcast. In other words, they were cutting off the internet. Since they can't do that with all the work that Comcast has done, then they hacked my Skype and signed me out of Skype. So that shows you that they just won't stop. Yeah, this is just what goes on. So Amanda Ute, of course, has been a victim of electronic harassment and terrorism forever. You know, we don't need to go down that rabbit hole to any great degree, but anything you're willing to share, honey.
I'm sorry. You're the first person that said Comcast first and then Skype second. Like, yep.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say. Like, they always say that things are down for network for updating and this and that. Yes, that's absolutely what they do. They also schedule those things in time frames for the least amount of traffic. There is things that need to happen and updates and blah, blah, blah. But again, they always track when their lowest usage time is to schedule those maintenance. And the amount of maintenance that's happening around my area is like, I should just be able to like teleport to you. Work they're doing. You know, it's during these crazy times, and it's consistently. And Skype was hacked or messed with after I made several complaints to Comcast and got new modems and got new hookups and got new service and blah, 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 blah. And so once that finally got updated and taken care of, and I've had reasonably good service for that, that's when my Skype kept going down.
Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Now, there we have it. Oh my fucking God, this is what I got to look forward to. By the way, Travis Moss says, I just saw that the Wachowskis did that Speed Racer movie. Yes, that was horrible. It was so sad. I mean, it was colorful. You have to admit that. It was very colorful, but of course there was no real plot, or there was a very strange attempt at a plot that, did not, by the way, I don't know if you have any opinion on that, Brendan, as a anime fan.
I just think, like, I don't know, Hollywood is just, they'll just, I don't know, taint anything that they can get their hands on.
Yeah, they'll just fuck up everything. They'll just take everything and fuck it up.
I don't even take it seriously anymore. It used to be like in the 50s and the 60s, it was like, oh, okay, like high art. Now it's like, it's just degenerate to me. It's like,
thank you.
Anything they touch just degenerates. It's nothing, it's not art anymore. It's just like degeneration. I don't know.
Yes.
That's what I would say about that.
Thank you. Oh my fucking God. No, that's just
That's why like the Japanese make better everything.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's just so
it's like an anime can be way better than any Hollywood movie because it's just like they actually have spirit and like they're using like their more of their like Otmic like spirit level stuff.
Yeah, and I'm sure Jameson would agree with that. What I'll do is I'll try and segue within a matter of moments into monologuing. But Jameson, if you have anything to say about to add to what Brendan just said, please do so.
Oh yeah, the Japanese do everything better. It's just a fact. America's just too degenerated to be able to do anything right. This place is death.
Yeah.
It's
like I wish we were just exaggerating.
No, we're not. I mean, it's so true. It's so awful, and so and from what both of you said about Nike, I'm just so puzzled by that. It's just so bizarre. That whole thing is, of course, strange, and obviously, strange things are going on in the world around us. It's 55 degrees here in San Francisco right now. And which is, I guess, kind of cold. I'll put on my longer sleeve shirt on, and then I will basically commence to start to monologue for a bit for the hours we have remaining. But it was an exhausting night, and honestly, these people, wonderful, wonderful people, Brendan and Mandy and Jameson and Daniel, of course, all of these wonderful people coming to help. You hear one of them yawning. That's Brendan, of course, because he's got all the sleep herbs. So what were these sleep herbs you took? You can go through that little potion you concocted while I remove my earbuds and put my shirt on.
I mean, I probably can't list all of them, but I feel like
yeah. Not the psychedelics or some of the controlled substances, no.
Right. Well, the funny part about it is, like, I just took it because I'm not, like, smoking weed, so, like, it helps me go to sleep, but it's like California poppy, skull cap, valerian, melatonin, and then I added blue lotus to it. So it's like it's just a whole mix. Yeah, that thing. So it's definitely like creating that, that sleep vibe, one gets. And I did have an interesting dream, though, like the other night. It was like I was driving under this mountain, and the mountain, like, blew up, basically. Like, it was like a volcano. But, like, no one noticed it was a volcano. But because, like, I knew about, like, geology, I was like, oh, shit, this is like a volcano. Like, I'm probably going to die right here. And then after a few minutes, like rocks started raining from the sky. And then everyone finally realized, like, how bad it was. And then people were, like, running around and screaming. And I was just there, like, oh, shit, like. And then I remember, like, in the dream, I, like, called a friend. And they were like, just get over it. Like, you're being a bitch. Or something like that. So, like, that was that dream. So, I mean.
Wow.
And then what's interesting about that is, like, there was, like, the volcano on Las Palmas, actually. Yes. This is what I wanted to tell you, Douglas. Like, yeah, the volcano on La Palma, like, blew up and it's still erupting probably.
Yeah.
And and it's like a super dangerous one. Like that one, like if it goes too much, like it could cause like a tsunami and
Yeah.
And that's where like the Third Reich had like their spot.
Yes, that is exactly
the submarine base. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That's where the Third Reich had the submarine base. That's actually the submarine base that, as Brendan Zogit can tell you, they allude to in the Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, the original film. is
Yes.
on that island in La Palma. And in terms of that island, that was, of course, where the Third Reich installed Die Glocke and the bell bomb.
Yes.
As I said, there's only one of a few things that can happen. Either the eruption, if it's strong enough, can potentially neutralize the bomb. It has destroy it or disintegrate it. Or if it does that, potentially it could also trigger it. And if the other thing that could happen is that that's basically all that can happen. Either it would be neutralized or triggered by what's going on now. One or the other. In which case, if it's strong enough an eruption, it may accomplish what the bomb would have accomplished anyway. So that is something that everybody should be frightened about. And
Honestly, I hope it triggers. I am so done with human life and human
Dude,
incarnation.
JMO, you would get hit, bro.
That's
you're
the
on the East Coast.
point. That is the whole freaking point.
Well, I guess then you'd go out with like a bang.
I could never take my own life, but that would do the job. And
I mean,
not
I would like accept if it was a nature. Like that's how I felt in that dream when that volcano went off like right above me. I was like, okay, like I mean, if I'm gonna go, I might as well like let nature take me because like fuck it,
and believe me, what is interesting.
That's like a more noble way to go. At least like your spirit in like the next life will know. Like okay, like nature.
Oh, there's no next life for me. I'm taking this shit to oblivion.
I mean, it's not like under anyone's control. I mean, I wish it was.
Oh, yes, well, it is once you've initiated past the Kleepath. Once you've initiated past the Kleepath, your soul will have no existence after this, and that's what I want. I'm done with incarnating.
Well, we hope that works for you.
Yeah, it will. It will. The rape of existence is not worth it.
We'll see what happens. Of course, it'll be hard for the rest of us to see what happens to you, but I wish you the best. In terms of whatever you wish for. But to kind of verify for people the seriousness of the situation, which I did with Jameson the last transmission before tonight's. Basically, the Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, he postponed his departure to New York City, where he was going to speak at the United Nations General Assembly.
Yeah, because he knew that it was going to get hit.
Yeah.
Or it could possibly, there was like a chance that it could have gotten hit.
Yes. So he decided instead to travel to La Palma itself, which is, maybe he just felt safer in the epicenter than everything around it. And there's a certain logic to that, while at the same time, not looking like a coward. But basically on Sunday, he tweeted, "I am at the moment heading to the Canary Islands because of the seismic evolution." You like that? Evolution. To see firsthand the situation in La Palma, the coordination of the means and the protocols that have been activated. So when he says protocols have been activated, that's military talk.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so this means they consider
They're
this...
probably still using that underground base. Like,
oh, yeah.
Of course they are.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And the head of the local government, a guy named Angel Torres, he said the eruption...
Like, of course, the fascists were there, and they kept it till the 70s, and they're still debatably like that.
Oh,
like
of course. Oh, yeah. The military, yeah.
So like they definitely have like the bunker there, or whatever it was there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And so when they activate the protocols, it's serious. And so and then of course Angel Torres.
Well, and that's what was interesting. That's why I brought up that dream, is because like this was like a couple days before the volcano went off. I had like that dream, even though the volcano, my dream was more of like an alpine volcano. It was like there was snow on it, but it was like still like interesting synchronicity there.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Because the reason why I mentioned it is because even when I told my friend, he's like, "Oh wow, you never dream." That's like interesting, because I never really remember my dreams when I'm sleeping.
Wow.
Like it's very rare. Like it's extremely rare. So like for me to like remember like a full dream is very interesting.
Yeah.
So possibly foreboding, or what is it called? Foreshadowing.
Oh yeah. Foreshadowing. It's foresight, prescient.
And then that thing happened on La Palma, and like for a split second I was like, oh shit, like this thing could go off, like pretty gnarly.
Oh yeah. yeah. So we're gonna see what happens, and so everybody, because I hate Jameson so much, everybody pray that he reincarnates, that he comes back, he's stuck here again. It'll be like the
That's
Bundy
fucking
dog,
fuck.
the dog at the
No,
end of Al
not
Bundy.
happening.
Yeah.
No, I did my time. I did multiple lifetimes. I'm done. This is through. The creator could suck my balls.
You know, my maybe it's all bullshit, but my impression is that in order to escape the wheel of samsara, you've got to reach a certain level of enlightenment. I wouldn't imagine all this rage, all this, you know,
Well,
this,
you see,
this lust.
well,
I
well,
see a
you
lot
see,
of lust and rage in you, Jameson. I think that may
well, you
drag
see.
you back. Yeah.
No, 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 no. That lust and rage is actually going to make it so that not even the devils of hell want me. I'm not trying to go on the King of Edom strip because I'm not, and I don't care about the Edomite, you know, the Edomic stuff. But honestly, they have a point, and a very good point, and that point is not coming the fuck back.
Well, they all think they're coming back. Aquino thinks that with the strange aeons, after all, when that is no longer dead, which need not lie, that with the strange aeons, even death may die. So he thinks he'll be walking the earth again with even a minor incursion, or minor enough incursion, large enough by our standards. But we'll see. At any rate, so Mandy, you with us? I'm worried about Brendan because I keep hearing him yawning. And one time he woke up in the morning and he was out there in the grass with, you know, basically the opening stages of pneumonia or some shit like that, if I remember correctly. So I don't want him to wind up.
I mean, I don't remember that, but that's like even more concerning.
There you go. See? Yeah. You don't remember that. Oh my God. Come on. There's times that you woke up all covered in dew and shit, and people thought that you were like some kind of vegetarian snowman or something. Are you going to be able to make it home tonight? You're going to make it back to shelter, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. I'll be fine.
Okay. All right. I hope so. So, Mandy, are you with us? I'm going to have you all say goodnight.
Nature is my shelter, so
if
something happens.
Oh God, that sounds just like you know, Jameson Reese. Yeah, hell is my shelter. So he doesn't want that anymore either. Oh my God. Okay, but Mandy's the normal one among us. So Mandy.
Hello.
Yes, honey. Oh, I'm so glad that you could be here tonight, and we will try and get into contact. And don't worry about leaving calls where you're, you know, singing to Nirvana or any of that. I don't mind any of that. And so say goodnight to our audience, honey.
Good night.
Good night, honey.
Good night, Mandy.
Yes, love you.
Good night, guys.
Gute Nacht.
Yes. And both of you gentlemen say goodnight, and I'll try.
Good night, Amanda.
Yes. Yeah.
Gute Nacht.
Yeah. And I mean to our audience.
Right. Good night, folks.
But I do want you to stay.
Yeah. I realize that.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I hate this motherfucker.
What is it now? Oh my God.
I cannot win on this fucking game. I hate these people so much.
Wow. I mean, okay, so come on, Brendan, you can give him some tips. I mean, Jesus, Brendan was like.
Wait, what game are you playing?
Magic the Gathering Arena.
Oh, Arena, yeah, dude. Like those guys are game. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Pay to play, fuckers.
Oh God. So why don't you guys talk about that for a few minutes while I relieve myself? I'll be back in a few minutes. As soon as I come back, then I'll have both of you guys say goodnight. And, you know, our man Jameson will stay here and keep me company through the night. And our man Brendan will get some sleep or make it home before he falls asleep, I would hope. And, you know, otherwise he'll wake up with the rabbits humping him and shit. And so, you know, they'll smell him as a vegetarian. They'll think he's one of them. They'll just think he's a giant fucking bunny. And
yeah, that helps.
I swear, you humans will never know how much I hate you.
There we are. Okay, that's yeah, let's uplift that a bit. And okay, gonna go mute for a few minutes. I'll be back. And all right, so that was cute. And both of you gentlemen take over, take the stage for a bit. And I have every confidence you can handle this. without blowing it. So
Yeah,
yes.
that is unfortunately as optimistic as JMO gets right now. This is
So Brendan,
if
give us some rainbows.
Yes.
Yes.
but
I
I can
mean,
say, well, if this person was in front of me in real life, I'd have probably beaten him to death.
well, that's why they have to do it online, and then they'll like disconnect from a battle, like when you're winning or something. Like
Well,
that's pretty classic.
that's the thing. I don't tend to do that, like, unless someone really pissed me off.
Right. Yeah.
All right, let me see
I mean,
if
the
I
Yu-Gi-Oh
could.
nerds are pretty ruthless too. Like they'll just fucking like, if they like are losing, like they'll just quit, and then if they're winning, like, you know, like they'll just fuck you over.
I literally feel like I'm about to quit just so that I can just freaking spite this mofo.
Right.
But just part of me that wants to see if I could possibly win. And I wish that didn't exist, because I really would rather just quit and just screw this freaking game up. I hate losing. How does anyone stand this? How do you humans?
Well, I mean, like, what's your deck setup? Like, what are you using? Like, Sylvans or?
I'm using a decent deck. It's an artifact deck. It's an artifact generation deck.
Oh,
but now
artifact.
all this guy's creatures have flying, so I can't block anything he has.
Dude, use the elves. Sylvans.
Yeah, he's using nothing but freaking elves. Elf Droid, Llanowar elves.
Yeah.
Morrowind and Nurturer and all these other freaking elves that I can't fucking stand. I hate elf.
Yeah.
I hate elf doers. I hate them. Just like slay yourself. If you're so addicted to elves, just commit suicide, please.
I mean, like, elves are cool, but like, I mean, there's so many decks.
No, they're not.
Magic, like,
they're horrible. They're horrible.
Like, there's like what's that other one? Slivers. Slivers are strong.
Oh my gosh, the sliver decks.
Yeah,
Oh,
slivers are strong. Like,
because
because I think in arena, like, you can use like the older setup too. Like, you can use any setup.
the sliver decks are literally the worst. Oh wow! So I have to pay more of a casting cost just to be able to steal this freaking artifact from this asshole. Yo, fuck this! I'm gonna rage quit. I'm really gonna.
Wait, what? You can beat him, maybe, possibly.
I can't beat him. I've got nothing. It's like in these. Well, then again, these are assholes who could pay money for their stuff. I couldn't pay money for anything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
because
pay to play, and then they like.
Because it's like every time I try to use my credit card, they say an error has occurred. The bank won't accept it. So it's like the electronic. So it's like, you know, this is the gang stalker thing to electronically fuck me over so that I can't have a good time, because they want to keep me in a perpetually angry state. Because if I'm in a perpetually angry state, then I'm just going to want to destroy humanity. But then I think I would have done that anyway. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter if I'm in an angry state or not.
It's like, can't you upgrade your cards, though?
I don't have the money to. If you pay money, you could get more You could find more ways to customize your cards, because you'll get all these extra cards that are like blank cards that you can just like go and unlock stuff. But I can't unlock a goddamn thing because I got nothing. I haven't for the last 3 sets. I haven't been able to buy jack crap.
Right. I mean, like, but are you able to like battle and like build up money or like in-game money, and like, or is it just straight pay to play? Like,
you can, and that's what I've been doing. But the thing is, it doesn't make a difference because a lot of these people have the monetary advantage, and if they have the monetary advantage with some of the they didn't even give a stimulus check here in New York. They gave it to the freaking immigrants. They give it to the goddamn immigrants. They give it to
That's
the
fucked
illegal immigrants. They didn't give it to anyone freaking normal. So you know what? This state could suck my fucking balls. I hope it gets wiped out. I hope it gets wiped out by the freaking tidal wave. Oh my god.
I mean, it's getting pretty close. Like, I wouldn't, you know.
It has to happen. I want it to happen because I cannot I can't stand this place anymore. I can't stand anything anymore. I've been on this planet. You know, there's a such thing as being on this planet for too long. If you're on this planet for too long, it will corrupt you. That's a fact.
Yes.
You can be corrupted by being on Earth for too long.
Yeah. That's why, like, other beings are in higher realms, like, chilling. Like, they don't have to deal with that shit.
Well, you know, I'm sure they have their own issues. So, with that being said,
yeah, but I'd rather have like a heavenly issue than like whatever's going on here.
Well, we're actually further from the divine than even the anti-gods. We are the lowest of the rung. This is at least in Jameson cosmology, which I'm sure Douglas you don't agree with, but hey, I mean this is what I make of, you know, this realm. It is the furthest.
I mean, it's a good first step, like, you know, like understanding that Earth is a prison and it's like there's problems here, like, you know, like whatever Buddha was saying, like life is suffering.
Yeah,
and all that.
but Buddha got the hierarchy wrong. He effed up the hierarchy.
Yes.
We are actually so far from the divine that if we reincarnate, we cannot move up to become any higher being. This is as low as it gets. This is lower than fungus. This is lower than the coronavirus. This is lower than the lowest of the lowest life forms. In fact, those life forms are closer to the divine.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Jameson. All I can say is that even though
this is just my running cosmology, but I think that if the human race were annihilated, that, you know, the cosmos would still exist, and I think that the demons and angels will graft onto other beings in the inner earth. So I don't think there would be much of a loss.
No, honestly, it's one of those things that at this point I'm just too tired to even take it into account. But I will say one thing, as disturbing as our vegan friend's reaction was when he was looking at my escorts and asking me, is she a vegetarian? In every case, it's still not as disturbing as Derek Talley saying, how does she taste?
Dude, in all honesty, with the escorts you have, I wouldn't care if they were cannibals.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you. Yeah, and but we know.
I would still want to, you know, give them a.
There we are. Thank you. Yeah, but with Derek Talley, it's obvious that he may be a cannibal himself. I mean, it's kind of the conclusion that we reached. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's definitely not getting laid. So, I mean, what else can he do with women?
Yeah,
eat them.
Yes, there you go. Yeah, it goes a lot towards explaining why his system shut down so early in life. Kind of like Aquino, you know, getting that, it was Brendan Zogadu said when I was talking to him about Aquino's intestinal cancer, and Brendan was saying, yeah, I guess eating all those spit-fried babies, you know, isn't too good for the longevity. Sure, that was something like what Derek Talley
I mean, it was just an observation. Like,
yeah. And, you know, it was really funny. There was a guy who, I don't know his name. I should have done everything I could to have bookmarked it or saved it. And I can't find it anymore. It was scrubbed by the internet. But if anyone finds it, give me the link. But there was a guy who looked like Aquino and had the bushy eyebrows. He had the horned eyebrows, the literal horned eyebrows, and they were greatly exaggerated cosmetically.
Yes. I know the guy you're speaking of. It's the guy who was on that. Oh my gosh, he does the reviews for like certain movies.
Oh yeah. This was doing movie reviews, and he did an excellent review of the who's that superhero family by Pixel? The
one with the babies, The Incredibles.
The Incredibles. He did this review of The Incredibles, saying, "Is this the darkest film that Pixar ever made?" And he points out that The Incredibles, the whole point is pretty much what Michael Aquino was saying, that you're born a gifted Superman or you're a piece of shit, and that nothing you ever do in your life will change that. And so The Incredibles was really all about that The Incredibles are naturally gifted and they try to hide their talents, but in the end they have to let themselves be themselves and superior to everyone else, and the villain is just a normal person who wants to excel, and in the end they kill him. And in the end, they kill him. Apparently, that's what happened in the first Pixar. He winds up dead, and they effectively, have killed him. And so this was like saying that you're either got it or you don't. And so to have someone looking like Aquino who said that. So if you find that, give me a link, because I couldn't find that anywhere on the internet.
Yeah. I'll get it for you. Because I'm kind of like subscribed to some of the things they have. Oh my gosh. Let me check my Facebook.
I mean, sometimes like if it's not cosmetically done, like those bushy eyebrows could be like a Saturn heavy ascendant person. Like,
yeah, that's the idea. That's what the guy was trying to portray. But what was interesting was
he
got Aquino down. He actually sounded like Aquino. He behaved like Aquino. He's not Aquino, but he did his best to manifest him.
So he's like the anti-Aquino.
Well, he's just
anti-Aquino.
I don't know about that. He's like maybe a wannabe Aquino, but
right, like an admirer.
Yeah. I mean, that's the impression I got, that he was just
I bet you he was dissed as a kid for looking like Aquino.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know if Aquino's lifespan was that long where that could happen. It's like, I mean, was his lifespan that long where, was he that famous? I mean, outside of like, he was famous to a degree, but how many people really knew him? He was kind of like a special guy.
Good point. Good point. Yeah, no one would have known him.
I mean, like kids. I mean, not like kids, right? I mean,
I'm sure
people
I'm sure all
remember
kids
like
nowadays know that because
first clown guy, Grimaldi.
Grimaldi. Who was Grimaldi? I don't remember.
He was Giraldi or Grimaldi. He's famous in England. The first clown, the dude that invented the clown makeup. Like, he had like a horrible like fucked up life, and like he's very famous. If you like, English people would know about him.
Really?
Grimaldi the clown. Yeah.
Fuck, sounds like Shake's the clown. You remember that Bobcat Goldthwait motherfucker? That was I met him personally, and oh god, what a if you ever see that when they had Married with Children become a big hit, then there was like a series that was kind of a ripoff. And I forgot what it was, but it starred Nikki Cox, who was just drop dead fucking gorgeous. And Nikki Cox was on that series with that idiot Bobcat Goldthwait playing the stuffed animal, because he was so fucked up on drugs and alcohol they couldn't even get him there in person. She was on, let me see which series that was. Unhappily Ever After. That was the name of the series, Unhappily Ever After. And that was around for years. And so she married that son of a bitch, which shows you she had absolutely no sense of self-respect. And
wow.
But he was like just a worthless piece of shit. And hopefully they're divorced now.
How does that happen? Like, I got to learn that technique.
Yeah,
like,
because he was on the set. He was on the set. So he was on the set, and literally, like, they couldn't show him in person because he was so ugly and fucked up and and drunk. So they just put him literally behind the couch. He was inside of the couch, and his hand was literally shoved up the ass of a teddy bear puppet. And this was like this worn out teddy bear puppet. So that was, the character that would talk every once in a while to the adult in the television series. So, there you go with that. But
wow.
She could have, gotten anybody, and she wound up marrying this piece of shit. It's basically what telling dad that fuck you can't stop me from destroying myself. That's what that is. So at any rate, enough of that. And with that,
I always wondered about that. Like, what's like the psychology behind chicks going after dudes that are just like total trash? It's like,
oh my god,
what I said.
So
like,
why the hell
I'm asking, like,
single?
What's that?
It says, why the hell am I still single?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean,
you gotta just like find out the psychology of it. Like, why would someone do that?
Well, I'll tell you what turns them off. What turns them off is you say, "I want everybody to die, so I can be the last one left."
Yeah, but that's
I can die without infrastructure. Yeah,
but that's a bad, trashy thing that they should be attracted to, because they're attracted to trash.
Well,
So what the fuck?
Your point's well taken. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's a mystery. It's called, like, in German, Geheimnis. Like, it's a mystery, but no one knows.
I think it's a part of the targeting. You know, I think they're using some kind of technology to just distort my image.
Yeah, maybe. But, well, I think you do a good job of that when you put on the scuba mask.
What is it, like, have you ever seen the film A Scanner Darkly? Like, you think it's one of those suits or something?
I think they have me looking like an inverted Aleister Crowley's lamb, like when I walk around. So people see that instead of seeing me.
Well, when you wear the scuba mask and the, you know, and the...
Yeah, I haven't worn that. I just wear a regular mask.
Oh, okay.
I wear a silk mask that I have, of course, tried to create like shark teeth using paint. Some artistic thing.
You're not using toxic lead paint, are you? That would explain a lot.
It probably is, but at this point, I who gives a crap? We're all gonna die, man.
Oh my God.
I mean, for goodness sake, we've got like a mini Krakatoa that's going to cause a mega tsunami. So I mean, what the hell?
By the way, it's not a mini.
I
mean, this has the promise of, like, you know, potential. It's got the potential of being along the lines of Yellowstone and shit. So,
well, unfortunately,
it's like, yeah, it's like one of the most dangerous ones in the world.
Well, it's still spewing. I mean, it's been spewing for like the last week straight.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Like that.
There you go. And maybe it's like somebody jacking off forever without the cum shot. We just won't get the money shot. Yeah.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, you can only. I mean, who knows?
Yeah. He almost said you can only hope. Then he realized, of course, actually, both Brendan and I want it to happen too. I mean,
okay, then.
But we're not on.
I mean, like, for me,
we're on the
I
other
just
side
wanted
of the country, dude.
Yeah, like, for me, it's like, I mean, I would just like want it as a proof of concept, like, like, are the geologists really that accurate, or are we, you know, like, I'm trying to scope that, but
well, you do know
that's just my science side.
Either way, billions of people are gonna die.
Yeah, like,
and Jamel's.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, the Earth is like, I mean,
has manifest.
The Earth has gone through multiple like Earth changes, like,
that's right.
You know, like, if you go into the history, like, you know,
yeah,
but
right.
But what's interesting is, let me just say this last thing about
Thank you.
the setup here for the end of this year. There's going to be some like heavy eclipses in November and December, and then Mars is going to become visible again in Scorpio, which is very, very interesting.
Well, that's
because
war.
Scorpio has to do with like underworld. I mean, it's not necessarily war. It's just a new cycle, but it's like a new cycle in. And last time that happened, last time Mars became visible in Scorpio, there was like the Soviet Union tested like mega weapons. This was like in the 70s, 75. Microsoft was founded in around that same time, and a lot of occult shit stuff like happened. They were like testing laser weapons. So it's like, you know, it's not going to be exactly like the end of this year is going to be interesting. I mean, I'll just leave it at that.
Oh my God.
Because when Mars becomes visible, it's like, things happen. Like Mars, according to the Babylonians, like he was like Marduk, like the god of plagues and wars and catastrophes, and even Mars last time he became visible was guess when? I think it was October 2019. So he brought like the plague, you know. So we'll see what kind of other gifts he has from coming out of his realm, the underworld, into like, you know, that thing.
Delightful.
Yeah.
So
we have a lot to look forward to.
Yeah. So you leave us with fear porn. Oh my God.
I mean, it's just like that's just the, you know, the planets move. I mean, and that's what it's doing, and that's what happened last time the planets moved like that. And also, it has to do with like underground stuff. Like Scorpio is like underground, and you know, like hidden things like oil. Oil prices could go crazy.
Well, do me a favor,
you know,
and listen to tonight's episode when you find some time. Obviously, from the second hour on is when I start to talk with Peter. So Peter goes a bit to lead the way. So, you know, about 10, 20 minutes after the start of the second hour of the transmission, you know, listen in and you can hear me talk about everything that ultimately got them signing me out of my account. And
right, yeah, talk about underground occult stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd like your feedback on that, and if you're able to join us on Sunday, hopefully we'll be able to get on Sunday, and then we can review some of that. But obviously, you and I hopefully will speak before Sunday, and maybe do something about this. So we'll see if we can contact each other tonight. Meaning, after a full day of my doing everything else and or whatnot. And all right then.
Right.
All my love.
Good night.
Yeah.
Much love. All right. Good night, everyone. Good night, J-Mo.
Good night, Brendan.
Beat those magic nerds, please.
Yeah.
All right. Good night.
I don't got the money for it.
Blessed be thy slumber.
We'll get a fund going. All right.
A fund. Yes. Sweet be thy dreams. Thank you. All right. What a wonderful young man. And all right then. So it's just you and me, lad. Let's get started for the night. Let's first see how much time we have left, and then I'll try and develop somewhat of an itinerary. I know that I'll finish this. I'm not
4 hours and 30 minutes, I think.
Okay. Yeah, about 4 hours 30 minutes. Yes. And so let me show Ragnar Lodbrok's. He was talking about. There we are. And okay, so there we are. I think that with the number of viewers that we have, considering the fact that we just went all the way into just kind of free-flowing there for a while, free association, I think we're doing all right. And so that's maintaining steady. And let's refresh some of this again and psych myself up to go into that zone that I enter, and with that we can take it from there. It is, of course, one of the points that was brought up was all of this stuff about the idiot from Russia, and that does go into time. So maybe I should go into that, and then but we do have the situation in Australia. All of this, everything takes hours to cover, so not quite sure that we need to cover that idiot tonight. Matter of fact, I'll probably wait to get into him at some point again in the near future. All right then, so let's start off where we left off, which was Elizabeth Holmes's situation, and this is her last pitch that's coming up now that she's on trial. She now faces her greatest challenge, which is convincing a jury that she's not to blame for massive fraud. And I do think it's a bit strange that this young lady who was originally 19 years of age is the one that is facing the music, whereas everybody who was on her board of trust, Henry Kissinger and all these retired generals and shit, that they're not on the dock with her. But of course that just goes without saying. So it's something that I wouldn't say that necessarily on her side, but isn't it interesting that she stands alone? Now, over the course of what must have been several uncomfortable days for her in the summer of 2017, you might remember the year that Donald John Trump was elected to office, hacked into office by the Russians. Elizabeth Holmes sat in a San Francisco conference room and answered questions asked by lawyers from the Securities and Exchange Commission, the same people of the SEC who were after, Sean David Morton for so many years. They were deposing her about her actions as the founderess and CEO, chieftainess, executrix officier of Theranos, the once lauded startup that unraveled in spectacular fashion following a Wall Street Journal investigation revealing that it had lied to the world about its progress for years on a blood testing technology, which goes to show the very tight bonds between the blood industry and Silicon Valley. And in that deposition, Holmes attempted a transformation of her own, alchemical in nature. She had ditched the black turtleneck that had once been her trademark, one that she had lifted from Steve Jobs, and wore more federal investigation appropriate attire, a collared button-down shirt under a jacket. But more ambitiously, Holmes, who had been the face of Theranos, claimed that she had not, in fact, been responsible for entire swaths of her company's operations, its sales force, its financial projections, its pitches to investors, or its relationships with the largest customers, which at one time included Walgreens and Safeway. Now, when asked about some of the company's projections for its Wall Street business, Holmes said, "I don't know what was behind these numbers and this model." And on another day, Holmes was asked about other lab companies that drew blood and answered, "I don't know what other blood companies use," seemingly indifferent to the notion that she might actually know what her competition was doing. At one point, following a series of answers from Holmes in this vein, an attorney for the SEC asked incredulously, "So what were you responsible for?" Before the fall, Holmes and Theranos offered a deceptively simple pitch that the company had developed technology that would allow hundreds of varieties of medical tests to be run from a few drops of blood taken from a single fingertip. Holmes founded the company in 2003 as a 19-year-old student at Stanford, and by 2015, Theranos was offering its services at walk-in clinics in some Walgreens stores while claiming that its proprietary box might ultimately be placed in people's homes. And that premise, that widespread self-testing would be a net positive for the healthcare system, was itself dubious, but that turned out, well, not to matter much. Holmes's case wound up in the hands of prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of California, home to Silicon Valley and Theranos itself before its demise. And the judge has set aside 4 months for this trial, with 3 trial days a week. And the parties have identified upward of 250 witnesses. All of this suggests that Holmes, like most federal criminal defendants, faces an uphill battle. About 85% of all federal criminal cases, and about 90% in the subset of fraud cases, result in a conviction. Though the Justice Department has fared worse in its highest profile prosecutions. A recent analysis by the Wall Street Journal put the conviction rate in Wall Street cases at about 80%. When things go wrong, they tend to do so in rather spectacular fashion. Still, in any given federal criminal trial, the likely outcome is a conviction. What this young lady is going to face at this point in her life, well, God only knows. But the Theranos scandal, the question has to be asked, has it changed Silicon Valley itself? Because, as I've said, here was Elizabeth Holmes, the darling of Silicon Valley, a woman that could do no wrong, and the startup she founded, Theranos, attracted hundreds of millions of dollars in investments. And yet the company she had built was based on fantasy, science fiction. The technology Theranos was producing, supposedly testing for hundreds of diseases with a single pinprick of blood, seemed incredible because it was, in the most literal sense, literally unbelievable. Our man Jameson brings up the fact that the blonde is always the sacrifice, and this is true in this case, as it is in so many others. And while he's back, just taking advantage to take a look at some of my notifications. And so millions of dollars were squandered, and some who used the company's tests, including a cancer patient, were misdiagnosed. So what the trial is hearing is that the founderess of Theranos, lied and cheated. This is all about trust issues. Elizabeth Holmes and other famous grifters expose the myth of quick and easy success. The motto, fake it till you make it, is taking a serious blow, as it has been since she was brought down. As tales of these con artists proliferate, the likes of Sean David Morton, who we know personally, at least I do, the advice to feign greatness just doesn't seem sustainable. Grifters in business, the arts, literature, real estate, and wellness are being exposed at alarming rates. They're paying fines and facing prison time or already in custody, which really takes the shine off Imitation Awesome. In fact, it was some years ago by now, I believe, that the New Yorker declared what was then going on, the grifter season. And I loved it back then, so I'm going to explain just a little bit about the concept. And that was around the year before yesteryear. It was June of 2018. And in that year, in the last week in May, that marked the beginning of grifter season. The wind changed, the pressure dropped, and the scent of scamming was suddenly everywhere in the air. And that's when Anna Delvey, this young woman with messy hair and a vague European accent who allegedly convinced the superficial people in institutions of New York City that nightlife, that she was a millionaire heiress, was back in the public eye, thanks to an instant classic New York feature by Jessica Pressler, who was then, Anna Delvey was then. She was on Rikers Island already, awaiting trial on charges of grand larceny and attempted grand larceny. And Elizabeth Holmes had returned to the stage at that time too. But in that case, it was in the pages of what was then John Carreyrou's new book, which I've referenced already, entitled Bad Blood and subtitled Secrets and Lies in a Silicon Valley Startup, which of course told the story of Theranos, Holmes's biotech company, because Silicon Valley is actually Biotech Bay as well, which is essentially taking over in the genetics department where Silicon Valley leaves off with technology. And so while all of that was going down, you've got this chick boasting about this miraculous blood test technology, but it lived only in its founderess's imagination. And yet still, that company raised nearly $1 billion from venture capitalists and private investors before Holmes was even accused of fraud. And she had even, by that point, reached a settlement with the SEC, which required her to pay a fine and relinquish control of the company, among other penalties. But then, elsewhere, simultaneously, there was Thomas J. Mace, Archer Mills Esquire, a frequent media commentator on the British monarchy, who was revealed to be some guy from Albany named Tommy Muscatello, who had learned his British accent in a high school production of Oliver. Then you had this 25-year-old accused of posing as an aristocrat explorer and scamming luxury tourists out of nearly $700,000. A Colombian man pleading guilty to fraud and identity theft after successfully pretending to be a Saudi prince for the past 30 years. And Jill Stein, who we learned back then was doing exactly what we expected her to do with the $7 million that she raised for an election recount. Spent all the money, largely in secret, without any recount having ever taken place. So, grifter season comes irregularly, but it comes often in America, which is built around mythologies of profit and reinvention and spectacular ascent. The shady, audacious figures at its center, they exist on a spectrum from folk hero to disgrace. And the season begins when the public catches on to a series of scammers of a particularly appealing sort, the kind who provoke both schadenfreude and admiration. And not long before Presler's feature on Delvey appeared, Naomi Fry attended a pop-up sale of Fire Festival Deadstock. That was a foretoken, the grifter season equivalent of a robin in the backyard in March. Fire Festival, fire spelled F-Y-R-E, that was the handiwork of Billy McFarlane, who, 2017, again, the year that Trump was hacked into office, advertised an Instagrammable music festival extravaganza full of luxury beach palaces and models frolicking in the sand. And to the eager 20-somethings who ponied up large amounts of money to be a part of that, he delivered FEMA-style tents sitting on gravel and styrofoam boxes of white bread and American cheese. It was a matryoshka doll of empty ambition, and the attendees, like McFarlane, seemed more interested in conveying a lifestyle than embodying one. This is what made it so delicious, for the spectators. Previously, McFarlane, who pleaded guilty to wire fraud just the month before, had scammed the same kind of customer base through his company, Magnesis, which charged social climbing New York professionals a monthly fee to access a clubhouse, a lead on concert tickets that kept mysteriously disappearing, signature black card, which was intended to telegraph high status, even though it was, fittingly, just the user's existing credit card with a fancied-up face. Now, McFarlane, even though he inspired vitriol, was also an inadvertent hero of the class war, embarrassing kids who felt entitled to indulgence, exposing the intertwined frauds of the millennial-era wealth. Delvey had been celebrated as a sort of bling-ring icon, her journey through the worlds of New York art and nightlife threw a spotlight on people who seemed to have more money than substance, and on people who aspired to be like those people, as well as companies that catered to all of them. All her friends who became her marks barely knew her. All she needed to do for them was pay for dinner, drop a few status signals, and persist in being around. The hotels that were so comfortable with rich young white women that they let Delvey stay for months without a credit card on file, they deserved to get fleeced, as did those who found themselves throwing thousands of dollars at a girl they sponged off but didn't actually know. Delvey, as one tweet put it, was a shining example of what a person could do after overcoming imposter syndrome. Her ridiculous ambition to build an enormous interactive consumer art space differed from many more famous New York ambitions, mostly in that she failed. That she got so far without the smokescreen of extraordinary looks or taste endeared her further. Delvey, who was born in Russia and later moved to Germany, and whose real last name is Sorokin, was a perversely relatable striver. She was us, just with more energy, and possibly a knack for forging or repurposing bank documents. So, there's a book that was published the year before that, The Confidence Game, that was released in 2016, in which Maria Konnikova wrote, "Cons thrive in times of transition." In fact, the term confidence man was coined in 1849 by the New York Herald, in pieces about a bumbling scammer who would ask strangers on the street, "Have you confidence in me to trust me with your watch until tomorrow?" At that point in American history, the gold rush, right here in my own Golden Gate at San Francisco, was producing a swarm of swindlers throughout my Golden Bear Republic of California. And free banking was enabling wildcat banks and counterfeiters to circulate worthless bills. Scammers love nothing better than exploiting the sense of unease we feel when it appears that the world as we know it is about to change. And one gets the sense these days that such unease may become constant. The entire globe is getting hotter. Market pressures are accelerating. Technology is advancing at a dizzying rate. And we're ever more dependent on it. Being stuck behind the bars of quarantine, so to speak, in all its myriad forms, even when we're mobile. At some point between the Great Recession, which began in 2008, and that terrible selection of 2016, not election, but selection, by the Russians, scamming seems to have become the dominant logic of American life. The things that people have historically used to build non-scammy lives in this country, housing, say, and higher education, have deteriorated to the point where they are likely to punish you if you are not already wealthy. The bankers pushing reverse mortgages, the recruiters at for-profit colleges, and the many startup founders hoping to take massive investor-backed losses until they eradicate the rest of the market, all understand the world better than we do. That's part of the reason they're so riveting, down to the last detail. Scammers show us the glitzy bullshit intrinsic to stratospheric wealth in America. They show us that the best way to make money in this country is to treat everyone around you like a mark. But we prefer a clean arc in our morality play. In the end, we like scammers most when they fail. The ones who seem like they've actually gotten away with something, such as Stein, who not only helped tip the election to the definitive American scammer of our age, but who continue to profit from it after the fact, aren't very fun. And like Stein, Elizabeth Holmes has not been the subject of much ironic idolatry, and this is partly, I think, because pleasure played no evident role in her extended scheming. She didn't go on vacation. She ate like a robot. She over-engineered her voice and comportment in service of the exceedingly dry goal of resembling Steve Jobs. I mean, Delvey and McFarlane seem to better recognize that scamming means putting on a good show. But it's also, I suspect, because her downfall exposes a nauseating level of vulnerability and stupidity in our current way of living. Holmes ran Theranos on bluster and deception for more than a decade and had Walgreens, Safeway, James Mattis, Rupert Murdoch, Betsy DeVos, David Bowie's, and a $9 billion valuation on her side. We want the failure of our scammers to seem inevitable, but Holmes, she reminds us of how many are likely still out there, raising money, talking a big game at conferences, perhaps reading about Anna Delvey on a private jet. And as Jameson Reese says, the mega wealthy are sure some dumb clusterfucks, and it does make you wonder, how do they get so rich? It goes to show you, brains are not behind it. That much you should learn. And with grifter season, the wind changed, the pressure dropped, and the scent of scamming was suddenly everywhere in the air. And it wasn't a pleasant smell, not sweet like the smell of rain, but sour like turned milk. After all, the scammers are not only deluded themselves, they rely on the facile desires of victims. We're prone to wishful thinking about magical individuals who can defy all the odds and somehow shoot to the top with no knowledge of the business they're in, plus take their friends, well, you should read that as their victims, all the way with them. Now, I cited the book entitled The Confidence Game. Its subtitle is Why We Fall For It, with 3 periods, and then it ends every time. That's the subtitle. Why We Fall For It, pause, every time. And what I neglected to mention was that the authoress of The Confidence Game, Maria Konnikova, is a psychologist. So she concludes that the near universal individual tendency to believe in our own superiority is what turns us into targets. We think some people are special and will recognize our specialness in turn. This has actually got a name for it. The syndrome is called the Lake Wobegon effect. And that in and of itself might require, well, a little explanation. And I don't know if I can do it justice, but you know me, I'm obligated to try. So in terms of Lake Wobegon and whether or not you suffer from its effect, let me try and put together a kind of sketchplanation. Basically, all right, it's where, well, let's put it this way. There was an introduction to a book that was written by that title. The title of the book was The News from Lake Wobegon. And in The News from Lake Wobegon, the author, Garrison Keillor, surname spelled Keillor, his introduction starts with the sentence, "Where all the children are above average." And it became, well, the radio show, A Prairie Home Companion. So think of this bias as the Lake Wobegon effect, where all the children are above average, which by any other name is illusory superiority. All the kids are thinking, 100% of them, I'm definitely above average. Well, it turns out when you take the demographic statistics via census of everyone in America, nearly 80% of people think they are above average drivers. You know, the number of people who die on the road every day tells you where their thinking takes them. To the other side, beyond the veil that divides life and death. So from the popular studies where 80% of people think they are above average drivers, when asked to estimate the percentage of chores done in the household, it all adds up every time to more than 100%. So we all overestimate our input to project work and its impact on its success. So, in terms of the best treatment on this, there's a book entitled Thinking Fast and Slow, or rather, Thinking, Fast and Slow, by Daniel Kahneman, surname spelled Kahneman. Well, that was released in paperback, the edition that I have, in 2012. So that would probably give you the best that you can find in terms of an extremely in-depth examination on this phenomenon. I know I haven't given you enough, so I'm going to try and give you a little more. Of course, the question that you should be asking is, well, you're going to ask, do you suffer from the Lake Wobegon effect? So, Garrison Keillor, who is well known to older folks as the host of the long-running radio program, A Prairie Home Companion, he was always referring to this fictional Minnesotan small town, Lake Wobegon, where all the women are strong, all the men are good-looking, and all the children are above average. And that's why the human tendency to overestimate our own abilities, achievements, and performance consequently became as known as the Lake Wobegon effect. So try a little experiment. Ask a room full of people on the same work team to close their eyes and raise their hands if they consider themselves to be below average performers in relation to their co-workers. And chances are very few hands will go up. Now, an interesting observation, as statistically half of the room is at or below average on any given scale. And for further insight into this effect, take a look at how people rate themselves on their own performance evaluations, and chances are you will see few below average performers. So we see this play out time and time again in, well, the field of coaching and in 360-degree feedback. So, of course, when we're on the outside looking in at these people, we call those people that I've just described legends in their own minds. In social psychology, this is known as illusory superiority, or positive illusion. The tendency to overestimate one's positive qualities and capabilities and to underestimate one's negative qualities, at least relative unto others. So, according to the brothers, Chip and Dan Heath, who in one of their books, entitled Switch, our brains are positive illusion factories. And according to the brothers Heath, only 2% of high school seniors believe that their leadership skills are below average. 25% of people believe that they are in the top 1% of the, well, in their ability to get along with others, which, as you know by all the assholes in the world, simply can't possibly be true. And 94% of college professors report doing above average work, as we can tell by the geniuses they're turning out from the education factories. People believe that they are at lower risk than peers for heart attacks, cancer, and even food-related illnesses like salmonella. And even more interesting, people claim that they are more likely than their peers to provide accurate self-assessments. So, actual research, and what I'm sourcing from was a company called DecisionWise, and experience, clearly prove that this same Lake Wobegon effect plays out in organizations throughout the world. In fact, some of the recent research indicates that 78% of the time, people are likely to score themselves higher in 360-degree feedback ratings than others score them. Again, we're all above average. So a coach, or a supervisor, or a parent, or a manager, well, fuck anybody, must be continually aware of these inherent biases. With these biases comes the need to clearly articulate levels of performance. What is acceptable performance? Stellar performance? Putting measurements into place, such as performance evaluations, or 360-degree feedback, and performance metrics, will provide a more objective view of performance, and helping others understand these biases and how self-perceived performance may differ from actual performance is the first step in moving forward. So, congratulations! By providing objective feedback and performance measurement for your people, you've now solved their positive illusion issues. Well done! You're an above-average leader, just like you thought. Welcome to Lake Wobegon! Honestly, sometimes I wonder if the advice I give just doesn't reinforce delusion. So, I guess that what we need is a massive effort to occupy Lake Wobegon. It's income inequality that may lead to self-enhancement bias. The Occupy movement protests against economic inequality and the concentration of wealth among an elite few. Going back to Garrison Keillor's fictional town of Lake Wobegon, where all the women are strong, all the men are good looking. You notice it's not the other way around? And all the children are above average. You know, surprisingly, the former may have something to do with the latter. The Lake Wobegon effect being a natural tendency to overestimate one's capacities, well, capabilities, and see oneself as better than others. Research psychologists refer to this tendency as something else that I'm just now remembering, self-enhancement bias, and have found evidence for its existence in many domains. Most of us think we're funnier, smarter, warmer, more honest, or more conscientious than we ever really are. Cross-cultural studies have found a link between the tendency to self-enhance and the degree of individualism in a society, which makes America the absolute worst. Because it's the most individualistic, it's the most self-enhanced. In a review of 91 cross-national comparisons, Stephen Hine and Takeshi Hamamura found that individualistic Westerners as a group consistently viewed themselves in a more positive light than did collectivistic East Asians. Indeed, the Westerners in these studies were much more likely than East Asians to see themselves as uniquely talented and possessing desirable personality traits. An international team of researchers, however, recently discovered that individualism may not be the driving force behind cultural variations in the tendency to self-enhance. Instead, they found that income inequality was a better predictor of the Lake Wobegon effect. Steve Lonin, a psychologist at the University of Kent in England, collaborated with colleagues in 12 other countries to test a novel hypothesis that the magnitude of self-enhancement bias, which varies across cultures, will be greater in societies that have high levels of income inequality. To test their hypothesis, Lonin and his team gathered data from more than 1,600 participants, most of them university students, in 15 nations on 5 continents. The participants rated a large set of personality traits, ergo agreeableness, and values, ergo achievement, on 2 dimensions. 1, how much do you possess this characteristic compared to the average person? And 2, how desirable is this characteristic? And as reported in an issue of Psychological Science, way back in October of 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, Diana Dietrich, was murdered, people living in countries with high income inequality, Peru, South Africa, and the United States at the most extreme, for example, were more likely to see themselves as better than every other person on earth. People living in countries with relatively low income inequality, like the Axis nations of Germany and Japan, along with places where they colonized and raped and plundered so much that they were able to afford to give everybody everything, like Belgium, for example, were all less likely to self-enhance. When the researchers statistically controlled for the effects of income inequality, they found no relationship at all between individualism and self-enhancement. So in countries where there's a large disparity between the haves and the have-nots, people are much more likely to fall prey to the Lake Wobegon effect, to overestimate their abilities and achievements and believe they are better than most people. The reasons for this surprising relationship are not yet clear. Professor Lonan suspects it may have something to do with the competitiveness that can be triggered by economic inequality. If wealth is distributed very unevenly, and you want one of the relatively few jobs that pays a high salary, it makes sense to eschew modesty and present yourself as superior to all others on earth. The meek may inherit the earth, but only as a mass grave. They won't have fat wallets when it happens either. In fact, they'll have nothing to steal, which is why a mass grave is all that's waiting for them. Maybe this gives you a little insight to why the grifters now rule the worst. I meant to say the roost. But it came out as the worst, which I guess is apropos. This is the worst of roosts. 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 How do you say that? I can't even get that out in plurality. But what's the inverse Lake Woebegone effect? I mean, every episode of the long-running radio variety show, A Prairie Home Companion, includes a segment where the host Garrison Kaylor tells stories from his mythical hometown, Lake Woebegone, and each of these segments ends with the sentence, "Well, that's the news from Lake Woebegone," where I still don't understand, why isn't it all the men are strong, all the women are good-looking, and all the children are above average? But they changed the gender roles, where all the women are strong, all the men are good-looking, and all the children are above average. And that notion that all the children are above average, so exemplary of what's now known as the Lake Woebegone effect, that illusory superiority, that should never be underdefined. Understand that when I speak of it, it has not just a popular notion behind it where everybody just remembers it from the radio show. And no, this was actually something that was studied. And aside from the studies that I've cited, I mean, like the studies produced that actual term, the human tendency to overestimate one's achievements and capabilities in relation unto others. All, of course, named for the fictional town of Lake Woebegone from that radio series, A Prairie Home Companion, which most of you probably never heard of, let alone listened to. So in a similar way, a large majority of people claim to be above average, and that phenomenon has been most painfully observed among drivers, CEOs, stock market analysts, college students, and state education officials, among so many others. But experiments and surveys have repeatedly proven that most people believe that they possess attributes that are better or more desirable than average. Now, it was when surveying drivers that Ole Svensson, back in 1981, we're talking about a time that it was, well, you know, I was in John O'Connell Vocational Institute. He found that 80% of respondents rated themselves in the top 30% of all drivers. And when asking college students about their popularity, Zuckerman and Jost, as late as 2001, showed that most students judged themselves to be more popular than average. But going back to the 80s was in 1987 when John Cannell completed a study that reported the statistically impossible finding that all states claimed average student test scores above the national norm. One College Board survey asked 829,000 school seniors to rate themselves in a number of ways, and when asked to rate their own ability to get along with others, a statistically insignificant number, let's say that, less than 1%, rated themselves as below average. Furthermore, 60% rated themselves in the top 10%, and 1/4 of respondents rated themselves in the top 1%. Some have argued that more subjective traits like this may be more easily distorted. The effect has been found repeatedly by many other studies for other traits, including fairness, virtuosity, luck, and investing ability, to name a few, and the effect is similar and may be related to in-group bias and wishful thinking. In contrast, the worse than average effect refers to a tendency to underestimate oneself in certain conditions, which may include self-handicapping behavior. You could compare that to the false consensus effect. So our man Jimson is saying that when it comes to what they said about Lake Woebegone, he said probably because most men think they look good, most women think they are strong, and most kids think they are better than they are. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I ask what I do because, it sounds rather bizarrely out of sync with our gender roles. So, as I've explained by these other studies that truly define the pervasiveness of this psychosis, this pathology, the Lake Woebegone effect is where we consider the small sample of our experience as being superior to the population overall. So, as I said, the most alarming, the most life-threatening in the most immediate sense is that concrete example where 80% of drivers consider themselves to be above average drivers. And obviously that cannot be true, but it's common that we think what we experience is above average. Now, the inverse Lake Woebegone effect is a term we need to coin for a fallacy that we see sometimes in computer science education. The inverse Lake Woebegone effect is when we sample from a clearly biased source and assume the sample describes the overall population. We know we're observing a superior sample, but act like we're getting a randomly distributed sample. This is a form of sampling bias. Now, there's an author who introduced this term, the inverse Lake Woebegone effect, named Mark Guzdial, Guzdial. That's how you spell his surname. And he published a book with Morgan and Claypool entitled Learner-Centered Design of Computing Education, subtitled Research on Computing for Everyone. And one example of the inverse Lake Woebegone effect in CS Ed is assuming that a successful undergraduate introductory curriculum will be similarly successful in high school. The students in undergraduate education are elite. In the United States, undergraduates are screened in an application process and are certainly in the top half of most scales. Ergo, intellectual achievement and wealth, which always makes people more intelligent simply because they're educated a lot more than people who are poor. These elite students can learn under conditions that more average students might not succeed at, what educators call aptitude treatment interactions. If I go into that, we're just going to go off into the technical. So instead, consider the work that Bennetson and Kasperson did on predictors for success in introductory computing, where students in undergraduate education have better math grades and have more coursework than average students in high school, and both of those factors predict success in introductory CS or computer science courses. And think about the role of algebra in programming. There are high schools in, take a look at practically a third world underdeveloped nation like Atlanta. Well, that's a state, but you get my point. And it's where less than half the students pass algebra. The same CS curriculum that assumes success with algebra is highly unlikely to work well for both undergraduate and high school audiences. I mean, imagine a highly successful undergraduate introductory computing curriculum in which 80% of the students succeed. That's 80% of the students from the top half of whatever scale you're talking about. And the same curriculum might fail for 60% of the general population. So this is where we see a similar sampling error when we talk about using the kind of data that they use for learning in education that has fucked up so many people throughout the United States with overestimating their abilities simply because you've got the states promoting the idea that all their students are above the national average. And that's when the MOOC data MOOC, Massive Open Online Courses. That's been a significant new innovation in the educational landscape. That's where, when it's used to inform our understanding of learning, the edX website says that they offer a powerful platform for exploring how students learn. The students who take MOOCs are overwhelmingly well educated. They're all employed. They're all from developed countries, characteristics which describe only a small percentage of the overall population on Earth. We can't assume that what we learn from that biased sample of MOOC participants describes the general population in any way, shape, or form. So psychologists are already concerned that many of their findings are biased because they oversampled from, quote-unquote, weird students. By the way, WEIRD is an acronym, WEIRD, and it stands for Western, Educated, Industrialized, Rich, and Democratic. Yes, put all that together, WEIRD, and you get weird. So they found that people from WEIRD, or Western Educated, Industrialized, Rich, and Democratic societies, who represent as much as 80% of study participants in any psychological study, but only 12% of the world's population, are not only completely unrepresentative of humans as a species, but on many other measures, they are outliers. So it's easy to fall prey to the inverse Lake Woebegone effect. Anyone who works at colleges and universities only teach undergraduate and graduate students. It's easy for them to believe that those students represent all students. If we're really aiming at computing for everyone, we have to realize that we don't see everyone on our campuses. We have to design explicitly for those new audiences. This is why we have to realize that the internet was created by people suffering from the inverse woebegone effect, thinking that they would create an internet where everyone would be as educated in critical thinking as themselves. But they unleashed a monstrosity that is ridden by mentally defective people, emotionally underdeveloped people. In this new technological nightmare world, we cannot afford the First Amendment. When I speak of the First Amendment, and you say, oh, that's the only way you can speak, you saw what happened tonight. I am not allowed to speak. Everything that could possibly be done to suppress my voice was done to take me offline so you could not hear me talk right now. And the only reason I can talk right now is because of what Halicarnassus Kiefer called a heroic save. Yes, it conducted by Peter Moon to create a new Skype account, not even my own, on which I am now speaking to you through. So there is no freedom of speech for Douglas Dietrich. Because, as your Vulcan intervention, I can tell you the problems that plague your world and provide you with the solutions that will prevent the rule of the anti-gods and the onset of chaos eternal. One of those solutions would be to not allow anyone on the internet before 18 years of age without adult supervision any more than you would allow people to drive without adult supervision before legal age. Barring exceptions that I know exist in certain states based on certain requirements, etc., we could set up the internet in a similar fashion. But people need to be educated in critical thinking to a degree where they will not be critically indoctrinated into the insanities in that cyber sewer of shit we call the internet that rallies the agents of Edom every episode I attempt to host. These tales may be disheartening on some level, But all those cons I've been describing reveal something sweet about people too. Or at least precious. We're naive. We believe that people are who they say they are, because we have to in a functional society. That used to be okay. But we'd be better off if we also accepted that success never comes fast and easy. Not to us, and not to people who seem special and are actually just trying to cut all the corners. When I think back on the grifter hits of a few years agone, around the time that Elizabeth Holmes of Theranos made herself the prime example, I mean, societally, we're fascinated by lies and lying liars who tell them, turning stories about their scams into a cottage industry all its own. It seems we can't get enough content. And of course, preeminent, exemplary is Elizabeth Holmes of Theranos, explaining her massive billion-dollar blood testing swindle is its own business, spawning numerous articles and books and films. So, here we are with Holmes in criminal court at the federal level, a bitter reality for the technologist, perhaps made more sweet by the knowledge that the scene will surely someday be fictionalized and played by a star. After all, as I explained in my latest transmission before tonight's, Jennifer Lawrence is already slated to take the role of Elizabeth Holmes in the upcoming film Bad Blood, and there will be more dramas to come as the saga unfolds. In fact, they're already rolling out. Now, similarly, Anna Sorokin, who was aliased as Anna Delvey, was but a Russian immigrant to Germany who feigned European era status in the United States and was intent on creating an innovative New York art space, and last time I checked was sitting in jail in Rikers Island on fraud charges. She captivated imaginations when New York Magazine publicized her high society lies, and that prompted other publications to do their own takes on the fake noble, including a dissection of her split ends. Soon after, Shonda Rhimes announced that Delvey's deceptions were to be the subject of a Netflix creation. I mean, for Delvey, who wanted most of all to be known and discussed, the bad press may be a warped version of her dream come true. Who knew you don't have to hand out $100 bills to hotel staff in Soho to get people to pay attention to you? You can just lie and do time. Now, let me check this latest incoming message, or communique, where Jameson says Rikers is nowhere one wants to be. I'll buy that. And then, that same year all this came out. Vice recounted the insane saga of the 47-year-old Anthony Gignac, or Gignac, born to an impoverished family in Bogota, Colombia, who spent most of his adulthood pretending to be a Saudi prince in Florida. He was repeatedly finding new prey among the rich and famous of Miami. You know, the United States' capital city of fraud. Gignac has been in and out of custody on various fraud charges. And, early that same year that our girl Elizabeth Holmes was taken down, he pleaded guilty in Miami federal court to impersonating a foreign government official, identity theft, and fraud. Those charges arising from a scheme defrauding 26 investors of nearly $8 million United States dollars. I mean, after a successful job, I would just need one and retire. Why would you keep doing it unless you're fucking sick? And that same year, the Los Angeles Times published The Travels and Travails of Anna March, a.k.a., or also known as Nancy Lott, alias Nancy Kruse, a literary liar who wowed bookish types in multiple U.S. cities with fabulous parties and fantastic tales about her deals and powerful connections. And despite various run-ins with the law since 1993, she was, last time I checked, still selling spots to writing conferences that often didn't happen in fancy locales that she hadn't even booked. Oh, and then there was that Australian wellness blogger, Belle Gibson, of the Whole Pantry cookbook fame, who claimed to have had brain cancer and premised her health advice on recovering from this fake disease she never had, owing 420,000 Australian dollars in court fines for her deception. I mean, that money was due years before I even heard of her. And yet, last time I checked, she still hadn't paid and was facing contempt of court charges. You know, for a time, people believed all of these liars. Maybe the grifters even believed themselves. And then, when their associates stopped being credulous, the rest of us got terribly curious, longing to know all about their their incredible cons. So incredible, they were literally unbelievable, and yet everybody believed them. But these liars all reveal a sweet truth. Scams happen because we take people at face value. We don't scrutinize every Elizabeth, Anna, or Nancy who swans by and tells us she's amazing. Though we may fib and fudge, the vast majority of us really aren't audacious liars. Society relies on the idea that we can trust each other, more or less, and we can. Well, not really, not anymore. More or less. Trust is how we forge new relationships in life and work. It's the secret element underlying every deal, including the greater social contract. Sure, a liability clause is useful in an agreement, but the goal is never to need the law's protections. We make decisions premised on the assumption that people must be trusted, and that's not bad in and of itself, actually. Even though that came to an end in this day and age. If we could have trust, trust is good for our health and makes us happier, more functional humans. In fact, the psychologist Konikova, who wrote that book I keep citing, she concludes that it is the more beneficial evolutionary path. And cynicism is not a sign of any smarts. Understand that. Cynics foreclose genuine opportunities by forever doubting that any good things are ever possible. I slam that home because, of course, it's the cynics that rule the streets right now, having everyone convinced that they're the most streetwise among us just because they don't believe anything anybody says. Your agents of chaos attacking myself are the cynics of our world. In fiction, Sherlock Holmes' cynicism is charming. In fact, his deep distrust might not have served him well. He was the favorite literary character of my mother, who was, for all intents and purposes, the best among amateur criminologists. Indeed, one of the inspirations for why I majored in criminal psychology, a double major of criminology and psychology at City College of San Francisco, taught by the same criminologists before they retired that had taught criminology to Magus Anton Szandor LaVey, the founder of the First Church of Satan, when he took their original courses to evade the Korean War-era draft by becoming a San Francisco Police Department police forensics photographer. You know, in the 4th century BC, cynics wanted to live like dogs. The Cynics were Greek philosophers who rejected conventional ideas about money, power, and shelter. Instead, they advocated living simply, aligned with nature. And the founder of this school of thought, Antisthenes, as in ante, purportedly lived in the streets of Athens, well on the streets, eating raw meat and preaching a life of poverty. Though sometimes, quite literally, he just barked at people from a platform. The word cynic even stems from the Greek word for dogs, kainos. The science of studying dogs is kynology. It's spelled C-Y-N, ology, kynology, the science of dogs. From kainos, in the original Greek, K-Y-N-O-S, but Anglo-bastardized into the C-Y-N-O, kaino, we get cynic. The cynic is a goddamn dog. And today, cynicism has come to mean something very different than it did to the ancient Greeks. Self-identified cynics pride themselves on skepticism and their ability to be wary of other people's motives as a sign of discerning intelligence. Our fictions bolster this myth by favoring world-weary protagonists, like the detective Sherlock Holmes at their most wholesome end of the spectrum, who sniff out truths that elude the rest of us because he sees the worst in people, essentially, which was a kind of Chinese philosophy that certain people, as the legalists viewed them in Chinese philosophy, not all Chinese philosophers viewed this, only the legalists, China's original totalitarians, took on the stance that all man's nature was inherently evil, the stance of Machiavelli. Yet, new studies of cynicism tend to hint that the cynical genius is a myth. In a comprehensive cross-cultural analysis published in the Personal and Social Psychology Bulletin, and I believe that was in the year 2018, when all the frauds were being exposed, the social psychologist Olga Stavrova of Tilburg University in the Netherlands and evolutionary psychologist Daniel Elbrocht from the University of Cologne in Germany concluded that the most competent people aren't so cynical after all. We have this kind of stance of trust no one, get ahead. But that study's authors pointed out that there's a reason people think it's smart to be cynical. The notion that we're driven entirely by self-interest is promoted in evolutionary biology and economic theory. In fact, we're often taught that survival of the fittest requires people to look out for their individual interests. Therefore, it's only logical to believe that we're protecting ourselves by assuming the worst about humanity. If we're wrong, well, better safe than sorry. But the scientists who completed that study argue that cynicism isn't so useful if it's our default position, themselves noting that a slew of studies on the relationship between trust and health and finances find that thinking the worst tends to lead to worst results in terms of earnings and well-being. And so, they wrote, cross-cultural analyses showed that competent individuals held contingent attitudes and endorsed cynicism only if it was warranted in a given socio-cultural environment. Less competent individuals embraced cynicism unconditionally, suggesting that, at low levels of competence, holding a cynical worldview represents an adaptive default strategy to avoid the potential costs of falling prey to others' cunning. In other words, these studies prove that the people who performed well on the researchers' linguistic, numerical, and intellectual tests weren't especially distrustful of others. They were only cynical when cynicism seemed warranted, depending on their cultural context and the extent to which distrust was reasonable. based on the amount of corruption or lack of law in their own countries. That's what brings us back to the crooked timber of humanity. These researchers conducted multiple experiments to assess people's beliefs about the relationship between cynicism and competence, as well as whether cynicism was actually ever beneficial. And in 2 of those tests, each conducted on about 200 individuals, the subjects read vignettes about 2 different people, one a cynic, the other non-cynical. The participants then answered questions about the characters' cognitive abilities and took a cynicism test themselves. For example, they rated statements like, "I believe most people would lie to get ahead," on a scale of 1 to 5, ranging from strongly agree at 1 to strongly disagree at 5. And subjects in the second study also judged the social skills of people in the vignettes in addition to cognitive ability. The researchers found that in both tests, subjects tended to connect cynicism with cognitive skill. But when social skills were added to the mix, non-cynics were judged more capable. The first study was conducted online with participants from Amazon's Mechanical Turk, which is an online work marketplace, while the second was conducted on paper with students at a German university. Still, the results were consistent. Cynicism was equated with ability in both studies. A third study, with British subjects, allowed for more nuance in responses. This time, participants assessed cynics and non-cynics in the vignettes along a continuous scale, ascribing an amount of trust or disbelief that would be optimal for a given cognitive or social task. The results there were more nuanced too. On average, people believed that a mix of 56% cynicism and 44% non-cynicism was optimal for performance on cognitive tasks. When it came to social performance, however, they thought someone 78% non-cynical and only 22% distrusting was optimal. Now, based on these studies, the researchers conclude that our tendency to believe in the idea of the cynical genius is strong, but mitigated depending on what task a person is performing. And the way they explained it is that overall, a clear majority of our participants expected cynical individuals to perform better on a range of cognitive tasks and cognitive ability tests than non-cynical individuals. At the same time, individuals clearly differentiated between cognitive and social competences and rated cynics favorably with respect to the former, but not the latter. Importantly, allowing our participants to set an optimum level of cynicism needed for cognitive tasks showed that they generally preferred an elevated, although not very high, level of cynicism to a moderate one. So about these skills tests, 3 more tests sought to determine whether distrust in humanity actually correlates with competence and intelligence in different age groups and cultures, and 2 studies looked at cynicism in Germans, adults, then youth, and the third examined data from around the world. At first, the researchers used a large-scale, nationally representative sample of German adults and assessed subjects' level of cynicism using responses to an established psychological test which measures faith in people with questions like, "Do you think that most people would try to take advantage of you if they got the chance?" Or, "Would they try to be fair?" And then they explored associations between cynicism and different measures of competence, including education, general cognitive ability, and academic competencies. And the results showed that people who scored higher on the competency tests also tended to be less cynical. They had faith in people, and yet they performed well. I mean, when it comes to that feeling of betrayal from the youth, as we all get from today's bum youth, the 5th test sought to find out whether people who were more cynical as teenagers were also more successful as young adults. And they used data from the German Socioeconomic Panel, which is a longitudinal household study of the German population, conducted annually since 1984, which includes a component aimed at 16 to 18-year-olds. And they compared results from nearly 900 teens who responded to the study in 2006, and again as young adults in 2013. Of course, I'll give you the results. The cognitive ability in the teens was negatively associated with cynicism in young adults. In other words, the more trusting kids also turned out to be more capable than those who had no faith in humanity in their youth. Talk about a point to be made. Of course, our man Jameson Reese says, "Damn, I'm incompetent as fuck then." Well, hey, there's a reason you're considered unemployable. That's what you get paid for, right? Well, around the world, the final, most ambitious aspect of this study examined cynicism and competence across 30 countries and 200,000 people using data from the Survey of Adult Skills, which is part of the program for the International Assessment of Adult Competencies put together by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD itself, circa 2017, which is a very important transnational organization concerning market transactions. In other words, rendering economics more accessible for everyone to ensure better trade throughout the world. Well, competence was determined by subjects as education, literacy, numeracy, and computer literacy. But the test also accounted for the fact that context influences the extent to which distrust of others may be warranted. Where corruption is common and rule of law is spotty to say the best, it may indeed be very smart to be wary of humanity. This is where Jameson is actually vindicated. He says, can't be argued there, laugh out loud. But I'm bringing up your situation in context now, which actually vindicates where you come from. If you're in, the United States, well, it is dog eat dog. Well, the very core of cynicism, being doggy. But in this worldwide study, the researchers expected that highly competent individuals would endorse cynicism more if they live in a corrupt socio-cultural climate, while less competent people be indiscriminately cynical, whether or not a lack of faith is even warranted. And so, to measure this cynicism, the researchers used two statements included in the OECD survey. Subjects rated the following statements on a 5-point scale, from strongly agree to strongly disagree. And those statements were, there are only a few people you can trust completely. And the other one was, if you are not careful, other people will take advantage of you. And their results revealed that, as expected, cynicism and competence are not positively linked. In almost each of the 30 countries examined, cynics who were uniformly distrustful tended to be less competent. But globally, high competence individuals adjusted their level of cynicism depending on their socio-cultural environment. So, we wrongly believe in disbelief. The question is why? It is in to be cynical. To be cynical means you're hip. To be a know-it-all. To pretend, to act like you already knew. And of course, you know everything. And no one can teach you nothing. If cynicism is obviously no sign of competence, why does the myth of the cynical genius even endure? Part of the issue is that we don't necessarily pay attention to the way things work out. A win for faith in humanity, say, a stranger who stops to give us good directions, goes unremarked. Meanwhile, the memory of a betrayal, like a refusal to help or deliberate misdirections, sticks with us and continues to sting. It's the sting that keeps on stinging. And by the way, like Jameson Reese, cynicism is a super lame way to be hip, he says. And of course, we should all agree. In addition to what I've said about the sting that keeps on stinging. Cynics create self-fulfilling prophecies. They trust no one, so they miss out on more opportunities, which only goes to confirm their worldview. Distrust forecloses positive outcomes from the start and reinforces negative beliefs, while trust, a potential risk, also allows more happy outcomes to occur. It's notable, as well, that there's a link between cynicism and education. The social psychologists have concluded that people who enjoy the privileges and benefits of education also live and work in kinder environments, where they have less reason to distrust others than someone struggling in a rough, crime-ridden neighborhood. There are places where it makes sense to be wary of others, and the researchers themselves readily admitted that. So the psychologists concluded by citing Stephen Colbert, the comedic genius and true wit, who's no cynic. He's taken the improvisational comedy rule that demands players say yes and to everything and turned it into a life philosophy. And it's Colbert himself who explained, cynicism masquerades as wisdom, but it is the furthest thing therefrom. Because cynics don't learn anything. Because cynicism is a self-imposed blindness. A rejection of the world because we are afraid it will hurt us or disappoint us. Cynics always say no, but saying yes begins things. Saying yes is how we grow. Of course, that brings us back to arc of narrative. After I check the live stream here, for how much time we have remaining. I won't be getting to Australia tonight, so I'll dedicate the next episode to Our Lady, and then other episodes will be dedicated after that. Now, coronaries rely on the optimism and good faith that fuels so many of our relationships. And we, in turn, are fascinated by their audacity. Perhaps even jealous of their confidence until it gets them in trouble. But if we're delighted when they fall, it's not just schadenfreude, an ugly pleasure in their misery. It's also because this small justice reaffirms the less efficient and more difficult underlying system that determines most of our lives. We are stuck being ourselves, not geniuses or superstars, not nobility or heiresses, not glittery literati or miraculous healers. Just regular people who go to school to learn professions, take small steps in our careers, and often struggle just to get jobs, or book deals, or investors for our ideas. Every grifter who is taken down reaffirms the beauty of this mundane struggle. Being authentic sometimes sucks, but at least it's real. It also rarely lands you in prison, which is a big plus. So let's talk about keeping it real. The other upside to authentic struggles is that they're a great protection against grifters. Experience makes it easier to spot the fakes. Surely there were numerous doctors who doubted that Elizabeth Holmes, a college dropout, could revolutionize medicine itself. A profession that demands 4 years of medical school after college, followed by a 3-year hospital residency, plus licensing tests to qualify for practice. Our culture loves to turn young technologists into gods or goddesses, especially those who seem to get to skip ahead in life thanks to innate talent and vision. But while Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates show that it's possible to achieve wild success after dropping out of school, it's generally harder to hit upon a big idea, let alone execute it, without some grueling education and training, plus professional connections. The whiz kid entrepreneur is but a myth, as all recent research proves. An analysis of the ages of entrepreneurs who started companies in the United States from 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy and a three-war veteran, all the way through from his murder to 2014, revealed that the average age of a founder who went on to hire at least one single employee was 42. The average age of founders of the most successful startups, those with growth in the top 1% of their industry, was 45. What that proves is that success relied on time, work, and experience, not wizardry. And that's what you need to keep in mind when all these little geniuses make you feel small. And for those of you who just don't get it, in terms of that myth that has been built up to so way beyond its need for it to even be acknowledged. I mean, if you really want to know what the average entrepreneur looks like, envision a 40-year-old cubicle refugee. I mean, Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, FedEx's, you know, the one that trades on the Fortune 500 as FDX, Fred Smith. The image of the entrepreneur as whiz kid has all too serious currency in American business lore, and it's exactly like Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. It's all riding on air, but underneath is nothing but a landfill. There was a study conducted way back in 2009 from the Kauffman Foundation, a Kansas City think tank that studies entrepreneurship, that proved that image to be myth. So, the study's name is The Anatomy of an Entrepreneur, and it was via that study that the Kauffman Foundation, spelled with two F's, surveyed 549 company founders. And instead of a dorm room genius, it found that the typical founder is a middle-aged, 40 on average, when launching a first company. 70% of the first-time founders are married. Nearly 60% have at least one child. There's also a study in class mobility. 59% come from lower middle class or blue-collar families, and almost half hold advanced degrees. So the study's authoress, Vivek Wadhwa of Duke University's Center for Entrepreneurship and Research Commercialization, concluded that they commonly held belief that entrepreneurs are young college students working out of their dorms is simply completely wrong. People typically come to a stage where they're tired of working for other people. They think, I'm 40 and I haven't made it big yet. This is my last chance. And that really spurs the entrepreneurial spirit. I mean, Wadhwa herself knows from experience. Before entering academia, she founded a technology company at the age of 39. By the way, I'm so sorry. I deal so much with people who are gender fluid. I just realized or remembered that this was a man. I haven't even looked at her picture in for fucking ever. Now that I'm looking her up, I say, oh yeah, that's a dude. But you see, I was going by the study, not the individual. But I did remember the age at which he started his company. Of course, with people's names these days, Vivek, V-I-V-E-K. How the fuck, you know? No wonder I remembered him as a bitch. Sorry, didn't mean that the way it came out. Now, aside from all that, to try and get back into the arc of narrative in the time we have remaining, which again, let me take a look at the live stream. And 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. I can't believe we got 3 fucking hours left. And holy shit. It's like, it's amazing the ground that I covered, to tell you the truth. 9 to 10, 10 to 11. Yeah, we got 3 hours left. Holy fucking shit. So, at any rate, to get back to where I was. In terms of keeping it real, and when I have just proven to you that the whiz kid entrepreneur is a myth, as all recent research proves, likewise, throwing big shindigs didn't, well, they never turned March into a writer. And when it came to the kind of individual that I was sourcing, talking about that March chick, when we were talking about the cons, and we were talking about this young lady pretending to be a literati who had multiple aliases. So all those parties that she was able to organize, which is a skill in and of itself, mind you. There are people who are professional party organizers. And those people organize parties for companies, etc. She should have gone into that career. But instead, she wanted to be perceived, for whatever reason, as a writer. And ultimately, she has yet to convince a single agent or publisher to back one of her books, so far as I know. And that's because throwing parties isn't the same thing as improving one's craft. It should come as a relief to the world's countless, aspiring novelists to know that no amount of swagger can replace a solid draft. As for the wellness bloggers, we should be taking them all with a grain of salt. Whether it's Gwyneth Paltrow promoting bee sting treatments or a woman who claims you can cook your way out of cancer, be ever mindful of the long history of quackery and health claims. No one benefits more from goopy ideas than the people who promote them. Just because these grifters have shown us the errors of our magical thinking doesn't mean we should trust no one. We just need to trust ourselves and our authenticity more, respecting the hard work we put in to do us every day. When someone purporting to be magical comes along and makes promises that seem too good to be true, it may well be because they're not telling the truth. Anyone who has ever done anything knows it's difficult to get things done. And so our awe of the seemingly awesome should be much more harder won. And now, years after Theranos collapsed, Ms. Elizabeth Holmes is on trial in Golden, California for fraud. She has pleaded not guilty. And for an outsider to Silicon Valley, the story I've related sounds nonsensical. How were so many people taken in? And yet, in Silicon Valley itself, many believe that Theranos, far from being an aberration, speaks of systemic problems with startup culture. It's about faking it until you make it. I mean, in Silicon Valley, hyping up your product, over-promising it's called, isn't unusual. And Ms. Holmes was clearly very good at it. And as a Stanford University dropout, she was, by all accounts, articulate, confident, and good at presenting a vision. A mission, as she described it, to revolutionize diagnostics. The skeptical experts told her that her idea was just that, an idea, and would not work. But she projected an unfaltering confidence that the technology would change the world. So there's another authoress whose work impressed me, Margaret O'Mara. She's the writer of a book entitled The Code, subtitled Silicon Valley and the Remaking of America. And in that work, she says, it's baked into the culture. If you are a young startup in development with a barely existent product, a certain amount of swagger and hustle is expected and even encouraged. Particularly at an early stage, when a startup is in its infancy, investors are often looking at people and ideas rather than substantive technology anyway. General wisdom holds that the technology will come with the right concept and the right people to make it work. You know, that's exactly like a religious cult. You know, like Scientology in a sense. Rather than an engineer saying form follows function, what Scientology convinced many people was that function follows form. That's why so many actors got involved. And Ms. Elizabeth Holmes was brilliant at selling that dream, exercising a very Silicon Valley practice. Fake it till you make it. Her problem was she couldn't make it work. Her lawyers have argued that Miss Holmes was merely a businesswoman who failed, but was not a fraudster. The problem in Silicon Valley is that the line between fraud and merely playing into the faking it culture is so paper thin as to be non-existent. It's almost all form over function. And Roger McNamee, who is critical of big tech and did not invest in Theranos, said that Theranos was an early warning of a cultural shift in Silicon Valley that has allowed promoters and scoundrels to prosper. He believes that a culture of secrets and lies in Silicon Valley, a culture that allowed Theranos' tech to go unanalyzed, is absolutely endemic. I mean, ambition can be good. Promising a brighter future and then trying to realize that vision brought about computers and smartphones, right? But for investors, trying to separate the charlatans from the revolutionaries is a constantly evolving challenge. And wasn't it just last month, I think? Silicon Valley phone app startup Headspin's CEO and founder, Manish Lakhwani, was arrested for defrauding investors. For people putting money on the line, there are great fortunes to be made and lost. It's all about keeping the secret sauce secret, right? I mean, in Silicon Valley, intellectual property is closely guarded. The Coke recipe, the secret sauce, is often the thing that gives a company value, and new technology firms are particularly sensitive to having their ideas copied or stolen. Secrecy is important for these companies to succeed, but that culture of secrecy can also be used as a smokescreen, particularly when even employees and investors don't understand or aren't given access to the technology itself. This is what happened at Theranos. Journalists, investors, politicians, you name it, were all told the science was there. Yet when questions were asked, they were told the technology was so secret that it could not be fully explained, analyzed, or tested. Walgreens, a major client of Theranos, became exasperated with the lack of information given by the company about how the system worked. There are many Silicon Valley companies that I've personally observed and experienced security work with or exposure to via my son's husband that will not fully explain how their technology actually works. They claim to have proprietary systems that cannot yet be revealed or peer-reviewed. The system is based on trust, yet it is fundamentally at odds with the culture of faking it and creates the perfect environment for Theranos-type scandals, where claims that simply cannot be true are left completely unchallenged. It's all borrowing from the CIA playbook. A system that places so much emphasis on secrecy needs attorneys, and lots of them. Companies don't want their employees running off with ideas. So NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, are endemic in the startup world. and by no means confined to technology. But Silicon Valley's culture of secrecy makes it notably difficult, well, for whistleblowers. After the company's collapse, former Theranos employees spoke of intense pressure to withdraw negative public remarks or stay quiet altogether. The company employed and deployed aggressive, expensive, and very active lawyers to protect Theranos' reputation. Now, Corey Kreider from Foxglove, which is a group that helps whistleblowers come forward, whom I came to know personally, has confirmed that this is not uncommon in Silicon Valley, where she, well, to quote it herself, she said, "I spent more than a decade working in national security, and I very often feel like Silicon Valley types play from the playbook of the CIA on this shit. They have managed to scare people and make them think that they don't have the right to raise legitimate issues. If founders and chief executives aren't being honest, employees need to feel comfortable raising the alarm. All too often, they don't." Now, I should have concentrated more on the fact that the Rupert Murdoch invested in Theranos. I mean, you've got a wild west of money and ambition. Amid the hype, it can be easy to forget that many investors looked at Theranos and passed, especially those with knowledge of healthcare. Among those who were notable investors were people and groups without any expertise in health, such as the media mogul Rupert Murdoch, who is effectively the dictator of Australia. For these investors with capital, often their decision to put in a stake assumes that smaller early-stage funders have done their homework on the tech. They're kind of taking third-party validation at its word. Once again, it's a system based on trust. Later investors trusting that earlier ones know what they're doing. The problem here is, with so much money sloshing around, that's not a given. In the end, Theranos got caught. As a health technology company doing real-life diagnostics, results and regulators would eventually prove it real or fake. But with many Silicon Valley companies selling the supposedly new and the cutting edge in fields far less tightly regulated, scrutiny is more lax. Today, the fake-it-till-you-make-it culture is still alive and well, as is the repressive culture of secrecy and the aggressive use of NDAs for employees. It's a model that has its advantages and helps churn out extremely valuable and sometimes innovative companies. But it also means the ingredients are still in place for yet another Theranos scandal. And of course, at the bottom of it all, it's all about the blood. Now, one of the things that Peter Moon asked me to talk about was Mark Milley, the general, who of course was in contact with Communist China. And has been slammed to hell and back. And of course I'll provide what will likely be a predictable analysis based on my own agenda and of course what we were confronted with during the Trump misadministration. Before I go in that direction, let's check again our time, because 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, maybe I will be able to cover Australia tonight. Alright, let's try and get to work. Now, I've analyzed the situation to the best of my ability. And Mark Milley is, of course, well, Mark A. Milley is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And I have to say right at the outset, and then I will back up what I say, that General Mark Milley deserves commendation in the face of deranged Trump syndrome. I mean, MAGA disciples, the Trump cultists of Make America Great Again. Talk of TDS or Trump derangement syndrome to dismiss all the former president's critics, whom consist of the majority of Americans, mind ye, as simply unhinged. This is a case of DTS, or deranged Trump syndrome. What we actually suffer from is DTS. Deranged Trump syndrome is the sense that Donald Trump was and is capable of just about any noxious act, imaginable or unimaginable. Few would have more reason to be afflicted than our nation's highest-ranking military officer, given his many encounters with the cracked commander-in-chief at that time. DTS, or deranged Trump syndrome, by all evidence drove General Mark A. Milley, the four-star Army general who is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, still so last time I checked, to contact his communist Chinese military counterpart, General Li Ziucheng, twice. Once before Election Day, and again 48 hours after, or 2 days after, the defeated Donald Trump incited his MAGA army to insurrection on the 6th of January, to reassure the rival power that the American empire had no hostile intentions. We need more information about Milley's thinking, of course, and he's sure to be asked to provide it when he testifies later this month before senators about the flawed withdrawal from Afghanistan. But based on what's been leaked from a book by Bob Woodward and Robert Costa of the Washington Post, which I believe was released this week, if not yesterday, or last week, Milley mostly deserves our commendation. I mean, set aside for a moment that, as was oft said, Trump put the country in uncharted territory given his penchant, well, even delight, in flouting norms, the Constitution and the rule of law, all ignored as beneath his dignity. I mean, for years, under presidents of both parties, national security officials kept lines of communication to their counterparts in the Soviet Union, now the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, and the Communist Chinese Empire, to avert miscalculations that could provoke thermonuclear war. Milley continued in that tradition, as his own spokesman has said. Milley's calls with the Communist Chinese and other foreign counterparts were in keeping with his responsibility to maintain strategic stability and were coordinated with other officials at the Pentagon. If Milley indeed had reason to fear what Trump might do to maintain his hold on power, stage a coup d'etat, order an attack, even a nuclear strike, then we should celebrate that General Milley took action. This is the same man who, in the summer of 2020, dressed in combat fatigues, accompanied the swaggering Trump through Lafayette Park, across from the White House, after it had been violently cleared of peaceful protesters for racial justice, to make way for Trump's Bible-toting, electioneering photo op at the nearby historic church. We already know how desperately worried Milley was about a coup d'etat in Trump's final days from another recent book by Washington Post reporters Carol D. Leonig and Philip Rucker. Indeed, Milley reportedly warned his subordinates, "This is a Reichstag moment. They may try, but they're not going to fucking succeed." The Woodward and Costa book disclosed more information about a previously reported conversation between Milley and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, the Democrat from my own Golden Gate at San Francisco, on January 8th, the same day as his call with Lee, General Lee, across the Pacific, in which she fretted about Trump igniting a nuclear attack. When she called Trump crazy, this is what the book relates, Milley replied, "I agree with you on everything." "General, tell us more." For all the books that document just how crazy Trump was as president, it's time to hear it directly from General Milley himself and others, so that our country knows what better guardrails might be erected against mad rulers. Many have supported Milley, but louder have been the detractors who allege that he violated the founding principle of civilian control of the military. It is questionable, troubling even, that in reassuring Communist Chinese General Li that the United States was not about to attack, Milley reportedly said he would call ahead of time, if it were. Yet he was not treasonous, as some charge. Now, not all of Milley's attackers are Republicans, echoing Trump's talk of treason, but many are. If those Republicans showed the same outrage toward the former president, the first in history to refuse to abide by the peaceful transfer of power, and who is still whipping up his supporters to undermine democracy itself, then they might deserve to be taken seriously now. That's what brings us to how, well, the U.S.-China trade war has become a Cold War. The U.S.-China trade war hasn't brought major economic wins to either country. For the United States, it may be time to focus on economic policy at home first. What began as a trade war over China's unfair economic policies has now evolved into a so-called Cold War, propelled by differing ideologies. U.S.-China, or Sino-American bilateral relations, took a nosedive in 2018 when the U.S. President Donald Trump's obsession with trade deficits led him to impose punitive tariffs on Red China. The tariffs were followed by restrictions on both Red China's access to high-tech U.S. products and foreign investments involving security concerns, and by allegations of unfair Red Chinese commercial practices. Despite pleas from the U.S. business community to ease tensions, U.S. President Joseph Biden has so far has amplified his predecessor's policies by strengthening anti-China alliances and implementing additional sanctions. Biden now characterizes the Sino-American conflict as a battle between the utility of democracies in the 21st century and autocracies. But the logic underpinning the American trade war was flawed, and the more recent politically driven restrictions are counterproductive given the damaging long-term economic consequences for both sides. Nonetheless, there have been few signs to date that Joe Biden is likely to change course. In the meantime, then, Europeans may be in a better position for productive give-and-take discussions with Red China on economic policy making, because the American imperial trade policy is simply misguided. The Trump administration's initial mistake in launching a trade war was to assume that U.S. trade deficits, which occur when a country imports more than it exports, were inherently bad and that Red China was to blame. However, trade deficits are not a good indicator of the state of the economy, and American trade balances largely are driven by soaring American federal budget deficits, which have little to do with communist China. The irony is that 3 years after Trump's tariffs were initiated to fix the U.S. trade deficit, bilateral trade between the United States and the Communist Chinese Empire has now rebounded to all-time highs. Red China's trade surplus has increased, and the American deficit has gotten worse. Trump also echoed popular but misguided sentiments that American firms had been overinvesting in China, resulting in a loss in competitiveness. But over the past 2 decades, only 1 to 2% of annual American foreign investment has even gone to Red China. By contrast, the EU, the European Union, which is comparable to the United States in its economic size, has invested roughly twice as much as the United States has annually. The concern should be why the United States invests so little in Red China rather than so much. Just playing the devil's advocate here. Obviously, my side is that of Taiwan, but my side is also that of maintaining strategic stability. That's what brings us to China's intellectual property safeguards. China's alleged failure to protect intellectual property rights is somewhat mischaracterized. I mean, at the extreme, China is accused of stealing foreign intellectual property, especially technology. But after accounting for the size of China's foreign transactions and research activities, such events may not occur unusually often or are possibly somewhat exaggerated. Further, Red China's patent courts have matured in dealing with this problem. Foreign plaintiffs are now more likely to win their cases than domestic firms. In addition, theft is becoming less of a concern as payments for royalties and licenses by Chinese firms, well, at least according to one think tank scholar that I scanned, have grown almost by a factor of 4 in the past 10 years, making Red China the second largest payer of such royalties globally. The reality is that it takes generations to develop a sound regime for intellectual property rights, as was the case for these United States. The foundation of China's system was laid only 2 decades ago, with reforms that accompanied China's 2001 accession to the WTO, the World Trade Organization. Progress has been notable in recent years, as evidenced by the findings of the 2020 Business Climate Survey, conducted by the American Chamber of Commerce in China, and that survey indicated that nearly 70% of surveyed U.S. firms in China felt that China's enforcement of intellectual property rights had improved, compared with only 47% back in 2015. So that brings us, of course, to China's protectionist policies, because there are also credible concerns that China's investment policies treat foreign firms unfairly. One complaint is China's use of subsidies. All countries provide subsidies to domestic companies and households, such as U.S. support to farmers, tax deductions to households to encourage clean energy use, and incentives to companies like Amazon to relocate. But in China, subsidies tend to be more focused on using the country's banks and equity markets to support high-tech firms and strategic industries. The U.S. government could choose to pressure China to better align its subsidy policies with Western norms, but instead, the Biden administration is copying China's playbook by proposing its own subsidies to promote strategic industries. China's protectionist tendencies are also evident from the requirement that foreign firms form joint ventures with domestic Chinese firms as a condition for market entry in some economic sectors. And this stipulation has been widely cited as a means of promoting so-called forced technology transfer, where foreign firms pass new technology on to their Chinese partners as a condition for being able to invest and produce in China. But these Chinese requirements, too, have seemed to get less stringent in recent years, as exemplified by major foreign investments in chemical manufacturing, BASF, or auto manufacturing, as exemplified by Tesla, or finance, as exemplified by BlackRock. These foreign companies have been allowed for the first time to enter key sectors without a Chinese partner. So China's willingness to drop the joint venture requirement featured prominently in the EU-China, or Sino-European Comprehensive Agreement, on investment negotiated in December of 2020, which has not yet been ratified, so far as I know. And this experience suggests that policy differences can be addressed through consultations if both sides are willing to compromise. So that brings us to building better bilateral relations. The key to more harmonious economic relations is recognizing that a more developed Red China need not threaten the well-being of the West. The United States, Europe, and the Communist Chinese Empire have different comparative advantages, which are reflected in the composition of their exports. Europe specializes in high-end consumer goods and machinery. The United States in agricultural products, high-tech components and services, and the Red Chinese in basic manufactured consumer goods and inputs. All sides can continue to prosper by operating under a rules-based international trading system. Sino-American tensions, however, are now being driven less by economic realities and more by great power rivalry and nationalism. factors exacerbated by mutual mistrust over each other's strategic intentions. In describing the United States' multifaceted relationship with China, the Biden administration has emphasized the need to compete, confront, and cooperate all at the same time. But as Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping stressed at the 2021 World Economic Forum, competition is for pursuing excellence, not killing off a rival. Punitive trade measures have had little effect in terms of altering economic outcomes, and the experiences of countries worldwide prove that sanctions generally do little to get governments to change their core beliefs. Instead, there is more to be gained from leveraging Red China's dependence on a rules-based international trading system as that country seeks to become a more prosperous and modern nation. So there are practical steps forward. The challenge now is to move away from a self-defeating Cold War by working within the international economic system to arbitrate and moderate tensions. The initiative for such an undertaking may need to come from Europe, given that Republicans and Democrats in these United States are united in their hardline approach toward the Communist Chinese Empire. Europe and the United States may have similar objectives in dealing with Red China, but Europe is more economically integrated with Red China in terms of investment and trade flows. And because of this, the competitive aspect of their relationship offers more potential for mutual benefit. Moreover, Europe is neither as preoccupied with great power politics nor as dependent on technological advantages as the United States, making the Euro bloc more open to compromise. If the United States wants to preserve its technological and moral authority, it must first deal with economic and political weaknesses at home. Bemoaning China's unfair policies and its authoritarian regime simply will not solve this problem. Instead, the American empire should focus on strengthening its own economic competitiveness, forging internal political cohesion, and working with European and Asian partners to build enduring international institutions. But that's what brings us to China's nuclear buildup, which be naught but the great distraction. President Biden is now reviewing America's nuclear posture. By January, we should know what he thinks about U.S. nuclear weapons, what policies should govern them, and how many that we need. Congress is watching closely, and the Senate and House of Representatives are sure to debate the results. They always do. But this year will be different. A new player has entered the field, the Communist Chinese Empire, because Red China is modernizing its nuclear forces. The recent discovery of 3 intercontinental ballistic missile silo fields, ICBOM silo fields, or ICBM, when you don't use the pronunciation military men do in the field for ICBM bases, in remote regions west and north of Beijing, point to a big buildup of weapons and a different strategy for their deployment. Since acquiring nuclear weapons from the Soviets, the Red Chinese have taken the stance that they would not build up a large and highly alert force, but instead would be ready to retaliate. This second strike deterrence posture has served them well, but now the Chinese seem to have decided it is not enough. Which is why it is urgent that the Biden administration, and for that matter the Kremlin, get them to the table to ask them. Red Chinese nuclear force posture and strategy should be an equal concern in both Washington and Moscow. We can ask the Chinese separately or together, but ask them we both should. All 3 countries might even agree to take some early steps, such as exchanging deployment plans and information about nuclear doctrine. Such confidence-building measures would build mutual predictability and may stave off a nuclear arms race. Most importantly, we must not panic. Even if the Chinese deploy intercontinental ballistic missiles in each of their new silos, the American empire will still have a large and capable nuclear force structure and many more nuclear warheads. Some authorities have predicted that the Chinese may be able to quadruple their warhead numbers in coming years. If one goes by the Stockholm Peace Research estimate of 350 Chinese warheads, then Red China would end up with 1,400 total warheads. That compares with over 4,000 warheads available for deployment in both these United States and revanchist revisionist Russia. We need to keep an eye, well, a sharp eye, on what they be doing, but not rush into making rash changes in our own nuclear forces. The Communist Chinese Empire may be a rising nuclear power, but its bigger agenda is building up its science and technology prowess. And this is where we need to focus as a competitor. We should ask ourselves, what is in the long-term American national security interest? Where can we best spend our national treasure to ensure our future defense? Our defense budget funds are finite. We have to balance how best to spend them. The focus should not be, or at least the focus should be not on nuclear weapons, but on the new and emerging technologies that are rapidly maturing into military assets. Innovations in artificial intelligence, big data analysis, quantum computing, and quantum sensing and biotechnology are where future defense capacity is being born. The Communist Chinese have sworn to beat us at acquiring and exploiting every one of them. Their Red China 2025 and 2050 plans are designed to ensure that Communist China will dominate the science and technology space at mid-century. The American empire needs to do everything it can to disrupt this Red Chinese rush to technological superiority. But we cannot do so if we allow 100 ICBM silos to distract us. These 70-year-old weapon systems have nothing to do with the future capabilities we must deploy if we are to maintain our national defense. To achieve that goal, we must push the frontiers of science and innovation and prevent Communist Chinese dominance. The American empire has the talent and the institutions to do so, as long as we spend our resources wisely. But we're moving in the wrong direction. According to the NSF, the National Science Foundation, between the years 2000 and 2017, the share of basic research funded by the federal government declined from 58% to 42%. Other NSF indicators, such as the number of patents granted, also show a decline in American performance. Putting more resources into science and innovation does not mean that we should fail to modernize our nuclear forces. The program of record for nuclear modernization was, first put in place by President Obama, continued to develop momentum during the Trump presidency as we began to exchange new weapon systems for old. Some of them, such as the Ohio-class submarines, are nearly 100 years old. They need to be replaced with new, quieter, and more capable nuclear-armed submarines. It is still true that, for as long as nuclear weapons exist, the United States must maintain a safe, secure, and effective nuclear arsenal. But let us not let the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, push us into pouring our national treasure into nuclear weapons that we do not need. They will continue to go for broke to dominate science and technology achievement in this century, and this is where our attention needs to be. We must keep a sharp eye on China's nuclear deployments, but we have a long head start on them and can ensure that they do not surprise us in the nuclear space. If we fail to stay focused, we may find one day that they have achieved strategic superiority with entirely new military systems that we can neither defend against nor match. And the response the Americans have had is geostrategic. This is what brings us to Australia. Let's see if I can cover this in the remaining time we have. 2.5 hours. I should be able to do it. Then I can legitimately dedicate this transmission to that wonderful Australian who was kind enough to send me 100 United States dollars. And I do have to remind myself to do, the promotion at the end of the show. But again, when it comes to this young lady, I believe, is named Whitmer. Here we are. You've got money from Tricia Whitmer. And Tricia Whitmer says, thank you from Australia. God bless you, honey. And not quite sure where she is. She might be in the Capital District for all I know. I think that's what that acronym might mean. Not going to read her street address, of course. But let's dedicate this show to her and get on with it. What her country now represents. She may have heard what I've said about Australia in the past, or she may not have. But my analysis has been in-depth anytime I bring up Down Under. Okay, so the United States deal with Australia has scrapped a $90 billion US dollar contract with the French majority state-owned naval group that was signed in 2016, which they themselves stole the contract from the Japanese, who should have had it to build Japanese submarines for the land down under. These would have been much higher quality. And, of course, would have been a superior asset. But because the Australians went the white supremacist route, they felt they had to go with Europe. And so they went French. So I'm glad to see this deal fall through in this case. And I've nothing really against what they've done. And again, this is the kind of sabotage that goes on that we have to contend with when I'm dealing with all of the... It had to start when I'm dealing with Australian geosecurity, didn't it? Because that goes into the new NATO of the Pacific. So let's get started with this out of the way, where they probably want to track that down and sue me for some kind of copyright or something. Last time that a tiny amount of music suddenly played on my show, I was called out for copyright, and then the music company that owned that music basically monetized my YouTube video so that they could shut it down anytime they wanted. That never happened, but they monetized it. So, in the end, it served me because that made it, that spread news about it. That actually, with the YouTube company allowing this music company to monetize my video, gave it far more advertising than it ever would have had. Maybe this will blow back on them in a similar manner. At any rate, so what the French majority state-owned naval group back in 2016 was going to deliver, it was going to build 12 conventional diesel-electric submarines for Australia. And since that deal was scrapped, France's foreign minister has accused Australia and the United States of lying over this new security pact that has prompted Paris to recall its ambassadors from both nations. Jean-Yves Le Drian also accused both the American and Australian empires of duplicity a major breach of trust and contempt in what is now an escalating conflict. And all the continental European allies are bristling over AUKUS. AUKUS is, of course, EU, UK, I think, US, and of course that's Australia, United Kingdom, United States. This is the NATO of the Pacific that's now being formed to contain communist China. And the European allies are grumbling over this new US security deal with the United Kingdom and Australia. France in particular is upset over the agreement, which includes a deal for the United States to furnish nuclear-powered submarines to Australia. France already had a deal in place to provide these conventional submarines to Australia, and the French foreign minister described the new agreement as a real stab in the back. You know, kind of like how the Australians stabbed the Japanese in the back by pulling back on the deal they had with them to give to the French. So the EU officials have also expressed dismay, perhaps seeing the English-speaking only alliance as a sign that Brussels is not taken seriously as a geopolitical player in the Indo-Pacific region. And the new partnership, known as AUKUS, A-U-K-U-S, a single A for Australia, UK for United Kingdom, and US for the United States, it also draws deep lines for Australia. I mean, for years, the only nation on Earth to occupy an entire continent, Australia has balanced its relationships between the American and Communist Chinese empires. Now it's clear Australia has chosen to side with the American empire. This will undoubtedly cause strife with the Communist Chinese empire, which is Australia's largest trading partner. And so, on Thursday of Yesterceptimania, last week, French officials canceled a gala at our American empire's Washington District of Columbia capital, in the embassy that it was to be held in, over the Biden administration's decision to scrap their $40 billion nuclear submarine deal that the French Empire had signed with Australia. And so it was midweek last, just before, that cancellation of the gala that was to celebrate the French and Americans and our long history together, that the United States, Australia, and the United Kingdom announced this new trilateral security partnership in the Indo-Pacific, with all three planning to launch an 18-month review exploring how Australia could best acquire nuclear-powered submarines. But France, which had worked on providing diesel-electric-powered submarines since 2016 to replace these aging Australian vessels, was left behind in that deal. And so Paris angrily, well, they very angrily scrapped the 240th anniversary of the Battle of the Capes event, meant to take place Friday evening into the weekend of the Mooncake Festival at the French Embassy and aboard a French frigate in Baltimore. This event was meant to celebrate the French Navy's aid to America's fight for independence in 1781. Our real allies against the British were the French. So, following the perceived snub, France's top naval officer, who had traveled to Washington for the gala, returned to Paris early. And when asked about France's displeasure later on Thursday of Yesterceptimania last week, the White House press secretary Jen Psaki said that the United States values its relationship and partnership with France on a variety of issues facing the global community. And of course, she cited cooperation on economic and security issues and the coronavirus pandemic, and maintained that the Biden administration was engaged with French officials in advance of the announcement. Psaki also indicated that President Biden would speak with the French President Emmanuel Macron soon, but said she had no calls with French officials to preview. And when asked later what Biden thought about the French foreign minister comparing him to former President Trump and the French canceling the gala, Psaki answered that Biden doesn't think about it much and that he's focused on maintaining the U.S. relationship with France, the U.K., and Australia. And that a handful of times it was Australia's decision to seek nuclear-powered submarine technology. She emphasized that. So Biden was slated to deliver remarks at the United Nations General Assembly in New York, yesterday. And Psaki was not saying whether Biden had any plans to meet with Macron on the sidelines of that annual event, which I don't believe they actually did. By the way, when I get to the end of tonight's transmission, I'm going to ask Jameson Reese. Jameson, are you there? Let's get a feedback from him. And, God, he may have dropped off. And so what I wanted to get him to do was to remind myself that I've got to thank Veronica Pereira for her contribution. And, of course, I'll remind myself to do just that. Let's hope I remember. And taking a look at the time we have left remaining. All right, let's go for it. Now, I do want people to let me know if they're hearing me. As a matter of fact, Jameson Reese, let's see if he can hear me. Is anyone out there that can hear me? Amanda, you? I do need some feedback here because I haven't seen anybody in the chat room. Let's see if we're still streaming. All right. Checking this up. Okay. Says we're streaming. We have excellent connection. Okay, some feedback, people. Let's make sure we're recording this. And let's see something on live stream. Okay, we've got viewers out there. Give me some feedback. Want to take this opportunity to remind myself to thank Veronica Pereira for donating, contributing 25 United States dollars. Deeply appreciate it. We'll credit her again on Sunday. If we're able to get on with everything that's been happening. And let's pray for that. Other than that, all right. Yes, I can hear you, says Ragnar Lodbrok. Thank you, sir. Hugs. Bless you. Okay. And aside from that, he says, perfect. Excellent. Thank you so much. Deeply appreciate it. You know, very much necessary with, everything that I'm dealing with here. Okay. Let's put this on mute. The interesting thing is that everything went off when we got cut off earlier from the Skype. It cut everything off. So when it came to the, France has made no it's made no bones about how it feels about this. As a matter of fact, they're more pissed off than the communist Chinese. But from what I've been able to find out, Secretary of State Antony Blinken was seeking to assure France, saying it was a vital partner. This was according to remarks made after he spoke with the Australian foreign and defense ministers in Washington. But France has made no secret of its displeasure over being left out of the triad. And as was said quite bluntly, earlier on Thursday, the French foreign minister, Jean-Yves Le Drian, said the decision was a stab in the back. And he told France Info Radio that this brutal, unilateral, and unpredictable decision reminds me a lot of what Mr. Trump used to do. I am angry and bitter. This isn't done between allies. Now, at issue is whether the United States government sought to hide its submarine deal from the French, who had their own, now scrapped, multi-billion-dollar deal with Australia, meant to be stretched out over 500 years. So the French officials are accusing the Biden administration of shrouding information about its deal with the United Kingdom and Australia, despite French diplomats' repeated attempts to find out more about any such plans. And so, a French official told the Times that Paris sought to speak with Biden, well, Blinken at least, and the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, but were unable to. Now, the French ambassador said Australia made a huge mistake. And this was very ominous. Meanwhile, in America, with all the scrambling going on everywhere on either side of the Atlantic, a senior administration official claimed that Biden's top aides had spoken to their French counterparts before the announcement to alert them of this new security agreement. That wouldn't have made them any happier. And so, after he left Canberra, the capital of Australia, after his recall to Paris, or on his recall to Paris, France's ambassador to Australia called the submarine contract cancellation a huge mistake. And all of this was in favor of the U.S. deal, delivering a final protest. The French ambassador was acting as the envoy thereof, of protestation, recalled from the country down under in what is historically an unprecedented show of anger among the Allies. Jean-Pierre Thebault, he delivered his comments as he left his residence in the pandemic lockdown capital of Canberra. And what he said in the French, now that I'm calling that up on screen, was, "This has been a huge mistake, a very, very bad handling of the partnership." He explained that the arms agreement between Paris and Canberra was supposed to be based on trust, mutual understanding, and sincerity. You know, it's amazing how they forget how the Australians stabbed Japan in the back, whom they originally had set up everything for. And Paris recalled its ambassadors to Australia and the United States, recalled them from both powers, on Friday into this weekend to protest this deal among the United States, Australia, and Britain to supply Australia with a fleet of at least 8 nuclear power submarines. Okay? By the way, this is enormous. You may not understand just how big this is. This makes Australia one of the largest nuclear submarine fleets in the world. So Thebault flew out of Thibault, if I pronounce his name with some other dialect that may be a bit more apropos. Thibault, he flew out of Australia on a flight to Doha, Qatar, around 17 hours after the announcement from Paris. This all happened very quickly. And he added that, "I would like to be able to run into a time machine and be in a situation where we don't end up in such an incredible, clumsy, inadequate, un-Australian situation." And he even delivered a gesture, though it didn't seem very friendly, let's just put it that way. Even though it wasn't exactly visible to the eye all too clearly, it was what it was. And the Australian foreign minister at that time, Maurice Payne, issued a statement responding to the diplomat's recall, noting that Canberra's regret over its allies' withdrawal of its representative. In fact, the statement reads, "Australia understands France's deep disappointment with our decision, which was taken in accordance with our clear and communicated national security interests." And it added that Australia values its relationship with France and looked forward to future engagements together. Now, both Payne, the Foreign Minister of Australia, and the Defense Minister of Australia, Peter Dutton, are currently, so far as I know, in the United States for annual talks with their U.S. counterparts and their first talk with President Joe Biden's administration. I mean, they may be gone by now, but they were certainly here. Now, before he was recalled, of course, French envoy Thebault said on Friday that he found out about the U.S. submarine deal, like everybody, thanks to the Australian press, which has got to be a horrible way to find out at the diplomatic level, to read it in the paper. So Thebault said, "We never were informed about any substantial changes. There were many opportunities and many channels, Never was such a change ever mentioned. By the way, that is bad. That's dashed bad form, as the British would say. And after the U.S. deal was made public, Prime Minister Scott Morrison said he told the French President Emmanuel Macron in June that there were very real issues about whether a conventional submarine capability would address Australia's strategic security needs in the Indo-Pacific. Now, Morrison has not specifically referred to China's massive military buildup, which has gained pace in recent years. Instead, he was in Paris on his way home from a Group of Seven Nations summit in Britain, where he had talks with soon-to-be alliance partners Biden and British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Thibault said he had also been at the meeting with Macron and Morrison mentioned there were changes in the regional situation, but gave no indication that Australia was considering changing to nuclear propulsion. And so Thibault said everything was supposed to be done in full transparency between the two partners. Now, Thibault said difficulties the project encountered were normal for its scale and large transfers of technologies. The French Foreign Minister, Jean-Yves Le Drian, issued statement into this last weekend, recalling that those two ambassadors, on request from President Macron himself, saying it was justified by the exceptional seriousness of the announcements made by Australia and the United States. With Le Drian saying Australia's decision to scrap the submarine purchase in favor of nuclear subs built with American technology is unacceptable behavior between allies and partners. The senior opposition lawmaker, Mark Dreyfus, called on the Australian government to fix its relationship with France, saying the impact on our relationship with France is a concern, particularly as a country with important interests in our region. Of course, he emphasized that the French were blindsided by this decision and Mr. Morrison should have done much more to protect the relationship. Well, both the United States and the United Kingdom are facing global backlash over this defense deal. Okay, I'm going to tell you just basically what I've been telling you and what I'm telling you. Many people already know all of this, but it's really context from which I'm going to give you the reason why all of this means something. The United States and the United Kingdom, of course, are facing growing international criticism over this new security pact signed with Australia. And, of course, the deal is seen as a direct effort to counter the Communist Chinese. And it sees the United States and the United Kingdom giving Australia the technology to build nuclear-powered submarines, ultimately, perhaps themselves. Though that will take a very long time. But the move angered France. Of course, the very term stabbed in the back is serious at diplomatic levels. While, of course, the Communist Chinese Empire accused the three powers of the AUKUS as having a Cold War mentality. Well, no shit. And, of course, the pact is raising fears that it could, in and of itself, provoke war with the Communist Chinese Empire. And this alliance, AUKUS, Australia, United Kingdom, United States. First off, for those of you who don't know, it's a replacement for ANZUS, which was always just a pile of shit, asswipe on toilet paper, not worth the paper it was writ on, which I've analyzed to death in the past and will happily do so again in the future. Basically, an admission the Japanese had won the Second World War because ANZUS was meant to defend Australia and New Zealand against the Japanese by bringing America into their defense if any of them were ever attacked. All of this had Japan in mind at the time that it was formed in 1952 when the Japanese had the peace treaty signed in their favor. ANZUS, of course, has been nothing but a bane to Australia. The New Zealanders got out of it, and therefore you don't see New Zealand included in this new alliance because it's a nuclear alliance and the New Zealanders want nothing to do with nuclear. And while they didn't mention the Communist Chinese Empire, AUKUS is widely viewed as an effort to counter Beijing's influence in the contested South China Sea. And Mr. Boris Johnson later told the ministers of parliament that the agreement was not intended to be adversarial to China, but the prime minister was questioned by his predecessor, Theresa May, about whether the deal could lead to Britain being dragged into war with communist China. She asked the prime minister about the implications of the partnership in the event of a Chinese invasion of mine own true homeland and heartland, Taiwan. And Mr. Johnson replied, "The United Kingdom remains determined to defend international law, and that is the strong advice we would give to our friends across the world, and the strong advice that we would give to the government in Beijing." And of course, in case you didn't know it, my democratic Taiwan, Fasci-democratic, Minju Fashiji, sees itself as a sovereign state, of course, and is one, but Beijing has increased pressure on our island nation, which it views as a breakaway province. All of this is a very low moment. Washington is seeking to quell anger in Paris at this pact, which has scuppered their multi-billion-dollar submarine deal that they had been counting on for steady income over the next 500 years. France's foreign minister, Jean-Yves Le Drian, calling this a stab in the back. In fact, he called it a brutal, unilateral, and unpredictable decision that reminded him of the former President Donald Trump, as great an insult as a continental European could deliver. And the French diplomats in Washington canceled their gala to celebrate ties between the U.S. and France in retaliation. So, France's former ambassador to these United States, Gerard O'Rourke, told the BBC's World Tonight program that it's a very low moment. The United States knew that this contract and this strategic contract were essential French national interests, and the U.S. didn't care. Of course, again, just like France didn't care about Japan. Now, the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken called France still a vital partner, said Washington would work incredibly closely with Paris. All of this, of course, belied by the fact that they didn't work with them at all. And, of course, the White House secretary, the press secretary, Jen Psaki, just shrugged off all the French criticisms, saying that there are a range of partnerships that include the French and some partnerships that don't, and they have partnerships with other countries that don't include us, and that's part of how global diplomacy works. Well, not really, because we usually inform our allies of what we plan to do. Nevertheless, I do support this strategic decision behind this. The way it was handled was obviously completely unprofessional and unnecessary, but this was something that had to happen. It represents a profound strategic shift, aside from the fact that the pact, which will also see the Allies share cyber capabilities and artificial intelligence and other undersea technologies, it in of itself as obviously manifesting a profound strategic shift by the United Kingdom's National Security Advisor Stephen Lovegrove actually voiced that fact, because it means that Australia will become just the 7th nation in the world to operate nuclear-powered submarines. And Mr. Lovegrove said the fact was, well, that this pact is perhaps the most significant capability collaboration in the world anywhere in the past 6 decades. Meaning since World War II, essentially, or the Korean conflict. So, who has nuclear-powered submarines? There are nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines, and then they're called boomers, and then there are other nuclear-powered attack subs, which are hunter-killers. And the United States has 68 nuclear submarines in toto, and Russia has 29. China has 12. The United Kingdom has 11. France has 8. And India has 1. So in further dividing these types of subs, the nuclear-powered ballistic missile subs, which can launch basically ICBMs, or intercontinental ballistic missiles. The boomers. The United States probably has, from what I remember, about, if I count them on my hands, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 11, no, I'd say about 14. They have about 14 of these nuclear-powered subs. And, that's quite a bit. When you calculate the 68 minus 14, that means they got about 54 hunter-killers. And as for Russia, they've got about 11 nuclear subs, and that means that they have about, by that I mean nuclear missile subs, and that means they have about 18 hunter-killers, which isn't all that much, but these things cost a hell of a lot to maintain. China has 12 nuclear-powered submarines, period, and only 6 of those are boomers, and another 6 are hunter-killers. So they've got a 50-50 force. The United Kingdom has only 4 nuclear-powered submarines that are missile slingers, and the remaining, they're all hunter-killers. The nuclear power is simply for much longer range. This doesn't otherwise make them better submarines, but they have much longer range. Everything depends on the ability of how long your crew can stand at sea. It's as long as the men can stand it at sea is a nuclear power submarine. If it had men who were like in that film about the experimental National Socialists, the SS unit that served in a submarine. This was a science fiction film called Shockwaves. These men were all undead. Then the submarine would never have to surface and could cruise the world eternally. That would be ideal. We haven't gotten to that point yet. So what the British have are 4 boomers, missile slingers, and 7 hunter-killers. France has 8 submarines. Again, a 50-50 split like Communist China's. 4 of them are missile slingers, and 4 of them are hunter-killers. India has 1 single intercontinental ballistic missile submarine. So, in response to Australia becoming not just a submarine, a nuclear submarine power, but a nuclear submarine superpower with more nuclear submarines than France itself, again, you can see why the French are more pissed off than the Communist Chinese. The Chinese state-run Global Times, from its own perspective, warned of an arms race for nuclear submarines, adding that Australian soldiers were likely to be the first to die in a Chinese counterattack. But Australia's Defense Minister, Peter Dutton, brushed aside Beijing's reaction, saying this is not the first time that we've seen different outbursts from China in terms of Australia's position. In fact, what he said was, we are a proud democracy in our region. We stand with our neighbors in the Indo-Pacific to ensure enduring peace, and this collaboration makes it a safer region. That's the reality, and no amount of propaganda can dismiss the facts. Okay, I think I've got an incoming message. That's Jameson saying, be right back. Jesus Christ, I guess he woke up to tell me that. Okay, glad he's here at all, of course. Now, so you've got both Communist China and France left fuming at this American nuclear sub-pact with Australia. You've got this new American security alliance with Australia and Britannia. It was always likely to be greeted with fury by China, the unspoken target of Washington's latest effort to reinforce its influence in the region. And it was, but this pact, even more so, in the more immediate sense, incensed France, a longtime ally that felt its Indo-Pacific interests had been torpedoed, entendre, by this submarine-centered agreement. So the French canceled their gala in Washington, D.C. that was planned Friday into this weekend to mark the 240th anniversary of the Battle of the Capes, that critical French naval victory that helped the American colonists win their Revolutionary War of Independence. And at the news briefing that was held late yesterday, late last week, the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Zhao Lijian said that this pact seriously undermines regional peace and stability, and it exacerbates the arms race and undermines international nuclear non-proliferation efforts. And he added that any regional alliance should not target or harm the interests of third parties. Which, of course, how can it not? Or it doesn't really, but only in the sense that it serves as a containment, in which case it's serving its purpose, right? So in a briefing before a midweek announcement last week, a Biden administration official stressed that the pact is not aimed at any one country. But of course the AUKUS deal is America's version of containing the new Soviet Union, the Sino-Viet Republic, in its efforts to counter China. It will allow Australia to build nuclear-powered submarines for the first time using technology that the United States had only previously shared with Britain. This pact also allows for greater collaboration among the three countries on cyber capabilities and artificial intelligence, as well as other areas. It will make Australia the 7th country in the world to have nuclear-powered submarines after the United States, Britain, France, China, India, and Russia. Of course, unlike all those other countries, Australia does not have nuclear weapons. This is strictly for range. But it's going to have a lot of hunter-killers. It will dominate the Macronesian seas, which are all the seas around Australia that, if you don't know how big Australia is, believe me, you don't know how big Australia is. It's far beyond the continent itself and stretches out into both the Pacific and Indian Oceans. Our man Jameson Reese is back. Oh, Jameson, do remind me to provide a shout out to Our Lady Veronica Barrera and to read my sponsor's ad before I close tonight, okay? And thank you for that. Now, in terms of Sam Rojvi, the director of the International Security Program at the Lowy Institute in Sydney, Australia, he issued a statement shared with NBC News that said the United States has only ever shared this technology with the United Kingdom, so the fact that Australia is now joining this club indicates that the United States is prepared to take significant new steps and break with old norms to meet the rising Red China challenge. Now, relations between Beijing and Canberra, the capital of Australia, have been in a downward spiral, with the American ally emerging as a key bulwark in the West's efforts to combat Red China's growing influence. Now, China is Australia's biggest trading partner, and it has embarked on a trade war in return. All of this will ultimately lead to the kind of autarkies that preceded World War II. This is, of course, the doomsday machine of World War III. Not that I'm downing it or damning it. It had to come to this. And when it came to the situation as it is now between Australia and the Red Chinese, there now appears little prospect for any improved ties, which the Australian government must have taken into consideration. And according to Malcolm Davis, a senior analyst in defense strategy and capability at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute in Canberra, he said, "I think China will probably increase the pressure on us as a result of this, but frankly, we need to do this in order to ensure our security. But as I said, it'd be one thing if it was just the red Chinese that were irked by the deal. France itself is expressing outrage upon outrage after this agreement brought its own deal to build submarines for Australia, inked back in 2016, to a completely abrupt end. And so, the French Foreign Minister Jean-Yves Le Drian and the Armed Forces Minister Florence Parly both voiced their displeasure in a joint statement, which reads in the French, "The American choice to exclude a European ally and partner such as France from a structuring partnership with Australia at a time when we are facing unprecedented challenges in the Indo-Pacific region shows a lack of coherence that France can only note and regret." And, of course, it was to show how visibly angry Le Drian was. That was when he went on France Info Radio and said, "This brutal, unilateral, and unpredictable decision reminds me a lot of what Mr. Trump used to do. A stab in the back. We built a relationship of trust with Australia, and this trust was betrayed. This is not done between allies." And so the Defense Minister Parly went on to say that the government would try to minimize the financial impact of the canceled deal on the submarine manufacturer, the French Naval Group, which is mostly state-owned. So the money was going to go straight to the French government. Of course, when asked whether France would seek compensation from Australia, she did not rule it out. And being sidelined by the new alliance was a big disappointment for French trade. And that was emphasized by Frédéric Charillon, the political science professor at France's Clermont-Auvergne University, when he said, "But what is probably more worrying now is the lack of confidence that is now growing between the Biden administration and at least some of the European alliance, including France." He added that Washington appears to be fueling the impression that maybe the new administration is not that different from the last. Of course, in New Zealand, opposition leaders have questioned why Australia's neighbor and close ally has been left out of the loop, but the Prime Ministeress, Jacinda Ardern, said that her government had not been approached as part of the pact at all. And she said, "Nor would I expect us to be, because of all the reasons I articulated." Of course, she added that any nuclear-powered submarines Australia acquired would not be allowed in New Zealand's territorial waters, since its long-standing nuclear-free policy forbids the entry of vessels powered by nuclear energy. And the Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison, he said that in spite of all the hard feelings among both rivals and some allies, this was simply an opportunity his country could not turn down, and I agree. He articulated as simply as he could that the advantages of nuclear submarines were clear. They're faster, they have greater power, greater stealth, more carrying capacity. Greater stealth, no. Everything else, generally. Fast, speed, no. Actually, conventional submarines are better with speed and stealth, but they have less range, whereas a nuclear submarine has theoretically unlimited range. And of course, greater power and carrying capacity. But what Prime Minister Scott Morrison said that was far more factual and not based on misconception that nuclear is better everything, which it sure as hell is not, but in this case is better in general. He said, "Australians would expect me as Prime Minister to ensure that we have the best possible capability to keep them safe and to be unhindered in pursuing that as best as I possibly can, and that is what I have done." Well, indeed. So when it comes to AUKUS itself, this Australia, United Kingdom, United States pact launched to counter China, it signals an Asia-Pacific power shift. Basically, China has demonstrated increasing power and influence in the Asia-Pacific and is raising concerns among all the global players. The response would have to be something like this. You've got this new security partnership in the Asia-Pacific that sees the United Kingdom and the United States providing Australia with the technology and capability to deploy nuclear-powered submarines. And American officials have said that this move is not aimed at countering Beijing, when every expert agrees that the AUKUS agreement signals a paradigm shift in strategy and policy across the region, actually worldwide. The impacts of this are worldwide. And the timing of the New Deal is particularly significant. It comes just a month after the U.S. exit from Afghanistan, when doubts have been raised in multiple quarters about the U.S. commitment in region. I mean, the idea being what the Chinese were taunting to the Taiwanese: if the Americans abandon the Afghans, they'll abandon everybody. They'll abandon all their allies. So this was the result to demonstrate otherwise. Britain, too, is eager to be more involved in the Asia-Pacific, especially after its exit from the European Union, and Australia is increasingly concerned about Communist China's influence. So, Guy Bokenstein, the Senior Director of Defense and National Security at Australia's Northern Territory government, went on record to tell the BBC that it is a big deal because this really shows that all three nations are drawing a line in the sand to start and counter the Chinese Communist Party's aggressive moves in the Indo-Pacific. It also publicly demonstrates our combined stance on this and commitment to a stable and secure Indo-Pacific region, one that for the past 70 years has led to the prosperity of all in the region, including China's economic growth. So what does this agreement involve? It involves the sharing of information and technology in a number of areas, including intelligence and quantum technology, as well as the acquisition of cruise missiles. But the nuclear submarines are the key. They are to be built in Adelaide in South Australia and will involve the United States and the United Kingdom providing consultation on technology for their production. If this is to be the case, which until now I really didn't confirm, this was something that honestly I didn't expect to kick in until years into the program. I honestly thought the British or the Americans, one of them was going to build the subs and just sell them to the Australians. If the Australians are actually going to build them, of course, they're going to have the American or British engineers there online and on site to make certain they do it right. This is an even bigger deal than I thought, because this means that Australia, which had its own war production capacity in World War II, is going to have it for World War III. Now, a nuclear submarine has enormous defense capabilities and therefore ramifications for the region. Only 6 countries in the world have nuclear submarines. They really are a powerful deterrent capability without even giving them nuclear weapons. So that, of course, is range and certain capacities. Now, in some cases, in some ways, the nuclear submarines are much more stealthy than conventional ones. They do operate quietly to a degree. They're able to move easily. They're harder to detect. They are, however, much bigger, and that makes them easier to detect in another sense. It's a give and take in so many ways that you'd have to look at it on a case-by-case basis, depending on where the submarine is, what it's being deployed for. But at least 8 of these monsters will be supported, although it's not clear when they will be deployed. The process will take longer due to a lack of nuclear infrastructure in Australia. There's only 2 nuclear power plants in Australia, And most people probably don't even know the Australians even had them. But in terms of the Australian nuclear power plants, I believe they're in a place called Lucas, if I remember correctly. There's an old one and a new one. So they have some experience with nuclear technology. That is going to be profoundly important here. And which means, of course, that unlike New Zealand, which would never, ever build a single nuclear power plant, the Australians actually have some capability to make this work. And that also represents the completely different mentality they have about joining the nuclear age. All right, let me check in the latest communications from Jameson Rees. Okay, he's back. Good. And in terms of let me see if I can dredge this out of my memory when it comes to those nuclear power plants in Australia. And I think that everyone gets the point. I don't need to remember every detail about it. But the fact that they've got an old one, a new one, if I remember correctly, then the point is made. It's just that at least they've got that much going. So some experience with nuclear power is going to be of necessity for this to work at all. And if they didn't have that, this probably wouldn't even be feasible in a very practical sense. Might be, but you get my point. It's something that definitely now is practical. Now, in terms of, let's say, the latest communication here, also the remainder to the shout out and the sponsor. Right now, I mean, we're nowhere near closing down, are we? Let me take a look at the live stream here. You know, don't confuse me like that. You know, give that to me towards the end of the show. And WTF, Mr. What the Fuck says, I need my own submarine to escape this land down under. He says, Aussie pollies are a bunch of wankers, dragging Australia down to the USA level. We will soon be as isolated and distrusted as the good old US of A. Great evening to Mr. Dietrich and all. Thank you, WTF. Yeah, well, you've been working on that for a while, and that's fine. And besides, I'm sure that, you know, your average Australian would conclude that the United States didn't include France because adding an F at the top of that acronym, FAUCUS, probably wouldn't seem very catchy. It would sound too much like fuck us. So, at any rate, there's a reason for all this that's going down. And the reality is, of course, it's the Brits. The Brits don't trust continental Europe. They really just want a confrontational relation with continental Europe. And this, of course, is the beginning of that. This is the realignment of the world and will lead to further realignment in the future past everything that we see now. The world will, just as before World War II you had alignments, and after World War II you had different alignments. These are alignments that are changing the world now, and after the war that will result, then you'll see a different set of alignments after that. This is what I've been predicting for many, many years. And now it's time for me to give you all some of the details, of course. And in terms of what they're speaking of, what they're telling us, okay, the 8 submarines, it must be emphasized, as I said, we don't know exactly when they will be deployed. This is going to take some time. And as I said, the process is going to take longer due to a lack of general nuclear infrastructure in Australia, even though they've got some experience with those two little old reactors that I've talked about. No matter what the case, these submarines are not going to be nuclear armed. They're only powered with nuclear reactors, which is just as astonishing and just as important, and for all the reasons that I've articulated concerning range, the only thing that limits them is the tolerance of the crews. And Australia's Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, said, "Let me be clear, Australia is not seeking to acquire nuclear weapons or establish a civil nuclear capability." And President Biden has added since then that there would be an initial 18-month consultation period with teams from the three countries to decide how it would work and to ensure compliance with non-proliferation commitments. However, the maneuver does show that the United States and United Kingdom are willing to take the big step of exporting nuclear technology to a non-nuclear powered nation. And that is what makes this partnership so unique. This technology is extremely sensitive. This is frankly an exception to the American policy in almost every respect. I personally do not anticipate that this will be undertaken in other circumstances going forward. The United States itself views this as a one-off. In fact, Washington has shared nuclear propulsion technology only once before, with Great Britain in 1958. So just how will Asia react? I mean, in recent years, Red China has demonstrated increasing power and influence in the region. And of course, we hear words about cooperation, and then we see the threats against Taiwan and events in Hong Kong and the rapid militarization of the South China Sea. So really, when it comes to strategic issues, deterrence seem to be the only thing that makes sense against Red China. The United States has been investing heavily in other partnerships in this region with the Japanese Empire, the South Korean Republic, Thailand, and the Philippines, as well as India and Vietnam. This deal could benefit all of them in the face of concerns about Red China's growing power. So the region will appreciate that. This is part of a geopolitical shift which is driven by one big thing, and that is the direction that the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping is taking. This announcement fits with the growing participation of the world's biggest democracies to deter Communist China, the only developed nation on earth that cannot elect its own leadership, from abusing its power. And the response has reportedly been positive, even if it has been a quiet recognition. So it's this week that President Biden is hosting the first in-person meeting of leaders of the Quad, which is, of course, America and Britain and Japan and India. And they're going to bring in a fifth member this time to turn it from a Quad into a quint, Australia. So what does it mean for Sino-Australian relations? I mean, one relationship that will undoubtedly have to change as a result of this agreement is the one between Australia and the Communist Chinese Empire. Those two nations have been strong trade partners in the past, with a large number of Chinese students choosing to study in Australia. However, political relations deteriorated after Australia backed a global inquiry into the origins of the coronavirus. So this pact shows Australia is aligning itself with the United States and the Greater British Empire, but also signals a vote of confidence in Australia, which is looking to play a more active role in Asian security. And just because Australia has nuclear submarines doesn't mean it is more powerful than Communist China. It does change the balance of power in the region. If Red China does face a security situation in the South China Sea or Taiwan Strait, it will affect the military preparedness or response that Red China will have to prepare for. It does change the power equilibrium in region. So in response to this deal, China's embassy in Washington said the governments involved should shake off their Cold War mentality and ideological prejudice. However, the reaction on the mainland might be even stronger. I mean, William Chung, the senior fellow in the Regional Strategic and Political Studies at the ISEAS Yusof Ishak Institute, has said, "What's Chinese for apoplectic? One can expect a fiery hot reaction from Beijing. This gives Australia and the US another tool in the toolbox to deter Communist China." By the way, in terms of the Yusof Ishak Institute, that is, of course, another think tank, and Mr. Chung himself is obviously of Asian descent. As a matter of fact, it's in Singapore is where it's headquartered, and I have no idea what their acronym stands for. If I look it up, I haven't really found anything that says exactly what it is, the acronym itself, so I'm not going to bother to look any further. At any rate, I've explained who has nuclear submarines, but AUKUS, let's put it this way. AUKUS is a risky bet to side with the American empire over the communist Chinese empire on American hegemony. I mean, how confident should Australia and the United Kingdom be that American dominance will last? I'm not arguing against this alliance, but just again, for the sake of the devil's advocate, think of the risk Australia is taking. When I've said before how useless ANZUS was, hopefully AUKUS has some teeth to it. I mean, the announcement of the new Pacific AUKUS security triad has naturally given rise to a great deal of technical speculation on whether the Australians will choose a British or American SSN or submarine design, what degree of nuclear infrastructure the Australians will acquire, and what time frame the partnership will take to materialize. By the way, someone asks me now about the SSN acronym. It's subsurface nuclear, as opposed to SS was the subsurface vessel. SSN was subsurface nuclear vessel. Fundamentally, however, the AUKUS alliance is a political one. It's a statement not just of Australia's desire to maintain its autonomy in the face of Communist China, by far its largest single trading partner, but also of its commitment to an American-led international order. The United States is the single greatest beneficiary of this announcement, in that AUKUS is a major vote of confidence in its ability to win the coming challenge. It is, as a senior Biden administration official announced, designed not only to strengthen our capabilities in the Indo-Pacific, but to link Europe, and particularly Great Britain, more closely with our strategic pursuits in the region as a whole. A fundamental decision, that binds decisively Australia to the United States and Great Britain for generations. Yes, that was said. Now, whether or not binding yourself to the United States will pay off in the long term is another question. I mean, as the veteran Australian strategist Alan Gingell observed, the agreement is a big Australian bet on the future of the United States, and at a more uncertain time in American politics than at almost any point in the history of the alliance, in which American expectations of Australian support in almost any contingency, whether it involves China or not, will grow. And as he notes, in his column that I'm skimming from, Australia's PM, Scott Morrison, asserts that this is a forever partnership, assuming a perpetual alignment of interests between our three countries and forgetting chunks of Australian diplomatic history when even America's forever wars lasted only 20 years. And as I seek elsewhere from the Australian perspective on this, the defense analyst Sam Rojavine suggests, well, I'll just read his quote, Australia is gambling that over the 30 or 40-year lifetime of this submarine fleet, our interests will remain solidly aligned with those of the United States. We don't know, or what we don't know, is exactly what limits Washington plans to set on China's ambitions. Is the U.S. prepared to live with a much bigger and more powerful China and effectively share leadership? Or is the U.S. preparing for a long contest for dominance? If it's the latter, then Australia has just signed on to a closer military partnership that increases the prospect of war between the United States and China. And as China's military modernization accelerates, it becomes increasingly clear that this is a war that the United States would lose. Now, the outcome of any potential conflict is not predetermined. Perhaps Communist China will shrink from open confrontation, and even if it doesn't, America could potentially emerge victorious from this contest. But in either case, it would be reassuring to know what exactly Great Britain is committing itself to in the Pacific. There is a strong moral and political case for committing themselves to Australia's defense, whatever the risks involved. Taking on a subordinate role in defending America's increasingly contested military hegemony in the wider region is another matter entirely, especially when there is little clarity from the American empire over whether or not it intends to defend Taiwan. Albeit I would take this as a very good sign it will, because at this point, well, they're roped in, they're anchored. They're committed. All the best for mine. These questions are still unanswered, at least officially in Washington, let alone Canberra or in London. Of course, the Australians could have thought this out before signing open-ended commitments to unknown goals. They could have demanded some clarity from their government over what they were committing themselves to, and what precisely their desired aims even are. But Britain has taken this as a signal that it needs to revert back to the imperial system as part of its plans to capitalize on new Brexit freedoms. I mean, obviously, they think they're free from any need to diplomatically inform their allies about anything. I mean, Prime Minister Boris Johnson has hailed his Brexit deal, but it does little for financial services firms. And so the UK announced plans on Thursday this week last to reevaluate leftover laws from the European Union. And the British government said it will review the EU ban on imperial units and legislate in due course. You see, the EU-imposed metric system has long been a flashpoint for anti-EU campaigners. And the UK is considering reverting back to the imperial system, the weight and measurement system that uses pounds and ounces, as part of its efforts to capitalize on the freedoms from Brexit. And that's according to the British government itself. And so in this statement issued on Thursday, I'm so tempted to make a joke and say, and here I translate from the English. It's kind of like that, though. The UK said thousands of European Union laws that the UK retained after Brexit will be scrutinized by the government to ensure that they are helping the UK to thrive as a modern, dynamic, independent country and foster innovation across the British economy. So that announcement said the government will be considering laws that have an impact on technology, transportation, and agriculture. It also said that it would be reviewing the EU ban on markings and sales in imperial units and legislating in due course, none of which were possible within the European Union. Now, under the EU, supermarkets in the UK were required to list measurements for fruits and vegetables in the metric system, such as grams and kilograms. That started way back in 1994. However, the EU allowed Britain to use imperial measurements alongside metric. I think, or at least that's how I remember it. You see, most of the world uses the metric system of weights and measurements. It's the American Empire that uses the imperial system of Old Britannia. And so, this EU-imposed metric system has long been a flashpoint for anti-EU campaigners who wanted weights and measurements similar to that of the United States, where we could use feet based on the size of some long-dead, crazy English king. Yes, feet are based on the size of that fucker's feet, which were obviously pretty fucking big. I mean, we may as well go back to weighing stone, right? I mean, yeah, this weighs 20 stone, yeah. Anyhow, Prime Minister Boris Johnson campaigned on a promise of reverting to the imperial system. And then back in 2019, the year before yesteryear, he said that the change would be part of an era of generosity and tolerance towards traditional measurements. And with the announcement being made on Thursday of Yesterseptimania, David Frost, the UK's Brexit chief, said, "Overbearing regulations were often conceived and agreed in Brussels with little consideration of the UK national interest. We now have the opportunity to do things differently and ensure that Brexit freedoms are used to help businesses and citizens get on and succeed." Now, of course, critics have said such changes to such roles seem insignificant in light of the difficulties businesses are having filling positions, driven in part because of the exodus of European Union immigrants since the vote to leave the bloc. And other changes to back the pre-EU times have also been celebrated by the pro-Brexit crowd, including the UK reverting back to blue-colored passports last year, replacing the burgundy color used by the EU countries. The Home Secretary Priti Patel said at the time that the blue passport will once again be entwined with our national identity. But this is going to be a bitch when it comes to making submarines for the Aussies, because they weigh and they measure in metric. That, of course, is what brings us back to the nuclear submarines in question. And that is, of course... Fuck, I can't believe the amount of time we have left. I mean, honestly, what I'm covering is monumental. If you didn't understand it by now, I'll make you understand it. And bear with me, and let me take a breath and talk about this from the military angle. Everything I've given you to this point has essentially been political, diplomatic, and you may not understand the real meaning behind it all. But that's okay. That's what I'm here. Well, that's why I'm here for you. This is a bombshell. It exploded through the media before diplomats even knew. And what we learned is that this is the first time in history that a non-nuclear power will operate nuclear-fueled submarines. Now, Australia, because it has 2 minuscule nuclear power plants, may have some history of using nuclear power, some experience sustaining or building nuclear reactors, but they've never had a very large nuclear reactor at all. Their reactors would be considered subpar. And so this is the first time in history that a non-nuclear power will operate nuclear-fueled submarines with zero experience using nuclear fuel subs, its industry having no experience of sustaining them or building them. And Australia's never made a big nuclear reactor, nor operated a large one, nor does it have any real experience with, shall we say, aside from their small and simple research reactors in the late 1950s, Australia has not made its own nuclear reactor or nuclear submarines, and Australia is getting these nuclear subs as just a small subset of a bigger geopolitical deal. And the biggest piece of news is that Australia, the United States, and the United Kingdom are making this trilateral security agreement system. They claim it's not about China, of course, but that's not true at all. It's about containing the communist Chinese threat and American interests in a region. The organization, of course, is going to take the form of a NATO of the Pacific that may yet grow to include Japan. But right now, it's English speakers only. Not that the Japanese don't speak English, but you get my point. It's a white man's pact. And the first order of business is, well, just let me read a quote from Australia itself. The Prime Minister's statement about this first order of business is for Australia to acquire nuclear-powered submarine technology, leveraging decades of experience from the US and the UK. And AUKUS will focus immediately on identifying the optimal path to deliver at least eight nuclear-powered submarines. I mean, stop there for a second when I've told you about how many submarines that are afloat, fielded, if you will, under the seas by China with only 12, the United Kingdom with only 11, France has got 8, India has just 1, and Australia is going to be equal to France. This is why the French are so pissed. Australia is going to have 8, but they won't be missile launching subs, of which the French have 4, but the French have only 4 hunter killers, whereas the Australians will have 8. This is a very big deal. Again, ponder what I've just said. Australia is now going to become a superpower, at least 8. And when you reflect on that, put it into perspective, 8 nuke subs. Australia only had 6 Oberon submarines from the 1960s to the end of the 1990s. 6. And those were replaced by 6 Calling-class submarines, also conventional, which are slated to retire by the 2030s. In 2016, a deal was signed with France that they would design a big conventional submarine. It would be fully built in Australia, and a whopping 12-boat-strong submarine fleet would be procured to replace the colonists. But that deal is now dead. And so when it comes to these kinds of submarines, up until this point, the conventional submarines that Australia has always had was only a fleet of half a dozen at any given time. And so the Calling-class submarine that they had was going to be replaced by these French conventional subs. The Oberons were what they had initially, and then these other class that they had that was going to be replaced by the French. Each time they only had 6 subs. The French were going to give them 12 conventional subs, and now that that's dead meat in the water, entendre, France was blindsided by the creation of the AUKUS Defense Pact. So the French said the American choice to exclude a European ally and partner such as France from a structuring partnership with Australia shows the absence of coherence that France can only note and regret. And Gerard Araud, the former French ambassador to the U.S., was even more blunt when he said, "The world is a jungle. France has just been reminded of this bitter truth by the way the U.S. and the U.K. have stabbed her in the back in Australia." See, all of this was basically the American choice to exclude a European ally and partner that was based on the British influence. It would be as if Eisenhower had come under the influence of that arch-conservative Churchill and decided that he was going to act upon tearing down the Iron Curtain and liberate Eastern Europe. Well, that would have been a positive. This is a positive too. But in this case, America has come under the influence of Britannia. And it appears the United States does not want to wait. It senses urgency. Australia, too, wasn't happy with the French deal as it was progressing slowly and was extremely expensive. Though the biggest culprit for that was Australia itself, who wanted full transfer of technology and building expertise. Now, 8 submarines is fewer than 12, at least 8, but that is the nuclear submarine, which is a whole different beast. France and the United Kingdom both operate such undersea animals, these nuclear subs. But let's put it this way. The 12 French-designed but Australian-built attack class subs would have cost 89.7 billion Australian dollars, which would be about 65 billion United States dollars. You had the development and the building of 6 French Barracuda-class nuclear subs in France, which cost 13 billion United States dollars, to use as a kind of comparison with what the Australians will be dealing with. And when the French built those, that was 13 billion USD in 2021 monetary value. So I'm giving you the cutting edge. And when Australia is going to build 8 of those, 2 more than what the French have built recently, comparatively recently, to operate these nuclear submarines. They have nuclear subs carrying intercontinental ballistic missiles for the French. But when it comes to a purely nuke-fueled submarine, attack subs in Australia, they're now set to operate more of those nuclear-powered attack subs than the French have in the seas. Australia's got to have more than either France or the United Kingdom afloat in the seas. There may be issues with manning all those subs for Australia, and their colleagues-class submarines have not prepared them for this. Operating 6 conventionals, you're going to need larger crews for the nukes. So, when it comes to manning all of those, the colleagues-class submarines, they needed a crew complement, if I remember correctly. What the Australians were using, 6 of those colleagues-class subs probably had a crew complement each of about, let me see if I can look this up, 58 people. The French-designed attack-class subs were going to use 60 crew members, so that was double demanding requirement due to, well, double the number of subs, because they were going to order 12, right? It was essentially just barely more crewmen, but they were going to have twice the number of subs from France. They were prepared to double the amount of men who would be at sea for long stretches of time. But this is going to take it still beyond that. Nuke subs are more complicated. They have lots of subsystems to be maintained. They're run, with the exception of the latest British submarine, the Astute class. US and British subs all require a lot of personnel. And Australia's statement on the deal is that over the next 18 months, the 3 countries will examine these requirements and try to pave a pathway for Australia to become a responsible steward of this very sensitive technology. But when you're looking at the practical side of it, training submarine crewmen, this is, of course, going to be a challenge. I mean, when you take a look at the complement or the crew requirement for U.S. subs, the Virginia class has 135 sailors. The Seawolf class has 140. The Los Angeles class has 129. For the British subs, the Astute class has 98. The Trafalgar class has 130 crewmen. The Swiftsure class has 116 crewmen. These are crews of over 100 each. So you can imagine what it's going to be like for the Australians to try and adapt to this sensitive technology, the sharing of nuclear attack codes. The only other example in history was the U.S. giving the United Kingdom nuclear reactors for their submarines. Back in the exact year again, if I dredge it out of my mind, it almost never happens. The only other example was the United States giving nuke reactors to the Brits in 1958. That was to kickstart the UK subfleet to counter the Soviets. History is now repeating itself with the attempt to kickstart Australia to counter the Chinese. So this is right now viewed as a one-off. It's guaranteed that what we're going to see here is not going to be some kind of Australia being kickstarted that as it is. It's the urgency of the rise of communist China. We're not going to see an Australian-designed submarine. Australia simply lacks the know-how to design such subs. Their calling class subs were Swedish-designed attack class submarines. For those who didn't know, they were actually designed in Sweden. And so in terms of those calling class attack subs, they were going to be replaced with this French design. So the only realistic options the Australians have are that the new submarines will be designed by the United States or the United Kingdom. And all of this is because Xi Jinping is definitively preparing for war, or the United States wouldn't do this. For the United States to provide at least 8 nuclear submarines, along with the United Kingdom, to the Australians, this shows you that we are approaching war with communist China. Think about the Virginia class sub that I mentioned. If that's what they're going to build down in Adelaide, if the Americans are going to help them do this, then we're talking about the Americans providing the Australians with basically, if I remember the dimensions of the design, the various submerged displacements, the Collins class that the Australians had was only 3,400 tons. The attack class the French were going to provide were 4,500 to 5,000 tons. The Virginia class of the Americans is, that's Block 4 would be 10,200 tons. It's a 10,200 ton monster. The Astute class of the British is 7,800 tons. So the Virginia class is this huge 10,000 ton submarine. The Australians would suddenly have, you'd have to have a big crew. The U.S. can't get enough of them. They're scrambling to increase their building base in the coming years with China in their sights, likely needing every experienced engineer they can get. Even running a Virginia is a problem, with the U.S. Navy struggling to upkeep enough engineers versed in nuclear reactors. The Virginia's current price tag, $2.8 billion US dollars in 2018, $3 billion today. They can build these in a fairly short amount of time, of course, but having the Australians learn the ropes for how to produce these, unlike the Americans who already have infrastructure to do so, that's going to take time. This is, however, theoretically going to provide a whole new industry in Australia, give them something else to do besides what they're doing now. It's going to cost, well, far more. The British S2 submarine is smaller and less capable in some regards, but it's still a world-class cutting-edge submarine. It's slightly cheaper, $2.6 billion. But the U.S. Virginia subs are planned well into the 2030s. The Astute subs, they're slowly ending their production, the run, as a matter of fact. I think the last one was supposed to leave the docks, I think this year. And then the British, well, then again, they've just renewed some kind of British submarine building program, so their engineers are not going to be without jobs. The end result is, I think it's going to be the Americans that are going to be providing the Australians with this technology. And it's going to render the Australian fleet essentially a branch of the American service. So this is something that, of course, is much larger than people realize. You need about 38 more crew members just to get this thing running, and that would be moderate, honestly. And it may not be enough. In terms of the training Australians would have to provide, they'd need to recruit a lot more sailors. It's that simple. But Australia is going to become the regional submarine power of the Pacific. This is because, of course, they, as always, they're in region. And of course, they can launch Tomahawk cruise missiles. The British ones are actually better at that. That's the biggest reason that the ARC is peaked. The U.S., of course, is running the show. It has the most interest in the deal. The UK probably won't have a deal at all, which is why they're starting their own submarine program all over again. So I hope people understand that what's going on here is that the world has changed forever. At this point, the beginnings have been laid, the foundations for Australia to become a regional power and ultimately, in a very real sense, a world power. And with that, of course, I'm going to give a shout out and say hello to Peter Moon. Might have joined us. Peter, is that you? Thought I heard, or maybe Mr. Jameson Reese unmuted. So Jameson Reese.
No, I had you on mute.
Oh yes, there we are.
And I was on the other side of the room. So yes, I just joined you and you were talking. I just really came on and heard about Australia being, a new center point for world drama.
Yes. Well, as I said, basically the situation is such that I don't think people have really been made conscious or cognizant of this, but the situation.
Why would they? Why would they? Why would anybody be cognizant? This is all backdoor stuff.
Yes.
And the only people who are going to know about it are strung out people like Duncan O'Finian. They're really strung out and perhaps traumatized by what they know.
Yes.
But what else did you go into? I mean, because I left at midnight, so did you keep going on that same theme?
Actually, what I did was I figured, again, it would be best for when we're all together on Sunday to continue along the theme that I originally held. I closed off a little bit of it, but really we got most of it done while you were with us. Honestly, it was so traumatic in and of itself that I figured I'd go on to more mundane things like geopolitics. To tell you the truth, what I really went into was Theranos. I started talking about Theranos with I'll explain to you what that is if you don't remember that term offhand. But
I don't.
Okay. So Theranos, I went into a bit with the last transmission. I can provide a timestamp.
I remember you talking about it. I just don't remember what it is.
Oh, right. It was, of course, Silicon Valley's obsession with blood And Theranos was this company that was started by this 19-year-old Stanford dropout, this blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordic Aryan chick who affected a very deep voice and just gave herself a charismatic, commanding presence, and basically dressed in nothing but black because, of course, that's the intimidation color that provides more bulk to the human body and makes people look larger than they are. So she projected this larger-than-life image, and she took every advantage of that and got all kinds of investors to back this new technology that she...
Oh, I remember her, Elizabeth Holmes, yes.
Yes, Elizabeth Holmes, and she's on trial now. This is why
Yeah, I mean, that other than it was a fraud, what was it really about? I mean, there's some underhanded thing beyond what we are being told?
Oh, of course, that goes without saying. I mean, mostly it is what we know, but the very fact that it happened in Silicon Valley and was all about blood goes back to Silicon Valley and blood. And basically, here you have this, again, here's this chick with no medical experience. And she's saying she's got a little box that can take a single drop of blood and run every test you can imagine on it without taking large amounts of blood and going through multiple types of testing machines that we do today. This would obviously be, for lack of a better word, this is magical. And yet she, just by doing what she was doing, she got all these guys hot and bothered, and they all put their money behind it, and they all became members of her board. And on her board were sitting ex-generals. Rupert Murdoch, the man who runs the Fox media machine out of Australia, was a member of her board and invested heavily. Henry Kissinger was a member of her board and invested heavily. I mean, all these dirty old men came to rally behind her, and she became a multi-billionairess. And so here you've got this chick who's, got nothing other than a claim and won't show anybody anything because she says it's proprietary technology. And she went so far until there was an investigation. And once there was an investigation, then, of course, everything was exposed. And she'd been riding a lie. And so what I went into for several hours was asking people, how is it that people can be so cynical, and they are cynical all the time, trying to project this sense of I know it all, and this is what makes me cool, this is what makes me hip, is that I don't believe anything. And you try to present them any bit of fact or history like I do, and they attack it every possible way because they say, oh, this is how I'm so hip and happening, and great claims require great evidence, and yet some cunt can come up there with a pair of tits and blonde hair and just say, hey, I've got a magic box and I can cure every ill. And everybody is pouring millions of dollars into her to the point where she became a multi-billionairess. Until somebody finally asked, hey, what's inside the box? and then, of course, nobody, Henry Kissinger, Rupert Murdoch, all these ex-generals that she got. Generals, the military connection says it all. She had something like half a dozen generals on her board. So there's this obsession with blood and the collection of blood. And so when she was exposed and it all went south, she's been running free as a cockroach until now, where she's had to go back to trial. And of course, she's quite likely going to get, prosecuted. And because 80 to 85%, 80 to 90% of the people who are charged federally get prosecuted. That's what ultimately happened to Sean David Morton. So I was also asking, why is it that with all this cynicism and everybody questioning everything, how is it people are so fucking naive? How is it everybody's, backing one when the other? And so I'm asking legitimately, is it the tits? Is it the hair? Is the fact she's just a white girl? I mean, obviously, if an old black man, someone looking like Bill Crosby, came up and said, I got a magic box with proprietary technology and just give me a little blood and I can cure every ill, I don't think it would have gone that far. So there is something about appearance and projection and racism and privilege all involved here. But As well, what I was telling people about was the need for trust and the fact that the cynical people really turn out to be the real incompetents. People who are cynical just as a manner of living their life have.
Well, so aside from all these people investing in something that was completely spurious, what was really going on? Did you talk about that?
Well, in terms of, I don't believe there was anything going on other than the fact that you had some young lady taking advantage of some kind of frustrated lust. In terms of the thing that I was pointing out to people, the lesson to be learned, of course, is that Silicon Valley is very much based a lot on faking it till you make it. That's kind of like a saying in Silicon Valley.
That was AOL did that.
Yeah.
But
tell us about AOL.
The American dream is to fake it and get away, but when you're, I can't imagine that there's something more sinister, or that they were so stupid. I mean, look at when you start getting in this investment stuff, it gets really weird. When you get into these high figures, the whole .com stuff was all a bunch of crap.
Yes.
Joe Matheny told me he used to sit on a board, and with this guy Regis McKenna, he was like the top guy, and he wanted Joe to work for him for like $70,000 a year or something like this, just to sit on the board, and I don't think Joe did, but it was like they told Joe that you're the only company that's making any money of all these .com stuff. In other words, it was all hyperbola.
Right.
It was all hyperbole, and of course it fell down. And she was 19 years old when she founded this, it says.
Yeah.
But when you're dealing with blood, that sounds like they weren't taking vast amounts of blood. They were just taking drops of it, and it was just a bunch of crap, and they all fell for it.
Yes. I mean, to the point where they had stands in Walgreens and Safeway, where Walgreens and Safeway were cooperating with them. People were getting their blood taken, just little tiny drops, and of course nothing would come of it other than misdiagnoses. One cancer patient said they were impacted to the point where it impacted their treatment, but most other people, it's one of those things where all kinds of people had nothing come of it. It was
it sounds like she put together a real sexy package that people would just go for because it sounded good, and it had all of this Stanford, Silicon Valley,
Stanford dropout, mind you, with no medical training.
No, but I mean, it had all of that mystique.
Yes.
It had all of that mystique.
Yes.
And this is, it's like, look at when investors get to a certain point, it's like, you're talking about all that physics. I mean, I can't follow it last night, but it's kind of, you listen to all this and you say, God, shit, and if Douglas doesn't know more than I do, all these other people do. Oh, fair, I'll just invest. Yeah, we'll invest in the Vox Arca. It sounds good. That's when it gets to a certain point. And when people start talking shit or talking stuff, and this is one of the great problems of Silicon Valley in general, or techies.
Yes.
They start talking, and they will talk up a storm.
Yes.
They will talk up a storm to the point where you have to just tune them out, and they don't talk on a level where the end user can understand. And this is a violation, and then tech people will take advantage of it, and they will deliberately talk in techno crap. I mean, we're just talking on the most mundane level.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, who can, and then you have people who are medically educated, highly questioning the whole thing that's going on with the virus and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They question it. You don't have any honest debate. You have, what do you call it, posturing and rhetoric. Mm-hmm. You don't have intelligence coming on the scene at all. So why should any of this surprise us? It's just the way people behave. If they get the steer, and if they have the optics, if you look pretty and you wear black, and you can act like you came from Stanford, boy, I mean, this is, and I guess these people just lose their money. That's all they really. They don't.
Well, looking at who they are, Kissinger and Rupert Murdoch, it's like they got plenty of money to lose. So, but she is now the one paying the price. But since these guys were all on the board, it bothers me that she stands alone. Why is she in the dock alone? Of course, those guys are too powerful to bring to trial.
Well, then again, she perpetrated the whole thing.
That's true. She did. She did. Yes. And it's pretty incredible when you think about it. Just, President Clinton approached her on stage and said, "You are the hope for tomorrow's youth in America. You're a shining example to American youth for tomorrow," and all this shit. So, she had the president himself sucking her snatch just for pushing this shit. It's fucking incredible. I mean, just the fact that she got that far, and how
you fool people and get away with it. Yeah. You think that that's your ticket, and you can keep fooling them. Yeah. This is the problem. If you get away with something like that, you think you can get away with more and more and more and more and more, and you begin to lose your need for a moral compass. You didn't have one, but you lose any need for it because you can just keep fooling people. And when the courts come on, you can fool the courts too. And that was Michael Jackson. Yes. He thought he could fool the court. He thought he could thumb his nose at the court. And, in the end he did, but he thought he was going to lose. Yeah. Thought he was going to lose, but it's because the people could not confront, the idea that he could be so disgusting.
Yes. Yes. And so I'm definitely glad you came in. What I'm going to do is probably give a shout out and read out the solicitation for our sponsor, Mr. Baron Nestanius, and then kind of just talk with you casually for a little bit about current events. Definitely one of the things about these submarines that I want people to understand, or some of the things, is that it takes you've got to train a generation of sailors. You've got all these subsystems within the submarine itself. The reactor, of course. Reactors are usually inherently designed for a specific submarine hull. The Virginia from the U.S. has got 30% more capacity. But of course, it might give a different type of reactor for the Australian variant. Maybe the astute attack reactor instead of the kind of reactors the Americans used. By that I mean the British reactor. But you're going to need, crew members, 300 more personnel or so, since the subs require a double rotation crew. You really need 600 ideally, skilled and trained personnel for rotating the crews effectively and often enough to maintain the sub at, in other words, there's going to need to be a massive expansion of the Australian Navy. And so this is like going onto a war footing. And maybe it's because Australia's economy is so depressed that this is a good solution. And with the kind of urgency that this has been made to happen with, this is something that, it's going to have repercussions. And as I said...
yes, but this is the thing. You have this technology on not only submarines, but on Navy ships in general, which is completely over the top incredible in terms of normal standards. How well it works, I couldn't tell you. There could be a lot of silly shit that you never hear about, of just goofiness. But I kind of tend to think they have tremendous technological and military capabilities. And I would imagine there are people within the crew, I'm talking about the U.S. here, I'm sure it would apply, that really know the ins and outs, of what they're doing, people like your father in more modern times. Mm-hmm. But you have such a goofy these generals that are investing in Elizabeth Holmes, I mean, they're the same people that are, conducting war, and then you have a complete imbecile in the White House. It's like, you have to wonder, and I think the Chinese president, he comes off as calculating. He doesn't come off as stupid. He comes off as calculating, but I think that his greatest danger is miscalculating. He's pretty good at calculating in some respects, but then I think, he seems fundamentally disingenuous on some level.
Yes.
And that is his major problem. And he'll end up being like Elizabeth Holmes in his own right, except that he has much more substance behind him than Elizabeth Holmes. He's actually got political power, which she never had.
Right. Right.
So it's like this is a circus of fools. And even when the fools start fighting with each other, there's a chain reaction to where at some point, the troops begin pointing their own bayonets at you. If they can get away with it, that was the end of Caligula.
Yes.
And
that may happen.
his own guard put him out.
Yes, and that may happen
because he was dangerous.
Yeah. No, I thank you for that, and hopefully that happens with Xi Jinping.
So, yeah. So I mean, he's not in that category exactly, but what this is just madness, and the madness will express itself and eventually be reined in or condemned. Depends. The question is, how mad can it get?
Well,
and in Australia right now, which is the most reactionary place in the world as far as COVID.
Yes.
I mean, God,
yes.
It's like this might completely change their mood about everything in a positive direction in terms of their madness. They might become less mad because they have other priorities.
Well, their outreach, they'll start thinking more and more as a global nation. To put this in some perspective, of course, what Peter Moon is talking about is the fact that when Australia shut down, it left Australians stranded all over the world. There's just thousands of Australians outside of Australia that cannot go back to Australia. And these are people who are, of course, Australians, whites, even though some of them are Asian Indian with Australian citizenship or something like that. But the number of Australians, if we were to look it up, stranded by COVID, Australians stranded, let's look that up. It's something that's astonishing because Australia has a fairly small population. And so when you have this many people stranded by COVID, compared to their population, that is a lot. Tens of thousands remain stranded abroad. And when you know how
45,000 as of 2 days ago, it says more than 45,000 who need government help to return home.
Yeah.
Who takes care of them?
Yeah, I mean, crazy shit. I mean, this is, that shows you how Australia really went when it came, how reactionary they became when they were basically, from what I can see, they're abandoned by their own country. I mean, this is how it's described in some of these articles coming up. So, here you've got that, and they're using the term Iron Curtain. Australia's COVID rules are stranding people at state borders, so that's like, it's the only nation in the world that covers an entire continent, and it won't let people on the continent. This is outrageous. And but
no runs anything about who runs the Australian government. Maybe it's Rupert Murdoch. I don't know.
It's Rupert Murdoch. At the bottom of it all, it is Rupert Murdoch. It's what I've called the Murdochracy. He feeds them almost everything they get in the media, and it's one of the reasons why their nation was burning, was their denial of. Matter of fact, Rupert Murdoch was insisting that all of the fires that swept Australia and killed over 1 billion animals were all started by environmentalists. If you could believe that madness, that's literally what many Australian men believe. And I use the term men pointedly. Most women don't believe what Murdoch pushes, the swill, the shit he cooks. But most of the men do. They simply go with it. They roll with it because Murdoch is an old white man and they relate. And
I don't think he spends any time in Australia. I don't know. I mean, he seems to spend time in London and New York. I don't know where.
You're
what he
right.
does.
Yeah, you're right. He doesn't spend much time in Australia. But whenever there's an Australian president that decides to go in a direction that's different from what he wants, he makes certain that they get voted out of the presidency. He runs a campaign against them using his lockdown on the media. You know, I don't know if you've ever heard me say this, but there have been studies that have been conducted on state-run media machines, and the most autocratic state media correlations that could be found that were so obvious they were just almost, you would assume them. One was the military dictatorship in Egypt, which of course has pretty much a total run of all media. Communist China, of course. And then after that, third in line from those two nations was Rupert Murdoch's Australia. I mean, just half of the media available in Australia is Murdoch media. So it's literally, it's like the half the men read, and the rest are read by the women and children or accessed by them.
Well, what's interesting here, I'm looking at their website for Parliament, and they have the Prime Minister, but it's very clear. I mean, what it says is Australia's head of state is Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II and the Governor General, and they look like they're more English than Australian. So it's like this stuff is not being done without the Queen's consent.
Theoretically.
Unless she just doesn't care, and I can't imagine she doesn't care.
It's one of those things. I hear where you're coming from. But obviously the English had a lot less influence on Australia, starting with World War II, and then thereafter the Australians, of course, they never pushed it. They never asked for total independence. And of course, now they're in this agreement. And so let me put that into perspective for some people, because this is important. When Peter Moon was talking about the new perspective this might give the Australians, think about AUKUS, this security pact, which now has both the United Kingdom and the United States intertwined with Australia. You're going to have them training each other's crews. You're going to have exchange of technologies, because they believe the situation is that dire. And they were willing to basically kind of say fuck you to the continental European powers like the French, who had this deal going with Australia. You see, the way it was, and originally I gave this very long analysis of the Australians were going to buy a bunch of new conventional submarines from the Japanese, the Soryu class, which were some of the highest quality conventional submarines in the world. And conventional submarines can be stealthier, make less noise, they can have far less of a profile to be found on radar, but of course they have a much shorter range. But when it comes to the nuclear submarines, the big advantage is range. And of course, if you had a crew that never needed sunlight, theoretically they could stay cruising forever. But that's not something human beings want to do, so you do have to rotate the crews. But such being said, their range is effectively unlimited. And because of this, if now that, as I explained to people, when you take a look at the number of nuclear submarines nations have, I mean, honestly, when it comes to the United Kingdom and France, I mean, they've only got like around 11 for England, around 6 for France, or something like that. So this is like, you're talking about very small nuclear fleets. Obviously, these things are so expensive to run. The Americans have the most. The Russians have them simply because that was just the Russian way of life. But the Chinese only have 12, half of them to throw missiles and half of them hunter-killers. With the United Kingdom's 11, you know, it's about 4 missile slingers and the rest are hunter-killers, about 7 of them. France has a 50-50, 4 missile silo submarines and 4 hunter-killers, so it's only 8. And India has just 1 missile-launching submarine. So when the Australians get 8 that are promised by this deal, 8 nuclear submarines, they are automatically equal to France. They're going to have a larger hunter-killer fleet than the British. And because these are submarines without range, that means that the Australians could port in British ports. Just as the British can port in American ports, the Americans can port in Australia. And this means that the Australians are going to find themselves all over the world. They're going to find themselves, breaking ice in the polar circle in cooperation with the Americans and the British, because the Americans and the British have these security concerns worldwide. So Australia is going to become effectively a global power. So as this happens, Australia's entire perspective on the world will change. Its interactions with the world will change. And ultimately, you're going to have more and more of a global Australia. By that I mean one that thinks the way Russia and China and America do. You understand what I'm saying, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, and I don't know how much empty space they have. I have a lot of empty space. I don't know how habitable it is.
Yeah, most of it ain't worth shit by by modern standards of development. It's as a matter of fact, they claim that the real people who are fanatical about sustainability, the sustainability experts claim that Australia is way over its sustainability levels now. That it should have far less people than it does. Of course, they're going to have far less people than they got now, since they've stranded a good portion of their population overseas.
Well, it says here on a cursory inspection that, the Governor General does not set policy. He has influence, and Scott Morrison seems to be the head guy, and he's all cheery when he's in the press talking to people. He sounds like he's got a really good attitude when you look on the surface. I don't know what the hell. He even sounds upbeat about COVID. This is a cursory inspection. It's, certainly he doesn't seem to be being attacked. He denies he was snubbed by the United States after it did not assist with the government's plan to bolster vaccine supply through securing doses from other nations. These guys are all smiles in their pictures.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I pointed out that we can bring up at some point, perhaps in one of our books, perhaps someday, like I fantasize an expansion of the present one. But the point is that ANZUS was this forerunner to this new alliance, which is called AUKUS, and AUKUS, of course, is A for Australia, UK for United Kingdom, and US for United States. And of course, I made a joke about they didn't include France because that would have made it FAUKUS. But at any rate, they didn't include France because honestly, the British are very resentful. They're very xenophobic about the continental Europeans. They want to completely sever with them, and so this kind of alliance gave everybody like an immediate out. It gave the Americans an immediate way to ramp up a regional power into basically a global level power to counter China. This is America's China card for the 21st century. Just like Richard Nixon went to communist China and basically opened the door with communist China so he could have play the China card against the Soviet Union. And create this huge balance of manpower against the Russian nuclear empire, then this is what the Americans are doing with Australia against communist China. So
let me just say something about that. When you look at how history played out with aside from the relationship between Nixon and China doing that strategy. The Soviet Union fell on their face trying to invade Afghanistan. They couldn't take Afghanistan. And what we learned from that in Vietnam was that you really can't take over a country with troops. You really can't. You have to take them over like they're doing now with COVID and all this vaccines and all these restrictions and lockdowns. This is a much more effective way of controlling a country than invading Afghanistan or invading Vietnam. So, and you even pointed out it would cost the Chinese 1 million people to take over Taiwan. It's 1 million troops, not people.
Yeah.
So it's like, you invade Australia, you got a big problem on your hand if you're the Chinese. You really do.
Yes. Yes.
And for you've already talked about their infrastructure of their own culture kind of self-destructing already, because they've just got too many males and they're not producing and reproducing, and it's kind of choking on itself. India, on the other hand, they don't seem to really be fighting with anybody, and they're just expanding across the globe. They're not getting involved in all the skirmishes. Pakistan is.
Right. The Asian Indians. Your point is very interesting. It's well taken. You've got
and it just before you go on, but and as sinister as their caste agenda might be, it's a lot more benign than a lot of these agendas. Comparatively.
Possibly. It depends on whether one looks at, the idea of choking in the long-term suffocation of a caste system is nightmarish. I find very few things.
It's a long, slow thing, but it's not all this like, we have to be in charge right now, sort of thing. It's reversing what the British did to them as well.
Oh yeah. No, it definitely is. I mean, the Asian Indians, what they do is their culture is all over the world, and so when you see these Asian Indians, wherever the British took them to establish their middleman status, to help with their colonies, the Asian Indians have thrived and set up their India towns, and so they're all over the world, and they're everywhere. And in that sense, you see this kind of take over the world, and their domination of the cheap services, the telemarketing, and of course just plain sleazy telemongery, where they're just scamming people on the phone lines all day long. You would think half their population was dedicated to that, but in terms of their wars, just to put this into perspective for you, just as basically other people have dumped their nuclear waste overseas, like the United States just taking its toxic refuse and dumping it in third world nations for other people to sort through in landfills and supposedly recycle. The communist Chinese took the worst of the collectivist Maoist ideology and they dumped it in India. The Indians, because they have like a kind of lunatic system of more pure democracy than what we have in anywhere else in the West, you have communists who legally can run for power, and the communists can win elections and come to dominate local areas or local economies. And India had a whole bunch of children being named after Marx and Lenin and Stalin, and the Communist Party is alive and well in India, and mostly.
What geographical part?
Oh God, I'll give you the map. Okay, give me a second here, and I'll find it for you, and I'll just put it to you in the private messenger service. I promise you that much. I can do that before I go to sleep. I can do that almost in my sleep.
I mean, I'm just curious because India's so.
Oh, you'll be shocked. You'll be shocked. I'll give you the map. Give me just a second here to.
It's so diverse and it's so populated, and it's like, they might have Major League Baseball in India and you don't even know about it. It's so big.
Yeah, it's big, but the communist-controlled area is big as well. As a matter of fact, you know what would be even faster? Take a look at Nazalite. Conquest of India, Nazalite. We'll spell that for you. N-A-X-A, N-A-X-A-L-I-T-E, Nazalite conquest.
Maoist insurgency on Wikipedia. Nazalite is an ongoing conflict.
And you look at images, and if you look up
it's got the images of where it is. They're all in the heart of Eastern India.
Yeah, but
Major population centers.
Yeah.
And I don't know what kind of communist, if it's good communism, if it's the same old communism, if it's bad communism. I don't really know anything about it. If it's pretty screwed up, if it's powerful. I never heard of this.
Well, it's something that it's Maoist. It's straight up Maoist. These are ardent Maoists, and I'll give you this map, which I think really helps it hit home. Give me just a second, because I got to download it in the file. And then what I'll do is I will transfer it from the file to your private messenger right here, right now. Give me a second. And then, of course, I have to reopen the file. And
China was never very popular in India. They used to conflict all the time.
Yeah, and yet the Maoist movement has become popular in India because people are so impoverished. And so what China did was they exported its toxic ideology. There it is. It's in your message box. Take a look at that map and you'll suddenly see how serious the situation is. That upper red corner is, of course, bordering Sikkim, this tiny little nation statelet, this micro statelet between Nepal and Bhutan, and that is China's Ho Chi Minh Trail into India. And
wait a second, it's that little. Wait, what did you say the name of it is?
Sikkim.
I see it. That's right. It looks. Is that the little red thing between Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh?
Right north of that, if you see that little light-colored, almost that's Sikkim. Yeah, that's.
And that is that its own nation?
Yes, that is its own nation, and it's a microstatelet that is the Ho Chi Minh Trail between communist China and Nazalite India. And once you take a look at that red corridor, into India's red corridor, this is where you've got an incredible communist influence. I mean, this is something they never hear about in the media, but aside from, maybe car accidents or something like that, most of the violent deaths suffered in India are from communist terrorism. I mean, this is serious shit. If these people, even severed just that part of India into an independent nation, we're talking hundreds of millions of communists.
Do these communists manage to feed their people?
I couldn't say. I think they apparently managed to do at least that. But it's, you've got a lot of people who, I go online and sometimes I'll see Asian Indians online, and you'll see some young, attractive Asian collegiate female. And, when they have tell us about yourself, what's your religion or whatnot, they'll write in things like communist. I mean, people are just open like that there. And like I said, they're naming their kids after Marx and Lenin and Stalin. By the way, good morning to Shane Bridges. Mr. Bridges joins us. He's in the chat room. Just saying hi. And what I'm going to do now is while Peter looks a bit more into the Nazalite movement, I'm going to live up to my responsibilities, and I'll read out the solicitation for our man, the Baron Ben Astenius. You have no idea how frightening it was after you left, and I just had to go everywhere, and just everything had shut down. When they hacked into my Skype and they basically hacked my Skype and signed me out of it, then all of the windows I had open shut down. I had to reopen them. It was just a royal pain in the ass. Honestly, it's just it's just moments like that. God, and you know what it all was? We're really threatening them. And this, I hope you understood my point after that, was what I meant to say was the stars are not right. They won't be right for hundreds of millions of years until the constellations change, but there's ways the constellations can change, either by something like the Three Gorges Dam, with all of the water pooling in such a manner as it is, as to throw off the orbit of the Earth to a degree, at least cause the Earth to wobble to the point where it might topple on its axis. This is a serious and very real problem. Then the constellations could change. The idea of the stars in men's minds changing just by enough indoctrination that can affect the outcome of the anti-gods. But the fact that, as I said, you would think, would just rule by default hundreds of millions from years from now when the stars are right. Why are they so anxious? And why would they care about stopping my program, their cultists, or having their minions do so? We are truly threatening them, which means at some point, because of what I'm saying, the anti-gods are thwarted.
Let me just say something about David Anderson. I look at NASA study solves 2 mysteries about wobbling Earth, and this is David Anderson's expertise. Not originally the wobbling Earth, but satellites needing to maintain their orbit. Yes. And what is a satellite? Earth is a satellite. So this is right down his alley. He would understand the space-time mechanics of it and be a very perfect person to consult. However, just because he would and could understand it and could have some impact does not mean that he would be consulted. It doesn't mean he wouldn't be. But then again, we have to keep in mind that he is a person because of his temporal tremor detector can see when people are monkeying with time and go up and knock on their door and say, you're doing these experiments. So, it's like, and then he's only one person. Mm-hmm. So, he's just, he's just ripe with mystery. And we have to ask how many people are out there like him. Not too many.
No.
Not too many.
But rather, I'm saying it's not necessarily even his proprietary technology, but this kind of technology that matters. The anti-gods are reaching from the future to alter the past and make the stars right for the apocalypse. The fact that they're doing that makes this a temporal issue, an issue in time. This is something that, as I said, they could wait until the stars went right, but why would they bother to interfere with what's going on right now, changing the attitudes in men's minds about the stars themselves? I mean, you hear the biblical type prophecies. Even the Mormons echo the Bible in that the end days, the stars will fall from the heavens. This, of course, could refer to the, at this point in history, thousands of satellites in orbit that would seem like falling stars if they were all to come crashing down. This is something.
But those people are such idiots.
Yes.
And so satanic at their root that they would almost say that to further the agenda in itself.
I hear what you're saying. It's in terms of the stars falling down, obviously, if the Earth went out of its orbit, certainly many satellites would be thrown out of its orbit, if the Earth were to topple on its axis, that is, not go out of its orbit per se. By the way, let me read out that solicitation, and with that, I'll, after that, should be a little free for the final moments here. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten, lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baranestenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book by that very title, The Unfinished Man, or review scenes from his cinematic documentaries in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejerin case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. That's Tucson, spell it like Tucson, Tucson, but put the word "the" in front of it. thetucsonmurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520//323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. I also want to thank the Senora Veronica Barrera for her 25 United States dollars in contribution via PayPal, and encourage others to join her. We certainly need that. It's helped so far and will help again throughout next month. And of course, this episode tonight is dedicated in loving admiration and gratitude to this wonderful Australian lady who provided me 100 United States dollars in contribution. And of course, she is, if I look up the PayPal to make certain I get her name right,